9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 460 to Chapter 486. Yang Dingtian wasn't good at military affairs. He wasn't as good as Song Chunhua, Shimen Lai, and Song Chunhua. Therefore, even though he was the person with the highest authority, he never interfered with the deployment or command of the army. However, he directly designated the highest strategic deployment. That was to attack 3 at once. Attacking 3 at once meant attacking the Eastern Legion led by the Divine Weapons Manor, the Western Legion led by Qin City, and the Northern Legion led by the World Society. Letting 1 at once meant allowing the Southern Legion of the Subjugation Army to advance north. In the end, before the 3 legions arrived, the Southern Legion would have already reached the city. Once this situation was formed, it meant that Yang Dingtian would have to face more than 400,000 people instead of 1 million. To be precise, there were 450,000 people and 400,000 barbarian mercenaries. 30,000 from Sky Phoenix Pavilion and 20,000 from South Sea Ning clan. Against more than 1 million people, no matter how capable Yang Dingtian was, he wouldn't be able to win. This was because more than 1 million people would come from all directions and flood Cloud Sky City. Even if Cloud Sky City didn't retaliate, they would definitely win if they kept charging forward. However, against more than 400,000 people, especially the barbarian mercenaries, most of whom were heavily armored infantry, their movements were relatively slow. Yang Dingtian, who had secret weapons, the Demon Dragon Legion, and the Demon Vulture Legion, had a high chance of winning. The most crucial battle was the mysterious and terrifying Blood Eye Army of the Ning clan of the South Sea. However, when the Blood Pupil Legion came out, it would be the final battle. Both sides would have to use their trump cards. Yang Dingtian's trump card was undoubtedly the resurrected Dongfang Minmi. Therefore, this battle could be won. However, the key was to successfully complete Yang Dingtian's strategy of attacking 3 at once. Tonight was the first step of the 3-way strategy. They could only succeed and not fail. This demon dragon mount had a huge body, but it was terrifying. When it galloped, it had 2 states. In one state, the sound was earth-shattering. There were only a few thousand soldiers, but even the ground was trembling as if there were 100,000 soldiers sweeping across. On the battlefield, it could make people tremble in fear. In the other state, there was no sound at all. It was really soundless. It was like a cheetah running like a cat. There was really no sound at all. When the 2,000 demon dragons ran, there was only the sound of air being torn apart. Even when they ran on the stone floor, there was no sound. Yang Dingtian had asked Song Chunhua about this before. Chunhua said that when you want to intimidate the enemy, you have to use the sole of your foot to hit the ground. The center of the mystic dragon's foot was as hard as iron. If a few thousand kilograms of weight were to hit it, the entire ground would shake. However, when it was about to launch a surprise attack, the mystic dragon would curl its toes and let its 5 claws touch the ground. Furthermore, it wouldn't smash the ground directly, but would claw the ground and run. In terms of speed, the latter was still slightly faster. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was amazed. 2,000 members of the Devil Dragon Army charged out of Cloud Heaven City like black lightning. At this moment, the area within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City had become an incomparably huge military base. Yang Dingtian was just casually looking at it, but after a glance, he was completely stunned. Was this still Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian almost couldn't recognize him. These flatlands? What about these rivers? What about these hills? Within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City, there were new buildings everywhere. Countless fortresses. That's right, countless. It was densely packed and there were fortresses everywhere. It was densely packed and there were tents everywhere. There were also simple wooden houses. Because of the scorched earth strategy, everyone in Cloud Sky City had gathered within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City. At this moment, there were already more than 1 million people living within these 200 miles. Tang Guozhao, Song Lihua, and Mu Lianqing had executed the scorched earth strategy to the extreme. Within the 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City's territory, there was almost no one left. As for the 1 million people living within the 200 miles of Cloud Sky City, other than the elderly and the young, all of them worked together. They worked day and night to participate in the construction. Therefore, in just a few short days, the entire Cloud Sky City had undergone drastic changes. Is there enough food and meat? Yang Dingtian asked. It's enough for more than half a year. Song Chunhua said, originally, Cloud Sky City had saved up a lot of food. In addition to the scorched earth strategy, all the citizens brought all the food and livestock into Cloud Sky City. In addition, Madame Qin Mingli had transported over a few thousand carts of food. Therefore, the food stored in Cloud Sky City is enough for us to eat for half a year. That's good. Yang Dingtian said. The troops continued to advance. At this moment, most of the surrounding people had already entered Dreamland. However, there were still at least 200,000 to 300,000 people who were making the final adjustments to the defensive line. Therefore, the 200 miles of Cloud Sky City was still densely packed with people. Seeing the Devil Dragon army in the dark night, the people who were working were instantly excited. They looked at the army with admiration and envy. Recently, the enemies had never stopped their small-scale harassment, especially the Northwest Qin City. In order to take revenge on the Autumn Watersword sect, they had crossed the border many times to take revenge. The smallest number was a few hundred people, while the largest number was tens of thousands. However, every time, they were defeated and chased away by the Devil Dragon army. Therefore, the Devil Dragon army had become Cloud Sky City's greatest pride and support. The Devil Dragon army was extremely fast. Soon, they were about to leave the 200 miles of Cloud Sky City's absolute territory. Suddenly, there was an extremely huge object in front of them. The brightly lit construction site gave Yang Dingtian a shock. Yang Dingtian instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. City wall, a brand new city wall, a huge city wall that was more than 100 miles wide completely protected the entire Great Cloud Sky City. A month ago, this city wall didn't exist. In just a short month, this huge city wall had actually been erected. Even during the Earth era, Yang Dingtian had never seen such a crazy miracle. The huge city wall that was more than 100 miles wide directly spanned between two mountains. It completely protected the 200 miles of Great Cloud Sky City behind it. Moreover, this wasn't a crude and primitive city wall. It was a formal and solid city wall. First, a thick layer of soil was used to build the huge wall. Then, a special energy liquid was mixed in, causing the soil to instantly solidify and become hard. Then, an intense fire was used to roast the soil. Suddenly, the soil wall became as hard as porcelain and as tough as stone. That wasn't all. On the outer layer of the city wall, a thick layer of stone was placed. Just now, Yang Dingtian saw that there were only 200,000 to 300,000 people in the territory. He thought that most of them were sleeping. It turned out that most of them were here. Hundreds of thousands of people, close to 1 million, were in the huge construction site that was as bright as day. They were doing the final construction of the huge city wall. Yang Dingtian's heart warmed and his eyes became hot. He couldn't help but have the urge to cry. He didn't think that the policies he had promulgated would have such a crazy effect on the people of Cloud Sky City. It was actually able to make over 1 million people work day and night almost crazily. Hundreds of thousands of people, like ants, surrounded the huge city wall that was more than 100 miles wide, doing the final consolidation. This scene made Yang Dingtian's heart tremble. That's right, he wasn't fighting alone, nor was he fighting with 100,000 people. There were more than 1 million enemies, and he also had more than 1 million enemies. These more than 1 million people, for the sake of their shared Cloud Sky City, for their future, for their fields, their lives, and their freedom, were frantically doing the final construction of the defensive line. The city wall that was more than 100 miles wide was 15 meters high and 5 meters thick on average. Every 100 meters, there was a strong fortress. That's right, it was a very, very strong fortress. Half of this fortress was underground, and the other half was above ground. It was divided into 2 levels. Each fortress had 4 large shooting holes and 10 small shooting holes. There were hundreds of such fortresses in the 100 miles wide city wall. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Chunhua in disbelief and muttered to himself, "I've never seen such a miracle." Song Chunhua said, "I've never seen it either." More than 1 million people participated in the construction of this huge city wall. Tang Guozhao, Song Lihua, and Uncle Mu sent out 50,000 soldiers to command this huge army. They divided this incomparably huge city wall into 100 sections. 8,000 people were in charge of each section. The remaining 200,000 people were in charge of digging the moat and using the excavated soil to build the city wall. Another 100,000 people were in charge of transporting the large stone strips. Then, Song Chunhua smiled and said, Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, and I have been using our mystic flames crazily these few days to blow up the huge rocks on both sides of the mountain. After the rocks were blown up, all the thousands of people with elite weapons had to use the fastest time to cut out the complete stone strips. The bloody black gold sword that you gave me was also used to cut the stone strips. Then, all the heavy cavalry and all the large mounts had to be used to transport the stone strips. Yang Dingtian had already seen it. It was a majestic troop. There were all kinds of large livestock, large mounts, and even some demonic beasts. They were all pulling a cart, and on the cart were neatly placed stone strips. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of carts. Of course, most of these carts were brought over by Qin Mingli from West Prefecture City. When she was desperately transporting the wealth from West Prefecture City to Cloud Sky City, these carts and beast carts came along with her. 1,000,000 people were sweating crazily on the 100 miles wide ground. They were frantically building their first line of defense, which was also the last and only line of defense. In any era on Earth, Yang Dingtian had never seen such a miracle. 1,000,000 people had built a 100 miles wide city wall in just a month. The city wall was armed to the teeth. In front of the city wall, there was no longer a flat ground. Instead, there was a moat that was 20 meters wide and tens of meters deep. The water that was drawn over wasn't ordinary water, but seawater. Moreover, it was poisonous water that was mixed with the Rapture River. The entire city wall had a total of 20 city gates. Each gate had a tunnel that was 30 meters deep. All the metal gates in Cloud Sky City had been transported here and merged into a thick and huge city gate. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine how the 100 miles wide city wall had been built. Although there were more than 1,000,000 people, it was a huge problem to plan for such an astronomical number of people. At this moment, more than half of the city wall had been fully fortified. Tens of thousands of soldiers were fully armed on top of the city wall. Even a few days ago, most of the soldiers had already eaten, dressed, and slept on top of the city wall. There were only a few hundred winged cavalry warriors who were continuously monitoring the situation in the air and on the ground within a few hundred miles. More than 1,000 members of the Devil Dragon Army were constantly patrolling around the periphery of the city wall. Are there people interfering with the construction of the city wall? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, many times. Song Chunhua said, there are forces from all sides. They have caused us great losses in the past. We had no choice but to station more than 2,000 members of the Devil Dragon Army outside to defend. We have already killed tens of thousands of enemies who came to attack and harass us. However, recently, they have stopped harassing us. It is as if they are waiting for a decisive battle. Whoosh, like black lightning, Yang Dingtian led the 2,000 members of the Devil Dragon Army and rushed out of the city gate. Finally, he saw Song Lihua and Tang Buozhao in the distance. At this moment, he could see from the side how the huge city wall was built. The incomparably beautiful and charming Song Lihua had completely disappeared. At this moment, Song Lihua was wearing thick, rough, and wear-resistant clothes. Her face was black and her hair was gray. Everything was covered in dust. The beauty was gone. What appeared in front of Yang Dingtian was an extremely tired, excited, and skinny woman. Her entire face was sharp. Only her two blood-red eyes were surprisingly large. As for Tang Buozhao, he almost didn't look human. He was so thin that he looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind. His face was even dirtier than Song Lihua's. His dirty hair was at least half white. Previously, when Yang Dingtian saw him, he still had a head of black hair. Although he looked wretched, he was still handsome. At this moment, he was neither human nor ghost. Similarly, there was also a team of over 2,000 secretaries under them that was neither human nor ghost. They were constantly shuttling, coordinating, writing, and calculating. Some of them were working while eating flatbread. These thousands of people had already left the office in Cloud Sky City. They were all working in the straw huts here. Day and night, they almost didn't sleep or rest. They were so busy that they didn't even know that Yang Dingtian had returned. When they heard that the enemy's million-strong army was coming, even Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu trembled. However, Song Lihua and Tang Buezhao didn't feel anything because they were so busy that they didn't feel anything. They were so busy that they were numb. On average, they slept less than 3 hours a day. They didn't know what fear was at all. Yang Dingtian clearly saw that after Song Lihua and Tang Buezhao accidentally saw Yang Dingtian, they lowered their heads and continued to work crazily as if they didn't see anything. Then, they realized that this person was Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had returned. Therefore, they raised their heads again and looked at Yang Dingtian with slightly excited eyes. Then, they lowered their heads and continued to work. They didn't even have time to greet him. Or maybe it wasn't that they didn't have time to greet him, but that they didn't have the energy and strength. All their energy was used to maintain the work at hand. They couldn't spare any energy to do anything else. Yang Dingtian didn't disturb them. Instead, he led the Devil Dragon army and continued to rush towards the east. From today onwards, Cloud Sky City is no longer the castle on the mountain peak. Instead, it is the city 200 miles behind the Great City Wall. Yang Dingtian said word by word, "I will do my best so that everyone behind the city wall will be happy and safe." Then, Yang Dingtian reluctantly looked at the huge construction site and the huge city wall. At this moment, the corner of the city wall was still covered in mud. They were using a special energy liquid to solidify and harden it. Then, the proud son of heaven, Zhu Hongxue, was desperately releasing mystic fire to burn the city wall and carry out the final hardening. This was Yang Dingtian's line of defense. This was a line of defense that belonged to everyone. This great city wall was their first line of defense. It was also their last and only line of defense. The final battle in a few days would take place in front of this line of defense. Once the line of defense was broken, everything would be destroyed. There would be no more protection behind the city wall. Everything would turn into dust. For this miracle city wall that was built with the blood and sweat of more than 1 million people, Yang Dingtian would fight to the end and give up everything. The Divine Weapons Matter's Eastern Army was the closest to Cloud Sky City. It would only take 2 to 3 days to cover the distance of 500 miles at full speed. Sky Thunder City was a subsidiary force of the Divine Weapons Matter. It was also the northernmost city of the Divine Weapons Matter. The Sunset Mountain Range divided the entire northwest continent into 2 halves. And Sky Thunder City was built on the easternmost part of the Sunset Mountain Range. Sky Thunder City was previously used as a huge military fortress built by the Divine Weapons Matter to prevent the Northwest Qin City from expanding southward. Of course, even though the Sunset Mountain Range where Sky Thunder City was located was a remnant of the barbarian tribe, it was still considered the barbarian tribe's territory. In order to build a city here, the Divine Weapons Matter paid a huge price. They agreed to trade weapons and armor with the barbarian tribe in exchange for a few dozen miles of mountain range and the land at the foot of the mountain. This was the perfect place to build a castle. This was because the mountain range was close to Cloud Sky City and was extremely steep and rugged. The mountain range in the south had a gentle slope. Therefore, it was not difficult to build a castle. But once a castle was built, it was definitely easy to defend and hard to attack. This was because the steep cliff in the north was the most natural city wall. Other than the flying army, no other army could climb up. Similarly, in order to get a share of the Northwest Qin City's land, the Divine Weapons Matter spent more than 10 years to dig through the narrowest part of the Sunset Mountain Range and dug a tunnel. This tunnel was usually closed and heavily guarded. But once the Divine Weapons Matter needed it, they could open the tunnel at any time and let the army enter the Northwest Qin City continuously. Therefore, despite Shiman Wuya's great talent, he could only expand 1,000 miles and could not expand anymore. This was the reason. The west was blocked by a huge abyss and the powerful Northwest Qin City was in the west. The north was filled with rugged mountain ranges and poisonous straits. The south was blocked by the huge Sunset Mountain Range. If they wanted to go south, they had to either attack the barbarian tribe or break through Sky Thunder City. But no matter what, Cloud Sky City could not do it. There were nearly 1 million barbarians in the Sunset Mountain Range, and there was nothing to gain from conquering them. These barbarians were cruel and ruthless. No one wanted to provoke them. Sky Thunder City was a natural fortress. It was hundreds of miles long and had steep cliffs that were hundreds of meters high. It was a natural moat for any army. And to the west was a chaotic land that even ghosts did not want. As a result, the great and talented Shiman Wuyao was trapped in this land of 1,000 miles. At this moment, the divine weapons master's young master, Chou Yiming, led a 150,000 army and was stationed in Sky Thunder City. As long as they gave the order, the sealed tunnel would open and hundreds of thousands of soldiers could enter Cloud Sky City's territory continuously. As for Sky Thunder City, which was stationed on a cliff that was a few hundred meters high, they didn't have to worry about being attacked by any of Cloud Sky City's armies. This was because no army could climb up a few hundred meters of steep cliff. At this moment, in Sky Thunder City, the commander of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, Chou Yiming, was holding a banquet. Enjoying exquisite delicacies, expensive wine, and watching beauties sing and dance, it was like heaven on earth. Elder Ning, are you serious? Chou Yiming asked in surprise. After conquering Cloud Sky City, Jiao Liao and Song Lihua will belong to me? This is what Master said. How could it be false? The Ning clan envoy, who was covered in a black cloak, did not touch a single drop of wine or meat. As long as young Master Chou opens the tunnel according to the agreed time and goes north to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian's 3 women, Jiao Liao, Song Lihua, and Qin Jiaojiao, will all belong to you. Instantly, Chou Yiming's eyes lit up. His divine weapons matter was the wealthiest in the world. Young Master Chou Yiming was not good at anything else, but he loved beauties. Especially beauties with status who were already married. Yang Dingtian's status was high enough. To be able to sleep with his women was truly a happy thing. Alright, then Chou Yiming will thank young Master Ning here. Chou Yiming's eyes were blazing. When the time comes, we will capture all of Yang Dingtian's women. We won't kill Yang Dingtian, but we will snatch all of his women in front of him. Wouldn't that be great? Ning Wuming's envoy said, alright, then it's settled. At sunrise the day after tomorrow, we will open the tunnel and send our troops to Cloud Sky City. We will join forces with the Southern Army at Cloud Sky City. Yes. Lord Chou Yiming said, I don't care what Song Xiao and Qin Wanzhou, that old fox, think. I will definitely advance and retreat with young Master Ning and join forces with Cloud Sky City. The day after tomorrow, my army of 200,000 will leave the Sunset Mountains and go north to Cloud Sky City. Alright, then I will wait here for young Master Ning's army to go north. The Ning clan envoy said, however, you must be careful in these 2 days. Be careful of Cloud Sky City's sneak attack. Ha 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 ha. Chou Yiming suddenly laughed wildly. Sneak attack my Sky Thunder City? Ha 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 ha. In this world, other than the Demon Eagle army of Earth-splitting city that can sneak attack my Sky Thunder City, which other army can break through a few hundred feet high cliff? Envoy, rest easy. These cliffs are all covered with smooth and hard jadeite. There is no army in this world that can climb up my Sky Thunder City, and the Demon Dragon army is no exception. If anyone can sneak attack me, I, Chou Yiming, will fall down from Sky Thunder City. At this moment, north of Sky Thunder City, the cliff was a few hundred miles long and a few hundred meters high. It was as smooth as a mirror. How is it? Is it okay? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Chunhua floated down from the cliff and said, City Lord, this cliff is covered with jadeite. It is as smooth as oil and as hard as steel. If there is no point to exert force, the demon dragon's claws won't be able to grab it. Following which, Song Chunhua said, however, we have already made preparations. Qin Huayu and I used the mystic flame and the bloody black gold ore that Madame Qin Mingli gave us to forge 300 sets of bloody black gold claws. When we put them on the demon dragon's claws, they can easily pierce through the jadeite and climb up the cliff. Following which, Song Chunhua ordered in a low voice, change claws. Immediately, a few hundred knights dismounted from their demon dragon mounts and took out the exquisite bloody black gold claws and put them on the demon dragon's feet. First team, go. Following Song Chunhua's order. Immediately, 300 demon dragon mounts rushed up the hard and smooth cliff like lightning. Without any obstruction, the hard bloody black gold claws firmly grabbed onto the hard cliff surface and climbed up as fast as lightning. A few hundred demon dragons were like geckos, silently and quickly climbing up. In a short minute, the 300 demon dragons had already climbed to the peak. Then, the demon dragon warriors took off the bloody black gold claws from their feet and threw them down. The next team of demon dragon warriors quickly put on the bloody black gold claws and rushed up the cliff like lightning. In this way, in just an hour, more than 2,000 demon dragon cavalry had all climbed up the cliff that was a few hundred meters high and reached the Sky Thunder City that was like a natural moat. Moreover, not a single enemy had discovered them. In the entire Sky Thunder City, other than the upper echelons who were celebrating, most of the people were actually sleeping soundly. Only a few soldiers were on guard duty. They were really careless and arrogant to the extreme. They thought that with the terrain of the Sky Thunder City, no army would be able to sneak up on them. Everyone slowly twitched their scimitars. Kill! Yang Dingtian ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, 2,000 demon dragon warriors rushed out like lightning. Then, it was a complete and one-sided massacre. The sleeping Divine Weapons Villa's army had not yet woken up when the terrifying demon dragon army rushed in and trampled them into minced meat. The demon dragon army was really too fast. Before the enemy could react, they had already swept past like a gust of wind. Then, the soldiers who were lying down and sleeping were trampled by the demon dragons that weighed a few thousand kilograms and slashed by their sharp claws. They were instantly smashed into pieces. Therefore, before Yang Dingtian's army could swing their scimitars, thousands of enemies had already died. All of them died, and not a single one was injured. Those who were trampled by the demon dragons would definitely not be able to survive. After a short attack, the gigantic Sky Thunder City suddenly exploded. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Then, sharp whistles and bells sounded intensely. Countless armies were in chaos. The entire Sky Thunder City, all the way to the southern hillside, dozens of miles, all the barracks were awakened. Hundreds of thousands, even 200,000 soldiers, all rose up in fear. Kill, plow over. Under Yang Dingtian's order, 2,000 demon dragon army soldiers formed a huge square formation. From the top of the Sky Thunder City, along the hillside, the densely packed barracks rushed down like lightning. They didn't need to do anything. They just lined up and rushed down directly. Each demon dragon weighed close to 10,000 kilograms. The speed of their rush from top to bottom was 400 to 500 miles. Such an aura was extremely shocking. The energy of the instant impact had completely surpassed the tanks of the Earth era. In an instant, everything in front of them was crushed, and smashed into pieces. Like a thunderbolt, the earth trembled. In just a few minutes, 2,000 demon dragon army soldiers swept from the top of the hill to the foot of the hill. The barracks of more than 10 miles were instantly destroyed. Yang Dingtian only wanted to launch a surprise attack. He only wanted to give a warning and intimidate. However, he didn't expect that the 200,000 soldiers of the Sky Thunder City were actually sleeping. Therefore, the surprise attack turned into a massacre. The heaven-defying demon dragon army turned tens of thousands of people into a pile of meat paste in an instant. This was the overlord of the land, the demon dragon army. At this moment, Chou Yiming, who was at the top of the Sky Thunder City, was completely stunned when he saw this hellish scene. In fact, Yang Dingtian was also stunned. He knew that the demon dragon army was heaven-defying, but he didn't expect it to be this heaven-defying. They couldn't resist at all. It was a completely one-sided massacre. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chou Yiming hissed, how can they climb up the cliff that is hundreds of feet high? They are obviously covered with soft jadeite. Could it be that they flew up? The eyes of the Ning clan's emissary were cold. He said coldly, why aren't you forming a counterattack? Otherwise, your people will all die. Chou Yiming suddenly woke up and shouted, Fire Crystal Crossbow Army, gather all of them. Shoot all these beasts to death. Song Chunhua frowned and said, City Lord, the demon dragon's armor can't block the fire crystal arrows. Let's end this quickly. Yang Dingtian said, disperse and rush up the Sky Thunder City. Kill and capture Chou Yiming on your own. Yes. Suddenly, the 2,000 soldiers of the demon dragon army quickly dodged and disappeared into the night, disappearing into the crowd. Every 3 demon dragon army soldiers formed a small team and rushed towards the densest part of the crowd, slaughtering crazily. Yang Dingtian hid in the demon dragon army and rushed towards Chou Yiming like a flash of lightning. When he got close, the Ning clan's emissary beside Chou Yiming felt a dangerous aura. His eyes instantly emitted green light and was about to attack. However, it was too late. Yang Dingtian's demon spirit demonic fire and Song Chuanhua's phoenix heavenly fire. Two demonic fires suddenly condensed and instantly blasted towards the Ning clan's emissary. Boom! In an instant, the Ning clan's emissary turned into ashes and shattered bones. Then, before Chou Yiming could react, Yang Dingtian grabbed his neck and directly held him in front of him. He said coldly, "Young Lord Chou, you are captured." Note, the first update is 7,600 words. I will continue to write the second update. However, it will be very late. Brothers, read it tomorrow when you get up. Damn, I only slept for 4 hours today. However, I will fight to the end. Brothers, give me monthly votes and support. Note, 5,500 words for the second update. 13,000 words for today's update. I've only slept for 4 hours in 24 hours. After traveling for hundreds of miles, I'm extremely sleepy now. I'm going to sleep. I still have to wake up early tomorrow. Brothers, give me your monthly votes. Give me your support. After falling into Yang Dingtian's hands, he was first shocked. Then, he shouted, "Yang Dingtian, you can't kill me. You can't kill me." Yang Dingtian knew that Chou Yiming was a good-for-nothing. When he went to the Divine Weapons Matter with Du Gufengwu pretending to be Third Lady Gong's son, he knew that Chou Yiming was a good-for-nothing. However, he didn't expect him to be so good-for-nothing. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Don't worry. How can I bear to kill you?" Yes, Chou Yiming was priceless now. How could Yang Dingtian bear to kill him? At this moment, the 2,000-strong Devil Dragon army was charging into the Divine Weapons Matter's army and fighting crazily. In the distance, the fire crystal crossbows of the Divine Weapons Matter were gathering on the two mountain peaks. There were also hundreds of flying cavalrymen. They flew into the air and raised their fire crystal crossbows. Although it was a one-sided massacre, the Divine Weapons Matter's army wasn't a motley crew. Under the command of their respective officers, they didn't launch an ineffective counterattack. Instead, they started to gather their strength. Many forces had their own trump card teams. The Divine Weapons Matter was no exception. The Divine Weapons Matter's army had good weapons and armor. What was even more famous was undoubtedly their fire crystal crossbows. Crystal crossbow bolts weren't rare. Basically, all factions had their own equipment. However, most of the crystal crossbows were usually very large. They were placed on the city walls for air defense. The so-called crystal crossbows were built with a crystal energy array on the giant crossbow. Then, they used the huge energy generated by this energy array to explode and push the crossbow arrow out. Therefore, the lethality of this huge crystal crossbow was very shocking. It could shoot up to 400 to 500 meters in the air. Once a flying mount was shot, it would be pierced through. The powerful Devil Dragon mount was no exception. Of course, Cloud Heaven City also had such huge crystal crossbows. However, there weren't many of them. It was troublesome to install and shoot. However, the Divine Weapons Villa, which manufactured weapons in that era, produced a trump card weapon, which was a small crystal crossbow. He was actually able to miniaturize the huge crystal energy formation, making the giant crossbow, which was more than 10 meters long, become only 2 feet wide. From over 10,000 caddies, it was reduced to just over 200 caddies. Even though a single soldier weighing over 200 pounds was still a huge problem. Therefore, only martial artists with high cultivation could raise and fire such a powerful crossbow. Therefore, there were only a few thousand people in the entire Divine Weapons Matter's Crystal Crossbow Corps. And this few thousand Crystal Crossbow army became the absolute trump card of the Divine Weapons Matter. This time, Chou Yiming had only brought over 1,000 Crystal Crossbow warriors. Furthermore, these 1,000 people were scattered to various high places in the Sky Thunder City. At this moment, he was loading his crossbow and preparing to shoot. If they were allowed to shoot, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even though it was only 100 kilograms of crystal crossbow, its lethality was still shocking. It could directly penetrate the thick armor of the Devil Dragon army. Everyone, stop. Yang Dingtian shouted. Then, he suddenly raised Chou Yiming high up and said, "Your young master is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, put down the crossbow." Immediately, the crystal crossbow archers on the high places paused. They didn't dare to shoot, but they still aimed closely. Yang Dingtian looked at these crystal crossbows and suddenly felt envious. If Yang Dingtian could get a batch of crystal crossbows and equip the Devil Dragon army, then when the cavalry fought, they would be truly invincible. Yang Dingtian and Song Chuanhua's eyes turned, and then they ordered, "Seize the crossbows." Immediately, the several hundred-meter-tall Devil Dragon Knights climbed the wall like lightning and flew toward the high tower. On the tower, there were more than 100 crystal crossbowmen. "Stop, or I will immediately shoot." The crossbowman on the tower shouted sternly. "Your young master is with me. If you don't want him to die, don't move." Yang Dingtian shouted. Then, the several hundred-meter-tall Devil Dragon Knights quickly shuttled toward the tower like black shadows. The highest order of the divine weapons Mountain Villa. "We would rather lose our lives than lose the crystal crossbows." The leader of the crossbowmen on the tower shouted, "Shoot." Then, they ignored Chou Yiming's life and directly ordered to shoot. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, hundreds of sharp arrows shot out like lightning. In the air, streaks of red light streaked across. They were extremely fast. Yang Dingtian had never seen such fast arrows. Not good. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He suddenly blasted out the mystic fire and shattered all the arrows. However, these arrows were too fast. In an instant, the dozen or so devil dragons at the front were instantly shot. The bloody black gold arrowheads directly pierced through the thick armor and drilled into the brain. In an instant, the devil dragons that weighed thousands of kilograms died and fell from a high place. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart twitched in pain. Every devil dragon was incomparably precious. They were all trump cards in his hands. The loss of every one of them was like cutting a piece of meat. In the past month or so, the Devil Dragon army had fought countless battles. They had killed tens of thousands of enemies, but their casualties were only in the single digits. But just now, more than 10 of them were shot to death in an instant. Yang Dingtian almost vomited blood from the pain in his heart. "Stop!" Yang Dingtian shouted. Immediately, the Devil Eagle Knights that were rushing up the tower all froze. And the crystal crossbow team on top also stopped shooting. At this moment, the army around the entire camp began to recover. The heavy cavalry and heavy infantry began to gather. The Devil Dragon army was suitable for lightning battles and surprise attacks. They couldn't be entangled in battle. In addition, there were crystal crossbowmen on the tall tower. Once they were entangled, it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, the results of the battle had already been achieved. They had killed more than 30 to 40,000 of the Eastern Legion. The most important thing was that they had successfully captured Chou Yiming. There was no need to be entangled here. Immediately, Yang Dingtian made a prompt decision and shouted, "Devil Dragon Army, retreat." Immediately, the 2,000 Devil Dragon Knights quickly dispersed and drilled into the crowd. Among them, 300 wore the Blood Crow Golden Claw. They quickly crawled down along the cliff and left Sky Thunder City, returning to the northern ground. And the remaining 1,000 Devil Dragon Knights quickly headed towards the tunnel at the foot of the mountain, intending to leave through the tunnel. They rampaged, tearing apart the enemy as they gathered in front of the tunnel. Yang Dingtian looked at the tall tower and was instantly incomparably furious. It was these people who had shot more than 10 of his devil dragons to death. He directly grabbed Chou Yiming and quickly flew towards the tower. "Stop, or I will immediately shoot," the commander on the tower said sternly. Yang Dingtian immediately placed Chou Yiming in front of his chest. In fear of shooting the rat for fear of breaking the vases, the tower in front of him didn't dare to make any movements. But suddenly, there was a sharp wind sound that came from behind Yang Dingtian. The tower behind him was densely packed crystal crossbow arrows, suddenly shooting towards his back. Boom! Yang Dingtian suddenly summoned his Xianxia and Xian fire. In an instant, all the crossbow arrows that were shot towards his back exploded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian flew to the front of the tower and was about to kill and snatch the crossbow. But at this moment, boom! 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 All the crystal crossbows in the hands of the crossbowmen on the tower exploded violently, shattering into pieces. Hee, no one can take the crystal crossbows from us. The leader sneered. Yang Dingtian was furious. Boom! A Xian fire suddenly blasted into the tower. In an instant, all the crossbowmen inside were smashed into pieces. Then, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua quickly arrived in front of the tunnel at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, 2,000 members of the Devil Dragon army had already begun to gather here, like a black tide. In front of the tunnel, the densely packed Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's army was instantly smashed into pieces, trampled into meat paste. At this moment, the enemy's hundreds of crossbow warriors rushed over on flying mounts. Damn, a flying cavalry with crystal crossbows was simply a bug. At this moment, more than 1,000 Devil Dragon Knights had gathered together. Once they were shot by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Chunhua suddenly flew into the air and released the heavenly phoenix fire at the crossbow warriors flying over. Boom, boom, boom. After all, they were riding ordinary flying mounts and couldn't dodge at all. The heavenly phoenix fire exploded in the air, and these crossbow warriors fell one after another. But in the distant tower, more crystal crossbow warriors mounted their flying mounts and rushed over quickly. Boom! Yang Dingtian condensed the million-spirit demonic fire to the extreme, and then fiercely slashed at the door of the tunnel. That's right, it was slashed, not bombarded. The door of this tunnel was more than a meter thick, and it was difficult to blast open with the Xian fire. However, the Xian fire's astonishing temperature could cut open the connecting part of the huge door. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge iron door slammed down, and the whole ground shook violently. Yang Dingtian didn't go in first, but directly smashed the Xian fire into the tunnel. There must be countless guards and traps inside. Sure enough, when Yang Dingtian smashed the Xian fire into the Xian fire, loud sounds came from inside. Huge iron spikes weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms smashed down one after another. The crystal crossbow arrows of the warriors shot out like raindrops. This tunnel, which was 1,000 meters long, was meticulously built by the Divine Weapons Manor. It was filled with murderous intent and death traps everywhere. Even if the Cloud Sky City's army attacked the tunnel, they would basically die. Just the crystal crossbow warriors lying in ambush were almost impossible to deal with for a large army. But for Yang Dingtian, there was no doubt that there was a solution. Yang Dingtian took out a few lush green energy balls from his spatial ring. They were all filled with lethal poison. He quickly threw them into the tunnel. Then, he used a low-grade Xian fire to blast them in. Instantly, the deadly poison energy balls exploded one by one. The narrow space of the tunnel instantly became a death zone, and there was nowhere to escape. As long as one smelled the deadly poison energy, they would definitely die. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly rushed into the tunnel, and thoroughly cleaned every meter to ensure the safety of the tunnel. At this moment, Song Chunhua alone faced the enemy's flying cavalry crossbowmen, who were hundreds of meters away. There were already fish that slipped through the net, causing continuous casualties to the Demon Dragon army. The crystal crossbow warriors of the Divine Weapons Manor were simply too powerful. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed on a distant mountain slope. This was the other trump card of the Divine Weapons Manor, the heavy armored cavalry army. They used the best armor, the best weapons, and the best war horses to form the trump card cavalry army. This cavalry army was invincible in the northwest continent. At this moment, the two groups of heavy armored cavalry had already finished assembling. They quickly galloped down from the mountain slope and charged towards the Demon Dragon army in the tunnel. The heavy armored cavalry of the Divine Weapons Manor, be it the war horses or the riders, were all covered in light and extremely sturdy armor. This made the heavy armored cavalry almost invulnerable. Therefore, when the heavy armored cavalry charged, they were like tanks, completely crushing the enemy. However, the Demon Dragon army that was gathered at the tunnel entrance was completely enraged. They were constantly shot by the crystal crossbow warriors in the air, and they were repeatedly injured. The enemy's crystal crossbow archers were one thing, but now, the enemy's cavalry was also provoking them. The Demon Dragon army was the true overlord of the continent, the true king of cavalry. Suddenly, the commander of the demon dragon army shouted, "Get into formation and prepare to charge. Protect the honor of the demon dragon army." The demon dragon army, which viewed honor as their life, was provoked by the cavalry. They completely ignored the threat of the crystal crossbow warriors in the air and actually started to assemble again, allowing the crossbow archers to shoot them. They wanted to clash with the heavy armored cavalry army of the divine weapons manner. Suddenly, more than 1,000 demon dragon cavalry quickly assembled into a sharp knife formation, ignoring the threat of the flying cavalry crossbow archers in the air. In the distance, the 2,000 heavy armored cavalry of the divine weapons manner gathered into a steel torrent, and their speed became faster and faster. Suddenly, all the soldiers in the middle of the two groups dispersed. Otherwise, under the attack of the two trump-card cavalry armies, everyone would be smashed to pieces. At this moment, the flying cavalry crossbowmen of the divine weapons manner actually stopped shooting and started to retreat. Seeing this, Song Chunhua couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. These flying cavalry crossbowmen were undoubtedly the trump-card cavalry armies that they were extremely proud of. When they saw that the heavy armored cavalry of the divine weapons manner and the demon dragon army were about to clash, they all stopped shooting and attacking, allowing the two trump-card cavalry armies to have the fairest battle. And so, just like that, inadvertently, the two trump-card cavalry armies on the ground actually charged in the most direct and most piercing manner under the setting sun mountain range. At this moment, not only the flying cavalry crossbowmen, but all the remaining soldiers on the ground also stopped to watch the two trump-card cavalry armies charge in the central region. The heavy armored cavalry of the divine weapons manner were undoubtedly extremely proud. This surprise attack by the demon dragon army led by Yang Dingtian undoubtedly made them feel deeply humiliated. Therefore, while the other armies were still in a panic, the two trump-card cavalry armies of the divine weapons manner immediately gathered and counterattacked. One was the crystal crossbow army, and the other was the heavy armored cavalry army. The former was extremely sharp and had already caused fatal damage to the invincible demon dragon army. Now, it was up to the divine weapons manner to pay a huge price to protect their honor. Boom! 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 More than 2,000 heavy armored cavalry soldiers formed a snow-white torrent of steel. Their charging speed became faster and faster. As they charged down the slope, their formation was still stable and not messed up at all. The entire ground was shaking. Thunderous roars could be heard from the ground. Those who were timid would be scared out of their wits when they heard this sound. The steel torrent of steel formed by the heavy armored cavalry was extremely fast. They were invincible and filled with destructive energy. As for the 1,000-odd soldiers of the demon dragon army that formed the sharp knife formation, they didn't make a single sound. However, their speed was indescribably fast. They were completely like black lightning. A short 2,000 to 3,000 meters. They arrived in an instant, a white torrent and a black torrent. The two trump-card cavalry armies instantly collided. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. There was no technique, no fanciful moves, and no one even drew their weapons. It was just the most direct collision, the collision that best reflected the cavalry's honor. These two proud cavalry armies didn't even draw their weapons. They definitely didn't make a move to kill. It was the most direct collision. Collision was the cavalry's genes. It was the cavalry's trump card. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene that was rarely seen in 100 years. It was extremely breathtaking and shocking. The instant collision didn't have a loud sound, but it was an instant burst of huge energy. The crowd didn't have to wait for long, and there was no entanglement. The victor was immediately determined. The black lightning instantly drowned everything. The black of the demon dragon army was like a sharp knife. It directly pierced into the snow-white torrent of steel and instantly drowned the white. In the most direct and crazy collision, the heavy armored cavalry of the divine weapons manner were instantly smashed into pieces. Even if some of the armors were still intact, the knights inside would be instantly killed. These strong warhorses had their heads smashed in an instant. Then, they were trampled by the huge demon dragon army. Just like this, the black demon dragon army instantly drowned the snow-white heavy armored cavalry at a speed of dozens of meters per minute. 15 minutes later, under everyone's shocked gaze, the people on the left and right were trembling to the point of incontinence. More than 2,000 of the most elite heavy-armored cavalry were completely annihilated. The casualties of the Demon Dragon Army were minimal. The Demon Dragon Army used the most direct battle results to prove their position as the overlord of the continent. The Demon Dragon Army was undoubtedly the king of cavalry. However, the heavy-armored cavalry of the Divine Weapons Manor also used the most tragic and bravest method to prove their fearlessness and pride. After completely destroying the heavy-armored cavalry, the warriors of the Demon Dragon Army directly jumped off their mounts, took off their helmets, and bowed deeply to the corpses of the heavy-armored cavalry. Although they were enemies, the Demon Dragon Army still used their own methods to express their respect. At this moment, a heroic and solemn aura condensed in the air. The enmity between the two sides also gradually faded as the heavy-armored cavalry was destroyed and the Demon Dragon Army bowed deeply. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already cleared the tunnel. He saw the corpses of the heavy-armored cavalry all over the ground. Then, he saw a temporary silence between the two armies. The remaining 100,000 soldiers of the Divine Weapons Manor just stood there quietly and didn't make any moves. Yang Dingtian jumped into the air and looked at the Divine Weapons Manor army that covered the mountains. He shouted, "All of you are worthy of the pride of a soldier. However, this is not your battlefield. Your enemy is the evil ways, not me." Then, Yang Dingtian came to the back of the Demon Dragon Army and shouted to the Divine Weapons Manor army, "I hope that one day, I can fight alongside all of you. Goodbye. Everyone, retreat." Following Yang Dingtian's order, all the Demon Dragon Knights quickly jumped onto their mounts. More than 1,000 Demon Dragon Army soldiers entered the tunnel like lightning. They quickly rushed out of the Sunset Mountains and returned to Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua were the last to enter the tunnel. At this moment, the Divine Weapons Manor army that covered the mountains and plains strangely didn't chase after them. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua looked at each other and nodded. Boom boom boom, the two of them suddenly used mystic fire and bombarded the ceiling of the tunnel. Suddenly, countless boulders fell and the entire tunnel collapsed. The two of them bombarded the tunnel and retreated. Rumble, when the two of them exited the tunnel. The entire tunnel that was more than 1,000 meters long had completely collapsed and was completely blocked. At this moment, more than 1,000 Demon Dragon Army soldiers were neatly lined up a few hundred meters in front of him. Yang Dingtian carried Chou Yiming and jumped onto the Demon Dragon. He shouted, "Brothers of the Demon Dragon Army, you have completed this battle even more perfectly than I had imagined. Not because we killed tens of thousands of people, but because we have completely conquered their hearts. You are indeed the true kings of cavalry. And the overlords of the land. Long live." All the Demon Dragon Knights shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky. "Return to the city," Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, more than 1,800 Demon Dragon Army soldiers returned to Cloud Sky City like lightning. The first step of Yang Dingtian's strategy was basically completed perfectly. The Divine Weapons Manor's Eastern Army and the hundreds of thousands of Central Province Expeditionary Army were destined not to arrive on time. The tunnel had already collapsed and Chou Yiming was in Yang Dingtian's hands. Chou Wanjia would know what to do. After returning to Cloud Sky City, they would begin the second step of the strategy. Like a gust of wind, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua led the victorious Devil Dragon Army into Cloud Sky City. At this moment, in the huge plaza of Cloud Sky City, hundreds of thousands of people were still frantically building. Compared to when Yang Dingtian left, the new city wall had already expanded by a few dozen meters. Another 2,000 meters or so and the entire city wall would be completely surrounded. Before entering the city gate, Yang Dingtian suddenly stopped. When he saw that Chou Yiming was in a daze after seeing this huge scene, he couldn't help but lower his head and ask, "Young Lord Chou, what are your thoughts after seeing this scene?" Chou Yiming hurriedly turned his head and said, "Thoughts? What thoughts can I have?" Yang Dingtian said, "I heard that you think about my women every day. Tell me, among my women, who do you think about the most?" Chou Yiming was suddenly afraid. Any man would be incomparably angry at being cuckolded. When he heard Yang Dingtian say this, he immediately felt that Yang Dingtian was about to start torturing him. "Yang Dingtian, what do you want?" "I am the young master of the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa. What do you want to do to me?" Chou Yiming asked nervously. No, I don't plan to do anything. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, I just heard that you covet my women, so I want to ask, which one of my women do you covet the most? Tell me, I promise that I won't do anything to you. Chou Yiming's playboy attitude rose and said, fine, I'll tell you. Yang Dingtian, you are just a lowly commoner and your background is unknown. If it wasn't for Shiman Wuya thinking highly of you, how could you become the Cloud Sky City Lord? How could you be worthy of having Shiman Yanyan, Qin Jiaojiao, Song Chunhua, Song Lihua, these noble beauties? Humph, in terms of background and appearance, which part of you can compare to me? If you want these beauties, why can't I? Yang Dingtian said, alright, just speak the truth. Chunhua, come here. Song Chunhua came over with a cold expression. Yang Dingtian pointed at Song Chunhua and said, you said that among my women, Chunhua is included. Take a look now, what is my relationship with her? Chou Yiming looked along the way and felt that Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua didn't seem to be in a relationship. Young Master Chou, tell me, which one of my women do you covet the most? Yang Dingtian smiled and asked. Of you Ning of Nine Ning. Of you, of Ning, I have my eyes on Song Ning. As of the cloud of her of 9,000, I have of 999 of 9,000 of 9. Although I have of my of 9 of her of 9 dragon. I have Yiming of, I have of 9 of her, of you. Then, Yang Dingtian turned around, carried Chou Yiming, and quickly flew in the direction of Song Lihua. Arriving in front of Song Lihua, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He pointed at the dark and thin woman with dirty hair and a dirty face and said, Young Master Chou, this is the Song Lihua that you covet, the woman of my legend. Ah. Chou Yiming looked at the dark and thin woman in front of him. She was dressed in coarse cloth and her hair was dirty and messy. She didn't have the peerless beauty of Song Lihua. After looking for a while, Chou Yiming finally recognized that this was indeed Song Lihua. But, how did she become like this? It was worse than a fairy in the sky becoming a village girl. Chou Yiming couldn't hide the shocked expression on his face. His mouth opened so wide that it could swallow a duck egg. Are you still coveting her? Yang Dingtian asked. Chou Yiming instinctively trembled, and then suddenly shook his head. Look at that person again. Yang Dingtian pointed at another person in the crowd. On the ground not far away, a group of cavalry was neatly sleeping on the ground. Everyone was tightly attached to their warhorses and directly slept on the dirty ground. Only one person was sitting. That person's hair was completely covered in dust. His whole body was like a clay figurine. Just like that, he sat on the dirt ground, looking at Song Lihua's back with a fiery gaze. Although Song Lihua had become even worse than a village girl, and she didn't even have time to clean her teeth these days. Her body was sweaty and smelly. But, in this man's eyes, Song Chunhua was more beautiful than ever, like a fairy in the sky. Every time it was his turn to rest, he would sit on the dirt ground like this, staring at her back in a daze. But, some people think that Song Lihua is more beautiful than ever. Yang Dingtian pointed at the mud-like villager and said, this person is the Northwest Qin City's young master, Qin Huayu. Chou Yiming was shocked again. Although Qin Huayu wasn't very handsome, he was very elegant, noble and elegant. Compared to other Chou Yiming, he was much better. Moreover, his identity was much more noble than Chou Yiming's. In the past, he was Chou Yiming's most direct target of jealousy. But now, he was sitting on the dirt ground like an old farmer in a daze. Yang Dingtian took out a pill and directly stuffed it into Chou Yiming's mouth. Chou Yiming was shocked and said, what did you feed me? A poison. In this world, only I have the antidote. Yang Dingtian said, you are a big shot, but we are too busy. We don't have time to entertain you properly. I won't bother you. As long as you don't leave Cloud Sky City, you can go anywhere you want and see anything you want. Look, that person is Zhu Hongxue, the one who is spitting fire at the dirt. Chou Yiming was stunned again. Zhu Hongxue was the target he looked up to. He was like a high mountain that he could only look up to. How noble, how elegant. Now, there was a belt tied around his waist and the color of his clothes couldn't be seen. A piece of cloth was wrapped around his hair and he was spitting fire at the city wall. Why? Why is this happening? Just how noble were these people's identities? Why are they being ruined like this? Why is this happening? After the war ends, no matter if we win or lose, I will let you go back and give you the antidote. But during this time, you can't use any mystic chi. Once you use it, your sea of chi will feel like it is about to split open. It will be very painful. After saying that, Yang Dingtian lifted Chou Yiming up and said, "Alright, I will bring you to see someone." "Who?" Chou Yiming said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian rode on the demonic dragon and flew towards the city. "Aren't you thinking about my wife, Qin Jiaojiao? I'll take you to see her now. You can stay with her until the end of the war." Chou Yiming was stunned and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. There was actually such a good thing. Yang Dingtian rushed into Jiaojiao's small building in Cloud Sky City. At this moment, Jiaojiao was fully armed and was practicing swordsmanship with her maid and half-sister, Qin Susu. When she saw Yang Dingtian, Jiaojiao was ecstatic. She threw away her sword and was about to pounce on him. "Husband, I am practicing swordsmanship. When the war starts, I will definitely protect Bao Bao, Ao Shuang, and everyone in our family," Jiaojiao said. "You little idiot, it's already amazing that you can protect yourself." But Yang Dingtian still coaxed her lovingly, "Good Jiaojiao, you are really amazing. Bah, you must be calling me an idiot in your heart. Don't think I don't know." Jiaojiao pouted and then leaned on Yang Dingtian's arms. She looked at Chou Yiming and said, "Who is this trash? He looks so familiar." Instantly, Chou Yiming's self-esteem suffered a huge blow. Qin Jiaojiao and Qin Huaiyu went to the divine weapons matter a few times, and every time, Chou Yiming would try his best to curry favor with them. Also, Qiu Wanjia dreamed of having a marriage alliance with Qin City, so he really hoped that Chou Yiming could pursue Qin Jiaojiao. Before Qin Jiaojiao married Yang Dingtian, her reputation wasn't good, and her personality wasn't good either. She was heartless, vicious, and merciless. She liked men to pursue her and then trample on them. Chou Yiming was once toyed with until he wanted to die. Chou Yiming felt that it was unforgettable, but he didn't expect that he would be asked, "Who is this trash? He looks so familiar." "This is the young lord of the divine weapons manor, Chou Yiming." Yang Dingtian said, "Jiaojiao, I will give you a mission for these few days. Watch him every day. Wherever he wants to go, let him see it. Remember, his mystic chi is sealed. You can't hit him, understand?" Qin Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, revealing a terrifying gaze. "Divine weapons manners Chou Yiming, you are purposely going against my beloved husband, good, good. Today, you are in my hands. I will definitely let you know how powerful I am." Chou Yiming's body trembled, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He had a bad feeling. "Alright, be good. I will leave this mission to you." "I am going to do something," Yang Dingtian said. Don't worry, husband." Qin Jiaojiao said excitedly, "I will definitely change him completely. Remember, you can't hit him, understand?" Yang Dingtian repeated worriedly. "Sect head, is this okay?" Song Chunhua asked. "I understand Chou Yiming. He is not a bad person, but he has a hedonistic aura. He can be changed." Yang Dingtian said, "Not only do we have to prepare for the war, but we also have to prepare for the war after. Make our friends more and more and our enemies less and less." Yang Dingtian was right. Chou Yiming was a typical hedonistic person. It was right to say that he was spineless and afraid of death, but sometimes, he was very straightforward. It was also possible to say that he was not a good person, but he was definitely not completely bad. "Alright, call Qin Huaiyu and Shiman Lai over. Let's have a short summary meeting regarding the Devil Dragon Army," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Song Chunhua said. Then, she sent out a few messengers riding on the Devil Dragon Army to deliver the message. The attack on the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa in Sky Thunder City went very smoothly. The results were much better than expected. Yang Dingtian said, "We killed about 40,000 people from the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa and destroyed 2 groups of heavy cavalry. We destroyed the tunnel and captured the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's young master, Chou Yiming. Therefore, the first step of the strategy was completed perfectly. Yang Dingtian picked up a flag and directly inserted it into the sand table where Sky Thunder City was. Those in charge of military affairs in Cloud Heaven City all sat around the sand table and had a short meeting. However, the Devil Dragon Army also suffered unprecedented losses. Yang Dingtian said, "I just received a report. In this operation, we lost a total of 130 Devil Dragon Army soldiers. Among them, 95 Devil Dragons died and 35 Devil Dragons were heavily injured. The Devil Dragon Army also suffered more than 40 casualties. The losses this time were greater than the total losses of all the previous military operations combined. Moreover, this was based on the fact that the enemy's Crystal Crossbow warriors gave up attacking. Otherwise, the Devil Dragon Army's casualties would be even greater. Therefore, the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's Crystal Crossbow Army is the Devil Dragon Army's nemesis, especially the dense Crystal Crossbows and the Crystal Crossbow warriors flying in the air." Yang Dingtian said, "There is one more thing that everyone did not expect. Moreover, only 30% of the Devil Dragon Army's casualties were caused by the Crystal Crossbow warriors. The remaining 70% were caused by the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's infantry." Suddenly, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The Devil Dragon Army was so powerful, but 70% of their casualties were caused by infantry. Not cavalry, but infantry. In this ambush, when the Devil Dragon Army killed 40,000 enemies, there were almost no casualties. Later on, when they killed less than 5,000 enemies, there were almost 100 casualties. Yang Dingtian said, "Why is that?" "Chunhua, tell me." Song Chunhua said, "In the beginning, the enemy was not prepared at all. The Devil Dragon Army's rapid charge and rapid suppression caused huge casualties to the enemy. Moreover, the Devil Dragon Army did not suffer any casualties. However, later on, the Devil Dragon Army lost their advantage in speed. When they were entangled by the enemy's infantry, they began to suffer casualties." "That's right. The enemy's infantry panicked and did not have any organization. However, they still caused almost 100 casualties to our Devil Dragon Army, far more than the Crystal Crossbow warriors." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, in conclusion, the Devil Dragon Army must always be in the process of moving quickly. Only when they are moving quickly can the Devil Dragon Army be invincible. Once they stop and get entangled, even the enemy's heavy infantry can cause casualties to the Devil Dragon Army. The Devil Dragon Army is very precious. We cannot accept any more losses." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, when we use the Devil Dragon Army in battle in the future, we must pay attention to 2 points. First, it must be used in ambushes and harassing battles. It cannot be used in positional battles and cannot be entangled by the enemy. Second, after encountering a certain number of Crystal Crossbow warriors, the Devil Dragon Army must fight cautiously." "Yes." Everyone shouted. "Alright, next is the second point." Yang Dingtian said, "After the first step of fighting 3, releasing 1, we will immediately begin the second step of fighting 3, which is the World Guild in the north. How should we fight?" Suddenly, everyone fell into silence. The World Guild that was crossing the sea was very troublesome. Although the north of Cloud Sky City was filled with steep hills, unlike the south which was flat, there was no defense line. However, the north side of Xianxia City did not have any defensive line. Once it was breached, it would be destroyed in an instant. Cloud Sky City had placed all of its defenses in the south. To be more precise, they placed all of it on the city walls that spanned over 100 miles. It was for the final battle with the southern army of the punitive army. The north of Cloud Sky City was very weak and empty. Yet, the World Guild chose to cross the dangerous Poison Strait to attack the weakest part of Cloud Sky City. There was another point. Song Lihua and Song Chunhua were both from the World Guild. More than 3,000 Devil Dragon warriors and 10,000 warriors were also from the World Guild. The only enemy of the World Guild was Song Minghua. Song Xiao was extremely stubborn, but he was still the leader of the World Guild. Moreover, there were still 4,000 Devil Dragon army in the World Guild army crossing the sea. Song Xiao seemed to have gone crazy. He actually sent out all of the reserve Devil Dragon army. All of the elite troops of the World Guild and the military power of the territory were sent out in full force as if they were going to fight Yang Dingtian to the death. Moreover, they chose the most vulnerable northern direction. It could be said that once the World Guild army crossed the sea and landed, Cloud Sky City would be in trouble. Without a defensive line, Yangding Tian did not have enough power to resist the hundreds of thousands of troops of the World Guild. Moreover, the army of the World Guild was neither friend nor foe. They had no choice but to fight. It was very difficult to grasp this scale. For example, the World Society's remaining Devil Dragon army, you need to eliminate them. What would Yang Dingtian's Devil Dragon army think? Those people were once their brothers. If they really killed all of the World Guild's Devil Dragon army, Yang Dingtian's Devil Dragon army would be disloyal. However, if Yang Dingtian was merciful, the other party might not be merciful. Song Xiao and Song Minghua would definitely not be merciful. They would definitely destroy Cloud Sky City. Sect Master, I'll bring my brothers and head north. Song Chunhua suddenly said, bring me some secret weapons and attack them halfway across the sea. We'll completely destroy them on the sea. Everyone was silent. Song Chunhua said, even though those people were my brothers and my subordinates. For the sake of justice, we can't care so much. Since they're helping the evildoer, they have to accept the result of destruction. Yang Dingtian remained silent. Song Chunhua said, Sect Master, we can't hesitate anymore. They already have tens of thousands of troops on land. Once more than 100,000 troops have landed, their Devil Dragon army will also start to land. When that time comes, it will be difficult to completely destroy them. The World Guild's logistics troops were the ones who landed on the sea. First of all, they weren't worth much. If Yang Dingtian attacked, it wouldn't be a pity if they all died. Moreover, if they landed first, they could set up a defensive line on the coast. Once the defensive line was completely set up, the elite troops would continue to land on the sea. As the trump card, the Devil Dragon army couldn't be allowed to cross the sea alone. They had to wait until there were enough elite troops on the south coast before letting the Devil Dragon army land. Of course, this also showed Song Zhao's conflicted heart. First of all, it was the mentality of a gambler. He clearly knew that Yang Dingtian only wanted to attack the south coast. His troops wouldn't be able to land successfully and all of them would be wiped out. However, he was betting that Yang Dingtian wasn't so ruthless. Because of pity and other reasons, he wouldn't kill the World Guild's troops. Of course, this was a despicable act. He made use of Yang Dingtian's pity to launch a fatal attack on Yang Dingtian's weak spot. Secondly, it was his conservative heart that didn't dare to take risks. Since he was gambling, he didn't dare to send the strongest Devil Dragon army. Instead, he sent the most worthless logistics troops. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with contempt and disdain for Song Xiao. However, once more than 100,000 troops landed on the sea, once his Devil Dragon army also successfully landed on the sea, then it would be a complete disaster for Cloud Sky City. It might even lead to destruction. Therefore, Song Chunhua said that he wouldn't care about their previous relationship and would kill all of the World Guild's troops that landed on the sea. At this moment, if Song Chunhua led the secret weapon and the Devil Dragon army, they could still make it. They could completely wipe out the World Guild's troops that had already landed on the sea and completely stop the World Guild's hundreds of thousands of troops from landing. Although the World Guild's hundreds of thousands of troops were powerful, they couldn't fly across the straits. Once the troops that successfully landed on the northwest continent were wiped out, it meant that the World Guild's hundreds of thousands of troops wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. City Lord, a great man must be ruthless. Give the order, Song Chunhua said loudly. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes and said, no, there's a better way. I'll go north alone and stop the World Guild's hundreds of thousands of troops from crossing the sea and going south. Instantly, everyone exclaimed. No, impossible. Song Chunhua said, firstly, you can't do it. Secondly, as a leader, you can't risk your life. This is a very childish act. No, there won't be any danger, Yang Dingtian said. How can there not be any danger? Qin Huayu said, Song Xiao is close to a grandmaster. You're not his match. Once you're alone, he won't kill you, but he definitely won't mind capturing you and humiliating you. Once that happens, the entire Cloud Sky City is doomed to be destroyed. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, I'm not trying to be a hero. I made this decision after much consideration. I promise everyone that I won't be in any danger. I alone can completely destroy the World Guild's hundreds of thousands of troops crossing the sea. Song Chunhua and the others were shocked. The World Guild had turned out in full force this time. There was a grandmaster close to a grandmaster, several grandmasters, and hundreds of thousands of troops. Yang Dingtian's true strength was only a 9-star revered martial artist. Even if he was a genius, if he went alone, he would definitely be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. He actually said that he could destroy the World Guild's hundreds of thousands of troops crossing the sea without any danger. How could everyone not be shocked? Qin Huayu said, it's still not possible. You're too important. Tell me this method and I'll do it. My talent isn't as good as yours, but my cultivation is higher than yours. I believe that I can do what you can do. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no, you can't do it. Other than me, no one can do it because I'm the only one who has more than 2 mystic flames. Suddenly, everyone fell into silence. Song Chunhua said, Sect Master, are you sure you won't be in any danger? I'm sure, Yang Dingtian said, there won't be any danger. I definitely won't joke around with my life. I know that my life doesn't belong to me now. It belongs to the 1 million people in Cloud Sky City. Not only that, you're also representing the Tiando League. Once you die, everything will be over, Qin Huayu said. I know, Yang Dingtian stood up and said to everyone, I promise everyone again that I won't be in any danger. Please approve my operation. Basically, Yang Dingtian made all the decisions regarding large-scale strategies. But when it came to specific operations, especially those that concerned him, it had to be approved by the entire committee. Song Chunhua took a deep breath and raised his hand. Then, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and the others all raised their hands. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, there's no time to lose. Before daybreak, I'll immediately head north and carry out the operation to destroy the World Guild. Time is precious. Everyone, do your jobs. Immediately, the entire committee members quickly dispersed and returned to their jobs with the fastest speed. Sleep? Rest? Night? To them, it was too extravagant. Under the protection of the night, Yang Dingtian flew into the sky and headed north alone. He would destroy the World Guild's 300,000 troops sea crossing operation alone, in the sky above Cloud Sky City. Song Chunhua came to send Yang Dingtian off. Suddenly, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, you said that there won't be any danger. I promise again. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, the two fell silent. Yang Dingtian said, I'll leave the safety of Cloud Sky City to you during this period of time. Immediately. Withdraw the people outside the city. We attacked Sky Thunder City. The enemy might take revenge. Yes. Song Chunhua said. Then, Song Chunhua said, if the other party sends out an air force to attack, should our Demon Eagle army be deployed? Yang Dingtian immediately frowned and shook his head. No, we won't deploy. What if there are a lot of casualties and losses? Song Chunhua asked. We won't deploy either. Yang Dingtian said firmly. I understand. Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian said, all right, you can go back. I'm leaving. Then, Yang Dingtian was about to fly north. Suddenly, Song Chunhua went forward and hugged Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, after this war, I don't just want to be your comrade. I want to be a woman for once. Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard her words that he had never heard before. Note, the first update is 6,600 words long. I'll continue to write the second update. Brothers, give me your votes and support. Note, 5,500 words for the second update. Today's update is 12,000 words. I'm really going all out. Every day, it's more than 10,000 words. Brothers, I really need to cheer, I need encouragement. Give me monthly votes, give me support. Song Chunhua would always appear as the Steel Warrior. She was taller than a man and had always been the most trustworthy commander in the hearts of countless soldiers. She was Yang Dingtian's most loyal follower. Yang Dingtian was undoubtedly the number 2 person on his side. Even Qin Huayu had a clear position on this. Most of the time, this person hid himself in his mighty armor. Almost no one thought of her as a woman. Even she didn't think of herself as a woman. Even though she had taken off her armor and let her hair down. Her delicate figure and appearance were more feminine than almost any other woman. But she had always been a mountain-like warrior and commander. In such a long time, she had only shown her feminine weakness twice. The first time was in the secret realm of Despair City. She had taken off her disguise and released the fullness and softness of a woman, allowing the tired and pained Yang Dingtian to rely on her. The second time was now. And then I will look forward to the arrival of that day. It was rare for Yang Dingtian to joke with Song Chunhua. Usually, she was too serious. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to joke with her. When he spoke to her, he could only be serious. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Song Chunhua blushed and put on her helmet again. Take care. Her voice instantly regained its solemnity, as if nothing had happened just now. Then, she directly jumped onto the demonic dragon and flew towards Cloud Sky City's city walls. Yang Dingtian used his mystic skill and flew a few thousand meters up into the sky, quickly flying towards the north. A few hundred miles north of Cloud Sky City, there were messy and continuous mountain ranges everywhere. The hinterland of Cloud Sky City was surrounded by huge mountain ranges. Therefore, this sprawling and messy mountain range became Cloud Sky City's greatest protection. Cloud Sky City's main castle was built on the Great Cloud Sky Mountain, which was 1,000 meters above sea level. It stood tall and was easy to defend but hard to attack. As a martial arts force, Cloud Sky City, with the protection of the 4 main castles, was enough. However, as the upcoming war faced a huge change in the world, the Cloud Castle was already far from enough. Therefore, a city that was a few hundred li in size was suddenly formed under the protection of 100 li of city walls when the war was about to begin. Yang Dingtian flew at an altitude of several thousand meters, overlooking the dark northern mountain range. The mountain range to the north of Cloud Sky City was really complicated. It was very steep and abrupt, and had strange shapes. The entire mountain range of several hundred miles could be said to be extremely difficult to march through. Therefore, basically, no army would choose to attack Cloud Sky City from this direction, except for the Air Force. But he did not expect that the stubborn and narrow-minded Song Xiao would choose to march in this direction. For this reason, he did not hesitate to take the risk of crossing the extended Poison Strait. His actions had indeed hit Yang Dingtian's weak spot. Although it would be extremely difficult for an army of a few 100,000 to cross this chaotic mountain range, Yang Dingtian couldn't just sit back and watch. He couldn't just sit back and relax. If his army of hundreds of thousands were to charge over, then everything would be over. All of Yang Dingtian's military forces had already been placed on the city walls. His back was extremely weak. Once the World Society Army successfully crossed the sea and crossed the mountain range of several hundred li, Cloud Sky City would be completely destroyed in an instant. Poison Extension Strait. This was a strait that was 10,000 li long, spanning between the north and the northwest continent. The widest part was more than 1,000 li, and the narrowest part was only a few dozen li. Because the seawater here was all polluted by the Ecstasy River, there were no living creatures, and it was impossible to cross. Especially the sea area to the north of the Sky Maze City, it was completely a death zone. Even if one flew a few thousand meters high, they would still be poisoned to death. At the strait north of Cloud Sky City, although the poison in the Ecstasy River was already very weak, it was still a death zone. No one would choose to cross the sea here. Because once they fell into the water, they would still be poisoned. Therefore, whether they went north to the World Society or south to the World Society, they could only walk a few thousand li across the land bridge and take a few thousand li detour. Yang Dingtian's flying speed was very fast. In just an hour, he had already flown 500 li and reached the end of the mountain range. In front of him was the Poison Extension Strait. The seawater was suffused with a terrifying green color. A dazzling green color rose from the surface of the sea. The strait that stretched for 10,000 li was like a gorgeous and highly poisonous green ribbon that surrounded the entire northwest continent. The Ecstasy River was blood red and poisonous. However, after flowing into the sea, it reacted with some unknown composition in the seawater and turned into an even more bizarre green color. Looking from afar, the two sides of the Poison Extension Strait seemed to be dotted with countless stars. Above the strait, a long belt of fiery stars connected the two sides. Yang Dingtian flew quietly, getting closer and closer. The scene of the Poison Extension Strait became clearer and clearer. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but gasp. What a grand scene, what a grand scene! The north side of the strait had already become an incomparably huge military camp. There were hundreds of thousands of soldiers, stretching for dozens of li, densely packed and dark. Countless tents were spread out on the ground of hundreds of square kilometers. Countless torches, looking from the sky, looked like the stars in the sky. Moreover, there was an endless stream of troops heading south. Xianxia had gone crazy. His hatred for Yang Dingtian had already reached the depths of his bones. His troops heading south were no longer just 350,000. They were actually continuously gathering and gathering. The current Song Zhao's desire to destroy Cloud Sky City was no less than that of Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming. Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming did not have much hatred for Yang Dingtian. They just wanted to make an example out of him. As for Song Xiao and Song Minghua, it was a bone-deep hatred. They wanted to destroy Yang Dingtian and raze Cloud Sky City to the ground. The Poison Extension Strait was extremely complicated and dangerous. Almost every year, there would be an intense tsunami eruption. Almost every year, there would be an intense earthquake at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, only a section of the sea that was less than 2,000 meters wide could be crossed. At this moment, all the warships were crowded in this section of the sea. Although the world meeting was surrounded by the sea, ships could not be disembarked from these seas. Therefore, there were almost no warships in the world meeting. Yang Dingtian did not know where these ships came from. However, these ships were not large, and each ship could only transport 100 soldiers at a time. And in this section of the sea that was 2,000 meters wide, only about 10 ships could be lined up at most. Any more and there would be trouble. At this moment, this section of the sea that was 2,000 meters wide and 20,000 meters wide was crowded with hundreds of ships. These ships were neatly arranged in a square formation and sailed carefully. Their speed was not more than 10 kilometers per hour. Because of this, the World Meeting's army had already been crossing the sea for 3 days. Hundreds of ships had only transported a few 100,000 soldiers. There were still close to 300,000 soldiers waiting to cross the sea in the north. However, the good news was that a portion of the military equipment and warhorses had already crossed the strait. At this moment, the southern coast of the strait had become a huge military camp. Tens of thousands of logistics troops had already built a temporary defensive line here. 70 to 80,000 soldiers had already set up a defense here. Moreover, there were already about 1,000 members of the Devil Dragon army who had successfully crossed the sea and landed on the shore. At this moment, they were quickly patrolling the temporary defensive line. In the sky above the strait, close to 1,000 flying knights were vigilantly watching the airspace within 100 miles. They had the air army and the Devil Dragon army. It was already very difficult to completely destroy the World Meeting's defensive line in the south. Unless Yang Dingtian was willing to mobilize the Devil Eagle army and the entire Devil Dragon army, as well as tens of thousands of soldiers. But this was impossible. If he mobilized such a large force to fight to the death, then what would happen when Qin Chichi's Real army arrived at the city? At this moment, in this dangerous strait, the World Meeting's army had set up a three-dimensional defense of the sea, land, and air. Even if Yang Dingtian wanted to launch a surprise attack, there was no way he could do it. The defense was too tight. Especially since the experts of the World Meeting had almost all come out. Song Xiaojin, Martial Grandmaster, and 4 or 5 Martial Grandmaster elders, as well as an unknown number of martial honorable experts, were all eyeing covetously on both sides of the strait. It was impossible to launch a surprise attack halfway across the strait. Yang Dingtian had almost made a military order in the committee. He wanted to single-handedly destroy the World Meeting's hundreds of thousands of soldiers crossing the sea without any failure. How should he do it, even though everyone in the committee didn't dare to believe this and couldn't imagine how he could do it? But they still chose to believe in Yang Dingtian. Then, how could Yang Dingtian achieve this impossible miracle? Whoosh! Yang Dingtian quickly turned invisible and entered the isolated space. Then, he continued to descend. In the isolated space, Yang Dingtian quickly consumed the elixir and held his breath. Immediately, Yang Dingtian silently dived into the seawater. That's right, the seawater here was poisonous. Suddenly, a strange and indistinct smell violently drilled into Yang Dingtian's nostrils. Even though Yang Dingtian was mentally prepared, his mind was still in a daze and he almost lost his mind. Yang Dingtian immediately sealed all the pores on his body. All the profound qi in his body entered his mouth. Then, he quickly used the mystic flame to build an energy shield around his body. Then, he continued to sink, and sink. This was a lifeless sea. There were no living creatures in the sea. There was only green seawater forever. Even the seawater was almost not flowing. It was almost solidified. Everywhere was lifeless. Yang Dingtian continued to sink, and sink. Suddenly, the pressure on his body became greater and greater. Below, the seawater became hotter and greener. This strait was too deep. It was completely beyond Yang Dingtian's imagination. After a few thousand meters, he still couldn't see the bottom. After 10,000 meters, he still couldn't see the bottom. After 20,000 meters, he still couldn't see the bottom. After 30,000 meters, finally, he saw the bottom of the sea. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a bottom of the sea. It was transparent. That's right. The entire bottom of the sea was full of transparent crystals. Moreover, they were fiery red crystals. Every inch of it contained a terrifying amount of energy. The most important thing was that these crystals were constantly growing. That's right. They were growing. As if they had absorbed some kind of energy, they were constantly growing. Why did Yang Dingtian know that they were growing? Because he heard the crunching sound of the squeezing. Countless crystals were growing, so they were constantly squeezing, and squeezing. Yang Dingtian already clearly felt that these countless crystals were completely on the verge of exploding. The situation was better than Yang Dingtian imagined, but it was also worse. How did Yang Dingtian plan to destroy the World Society's sea crossing operation? That's right. He wanted to create an underwater earthquake and a tsunami. This was the inspiration that Yang Dingtian got from the bottom of the southern barbarian continent. At that time, Master Soul suppressed the demon spirit heart and burst forth with terrifying energy. It directly caused a huge earthquake at the bottom of the sea and caused a terrifying tsunami. Yang Dingtian heard that the poison extension strait north of Cloud Sky City was the most unstable strait in the world. There were earthquakes and tsunamis every year. It was fine if people in the chaotic world heard about it. However, after Yang Dingtian heard about it, he knew that the bottom of the sea was very unbalanced. It was constantly nurturing powerful energy that could explode very easily. As long as the energy was stimulated, it would explode. How to stimulate it? No matter how fragile the energy at the bottom of the sea was, it was still incomparably huge. Therefore, the energy needed to stimulate it was also very large. Simply bombarding it with mystic fire shouldn't be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian planned to use the collision of two mystic flames. Furthermore, it was a collision of mystic flames of different attributes. Yang Dingtian possessed 3 mystic flames, and they were of different attributes. Once they collided, how powerful would the energy be? It was completely unimaginable. Therefore, under the collision of the 3 mystic fires, it should directly stimulate the fragile energy at the bottom of the sea, causing an earthquake and a tsunami. Once a tsunami occurred, it would be completely fatal to the hundreds of battleships in this narrow strait. It could easily destroy these battleships in an instant and directly destroy the World Society's southward operation. There might even be huge casualties. Therefore, Yang Dingtian came personally. He felt that this detonation could only be done by him. However, it seemed that there was no need to use the mystic fires to collide. The crystals at the bottom of the sea were already extremely crowded. With a slight stimulation, it would explode, cause an earthquake and a tsunami. Now, Yang Dingtian had to pay attention to not be injured in such a huge explosion. Yang Dingtian made a rough estimation. This time, the violent energy of the crystals at the bottom of the sea should be more than dozens or hundreds of great masters. Moreover, it would explode instantly upon impact. It wasn't like the underwater earthquake in the southern barbarian continent, which was mainly tearing and shaking. With Yang Dingtian's physique, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand such an instantaneous explosion. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to think of another way. He had to detonate the underwater earthquake and protect his own safety. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Yang Dingtian. He directly took out a huge metal ball from his space ring and used mystic fire to ignite the fuse. Then, he placed it on the terrifying energy crystals at the bottom of the sea. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly left. At this moment, in Cloud Sky City, under Song Chuanhua's orders, all the people outside the city had retreated back into the city in the shortest time possible. Even all the land military personnel had retreated back into the city. The huge open space outside the city was suddenly empty. Hundreds of flying cavalrymen patrolled in the air with extreme vigilance, searching every inch of information on the ground. This was because Yang Dingtian had just led the Demon Dragon army to attack Sky Thunder City and dealt a huge blow to the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa. Even young Master Chou Yiming had been captured. Therefore, the enemy might take revenge, and it would be a huge revenge. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. The first ray of sunlight had already shone from the east onto the ground. The flying cavalrymen of Cloud Sky City widened their eyes and looked at every inch of the ground, afraid of missing out on any information. In the city, Song Lihua rarely washed her face and brushed her teeth. As she washed her face, she complained to Song Chunhua, "Sister, do you know how many things have been delayed by us retreating back into the city? In less than a dozen miles, our city wall will be completely completed." "For safety's sake," Song Chunhua said solemnly. "Where's your family's great leader, Yang Dingtian?" Song Lihua asked. Then, she desperately used the cold water to stimulate her face and body, afraid that she would fall asleep. She was completely sleepy. As long as she lay down, it was guaranteed that she wouldn't wake up for a few days. However, this wasn't the time to sleep. After a slight hesitation, she took off her clothes, revealing her graceful and thin body. She was prepared to thoroughly stimulate her body in the cold water and take a bath while she was at it. She didn't know how long it had been since she last bathed. Such a great beauty was about to rot. "Don't say such things," Song Chunhua said coldly. Song Lihua took off her clothes. Her entire body was like a mud monkey, and it was impossible to see what was going on. "I don't know if Qin Huayu will still dare to eat me after seeing me like this," Song Lihua said with a smile. Then, she shivered and directly dived into the cold water. After being hit by the cold water with ice cubes, the sleepy Song Lihua suddenly woke up and couldn't help but cry out. "What's wrong?" Qin Huayu's worried voice suddenly came from outside. It turned out that he had followed Song Lihua all the way here in a daze. Of course, he didn't dare to come in and just stood outside to guard. Hearing Song Lihua's cry, he couldn't help but ask worriedly. Song Lihua blushed and said, "It's nothing, idiot. Hurry up and leave. What do you want to do standing outside?" "Oh." Qin Huayu quickly fled with his tail between his legs. Song Lihua lay in the water, enjoying this extremely rare leisure time. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound. "Qin Huayu, why aren't you leaving?" Song Lihua said unhappily. However, there was no response. Then, Song Lihua clearly saw that the water in the bathtub began to tremble. Then, she clearly felt that the entire ground was trembling. "Enemy attack, enemy attack." The sharp bone whistle of the flying cavalry came from the sky outside. The soldiers on the city wall desperately rang the bell. "Enemy attack, enemy attack. Demon Dragon Army, assemble quickly. Garrison troops on the front line, assemble quickly. Enemy attack, enemy attack." The soldiers on the city wall could clearly see. In the distant horizon of the flatland, a black line appeared. A black line that was dozens of miles long. Boom boom boom. Then, in the midst of the trembling, countless black dots rushed towards Cloud Heaven City like lightning and a tidal wave. The patrolling flying cavalry in the sky were horrified to discover. The demonic beast mounts that were galloping on the ground were actually larger than the demon dragon and looked even more terrifying and ferocious. Their running speed was not inferior to the demon dragon's. This terrifying and huge demonic beast cavalry was unseen and unheard of. It was as if they had emerged from the depths of hell. The black mass spread over dozens of miles and rushed towards Cloud Sky City like a tide. Evil Wei's revenge was here. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was retreating at the fastest speed. Retreating, like lightning, he rushed out to the bottom of the sea 30,000 meters in an instant. Then, he suddenly flew up into the sky. Then, he used his flying mystic technique and invisibility mystic technique and instantly rushed up to a height of 10,000 meters. But even so, it instantly attracted the attention of the World Club's experts. In an instant, several master stage experts flew up into the sky. And at this moment, the fuse of the metal ball at the bottom of the sea burned out. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Boom boom boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. An explosion that tore the sky and earth apart. The entire bottom of the sea suddenly exploded with a light that was hundreds of times brighter than the sun. The entire bottom of the sea was violently torn apart. Boom boom boom. Endless energy was violently torn apart. The entire surface of the sea suddenly sucked downward. There was half a second of silence. The experts of the World Club were instantly stunned as they looked at the strange sea surface. Boom. Then, the endless sea water surged violently. Huge waves that were hundreds of meters high were suddenly set off. All the ships on the sea were instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes in an instant. The shockingly huge waves crazily swept across both sides of the strait. The incomparably huge energy instantly tore the ground on both sides of the strait apart. Cracks that were hundreds of meters deep were fiercely torn apart. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the 100-mile mountain range behind Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian floated in midair and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He only wanted to destroy all the fairies on the surface of the sea. He didn't want to cause too many casualties to the world society. However, the scene in front of him was like hell. Needless to say, the fairies on the surface of the sea were instantly crushed. The people on the ferries were also instantly crushed. What was even more terrifying was that the ground on both sides of the strait was crazily torn apart as the monstrous waves swept across. Suddenly, the densely packed troops on both sides of the strait were washed away without a trace. The huge cracks on the ground were like the devil's mouth that opened up in hell. Countless troops fell one after another and were instantly swallowed without a trace. Of course, the experts of the World Society were only shocked for a moment after the drastic change. Then, before the monstrous waves swept over, they whizzed into the sky like meteors and escaped the disaster in an instant. As for the others, even the winged cavalry patrolling in the sky, it was too late for them to flap their wings and soar into the sky. They were immediately swallowed by the monstrous waves. The most powerful was still the Devil Dragon army. Yang Dingtian, who was high up in the sky, didn't realize that before the disaster happened and before the bottom of the sea exploded, the Devil Dragon mounts had already sensed the great danger. Then, all of them arched their bodies and crouched slightly on the ground. When the bottom of the sea exploded violently, these demonic dragon mounts were like lightning as they quickly ran to both sides. They were really like lightning. One team ran towards the south, while the other team ran towards the north. They ran for their lives. Then, the tsunami swept across both the north and the south, and the ground was violently torn apart. Regardless of whether it was the waves or the ground, their speed was astonishing. However, most of the Devil Dragon army managed to escape. Only a small number of Devil Dragon knights fell into the cracks or were swallowed by the waves. Some of the Devil Dragon knights that were swallowed by the cracks actually shot out. The strength of the Devil Dragon army would always make people gasp in amazement. Even the tsunami and the ground couldn't catch up with their speed. The drastic change lasted for a full 15 minutes. The ground stopped shaking and tearing. The waves also retreated back into the sea. Everything returned to silence. Song Xiao, the leader of the World Society, floated in the sky and looked at everything on the ground. His heart ached and his body turned cold. Both sides of the strait were completely devastated. It was like hell. On the surface of the sea, corpses were floating everywhere. The ground was littered with corpses. Of the 300,000 to 400,000 legions, how many had died? He had no idea at all and could not calculate at all. But what was certain was that the coastal areas on both sides of the strait were almost completely wiped out. Only top experts could escape by flying. Those who were close to the shore were almost all killed. If it was just an ordinary tsunami, they wouldn't die even if they were hit by the monstrous waves. But the key point was that these waves were highly toxic. 400,000 soldiers, how many were left? Was there still half left? Then, a series of wails came from the ground. On the ground on both sides of the coast, countless people were lying in the mud, screaming and struggling. The toxic seawater had already begun to take effect. Although these people hadn't died yet, after being soaked in the poisonous seawater and having the poisonous seawater enter their bodies, what followed next was hellish torture. First, they couldn't live, and then they couldn't die, and then they would die painfully. Xianxia was in the air, looking at the scene of devastation. His entire body began to tremble violently. Could it be that the heavens want me, Xianxia, and my world society to perish? I don't want to. Xianxia let out a series of angry howls. Pfft. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his tall body fell directly from the air and fell backward. Leader, father, the surviving experts of the World Society quickly rushed over. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't look at the hellish battle results at all. Instead, he quickly flew in the direction of Cloud Sky City. All the experts of Cloud Sky City rushed to the top of the city wall at the fastest speed. Of course, they were basically in the houses closest to the city wall. Looking at the enemy cavalry that rushed over like lightning, Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu's expression suddenly changed. This is the demon wolf demon cavalry, a demonic beast cavalry from the half-human race. Qin Huayu said. The demon wolf demon cavalry came from the Dongli grassland of the Likan race. The Likan race was the most brutal and ferocious race of the half-human race. Of course, Yang Dingtian had encountered a very ferocious Likan race before. The Likan race and the Likan race sounded similar. But in fact, there was a big difference. These two races were considered to be close relatives. But the Likan race was closer to humans, while the Likan race was closer to demonic beasts. The Likan race, regardless of body size, combat strength, bloodthirstiness, or ferocity, surpassed the Likan race. In the Likan race, those that were completely in wolf form were used as mounts. And those that were in human form were used as knights. Qin Huayu obviously knew about the evil ways infiltration of the half-human race. He even participated in it. But he didn't expect that the half-human race's army had already infiltrated the human countries. Evil ways had actually mobilized the Likan race in the battle against Cloud Sky City. The demon dragon army was the overlord of the human cavalry. The demon wolf demon cavalry was the overlord of the half-human race's cavalry. Of course, no one knew which of the two was stronger. But there was a consensus on one point, and that was that the half-human race far surpassed humans in terms of strength and speed. Qin Huayu looked at the demon wolf demon cavalry that pounced at lightning speed. Every demonic wolf mount was also covered in hard armor. Not only that, the armor on their bodies was filled with sharp barbs. This meant that they didn't need to do anything. They could just charge at them at their fastest speed and kill countless of them. They could crush their targets into meat paste. They could clearly see that every demon wolf demon cavalry was 1 foot taller and 2 feet longer than the demon dragon cavalry. Their limbs were much thicker. What was even more terrifying was that every demon wolf demon cavalry had fangs that were almost a foot long and as sharp as blades. The demon wolf demon cavalry was actually bigger, thicker, and more ferocious than the demon dragon cavalry. The most important thing was their speed. When the first person discovered the demon wolf demon cavalry, they were about 100 miles away from the city wall. But in just 2 to 3 minutes, they had already charged a few dozen miles. Their speed is not inferior to the demon dragon cavalry. They might even be faster, Song Chunhua said. When she said this, everyone on the city wall was shocked and felt a chill run down their spine. They were even bigger, thicker, and more ferocious than the demon dragon cavalry. Moreover, they were even faster. How shocking was this? Evil ways of revenge were indeed fierce and vicious. They knew that the demon dragon cavalry was the trump card of Cloud Sky City. They were the trump card of Cloud Sky City and the source of their morale. Now, they had sent out the demon wolf demon cavalry to completely destroy Cloud Sky City's morale. They wanted to push the demon dragon cavalry down from their trump card status. The demon wolf demon cavalry was getting closer and closer. The earth-shattering sound was getting louder and louder. The trembling of the earth was getting more and more intense. The black mass of demon wolf cavalry was like a dark cloud. In the blink of an eye, they were about to reach them. At this moment, they were only 20 to 30 miles away from Cloud Sky City. How many are there? Qin Huayu asked. Should be 2,000, Song Chunhua said. Only 2,000? Qin Huayu said in surprise. This black mass that blotted out the sky and covered the earth only had 2,000. That's right. There were only 2,000 demon cavalry. However, the size of each demon wolf was comparable to 3 war horses. Therefore, even though there were only 2,000 of them, it was as if there was an army of tens of thousands. They were filled with a destructive aura. That's right. Only 2,000. Song Chunhua said, because they know that we only have 2,000 demon dragon cavalry, they also sent out 2,000 demon cavalry. They want us to have a decisive battle with the cavalry in advance. That's right. This wasn't just revenge. It was also a provocation. They were provoking Cloud Sky City's trump card army to see who was the true overlord of the land and who was the true king of cavalry. At this moment, more than 1,800 members of the demon dragon cavalry had gathered behind the city walls. Even though they had just laid down and rested, some of them and some of their mounts were still injured. But at this moment, when they heard the deafening and soul-stirring sounds outside, no matter if it was the demon dragon cavalry or the demon dragon mounts, their bodies were filled with a soaring fighting spirit. The demon dragon cavalry was not afraid of any cavalry. Even if this cavalry was bigger, thicker, and more ferocious than them. As long as Song Chunhua gave the order, the remaining 1,800 members of the demon dragon cavalry would charge out ferociously and fight to the death with the enemy. Chunhua, do you want the demon dragon cavalry to fight? Qin Huayu said, you have to make a decision. Yang Dingtian is not here. You are the highest commander. Should the demon dragon cavalry fight? If they didn't fight, it would be a coward. The pride of the demon dragon cavalry would be destroyed and the morale of Cloud Sky City would be extinguished. Fight. The incomparably precious 1,800 members of the demon dragon cavalry might be heavily injured or even completely wiped out. Their morale would fall to the bottom and Cloud Sky City would lose their greatest trump card. Song Chunhua immediately fell into a life-and-death situation. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the demon wolf cavalry got closer and closer. At this moment, even the riders on top could see them clearly. They were indeed werewolves. Although they were humans, their faces and bodies were all in the shape of wolves. The only difference was that they walked upright and had hands. Every werewolf rider was 2.5 meters tall. They were twice the size of the demon dragon cavalry. Their mouths were full of fangs and their bodies were covered in armor. They were completely like wild beasts. Seeing the werewolf riders, the people on top of the city walls shuddered. Their confidence in the demon dragon cavalry had greatly decreased. No matter if it was speed, size, or ferociousness, the demon dragon cavalry was inferior to the enemy's demon wolf cavalry. Song Chunhua, do you want to fight or not? You should make a decision. Qin Huayu shouted. Song Chunhua's face turned cold and shouted, everyone, get ready. Shoot. Song Chunhua didn't let the demon dragon cavalry fight. Instead, he shot arrows at the demon wolf cavalry. At this moment, the nearly 20,000 archers on the city wall had already drawn their bows and nocked their arrows, even though their bodies were pale and trembling. Although they were trembling, after hearing Song Chunhua's order, they still aimed and shot. Whoosh, tens of thousands of arrows soared into the sky. It was a black mass. Like a storm, it smashed towards the densely packed demon wolf cavalry. Pa! A series of loud noises and countless sparks burst forth. Countless arrows smashed onto the demon wolf cavalry. However, there was almost no effect. When the arrows hit the armor on the demon wolf cavalry, they only burst forth with sparks and left a shallow pit. They didn't cause any damage to the demon wolves and couldn't even stop them from advancing quickly. The demon wolf cavalry violently approached. They were less than 10 miles away from the city walls. The people in the city could even smell the stench of blood. Song Chunhua clenched his teeth and shouted, Demon Dragon Cavalry, attack! Yes. In an instant, the demon dragon cavalry behind the city walls rushed out like lightning. Without opening the city gates, the demon dragon cavalry directly climbed up the city walls. They climbed up the city walls like a tide and then jumped down the city walls like lightning. They charged towards the demon wolf cavalry like lightning. Song Chunhua abruptly pulled out her sword and leaped, landing on the demonic dragon at the very front. Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Shimen Lai, and the other experts all jumped out. Formation. Following Song Chunhua's order, the demon dragon cavalry quickly got into formation, still in the sword formation. Song Chunhua, Zhu Hongxue, and Qin Huayu were the sword. The rest of the experts were all the blades. Kill. More than 1,000 demon dragon cavalry let out a shocking roar, bursting with fighting spirit. As for the 2,000 demon wolf cavalry, their blood boiled as they let out waves of roars. Immediately after, the 2,000 demon wolf cavalry also began to quickly gather, forming a sword formation. The speed of gathering was completely on par with the demon dragon cavalry. Suddenly, on the huge plains in front of Cloud Sky City, 2 elite cavalry formed 2 terrifying sharp blades, charging as fast as lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 2 armies were extremely fast, like lightning, tearing through the air, making bursts of whistling. At a speed of 500 to 600 miles per hour. The short 10 miles stopped in an instant. The 2 most powerful cavalry kings instantly collided. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering sound. Pa 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 pa, mystic fire soaring into the sky. Lightning tearing through the sky. The sharp blades formed by the 2 elite cavalry fiercely stabbed together. Countless corpses flew into the air. Countless blood spurted out. Demon beast mounts weighing more than 10,000 pounds directly flew into the sky. The most naked collision, the most ferocious collision, the most brutal collision. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 2 saw each other and stabbed at each other with incomparable ferocity. Suddenly, everyone on the city wall was shocked and silent. Looking at the craziest, most terrifying, and most violent battle they had ever seen. Very few were injured. Under the collision of incomparably terrifying forces, under the slashing of incomparably terrifying blades. All of them died, all of them were smashed into pieces. After the rapid close combat, after the crazy collision, next, there was an even crazier battle, an even more terrifying entanglement. The 2 ace cavalry armies instantly strangled each other crazily. The 2 trump card cavalry armies instantly gathered in a very small space. Crazy eruption, crazy tearing, crazy killing, demon wolf demon cavalry possessed innate bloodthirstiness, innate brutality, and innate fearlessness. The demon dragon army possessed all human emotions, including fear. However, there was more absolute glory and absolute pride. The huge sword in his hand, the scimitar in his hand. It was even difficult to withstand 4 or 5 slashes and directly shattered. However, the shattered swords and blades were still fiercely stabbing. The shattered shields were instantly thrown aside. The unprotected knights raised their broken swords and broken blades and charged even more crazily. It was not only the knights who were fighting. There were also mounts. The sharp claws and fangs of the demon wolf mounts bit and tore crazily. The sharp claws of the demon dragon mounts pierced crazily and trampled crazily. Fear, fear, pain. Everything was thrown beyond the 9 heavens. What they had was the most bone-piercing and hot-blooded battle. At the same time, on the city wall, there were war drums soaring into the sky. Boom 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 boom, bang 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 bang, the sky was instantly dyed red with blood. After 15 minutes, the battle ended. That's right, it was only 15 minutes. The crazy battle only lasted for 15 minutes. The battlefield within a radius of a few miles was covered in blood, broken limbs, and corpses. Song Chunhua sheathed her sword. She glanced at her comrades beside her and at the corpses all over the ground. The 2,000 demon wolf army had been completely annihilated. They were not injured, they did not escape, they were all dead. The demon dragon army had won again. That's right, the demon wolf demon cavalry was more brutal, thicker, bigger, and faster. However, the demon dragon army was more fearless, more precise, and more tenacious. In fact, at the moment of close combat, even though Song Chunhua, Zhu Hongxue, and Qin Huayu were the tip of the blade, the demon dragon army was still at a disadvantage. That was because the explosive power of the demon wolf army was too terrifying. It was completely destructive. It was like a violent storm. However, as the battle deepened, the combat power of the demon wolf army was constantly decreasing. Their ferocity and brutality were gradually decreasing. Like all wild beasts, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. After feeling the terror of the enemy, the demon wolf demon cavalry had already become timid and wanted to retreat. As for the demon dragon army, they were terrifyingly tenacious. The more they fought, the braver and crazier they became. Therefore, even though the enemy was stronger in an instant, however, the demon dragon army was still the final victor. They proved to the whole world that they were the absolute overlords of the land. After the victory, there were no cheers or celebrations. They only glanced at the corpses all over the ground, regardless of whether they were the enemies or their comrades. Return to the city, Song Chunhua ordered. The victorious demon dragon army quickly returned to the city like lightning. The people on the city wall saw it clearly. Only half of the demon dragon army returned. That's right, it was only half. The demon dragon army had proved that they were the overlords of the land. They had killed the demon wolf army, which had more explosive power. However, they had also paid close to half of the price. The soldiers were cheering and cheering. Their morale was high. As for the higher-ups of Cloud Sky City, their hearts were trembling. They were heartbroken. They had lost close to half of their trump card army. At this moment, the Poison Extension Strait had completely calmed down. The remaining World Society troops on the North Shore had already retreated. Song Xiao vomited blood and fainted. The experts of World Society were afraid that something unexpected would happen. They immediately ordered the remaining troops to retreat. The countless corpses on the ground, both dead and alive soldiers, were all left behind. Especially on the land of the South Shore, there were countless miserable cries. Countless soldiers were struggling in hellish pain. At this moment, the demon dragon army of World Society, who had successfully escaped, gradually gathered at the seaside. Looking at the corpses of their comrades on the ground, their faces were filled with incomparable pain. Commander, they have left. Guild leader and the others have all left. They have abandoned us. They have abandoned all our brothers, a demon dragon army officer said as he stepped forward. The fifth commander of the demon dragon army looked at the corpses on the ground with incomparable pain. There was no one left on the North Shore. The higher-ups of World Society and everyone else had already retreated. They had all abandoned them on the South Shore. The strait, which was only 20 miles long, had become an insurmountable moat. Commander, we shouldn't have come this time, the officer said. In Cloud Sky City, how many of our brothers are our own? I feel that they are the ones who are right. The fifth commander looked at the wailing brothers on the ground and said, what do we do now? Are we just going to watch as tens of thousands of our brothers die here? Why don't we go to Cloud Sky City and ask them to save our brothers, the officer said. Cloud Sky City, the fifth commander said, but we were originally going to attack Cloud Sky City. Now, are we going to ask them for help? Commander, there is no other choice, the officer said. The commander's gaze froze. All right. Since World Society has abandoned us, then we will find our own way out. All brothers, go south to Cloud Sky City. Let Cloud Sky City save our brothers. Following the command of the 5th Demon Dragon Army's commander, more than 1,000 Demon Dragon Army warriors immediately rushed towards Cloud Sky City like lightning. Yang Dingtian flew back to Cloud Sky City at his fastest speed. When he was still a few miles away from Cloud Sky City, he could already smell the stench of blood. Something had happened. Something had happened when he left Cloud Sky City. Then, he saw the blood-soaked Demon Dragon Army quickly return to the city. Behind them, within a few miles, there was blood and corpses everywhere. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart twitched. The enemy had indeed come for revenge. And it was when Yang Dingtian left that they came for revenge. Who knew what army had been dispatched? But it was definitely an extremely terrifying cavalry army. Although the Demon Dragon Army had once again obtained a great victory, this loss was heart-wrenching. Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, and the other two were the last to enter the city. They waited until all the Demon Dragon Army brothers had entered the city. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. It was an extremely distant and impassioned whistle. Then, a golden light suddenly pierced into Song Chunhua's eyes. Then, the sky darkened. Countless golden eagles screeched as they flew towards Cloud Sky City, covering the sky and covering the sun. The Golden Eagle Army of Middle States Eagle Nest, the enemy's revenge. It was not over yet. After the Demon Wolf Demon Cavalry Army was completely annihilated, they immediately sent their trump card in the sky, the Golden Eagle Army. Golden dots filled the sky as they whizzed towards Cloud Sky City. Everyone in Cloud Sky City looked at the sky in shock. Their eyes were filled with undisguised shock and even fear. Densely packed enemies came from the sky. They could not help but think, could it be that the final battle had come early? Qin Huayu said to Song Chunhua, "It's the enemy's Golden Eagle Army. Now that you are the highest commander, immediately order our trump card, the Demon Eagle Army, to attack. We will definitely be able to annihilate the enemy's Golden Eagle Army." Note, 6,000 words have been sent to me. I will continue to write the second update. Brothers, monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes. I sincerely beg you. At this time, there were no more than 10 people who knew that the Demon Vulture Legion had come to Cloud Sky City. It was an absolute secret. Just like the Demon Dragon Legion was the overlord of the land, the Demon Vulture Legion was the overlord of the air, the absolute overlord. At this time, Qin Huayu saw the sky full of Golden Eagle flying cavalry and immediately ordered Song Chunhua to send out the Demon Vulture Legion. Song Chunhua did not answer. Instead, she jumped directly onto the city wall and looked into the sky. "How many Golden Eagle flying cavalry are there?" Song Chunhua asked. "We are still observing," the soldier in the watchtower said loudly. How many Golden Eagles were there? For a moment, the number was not clear. They could only see the sky in the distance, densely packed and everywhere. About 10 miles, dozens of miles of the sky were all covered by Golden Eagles. Song Chunhua suddenly flew into the air. In a higher and wider field of vision, she began to count. In the end, the result that he came up with completely shocked him. There were a total of about 800 Golden Eagle warriors, less than 1,000. That's right, there were fewer than the Demon Wolf Demon Cavalry just now. But looking at the way they covered the sky, it was really too scary. It gave people the feeling that there were thousands of them, as if they could completely cover the entire Cloud Sky City. In fact, this was not strange at all. In the movies on Earth, how many fighter jets were there in the scene of the largest fighter jet whistling in the sky? Basically, there were no more than a few dozen. If 300 to 400 fighter jets were sent out at once, it would completely cover the sky. And to send out 300 to 400 fighter jets at once, only World War II movies would have it. Japan's sneak attack on Pearl Harbor was already an incomparably huge air operation. But only about 300 fighter jets were sent out, and they were divided into 2 groups. But in the movie, the sky was densely packed with fighter jets. It was extremely shocking. The size of the World War II fighter jets was not much bigger than the Golden Eagles. Each Golden Eagle was more than 8 meters long and had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Therefore, the image of 800 Golden Eagles whizzing to a halt in the air was incomparably impactful. It directly gave people the feeling that there were at least tens of thousands of them. But even if there were only 800 of them, it was already the biggest scene that everyone present had ever seen. All the winged cavalry in Cloud Sky City added up, there were only a few hundred of them. Moreover, they had never gathered to fly. The Golden Eagle Legion flew faster. They were approaching Cloud Sky City at a speed of almost 5 kilometers per minute. "Chunhua, we have to decide immediately whether or not we should mobilize the Demon Eagle Army." Qin Huayu said, "We don't have any power to stop this Golden Condor Legion, even if there are only 800 of them. If they rush into Cloud Heaven City, the consequences will be fatal." Song Chunhua shook her head and said, "We can't dispatch the Demon Vulture Army. The enemy has a total of 10,000 Golden Condors, but only 800 have been dispatched, so there is no doubt that this is not only revenge, but also a test." That's right, it was a test. This was despite the fact that the earth-splitting city had blocked all news and information. Therefore, Evil Ways were not sure if Yang Dingtian had obtained the Demon Vulture Army from Fisher City. Therefore, he sent out 800 Golden Condors to test the waters. 800, what a painful number. Without the demon vulture army, there was no way they could win. It would bring a lot of casualties to Cloud Sky City. However, if he mobilized the demon vulture army, his trump card would be completely exposed. Evil ways might find a way to deal with the demon vulture army. One had to know that the demon vulture army was Yang Dingtian's last trump card on the day of the decisive battle. It was one of his biggest trump cards. Once exposed in advance, it would be very disadvantageous for the decisive battle in the future. Qin Huayu's brows furrowed painfully as he said, Then we can only watch as these 800 Golden Eagle flying cavalry charge into Cloud Sky City and kill wantonly and rampage. There's no other way. The trump card of the demon vulture army must not be exposed, Song Chunhua said firmly. Then, she waved the flag and shouted, All flying cavalry, gather and prepare for battle. At this time, all the flying cavalry in Cloud Sky City quickly gathered behind the city wall. In total, there were only a few hundred of them, and there were all kinds of flying cavalry. The knights on the flying cavalry were already looking at death calmly. They clearly knew that this time, they would definitely not return. Because the gap between them and the Golden Condor Legion was extremely huge. Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and the other experts had no choice but to jump on their flying mounts again. Then, 300 to 400 flying mounts of Cloud Sky City gathered in the air. Song Chunhua's heart was heavy. She took a deep breath and shouted, Attack! Suddenly, the 300 to 400 flying mounts rushed toward the mighty Golden Condor Legion. On the city wall, everyone's hearts were filled with sorrow. Just from the image, the Golden Condor Legion was many times larger than the 300 to 400 flying cavalry in Cloud Sky City. This was because each Golden Condor alone was much larger than the flying mounts in Cloud Sky City. Moreover, no matter how hard Song Chunhua and the others tried to command, the formation of Cloud Sky City's flying troops was still scattered. And the Golden Condor Legion was neat and tidy, sharp and oppressive. At a glance, one could see that the other party had a completely one-sided advantage. As the Golden Condor Legion approached, the hundreds of flying cavalry in Cloud Sky City began to tremble and become afraid. If people were afraid, they could rely on bravery, glory, and passion. However, if the flying mounts were afraid, there was no other way. This was because most of these flying cavalry mounts were not battle mounts. They were just transportation mounts and flying tools. Therefore, the Golden Condor Legion became sharper and more ferocious. Every Golden Condor had an ominous glint in their eyes as they screeched and brandished their claws. The 300 to 400 flying cavalry in Cloud Sky City began to tremble. Then, they completely stopped moving forward and even fled in all directions. At this time, the morale on the city wall of Cloud Sky City was even lower. Song Chunhua tried her best but was completely unable to control these flying mounts. They had already fled in all directions. Suddenly, it was chaos. The Golden Condor Legion was ecstatic. They accelerated and swooped down, about to start a complete massacre. At this moment, woo, behind Cloud Sky City, there was a beast-like roar. Whoosh, then, there was a whistling sound that tore through the air. A black shadow instantly streaked across the sky. A demon condor, that's right, there was only one. But this demon condor was nearly 20 meters long and had a wingspan of more than 20 meters. It was like a black lightning, roaring and roaring. It ferociously rushed toward the Golden Condor Legion. Long live, suddenly, there was a wild cheer on the city wall. Although there was only one demon condor, the momentum that rushed out in an instant was too shocking. There was only one demon condor, but it was like an army of thousands of men and horses. It faced the 800 mighty demon condor legion and stabbed fiercely. Moreover, the demon condor did not let out the screech of the flying cavalry. Instead, it roared and howled like a huge beast. This demon condor was, of course, the one that was given to Yang Dingtian by Fisher City. And the rider on the demon condor was, of course, Yang Dingtian himself. This demon condor was originally the most majestic demon condor king in Fisher City. The speed that it rushed out in an instant made Yang Dingtian extremely shocked. At a speed of more than 1,000 miles per hour, it whistled through the air. It was completely like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, its speed was actually twice that of the Golden Condor Legion. In the blink of an eye, this demon condor directly passed through the 300 to 400 flying cavalry in Cloud Sky City and rushed directly toward the 800 golden condors. That momentum was not like Don Quixote hitting the windmill at all, but like a fierce tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. And the 800 golden condor flying cavalry in front, seeing such a huge demon condor lightning flying over, were also shocked and instantly froze in the air for a moment. At this moment, Yang Dingtian rode the demon Condor King and rushed into the golden condor formation with incomparable ferocity. Swoosh! In an instant, two huge wings suddenly hardened and turned into two incomparably huge sharp blades. Swoosh 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 swoosh, all the way across. Blood all the way. The body of the demon condor, as it grew older, became more tenacious and terrifying. The whole body of this demon condor king was already as hard as iron. After the two wings condensed in an instant, it was completely a deadly flying blade of dozens of meters. Suddenly, the bodies of many golden condors were cut open alive. Golden feathers flew, blood spurted, and fell one after another. The demon condor king, with the inertia of flying more than 1,000 miles per hour, directly penetrated the 800 golden condor formation. In an instant, dozens of golden condor mounts were killed and injured. Long live, long live! On the city wall, there was a sudden roar. And Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua were instantly shocked. This demon condor was so powerful. With one sprint, it killed dozens of golden condors. If thousands of demon condors charged in unison, how terrible it would be, it was completely unimaginable. After penetrating the golden condor formation, the demon condor king held proudly and fiercely. After flying out for more than 10 miles, it suddenly stopped and turned around, began to accelerate, and continued to rush toward the golden condor formation. At this time, the golden condor legion finally woke up and was extremely angry. The golden condor was also an extremely arrogant and ferocious demon beast flying cavalry. Just now, they were stunned by the killing. At this time it was already soaring anger and fighting spirit. Grandma, you only have one F*king, and you're still so arrogant. We'll tear you apart alive. Suddenly, hundreds of golden condors fiercely changed their formation and rushed madly toward the demon condor king from all directions. In an instant, the demon condor king was surrounded from front to back, left to right, up and down, without the slightest space. While roaring fiercely, they fought madly. Suddenly, a demon condor king and hundreds of golden condors fiercely fought together. For a time, in this more than 10 miles of airspace, the sound of killing shook the sky, and blood spurted wildly. Countless feathers fell one after another. The demon condor king's hard as iron scales fell one after another. There was also a rain of blood all over the sky. The golden condor was undoubtedly ferocious. Although the demon condor king was extremely powerful, in a short period of time, it was already dripping with blood and scarred. The golden condor's beak, the golden condor's claws, and the warrior's blade on the golden condor's body. It caused countless scars to this more than 20 meters long demon condor king. However, the more the demon condor king fought, the fiercer it became. At first, it was just a wing slash, directly cutting off the golden condor's neck. Later, it directly tore with its claws. As long as the golden condor was clawed, in less than half a second, it was directly torn apart and dismembered into 8 pieces. When it reached the most ferocious point, the golden condor used its claws, mouth, and wings. In an instant, it was a mess, a pool of blood, and a pile of rotten flesh. It completely ignored the golden condor's biting, its claws grabbed one and tore it apart. Its mouth bit one, biting off the entire golden condor's head and crushing it. Its wings swept wildly in the air, forming an incomparably huge fan. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the huge wings that were as hard as knives became a deadly killing weapon. All the surrounding golden condors were cut off and chopped into pieces. Yang Dingtian clearly felt that this demon condor king also had Xianxia, and it had the Xianxia cultivation of a high-level martial venerable. It was not a high-level martial venerable of a human, but a high-level martial venerable of a large demon beast. It condensed Xianxia on its wings, and suddenly there was nothing it could not conquer. Suddenly, countless golden condors were minced into pieces. Suddenly, Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu were completely stunned. Was this still a flying mount? This was completely a top expert, a killing machine. For a time, hundreds of golden condors were also frightened by the killing and retreated. This golden condor's whirlwind slash was too amazing. Hundreds of golden eagles had been crushed into minced meat. Of course, only Yang Dingtian knew that once the whirlwind slash ended, the demon condor king Xianxia would be completely exhausted. Moreover, at this time, the demon condor king's wings were already scarred. Once the Xianxia was exhausted, the demon condor king would basically lose its fighting strength. Therefore, it used up all its Xianxia and used the shocking whirlwind slash, directly killing hundreds of golden condors. Its purpose was to scare the other party away, so that they would not dare to approach and escape. In fact, it was about to succeed. These golden condors, each one of them was incomparably terrified. They completely ignored the shouts of the knights above and turned to flee. Hundreds of golden condors were actually scared out of their wits by the demon condor king. It had to be said that this result was completely unexpected by Yang Dingtian. It was too heaven-defying. He knew that the demon condor king was powerful, but he had never thought that it would be so powerful. It was absolutely the overlord of the sky, and there was no opponent in the sky. When its Xianxia was exhausted, the demon condor king stopped the whirlwind slash. But it was still majestic, like a king, floating in the air, flapping its huge wings, looking down at these golden condors with disdain. Its eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura and a king's domineering aura. Damn, this demon condor king also knew how to play psychological warfare. It obviously had no Xianxia left, but instead of running away, it still wanted to scare people here. Sure enough, these golden condors immediately turned around and fled. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others were about to welcome the most unexpected ending. Just one demon condor king scared off hundreds of golden condors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange whistle came from the golden condor army, releasing a strange note energy. Suddenly, the fleeing golden condors turned around and gathered around the whistle. This whistle could directly control the golden condors, making them completely forget their fear. Hundreds of golden condors gathered again. The demon condor king's empty fort strategy had been seen through. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, hundreds of golden condor warriors once again ferociously rushed towards the demon condor king. Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. At this time, the demon condor king had exhausted its Xianxia, and it couldn't even withstand the killing of 10 golden condors, let alone hundreds of them. Almost instantly, hundreds of golden condors surrounded the demon condor king again. Then, under the silent command, hundreds of golden condors, from all directions, madly attacked. All of a sudden, the demon condor king was about to be completely smashed. Whoosh! Almost instantly, hundreds of golden condors swallowed the demon condor king and drowned it. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. The sun disappeared, and terrible black clouds instantly shrouded the sky. In the horrified cries, the demon condor king was instantly swallowed up. Everyone's heart went cold, waiting for the demon condor king to be smashed to pieces. Suddenly, an incomparably huge bolt of lightning shot out. It was Yang Dingtian, who exhausted his Xianxia and used the demon sky split. Suddenly, a lightning of hundreds of feet slammed out. Suddenly, all the golden condors around were shocked and flew away in shock. Feathers fell one after another. Dozens of golden condors were charred black. 4 or 5 golden condors fell directly from the sky and were electrocuted to death. Yang Dingtian was shocked. His demon sky split lightning was completely displayed to the extreme. It can be said that this lightning was enough to kill more than a dozen ordinary martial honorable experts. And these golden condors, without a doubt, did not have the cultivation of martial ancestor. However, only 4 or 5 were electrocuted to death. It can be seen how different demon beasts and human beings were. The defensive power and lethality of demon beasts were much stronger than human warriors of the same level. Even with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he may only be able to kill dozens of golden condors before completely exhausting all of his Xianxia. The golden condors that were scared away by the lightning gathered again and once again surrounded the demon condor king. Then, they fiercely charged and converged. Yang Dingtian, again, used the demon sky split. A huge lightning bolt struck out. This time only 3 golden condors were electrocuted and fell down. Even though they were scared away again, these golden eagles gathered together even faster and surrounded him again. At this time, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia could only release the demon sky split lightning twice at most, and each time was weaker than the previous. However, the golden condors had already seen through the demon condor king's real situation and were about to kill the demon condor king. Hundreds of golden condors gathered again and rushed for the third time. Squeak! At this time, the hundreds of winged cavalry in the periphery of Cloud Sky City seemed to have been greatly infected. They suddenly forgot their fear and were not afraid of death at all. They ferociously rushed towards the golden condor army. Song Chunhua suddenly shot out a Xian fire and a lightning bolt. In an instant, 7 or 8 golden condors were directly charred black and fell to the ground. Qin Huayu's Xian fire also directly blasted 7 golden condors into charcoal. Zhu Hongxue was slightly worse. The Xian fire blasted 5 to death. Suddenly, the 3 experts desperately used their Xianqi and Xian fire to attack the golden condor army. Although they were majestic. However, it made Yang Dingtian and the others realize the fragility of humans in front of demonic beasts. A master-level expert could only kill dozens of golden condor demonic beasts that were not even at the martial ancestor level. In this kind of crazy release of Xian fire and lightning, countless golden condors fell one after another. In the air, feathers were flying everywhere. Half a quarter of an hour later, only half of the 800 golden condors were left. 400 of them were killed alive. Among them, 200 were killed by the demon condor king alone. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and Song Chunhua had only managed to kill around 200 of them. At this time, the crazy killing did not scare the golden condors away. Instead, it made them ferocious, and their eyes turned red. After the few people's Xianqi was exhausted, they were completely passive in an instant. Next, it was a completely one-sided massacre. The ferocious golden condor army carried out a crazy massacre on the flying mounts of Cloud Sky City. In an instant, the flying mounts fell one after another. And all of them died without a complete corpse. They were directly torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and meat paste splattered everywhere. The killing in the air had reached the most tragic scene. In less than 3 minutes, all the flying mounts of Cloud Sky City would be slaughtered clean. Although these flying mounts were aroused at this time, their fighting strength was completely different from the golden condors. After experiencing such a terrifying massacre, these flying mounts all fled in terror. Next, not only the demon condor king was going to die. Even Yang Dingtian and the others were in fatal danger. Because their Xianqi was almost completely exhausted. At this time, the 4 of them were all on the demon condor king. As for the demon condor king, his Xianqi was exhausted, and he was scarred. He was already weak. Next, facing the siege of the 400 golden condor army, they could not resist or even escape. Unexpectedly, in this battle, not only the demon condor king could not be saved, but Yang Dingtian was also in danger. The other party had only dispatched 800 golden condors. The final battle had not yet come. Hundreds of thousands of troops, millions of troops, and the Ning clan legion had not yet arrived. At this time, the 400 golden condor army suddenly retreated a few thousand meters and began to set up a formation. Every golden condor had blood-red eyes. They were going to carry out the last massacre, the last attack. This attack, they not only wanted to destroy the demon condor king, but also tear all these humans into pieces. After the formation was completed, hundreds of golden condors, with a sharp cry, madly rushed toward Yang Dingtian and the others, toward the demon condor king. At this time, the demon condor king, whose Xianqi had been exhausted, was under Yang Dingtian. In its eyes, a domineering aura suddenly surged, and an incomparably proud gaze surged. Immediately afterward, it shook violently and bounced hard. Directly, Yang Dingtian and the others were directly bounced out. Then, it alone, with incomparable pride and determination, rushed toward the hundreds of golden condors. The demon condor king, even if it exhausted its Xianqi, even if it was scarred, even if it was dying, it would never retreat. It would fight to the end, fight to the last drop of blood. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and the others saw an incomparably tragic scene. The demon vulture king, who was on the verge of death, rushed towards the 400 golden eagles alone. This time, it was the real Don Quixote. Yang Dingtian's heart shook violently, and tears fell like rain. He suddenly flew into the air, pulled out his sword, and exhausted the last of his Xianxia. Boom! Using the last demon sky split, in an instant, a long bolt of lightning slammed down. This bolt of lightning was smaller and thinner than Yang Dingtian's previous demon sky split lightning. However, it was very long, straight to the sky, rushing directly into the clouds. After using the demon sky split, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia was completely exhausted, and he fell directly from the sky. At this time, the lonely demon condor king was about to rush together with the 400 golden condors, and it was about to be completely crushed. Pa! Suddenly, from the dark clouds in the sky, an earth-shattering bolt of lightning slammed down. It was as thick as a mountain. Lightning that spanned hundreds of miles. It slammed down. The sky and earth changed color, and light burst out, as if the end of the world. Boom! The incomparably terrifying lightning, as if the sky and earth had changed dramatically, slammed into the golden condor army. Pa! In an instant, the 400 golden condors suddenly froze. Then, all of them turned into charcoal, and all of them turned into ashes. In an instant, they turned into countless ashes and fell down one after another. At the same time, the demon condor king also fell from the sky. Everyone on the city wall, everyone in Cloud Sky City. Seeing this scene, their bodies trembled, and tears filled their eyes. They looked at this scene in disbelief. At the moment of despair, when the demon condor king was about to be destroyed, when Yang Dingtian was about to be defeated, Yang Dingtian's demon sky split the terrifying dark clouds in the sky, triggering earth-shattering lightning. In an instant, all of the golden condor army were destroyed, and all of them were smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. This was Yang Dingtian, who used the power of heaven and earth to destroy the 400 golden condor army. Under the leadership of Yang Dingtian, Cloud Sky City reversed again, once again creating an impossible victory and an impossible miracle. After a long silence, on Cloud Sky City, there was a tsunami-like roar. Long live, long live! Long live Yang Dingtian, long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Yang Dingtian was caught by Song Chunhua in the air. Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue desperately flew to catch the falling demon condor king. Yang Dingtian looked at the demon condor king and shouted in his heart, "Long live the demon condor king!" At the same time, in the northern mountain range of Cloud Sky City, countless black shadows suddenly appeared. Like lightning, they rushed to the vulnerable and defenseless Cloud Sky City on the back. In the highest tower of Cloud Sky City, the bell suddenly rang and roared. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the north, more than 1,000 black lightning bolts, in the mountain range, as if they were walking on flat ground, stopped instantly. Note, the second update was delivered with 6,600 words. Today, I crazily updated again with 12,000 words, equivalent to 4 updates. Brothers, cast your monthly votes and support him. I want to continue fighting, give me strength. At this moment, 2 people were standing on top of a mountain a few hundred miles south of Cloud Sky City. They had been watching the 2 fierce and tragic battles that had taken place in front of Cloud Sky City. Young Master's revenge has failed. Cloud Sky City's morale has reached the sky. The man in black sighed. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Who would have thought that Yang Dingtian could actually trigger the lightning in the sky and kill the last 400 golden eagles? Otherwise, the 400 golden eagles would have killed at least tens of thousands of people and taught Cloud Sky City a painful lesson. Yes, he triggered the lightning. The man in white said, "This Yang Dingtian is really shocking." The scene just now not only stunned everyone in Cloud Sky City, but the 2 observers of evil ways were also completely shocked. Yang Dingtian's demon sky splitter triggered the lightning in the sky and turned hundreds of golden eagles into ashes. That scene was really shocking. However, even though there are regrets, we still got what we wanted. The man in white said, although the battle just now was shocking and intense, it also proved 2 things. First, Yang Dingtian did go to Fisher City to ask for help. Second, Cloud Sky City didn't get the Demon Vulture army. Fisher City only gave Yang Dingtian a Demon Vulture as a token. That's right. The man in black nodded. Okay, we can go and reply to the Lord. Cloud Sky City doesn't have the Demon Vulture army and only has about 1,000 Demon Dragon army left. They are no match for our demon army. Even if the East, West, and North armies don't arrive in time on the day of the final battle, we can easily crush Cloud Sky City with just our demon army. After that, the two of them flew into the sky and headed south. Yang Tian, the Demon Vulture King is dying, Zhu Hongxue said. In this battle, the Demon Vulture King's strength and pride touched Zhu Hongxue the most. He even felt that he was a little as arrogant as the Demon Vulture King. Even if he had to become the enemy of the entire Yingyang school, he would still fight evil to the end. Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue desperately supported the Demon Vulture King, preventing it from falling to its death. But at this time, the Demon Vulture King was on the verge of death. He was only half a step away from death. With Song Chuanhua's help, Yang Tian quickly arrived in front of the Demon Vulture King. After landing, the Demon Vulture King looked even bigger. Just its head alone was bigger and taller than Yang Tian's body. However, the wounds on its body were a ghastly sight. 90% of his body had been torn apart. There were at least 10,000 wounds all over his body. The Golden Eagle's claws, beak, and the Golden Eagle warrior's sword all brought fatal injuries to it. The scales, which were originally as hard as iron, were almost completely peeled off. The scars on his body were only a few inches long. It was so deep that it went straight into the bones. Even the internal organs in the stomach could be seen. As for the two wings that possessed boundless destructive power, they were now filled with countless cracks. The sharp bone spurs at the edge of the wings were completely shattered. The wounds all over his body made Yang Tian and the others tremble when they saw it. If a person had suffered such serious injuries, they would have died many times over. But the Demon Vulture King was still holding on to its last trace of life. It wanted to look at the sky in peace and leave quietly. Because they would always belong to the sky. Yang Tian reached out and wanted to stroke the Demon Vulture King's head. The dying Demon Vulture King shrank back slightly, but did not let Yang Tian touch it. When it was in good condition and strong, it did not care about Yang Tian's touch. But now that it was weak and about to die, it felt that this touch was sympathy. As the Demon Vulture King, it could not stand sympathy. Even if it died, it would die with pride. Buddy, I won't let you die. Yang Tian smiled. Then, he took out a handful of holy water pills from his arms. Qin Huaiyu was stunned. At that time, from the secret realm, Yang Tian stole a lot of holy water. But after using it on a large scale, there was not much left now. The Demon Vulture King's body was huge. It was not something that could be saved with 1 or 2 or 3 pills. Yang Tian placed the holy water pills in front of the Demon Vulture King. The Demon Vulture King looked at Yang Tian slightly, as if hesitating. Then, it stretched out its tongue and rolled all the pills into its stomach. A moment later, the Demon Vulture King's body shook and looked at Yang Tian in disbelief. Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, you guys carry the Demon Vulture King back to the city. Yang Tian said. Yes. Qin Huaiyu said. At this moment. Suddenly, a winged cavalry quickly flew from the direction of Cloud Sky City. As he flew, he blew the golden whistle and shouted, "Enemy attack, enemy attack." Then, Yang Tian quickly saw a string of beacons igniting quickly. Song Chunhua and the others' faces changed completely. This meant that there was a place in Cloud Sky City. Cloud Sky City was a place with almost no defenses. There were only a few dozen winged cavalry. Of course, there were also hundreds of young disciples of Cloud Sky City. The rest of the people were almost all sent to the city wall. At this time, Cloud Sky City was extremely fragile. And Cloud Sky Castle was more than 200 miles away from the city wall. Although the beacons were fast, it took at least a few minutes for the message to reach 200 miles away. The enemy might have already rushed into Cloud Sky City. Yang Tian and Song Chunhua looked at each other, their eyes revealing a look of horror. Cloud Sky City had just experienced 2 bloody and fierce battles and had achieved brilliant victories. But it could not withstand a third battle. Especially the battle that happened in Cloud Sky City, the consequences were unimaginable. Summoning the demonic dragon mount. Song Chunhua was slightly stunned. There was only half of the demonic dragon mount left, and it was full of scars. Now, it needed to recuperate. If they fought again, there might be a danger of being completely wiped out, or even more injuries on top of injuries. However, Song Chunhua only hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. Qin Huayu came over and said, Sect Master, do you want to send the 3rd Demonic Dragon Regiment? The Demonic Dragon Army under Yang Dingtian had a total of more than 3,000 people and was divided into 3 regiments. The 1st and 2nd regiments were the 2,000 demonic dragon warriors that Yang Dingtian had sent to attack Sky Thunder City. Last night, they had lost more than 100 people. Today, after fighting with the 2,000 demon wolf demonic knights, they had lost nearly half of their numbers. Now, there were only 1,000 left. The 3rd regiment was sent to the Abyss Castle in the west to prevent the Western army from passing through. No, it's too far. We won't make it in time. Send the 1st and 2nd regiments, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Qin Huayu shouted. After a while, Yang Dingtian and the others, who had almost exhausted their celestial qi, led the 1,000 injured demonic dragon army and quickly rushed into Cloud Sky City. Along the way, blood dripped from their bodies. Even the demonic dragon army's speed was much slower. Behind the demonic dragon army, a total of 5,000 cavalrymen followed closely and quickly rushed towards Cloud Sky City. After nearly an hour, Yang Dingtian and the others arrived at Cloud Sky Castle. The entire Cloud Sky Castle was completely surrounded. More than 1,000 demonic dragon army soldiers had completely surrounded Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Previously, at the Poison Extension Strait, when the earthquake and tsunami happened, Yang Dingtian was high up in the sky and saw many demonic dragon army soldiers escaping the earthquake and tsunami at lightning speed. However, Yang Dingtian could clearly see that the demonic dragon army on the southern shore of the Poison Extension Strait were all rushing towards the west. It looked like they were going to take a detour around the land bridge and pass through the northwest Qin City territory to return to the World Guild. Why did they suddenly surround Cloud Sky City? At this moment, within Cloud Sky City, regardless of whether they were old or young, they were all equipped and ready for battle. Yang Dingtian saw Madame Shimen, Yan Yan, and Qin Jiaojiao standing at the top of Cloud Sky City with their swords in hand. The remaining young disciples of Cloud Sky City all stood on top of the city walls and prepared for battle. When Yang Dingtian led 1,000 demonic dragon army soldiers to arrive, the World Guild demonic dragon army that surrounded the city saw Yang Dingtian's wounded former comrade. Their gazes trembled and their expressions became complicated. When Song Chunhua saw that it was the World Guild demonic dragon army that surrounded the city, she immediately felt relieved. She then became angry and said, "What are you doing? Not only are you helping the tyrant, but you are also attacking the old, young, and women?" The commander of the World Guild's 5th demonic dragon army avoided Song Chunhua's gaze unnaturally. The demonic dragon army had a total of 5 regiments and 3 reserve regiments. The commander of the 5th regiment had the most complicated relationship with Song Lihua. He was the son of the World Guild's most powerful duke. He did not choose to inherit his father's territory. Instead, because he was infatuated with Song Lihua, he entered the World Guild and became the commander of the demonic dragon army. He was not a direct descendant of Song Chunhua. Because of his relationship with Song Lihua, he was quite hostile towards Yang Dingtian. "City Lord Yang Dingtian, come out and speak," the commander of the demonic dragon army's 5th regiment shouted. Yang Dingtian rode on the demonic dragon mount. His face was pale and his celestial qi was exhausted. He looked a little weak and said, "If you have anything to say, please say it." The 5th commander said, "At this moment, 500 miles north of Cloud Heaven City, on the southern shore of the Poison Strait, tens of thousands of our brothers have been poisoned by the seawater. They are on the verge of death. You must immediately send people to save them. Otherwise, I will immediately attack the city and perish together with you." The 5th commander could lose in battle, but not in battle. Even if it was to save people, he had to use a threatening attitude. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "All right, I promise you." He did not expect Yang Dingtian to agree so readily. The 5th commander was stunned. He originally wanted to say more threatening words, but he immediately swallowed them back down. Chunhua, prepare big baskets. The ones we will use to transport the injured in the future. The more, the better, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Song Chunhua said. In just 2 hours, tens of thousands of baskets appeared in the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian said, every demonic dragon, take 5 baskets and rush to the poison strait at the fastest speed. Yes. The 1,000 demonic dragon army behind Yang Dingtian shouted. Almost every one of them was injured and needed to recuperate. And all of you, go together, Yang Dingtian said to the 5th commander. Yes, oh, okay, the 5th commander said. After a while, the 2,500 demonic dragon army rushed towards the back of the mountain. Facing the steep hills, it was as if they were walking on flat ground. They quickly rushed towards the poison strait in the north. Yang Dingtian, we will remember that you agreed to save our brothers. However, don't even think about taking over our 1,500 demonic dragon army. We still have to return to the world society, the 5th commander said. You think too much, Yang Dingtian said calmly. 2 hours later. Yang Dingtian and the 2,500 demonic dragon army arrived at the poison strait. Although he had seen it from the sky, when he was here, Yang Dingtian still felt as if he was in hell. At this moment, the poisonous green seawater had all dried up. It had either seeped into the ground or flowed back into the sea. The ground within 100 miles was filled with deep and terrifying cracks. Of course, there were even more corpses. It was really densely packed. There were too many to count. At this moment, it had been 4 to 6 hours since the 5th group of the demonic dragon army left. The World Society warriors who were originally wailing and struggling had now become corpses. Countless corpses were strewn all over the cracked ground. Yang Dingtian felt a wave of sadness in his heart. That's right. Seeing so many lives destroyed, he felt sad. However, he didn't feel any guilt. These people were indirectly killed by him alone. He felt sad, but he definitely didn't feel guilty. Even if he was given 10 more chances, he would still do the same. Moreover, to be honest, even if Yang Dingtian didn't detonate the crystal at the bottom of the sea, in at most 2 to 3 days, the bottom of the sea would still explode. There would be earthquakes and tsunamis. By then, most of the World Society army would have crossed the sea and reached the southern shore. At that time, even more people would die. It wouldn't be tens of thousands, but 300 to 400,000. The demonic dragon army's 5th group of demonic dragon army dismounted from their mounts and wept silently. The 1,000 demonic dragon army members that Yang Dingtian brought were sad because these people who died were also their brothers. However, they rode on their mounts and didn't move at all. The 5th group's commander rushed to the 1st group and the 2nd group's commander and shouted, "These people were once your brothers. Now that they are dead, don't you even have a drop of tear? Can't you even get off your mounts and observe a moment of silence?" The 1st group's commander and the 2nd group's commander remained on their mounts and said indifferently, "Apologies. Before they died, they were still our enemies. If I remember correctly, you guys crossed the sea to attack Cloud Heaven City. Shedding tears for the enemy? We aren't that naive." The 2nd group's commander said coldly, "Our 1st and 2nd groups just lost half of our brothers, but we didn't shed a single tear. It seems like the demonic dragon army that was brought up by the aristocrats is really pretentious." The demonic dragon army had 5 commanders. The most elite 1st, 2nd, and 3rd group's commanders were all commoners. They relied on crazy cultivation, battle achievements, and cultivation to become commanders. The 4th and 5th groups were the direct disciples of the World Society and the son of the most powerful marquis. Therefore, the 4th and 5th groups were also ridiculed as aristocratic groups. They were looked down upon by the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups. Therefore, only the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups followed Yang Dingtian to the south. Immediately, the 5th group's commander trembled in anger. Yang Dingtian looked at the corpses on the ground and ordered indifferently, "Everyone, get off your mounts and check every single one of them. Those who are dead, gather them and burn them. Those who are alive, put them into baskets and bring them back to Cloud Heaven City for treatment." Yes. 1,000 demonic dragon warriors got off their mounts and began to carry out Yang Dingtian's orders. They carefully checked if each person was dead or alive, but they definitely didn't touch their bodies directly. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian received the report. A total of 57,000 corpses were found. 19,000 injured people. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. There were a total of 150,000 people who crossed the Poison Strait. At this moment, there were only 70 to 80,000 people who were alive and dead. In other words, half of them had completely disappeared. Of course, this so-called disappearance was only the disappearance of the dead. They fell into the crevices or were swept into the sea. More than 10,000 people who were still alive were placed in 10,000 huge baskets and hung on the demonic dragon mounts. Every demonic dragon mount had to carry 4 baskets. Including the riders, they carried 9 people in total, which was more than 1,000 pounds. However, this bit of weight was nothing to the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's own body was a few thousand pounds. The weight it could carry was even more than its own weight. Return to the city, Yang Dingtian ordered. 2,500 demonic dragon warriors carried nearly 20,000 injured people and quickly rushed back to Cloud Heaven City. He waited for everyone to leave. A few hundred meters away, a fire arrow suddenly shot over and directly hit the huge pile of corpses. In an instant, the mountain-like pile of corpses burned fiercely. Flames shot up to the sky and thick smoke rose. All the demonic dragon warriors carried the injured and quickly ran south. No one turned back. The 4th and 5th groups of the demonic dragon army wanted to turn back. However, when they saw the cold faces of the 1st and 2nd groups, they gritted their teeth and ran with their heads down. After being poisoned by the ecstasy river, it wasn't easy to save them. It wasn't difficult to save them. At least Cloud Heaven City had enough medicinal herbs. Of course, most of them were brought over by Qin Mingli. However, these medicinal herbs were very precious. Cloud Heaven City was about to face a great war and there might be huge casualties. The most important thing was whether it was worth it to use medicinal herbs and elixirs on these former enemies. In the end, it was Yang Dingtian who made the decision. Save them. Then, the medical team that Cloud Heaven City had already organized, a few thousand people, began to quickly save them. Then, countless elixirs, medicinal herbs, and treasures were used up like water. Sect Master. When Yang Dingtian closed his eyes to recover his celestial qi, Qin Huayu walked in. Yes, what's the matter? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Huayu said, our demonic dragon army has suffered huge losses. Now, the 5th group of World Society's demonic dragon army is all here. Half of the 4th group is also here. There are a total of 1,500 demonic dragon warriors, which is just enough to make up for our losses. I have understood that these 1,500 demonic dragon warriors are full of respect and worship for the 1st and 2nd groups. It is completely possible for them to be persuaded to join us. The only obstacle is the noble officers led by the 5th commander, Xianxia. As long as we eliminate them or put them under house arrest, we can take these 1,500 demonic dragon army soldiers into our nightmare. Yang Dingtian said, I once understood this Xianxia. He is the son of the World Society's most powerful duke. Because he was infatuated with Song Lihua, he gave up his inheritance rights and came to the World Society to be a mere commander of the demonic dragon army. This person is proud, conceited, and has a high temperament. I also heard that when the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups came together to discuss and decided that the World Society would follow me to the south. Because we didn't look for him, Xianxia, he flew into a rage and felt that he was humiliated. Qin Huayu said, Then you mean to let Lihua persuade him? When did you use this honorific? Yang Dingtian said with a smile, as long as Song Lihua is mentioned, your brain will instantly short-circuit. When did I want to let Song Lihua use a honey trap? This isn't just an insult to Lihua, it is also an insult to Xianxia. I believe in this person. Afterward, Yang Dingtian continued to close his eyes and recover his mystic qi. 4 hours later, the 5th commander of the World Society's demonic dragon army requested to see Yang Dingtian. I am here to bid farewell. Xianxia said straightforwardly. Oh. Alright, if you need anything, go and find Mu Lianqing. Yang Dingtian said, after the injured members of the World Society are treated, I will let them leave. Lu Hengxi couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Are you not going to keep us? Are you so hypocritical? You obviously want to keep us, but you want to let us leave." "I saw through you immediately," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "I am not scheming. Many people can easily see through me. Of course, I want to keep you, but I respect all of your choices. Someone even advised me to let Song Lihua persuade you and guarantee that you will stay, right?" Immediately, Lu Hengxi's face flushed red and became very unnatural. Song Lihua was his Achilles heel. Once this name was mentioned, all of his aura would vanish completely. "Have you gone to see Song Lihua?" Yang Dingtian asked. Lu Hengxi nodded even more unnaturally. He had secretly gone to see her. Even though Song Lihua had just taken a bath and regained some of her human appearance. That haggard and emaciated appearance had given Lu Hengxi an incomparable shock. Where did the fairies of the past go? Where did the beauties of the past go? However, Lu Hengxi wasn't relieved. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of power could cause Song Lihua to become like this? "You can go and see her, but don't think too much. She is already Qin Huayu's fiancée. The two of them are very loving." Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "You also know Song Lihua. Once she has decided, no one can change her mind. You have no hope." Lu Hengxi's face darkened and he said, "I know." Then, Lu Hengxi said, "That's right. As long as Song Lihua comes and says a word to me, even without saying, as long as she looks at me, I will stay. Why don't you let her come? Don't you want my 1,500 demon dragon warriors?" "Of course I want them. I want them even in my dreams." Yang Dingtian said, "But I want to stay. I want to stay wholeheartedly. My heart is not with Cloud Sky City, not with justice. Not to mention 1,500, even if it's 15,000 demon dragon warriors, I don't want them. I told Qin Huayu that if I let Song Lihua use a honey trap, not only would it be an insult to her, but it would also be an insult to you. I respect you and believe in you, so I won't humiliate you, even if you leave because of this." Lu Hengxi's body trembled slightly. Then, he took off his helmet and knelt down on one knee. This was, of course, an expression of loyalty. However, he was conceited and prideful. When one knee touched the ground, he immediately got up and turned to leave. He promised to stay and pledge his loyalty to the justice that Yang Dingtian represented. But he didn't want to stay for another minute. He felt that this was very awkward and made him feel very unnatural. Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly and eagerly. She was also a proud and innocent person. In the following time, an incomparably busy scene appeared on the Cloud Sky City wall again. Countless people were frantically building the last section of the city wall. Of course, at this time, the city wall was only a dozen miles long. There was no need for tens of millions of people. So, the remaining hundreds of thousands of people joined the reinforcement project of the city wall. Yang Dingtian had already seen that the high mountains on both sides of the city wall had been cut in half. Countless huge stone strips had been chopped down to build the city wall. This was also necessary. The mountains on both sides could be used as natural city walls. The next day, Yang Dingtian and the others had all recovered their Xianxia. What surprised him the most was that the Demon Vulture King's recovery speed was too amazing. With an astonishing amount of holy water elixir, the terrible injuries on its body had gradually healed, although it was still shocking. But there were no more deep scars to the bone. Of course, its combat strength had not fully recovered, only less than half. But Yang Dingtian still decided to ride it into battle. According to the report of the scouts, hundreds of suspension bridges had already been built in the abyss in the west. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the Western Army had already gathered 100 miles west of the abyss. They would soon cross the bridge and enter the territory of Cloud Sky City. Now, Yang Dingtian was going to lead the Demon Dragon Army to destroy these pontoon bridges. As the ace of the Air Force, the Demon Vulture King was still indispensable. But, if nothing unexpected happened, this battle would be very, very easy. The cunning Qin Wancho would definitely cooperate and put on a good show. After destroying the pontoon bridges, Yang Dingtian's strategy of attacking 3 and letting go of 1 would be completed successfully. The Eastern Army led by the Divine Weapons Villa was stuck in Sky Thunder City and couldn't arrive in time. The world society in the north was wiped out by the tsunami. Xianxia vomited blood and fainted. It was even more impossible for them to go south. The Western army was led by the cunning Qin Wanzhou. As long as Yang Dingtian destroyed the pontoon bridges, the hundreds of thousands of troops would have a reason to not cross over. The only ones that could reach the city were the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Southern Army. These hundreds of thousands of troops were, of course, the most powerful of the four armies. But Yang Dingtian now had 3,500 troops of the Demon Dragon Army, 1,000 troops of the Demon Vulture Army, and an astronomical number of secret weapons. He also had the highest secret trump card, Dongfang Minmi. Yang Dingtian still had great confidence in this battle. It could be said that this battle was definitely a battle that would shock the world for Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. It was a battle that would completely change the power of the Tiando League and the confidence of the chaotic world. All of Yang Dingtian's efforts and sacrifices during this period of time were all for this battle. The first battle between good and evil. It could also be considered the final battle between Yang Dingtian, Ming Wuming, and Qin Chichi, after destroying the pontoon bridges in the abyss and stopping the 500,000 troops of the Western Army from advancing east. The strategy of attacking three and letting go of one would be completed. In this battle, Yang Dingtian had already won half of it, just as Yang Dingtian was riding on the Demon Vulture dynasty and flying towards the west. Suddenly, a graceful figure flew over from the western sky. It was a floating ray. On top of it was a beautiful pregnant woman with a big belly. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be angry and laugh at the same time. "You damned woman, you still know to come back." Note, first update, 7,000 words. Brothers, don't stop your monthly votes. Don't stop supporting me. I will continue to write the second update. However, it might be very late. Everyone, read it tomorrow. This time, Yang Dingtian only brought Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue to destroy the suspension bridge. Song Chunhua stayed behind to guard Cloud Sky City. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Yao Rao were getting closer and closer. To be honest, this was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing Yao Rao in half a year. Ever since this woman helped Yang Dingtian make Qin Huayu yield, she had never appeared in front of Yang Dingtian again. Not only did she not treat Yang Dingtian as her man, but she also did not treat herself as a member of Cloud Sky City. Of course, Yang Dingtian's union with her was also very special. Even though they had a very intimate relationship and had a child together, the relationship between the two of them was more beneficial than emotional. Even though this woman was pregnant, other than her belly, the rest of her body was still extremely enchanting and gorgeous. In fact, her already gorgeous face was even more seductive now. Her beauty made people not dare to look straight at her. Vixen, as expected of a vixen. If Qin Ji saw this, she would definitely be very jealous because there was someone who was even more seductive and gorgeous than her. Yang Dingtian even felt that when Yao Rao got closer, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue instinctively held their breaths. It was as if the air that Yao Rao breathed was filled with charm and fragrance. Seeing Yang Dingtian fiercely glare at her, Yao Rao giggled indifferently. Then, without greeting him, she directly flew past Yang Dingtian. What apology? Acting coquettishly? Just you wait. Would a vixen who was a few thousand years old feel guilty because of such a small thing? Save it, her skin was as thick as her enchanting beauty, bottomless. She was already giving you face by coming back before the final battle. Just like that, the two of them passed by each other without greeting or speaking. Yao Rao directly flew back to Cloud Sky City while Yang Dingtian led Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue to the west. The distance of 800 li was covered in just 3 hours. Ever since Shimanju defected, the entire Abyss Castle had basically been abandoned. Ever since the Tiando League passed a resolution and confirmed that the Western Army would attack Cloud Sky City from the west, Cloud Sky City had been under attack. The defense of the Abyss Castle was used again. There were troops stationed there for a long time. Previously, there were a total of 500 Devil Dragon Army soldiers guarding the Abyss Castle. Yesterday, after successfully attacking the Sky Thunder City, the Northern World Society's surprise attack across the sea was also part of the plan. Therefore, the last direction, the Border Abyss, received a lot of attention. Therefore, Yang Dingtian sent another 500 demon dragon warriors to the Abyss Castle. Therefore, at this moment, the entire 3rd Legion's 1,000 demon dragon warriors were all stationed at the Abyss Castle. What's the situation? Yang Dingtian had just landed in the Abyss Castle when the 3rd Army commander, Yun Long, immediately went forward to greet him. How is Cloud Heaven City? This morning was also a day of worry for the brothers of the Abyss Castle. Even though they were 800 miles apart, everything that happened in Cloud Heaven City could not be seen or heard from here. However, as the most elite warriors, they still instinctively felt that yesterday's surprise attack on Sky Thunder City would attract the enemy's revenge. However, without orders, they could not return to Cloud Sky City. Now that they saw Yang Dingtian land, they immediately asked. The World Society's sea crossing operation has been completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian said, the enemy sent 2 waves of troops for a surprise attack. The first wave was 2,000 Demon Wolf Demon Cavalry and the second wave was 800 Golden Eagle Army. What? The 3rd Army commander, Yun Long's expression suddenly changed. As the king of cavalry, even though Dongli was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Plains, they vaguely knew that the Demon Wolf Army was the overlord of cavalry in the Great Plains. The enemy sent out 2,000 Demon Wolf Army while Cloud Heaven City only had 1,800 Devil Dragon Army soldiers. How many of our brothers are left? Yun Long asked worriedly and sorrowfully. Of course, he was the one who understood cavalry the most. He immediately asked the key question. Our Devil Dragon cavalry is more tenacious and braver as they fight. The enemy's 2,000 Demon Wolf Army was completely annihilated. The 1st Legion and 2nd Legion have about 1,000 men left, Yang Dingtian said. The 3rd commander, Yun Long's body trembled and he almost fainted. Even though he was in the 3rd Legion, the Devil Dragon cavalry brothers in the 1st Legion and 2nd Legion were his life and death brothers. Almost 1,000 of them died in a short period of time. To him, it was completely heart-wrenching. Especially since he didn't personally fight, the pain was even more obvious. How many casualties did the enemy's 800 Golden Eagle Army cause to Cloud Heaven City? Yun Long asked worriedly. A few hundred flying mounts were almost completely annihilated, Qin Huayu replied. However, the enemy's 800 Golden Eagle Army were also completely annihilated. How is that possible? Yun Long said, We don't have an air force. Could it be that the Earth-splitting city sent reinforcements? As the 3rd commander of the Devil Dragon Army, Yun Long still didn't know that the Demon Eagle Army had entered Cloud Heaven City. He only thought of the Demon Eagle Army's reinforcements when he saw the Demon Eagle King under Yang Dingtian. This Demon Eagle King killed 200 Golden Eagle Demon Beasts. The few of us worked together and killed 200. Sect Master Yang released the Demon Sky Splitter and triggered the lightning in the sky to kill the remaining 400. Qin Huayu explained in the shortest way. However, the 3rd commander Yun Long and the Devil Dragon Army soldiers still looked at Yang Dingtian in shock. A Demon Eagle King killed 200 Golden Eagles. City Lord Yang Dingtian triggered the lightning and killed 400 Golden Eagles. How spectacular and intense was this scene. Suddenly, Yun Long and the others looked at Yang Dingtian and the Demon Eagle King with even more enthusiasm and worship. Alright, how's the situation on your side? Yang Dingtian asked. City Lord Yang, the situation is very bad. Yun Long said, in fact, I have already sent a messenger back to Cloud Heaven City to report the situation here. However, you came even faster. How is it not good? Yang Dingtian asked, did they launch a surprise attack? No, they didn't. Yun Long said, this morning, their progress suddenly sped up and they finished repairing all the hundreds of suspension bridges. Moreover, there are already more than 100,000 soldiers gathering at the other side of the suspension bridges, ready to cross the bridge at any time. So fast? Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. Didn't you destroy them? Did you just let them finish repairing the suspension bridges? Zhu Hongxue said unhappily, in the past half a month, they only built 200 to 300 suspension bridges. In just half a day, they have already repaired 100. Can they fly? During this period of time, the construction of the suspension bridges in northwest Qin City and White Cloud City had never stopped. From the beginning until now, the other side had built at least 200 to 300 suspension bridges. However, almost all of them were destroyed by Cloud Heaven City's Devil Dragon army and fell into the magma of the abyss. The Devil Dragon army was as fast as lightning. Once they started destroying, there was no way to stop them. Hearing Zhu Hongshua's question, Yunlong was not angry. He quietly explained, City Lord Yang, young Master Zhu. This morning, the enemy suddenly transported over 100 suspension bridges that had already been built and fixed them on the other side. Thousands of flying mounts carried hundreds of drawbridges to our side, and then fixed them in place as quickly as possible. In less than an hour, the 100 suspension bridges were all repaired. Everyone immediately clicked their tongues. As expected of the wealthy Northwest Qin city, they could use such a large force. The abyss at the border was at least a few thousand meters long. The construction of the suspension bridges required extremely light and tough materials. The cost of each suspension bridge was astronomical. In the past half a month, Northwest Qin City had already destroyed 200 to 300 suspension bridges. This time, they actually built 100 of them at once and used thousands of flying mounts to build them all at once. This was something that even Cloud Heaven City, who had made a fortune, could not do. Even if they built 100 of them at once, you could still launch a surprise attack and destroy them. Zhu Hongxue said, I don't believe that the speed of the enemy's construction is faster than our speed of destruction. Yunlong said, young Master Zhu, I also wanted to give the order to destroy the suspension bridges. However, the situation did not allow us to take action. At least, I do not have the authority to send troops to destroy the suspension bridges because I cannot bear the loss of the army. The few of them immediately fell silent. Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank. Even the Devil Dragon Legion did not dare to send troops to destroy the suspension bridges. How many terrifying forces were guarding the two sides of the suspension bridges? Let's go and take a look. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The few of them replied in unison. Then, the three of them rode on their flying mounts. Yunlong led the remaining Devil Dragon warriors in the Abyss Castle and flew towards the Abyss border. The Abyss Castle was very close to the Abyss border. They arrived in a short while. Yang Dingtian was in the air and quickly saw the situation at the Abyss border. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the Devil Dragon Legion's 3rd Regiment did not dare to destroy the suspension bridges. It was not that they were not brave enough. But if they did, the consequences would be devastating. Fortunately, Yunlong did not send troops. If he really did, it would cause a huge loss to the Devil Dragon Legion's 3rd Regiment. Perhaps Yang Dingtian would really behead him in public. 100. Suspension bridges spanned across both sides of the Abyss border. Each suspension bridge was a few thousand meters long and 3 meters wide. There were hundreds of suspension bridges, and each bridge was 30 meters apart. The 100 suspension bridges were a total of 5 to 6 miles long. The sky above the suspension bridges was dark and covered the sky. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 large flying mounts. That's right, 2,000 to 3,000. They almost completely covered the sky for more than 10 miles. It was like a huge black cloud. Of course, most of these mounts were not combat mounts. They were transportation mounts. Every 3 flying mounts were fixed to each other. Then, an incomparably huge crystal crossbow was placed on the backs of the 3 flying mounts. This was because only the Divine Weapons Manor had small crystal crossbows. They were their trump cards. However, the price of these large crystal crossbows was even more terrifying. The price of each large crystal crossbow was at least tens of millions of gold coins. Cloud Sky City's Shiman Wuya did his best and only had less than 100 of them in the castle. At this moment, the Northwest Qin City had actually mobilized close to 1,000 of them. Each crystal crossbow was 20 meters wide. Added to the 3 flying mounts, they formed an aerial fortress. 3,000 flying mounts and 1,000 large crystal crossbows formed 1,000 aerial turrets. They circled and protected the 100 suspension bridges below. Not only that, on the other side of the suspension bridge, at the border of the Northwest Qin City's territory, there were a total of 2,000 crystal crossbows. A total of 3,000 large crystal crossbows were aimed at this side. These large crossbows were very inconvenient to move. If the demon dragons were allowed to move quickly, it should be very difficult to hit them. However, if they wanted to destroy the suspension bridge, the position was narrow, and they would become live targets. Basically, the number of crossbows that went would be destroyed. If it was a stubborn commander, 1,000 demon dragons might have been completely wiped out. The enemy's defense was not only that, at this moment, in the sky on the other side of the suspension bridge, more than a dozen top experts were sitting on flying mounts. They were eyeing Yang Dingtian's side covetously. That's right, more than a dozen top experts. Yang Dingtian once again saw his old sweetheart, Xiao Ruhan, this 3-star grandmaster. Not only that, Yang Dingtian also saw a 6-star grandmaster, the White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuqing. Not only that, there were 4 grandmasters beside them. The 3 grandmasters of the White Cloud City were all out. On the northwest Qin City's side, there was another grandmaster guarding Xiao Ruhan firmly. In total, there were 6 grandmasters and 10 revered martial artists. In addition, there were 3,000 large crystal crossbows guarding the suspension bridge. On Yang Dingtian's side, 1,000 demon dragons lined up neatly. They were 500 meters away from the suspension bridge. As long as the order was given, even if it meant death, they would instantly charge out. Yang Dingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that Xiao Ruhan had actually returned to the northwest Qin city. Qin Wanqiu was a cunning old fox. He would not fight to the death with Yang Dingtian. However, Xiao Ruhan and Yi Wuqing hated Yang Dingtian to the bone. He did not expect that they would actually go all out to protect the suspension bridge. This time, it was troublesome. It was impossible to rely on the demon dragons to destroy the suspension bridge. Under the destructive attack of the 3,000 large crystal crossbows, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu forcefully used the Xian flame to destroy the bridge. It was also impossible. The other side had 6 grandmasters and 10 revered martial artists. If Yang Dingtian and the other 2 rushed over, there was basically no way for them to survive. They had just destroyed 1 or 2 suspension bridges and were about to be killed by the other side's top experts. Could Yang Dingtian go invisible and destroy the bridge? If it was just 1 suspension bridge, it might be possible. However, to destroy 100 suspension bridges was completely impossible. In less than 10 seconds, they would be surrounded and killed by the other side. When they were completely invisible, they would not be discovered. However, once they released the Xian flame, they would be instantly exposed. There were 2 ways to destroy the suspension bridge. One was to mobilize the Demon Vulture army and destroy the crystal crossbows. They would endure the casualties and destroy the suspension bridge. The other was to mobilize their most secret weapon, their master, Dongfang Minmi. They would eliminate the other side's experts and destroy the suspension bridge. However, these 2 methods were both impossible. These 2 methods were Yang Dingtian's trump cards to win by surprise. The Southern Army, which was directly commanded by Qin Shiqi and Ming Wuming, was the most important enemy, the most fatal enemy. If they used their trump card at this time, how would they win when the time came? If Yang Dingtian had to use his trump card just to destroy 100 suspension bridges, then there was no need to fight this battle. Seeing Yang Dingtian again, Xiao Ruhan could be said to be filled with new hatred. She looked at Yang Dingtian with bone-deep hatred and absolute coldness. City Lord Yang Dingtian, I trust you have been well since we last met. Xiao Ruhan said coldly, if you have the backbone, then mobilize your demon dragon army and destroy it. I will show you what a destructive blow is. Yang Dingtian did not speak. You don't have the backbone? Then scram back and watch as my 500,000 army crosses the bridge and rendezvous with the Southern Army. Wait for my 1 million army to arrive and raise your Cloud Sky City to the ground. We will kill everyone in the city. Your wives and women will all fall into our master's lust and let them beg for death, Xiao Ruhan said viciously. Yang Dingtian still ignored her. However, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and the 1,000 demon dragon army were about to explode from anger. They could not wait to charge over without caring about their lives. Everyone, listen to my orders. Xiao Ruhan suddenly flew into the air and used the blue ice ray to draw a blue line 100 meters in front of Yang Dingtian. She said sternly, as long as a single person crosses that blue line on Yang Dingtian's side, all the crystal crossbows will shoot and kill them all. All the martial masters and martial saints will attack and kill all his lackeys. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Immediately, all the crystal crossbows were aimed at Yang Dingtian's side. This dazzling blue line was like an incomparably huge humiliation that was deeply engraved in the hearts of Yang Dingtian's side. They did not dare to cross the line. Once they did, they would not be able to withstand the enemy's destructive blow. Bastard Yang Dingtian, either you fight or scram, Xiao Ruhan said coldly. At this moment, countless troops were gathering behind Xiao Ruhan. Moreover, the densely packed troops were already divided into 100 square formations. Once they were completely assembled, they would begin to cross the bridge and enter Cloud Sky City's territory. Once the army entered Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian's strategy of attacking 3 and releasing 1 would completely fail. Yang Dingtian looked at the hundreds of thousands of troops on the other side of the bridge. They were majestic and mighty, filling the sky with dust. He looked at the thousands of flying mounts in the air, covering the sky. He looked at the 3,000 crystal crossbows, releasing a destructive aura. He looked at the dozens of top-notch experts, 6 martial masters, and 10 martial saints standing in the abyss. There was no chance, no possibility of success. Could it be that all their previous efforts would be wasted? Could it be that they were going to sit and watch as the killing 3 and releasing 1 failed? It could be said that once the Western Army successfully crossed the bridge and entered Cloud Sky City's territory, there would be no reason for them to stop. No matter what, the Divine Weapons Village Xianxia would lead hundreds of thousands of troops out of the Sunset Mountain Range and enter Cloud Sky City's territory. At that time, Cloud Sky City would once again face the situation of being surrounded by more than 1 million troops. Yang Dingtian's trump card was far from enough to destroy more than 1 million troops. Once the 1 million troops surrounded the city, it would be difficult for Yang Dingtian to overturn the situation. He focused his gaze and looked at the 100 suspension bridges. It was these 100 suspension bridges that could change the fate of Cloud Sky City. They had to be destroyed, but they couldn't be destroyed. No matter what, they couldn't be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes constricted. He looked at the suspension bridge's lock and said, "Are these suspension bridge ropes made of heavenly demonic silk?" "Yes." Qin Huayu said, "Each strand of heavenly demonic silk is 3 times thinner than a strand of hair, but can support hundreds of kilograms of weight. Each suspension bridge rope is made of 500 strands of heavenly demonic silk. Each suspension bridge has 50 suspension cables." Qin Huayu's meaning was clear. Each suspension bridge could support millions of kilograms of weight. Even if thousands of troops stood on a suspension bridge, nothing would happen. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Retreat, return to the city." Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue were stunned. Then, they were filled with unwillingness. Yes. Then, the 3 of them turned and retreated. More than 1,000 devil dragon warriors turned and retreated, incomparable humiliation, unwillingness, and anger. Ha 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 ha. In the air, Xiao Ruhan's twisted laughter could be heard. "Everyone, take a look. This is the so-called mighty and unyielding Yang Dingtian, retreating with his tail between his legs. What a spineless coward, what a coward. Yang Dingtian, just you wait. 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 Not a single person, not a single blade of grass, not a single tree will be left. Your women will all suffer hellish torture. They will beg for death, but they won't be able to die." Zhu Hongxue, who was retreating in the air, was about to explode from anger. Then, he suddenly turned around and was about to fight Xiao Ruhan to the death. This was intolerable. Yang Dingtian blocked him and said, "What are you doing? Go back." Zhu Hongxue said, "I can't take it anymore. Even if I die, I have to fight." Yang Dingtian said, "Who told you to fight? Could it be that we are just going to watch them arrogantly cross the bridge and set foot on our land?" Zhu Hongxue said harshly. "Of course not." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Let's go back to Cloud Sky City. We'll be back in a while. Later, I'll perform a miracle for you to see. I'll let you see how effortlessly I destroy these 100 suspension bridges." Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue were shocked and said, "How is that possible? The other party had such a terrifying defense." Yang Dingtian alone could destroy 100 suspension bridges effortlessly. How was that possible? Note, the second update is 5,600 words. Today's update is 13,000 words. Begging for monthly votes, begging for support. Also, in response to Qidian's call, I opened Sina Weibo. The name is, Author Silent Cake. Welcome. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to return to Cloud Sky City. Song Chunhua was doing the final defense of Cloud Sky City. When she saw Yang Dingtian return so quickly, she was filled with doubt and worry. It's fine, continue with your work, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others quickly flew towards Cloud Sky City. Qin Huayu, I remember that your wife loves music, right? Yang Dingtian asked. My wife? Qin Huayu was stunned, then he blushed and nodded. Go and call her over, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu was stunned again. What did this have to do with music? But he immediately obeyed the order and left, back at Cloud Sky City. At this moment, Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao felt that a big battle was coming and were desperately practicing their swordsmanship. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had returned, Yan Yan threw her sword aside and pounced on him. Husband, that vixen Yao Rao is back. Did you see her? Yan Yan ran over. In front of Zhu Hongxue, she was too embarrassed to throw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. She only held on to Yang Dingtian's hand. On the other side, Qin Jiaojiao resisted the urge to pounce over and scolded, so mushy. Yan Yan, do you know how to play the zither? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan blushed and stuck out her tongue. I don't know. Jiao Jiao, do you know? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know either, Jiao Jiao said. Yan Yan, do we have heavenly devil silk at home? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, a lot, Yan Yan said. They were all sent over by that woman, Qin Mingli. Go and get a carriage of heavenly devil silk. Jiao Jiao, go and get all the musical instruments in the castle, Yang Dingtian said. It's not easy to help Yang Dingtian. The two little women are very excited. The heavenly devil silk was an extremely expensive material. Even though Qin Mingli did not know what use Yang Dingtian would have for it, she still prepared a lot for Yang Dingtian. At the very least, it could be used to make armor. Heavenly devil silk, it sounded like the silk of a powerful silkworm. In fact, this kind of demonic silkworm was a kind of demonic beast, about 12 kilograms in size. It had incomparably sharp teeth and an incomparably strong stomach. It likes to devour all kinds of strange metals, especially diamond jades. However, the staple food was a very special kind of magic Latin leaf. This kind of demonic silkworm could spit out silk 3 times in 2 years after consuming a large amount of food. Of course, if it didn't spin a cocoon, it would directly spit out silk. Furthermore, only one at a time. The threads were of varying lengths. The shortest ones were only 100 meters long, while the longest ones were tens of thousands of meters long. That's right, a single thread was tens of thousands of meters long. However, a thread that was tens of thousands of meters long was very rare. Most of the heavenly devil silk was only a few thousand meters long. There were many uses for this kind of silk, but no one used it to make ropes, because it was extremely extravagant. In the past, the Northwest Qin City's suspension bridge was also made of metal chains. The biggest use of this kind of silk was to make tight soft armor. This was because this thing was not afraid of being burned by fire, cut by blades, and had an almost invulnerable effect. Of course, even the simplest heavenly devil silk soft armor was extremely expensive, at least a few million gold coins. Therefore, the Northwest Qin City used the heavenly devil silk as ropes to make 100 suspension bridges at once. Yang Dingtian could only gasp in amazement at such extravagance. Yan Yan quickly found a cart of heavenly devil silk. Yang Dingtian and the others immediately got to work. Every 500 strands of heavenly devil silk were tied into a rope, and in the shortest amount of time, they made 30 ropes. Then, they fixed the 30 ropes at both ends of the main hall, and laid various light steel planks on top. They made a relatively simple model of the suspension bridge. Jiao Jiao also brought over several hundred kinds of musical instruments. Then, except for Song Chunhua, Song Lihua, and Madame Shimen all came to the main hall, opening their eyes wide, ready to watch Yang Dingtian create a miracle. Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue opened their eyes to the maximum, afraid to miss a single detail. They wanted to see what kind of miracle Yang Dingtian was going to create. Lihua, come here, sit in my seat and play various musical instruments, Yang Dingtian said. Song Lihua was startled, then nodded and said, yes. Then, she came to Yang Dingtian's position, which was about 3 to 4 meters away from the simple heavenly devil silk suspension bridge. She sat down on the chair leisurely. But what was a little funny was that she was wearing wear-resistant work clothes, and her sitting posture was that of a charming goddess, so the feeling was very harmonious. At this moment, Song Lihua couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Dingtian and say, City Lord, why didn't you tell me in advance that you wanted me to play the zither? I could have changed my clothes. Then, Song Lihua picked up a zither-like thing and began to play. She played very well, and the melody was extremely beautiful, with a distant ancient charm. Yang Dingtian leaned close to the suspension bridge and looked at it for a few seconds, then said, Lihua, change the song, something more intense and faster. Song Lihua immediately changed the song, which was impassioned and made one's blood boil. Yang Dingtian observed the heavenly devil silk rope for a moment, then shook his head and said, change the instrument. Song Lihua changed the instrument again. This time, it was a big guy that looked like a harp. This time, without Yang Dingtian saying anything, she played an elegant and slow song first. Song Lihua's skills were really too high. Even though everyone knew that Yang Dingtian had a serious matter to attend to, they still couldn't help but be intoxicated by Song Lihua's zither music. Just when everyone was listening to the most fascinating song, Yang Dingtian spoiled the mood and said, change it. At this moment, even Jiao Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Dingtian. Next, Song Lihua played a faster and more intense song. However, there was still nothing that Yang Dingtian wanted. Change the instrument, Yang Dingtian said. Next, Song Lihua changed to something similar to a set of chimes and began to ring. At first, only the chimes were ringing, but later, the throne in the hall also made a strange sound. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The big bell at the top of Cloud Sky City was also making a buzzing sound. Yang Dingtian was delighted. He got it. Of course, even though it wasn't the type he wanted, at least he got it. Change the instrument. Just like that, she kept changing. In the end, Song Lihua played an instrument for almost half a minute. Luckily, she was a talented woman and knew almost every instrument. Even if she didn't know how to play it, she could understand it by analogy. After almost 2 hours, Yang Dingtian still didn't get the result that he wanted. Yang Dingtian was immediately disappointed and worried. Could it really not work? If this miracle didn't work, then the bridge couldn't be destroyed. If the bridge couldn't be destroyed, then the hundreds of thousands of troops in the west would flood into Cloud Sky City's territory. Yang Dingtian's deployment and previous sacrifices would be in vain. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. He came to Song Lihua's side and directly took a zither that looked like a pipa. This thing looked like a pipa, but it had 5 strings. And the body of the zither wasn't made of wood, but of a special jade. And the strings were made of a special metal. Yang Dingtian grabbed the 5-string hugging zither and immediately tore off the strings. Everyone was shocked. If they didn't know Yang Dingtian's character very well, they would have thought that he was destroying the zither to vent his anger. After ripping off the 5 metal strings, Yang Dingtian pulled the heavenly devil silk and made 5 strings by bundling them up. Then, he tied them to the 5-string zither. After he was done, Yang Dingtian handed the brand new 5-string zither with heavenly devil silk strings to Song Lihua and said, play it again. The more intense the better. Yes. Song Lihua said solemnly. Then, she began to play the zither. The tune she played was the most intense apocalyptic frenzy. This song could be considered a song of the evil Tao. It had been played by the evil Tao during the previous Armageddon War. The tune was very intense, very terrifying, and directly tugged at one's heartstrings. Immersed in the rhythm of this tune, even one's heartbeat and pulse would be changed. Dang 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 dang, Song Lihua flicked her finger. Suddenly, everyone's eyebrows trembled. Because, after changing to heavenly devil silk strings, the sound became extremely high-pitched, almost to the point of no sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to pierce through one's brain. Yang Dingtian leaned in front of the suspension bridge made of heavenly devil silk rope. As Song Lihua played. Suddenly, the heavenly devil silk rope in front of him jumped. Got it. Got it. Found it, it's here, it's a success. Yang Dingtian walked over and took the zither from Song Lihua's arms. Then, he channeled his profound qi and began to play. The tune that Yang Dingtian was playing was very messy. However, it became faster and faster, higher and sharper. In the beginning, one could still hear the sound of playing. Later on, when it reached the peak, it was almost impossible to hear the sound at all. It felt very uncomfortable. However, a magical miracle happened. This simulated suspension bridge actually began to shake and shake. As Yang Dingtian's speed became faster and faster, the profound qi input became greater and greater. The heavenly devil silk rope on the suspension bridge shook more and more violently. Dang 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 dang, Yang Dingtian was completely fast to the extreme. Bang 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 bang, there were bursts of loud explosions. The strings of the zither in Yang Dingtian's hands all broke. At the same time, the heavenly devil silk rope on the simulated suspension bridge also broke in an instant. In an instant, the short distance countless segments, countless heavenly devil silk scattered in the air. The entire hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian as if they had seen a god or a ghost. Not only the others, even Yan Yan, Jiao Jiao, and Qin Mingli. There was also Yao Rao, who had just walked in to watch the show. How did he do it? This was really unfathomable. Jiao Jiao was even thinking, is this person still my husband? He doesn't look like it. He's not that powerful. When he licked my body or forced me to lick his body, other than being a lecher and a bastard, there was nothing special about him. How could he be so powerful? In an instant, Yang Dingtian's image in Jiao Jiao's heart became completely mysterious and unfathomable. Yao Rao originally did not think much of this human little boy, but now she could not help but be deeply stunned. To her, this was a completely unknown territory. It could probably be classified as intelligence. Intelligence could be said to be a fatal attraction to the Fox clan. Zhu Hongxue was also stunned. Then, there was a very simple sentence in his mind. No wonder he could be the boss. Yang Dingtian put down the zither and said, use the fastest speed to make 500 zither with the strings of the heavenly devil silk. I will write down how much heavenly devil silk is needed for each zither string. Then, go find the Devil Dragon Army and find 509-star third-class martial great masters and above. Because, the amount of profound qi needed and the speed of plucking the strings must be at least 9-star third-class martial xian. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. The reason why Yang Dingtian destroyed the suspension bridge was very simple. It was resonance. Because when he thought of the bridge, he thought of a very famous event in Earth's history. At the beginning of the 19th century, a group of Napoleon's army, under the command of their officers, marched majestically and uniformly across a bridge in Angers, France. When they were about to reach the middle of the bridge suddenly shook violently and finally broke and collapsed, causing many soldiers and citizens to fall into the water and die. After investigation, it was found that the main culprit of this tragedy was resonance. Because when the large group of soldiers walked in unison, it produced a frequency that coincided with the natural frequency of the bridge, causing the bridge to vibrate even more. When its amplitude reached the maximum limit and exceeded the bridge's resistance, the bridge broke. There were many similar events. Compared to the sturdy iron bridge, the suspension bridge was undoubtedly even less sturdy. And although the heavenly devil silk was incomparably tough, it looked like something that was extremely easy to cause resonance. Then, what needed to be done was to find the frequency that made it resonate and make the vibration reach the limit, causing the heavenly devil silk to break. Of course, it was too difficult to make the heavenly devil silk break, but this chaotic world happened to have profound qi energy, which could increase the vibration effect by a lot. In just over an hour, the 500 special zither had been completed. Of course, most of them were just temporary modifications. The entire cloud castle had collected a few hundred. The remaining ones were not enough, so several Grandmaster-level experts used jade stones to carve them on the spot. They even used a high-grade profound fire, so of course, the speed was very fast. At the same time, 509-star Martial Xian warriors and above were all ready. Under the command of Yang Dingtian, they practiced dozens of times with empty hand gestures. When everything was ready, each of them held a special zither in their hands. They rode the devil dragon and sped towards the border abyss in the west at full speed. At this time, the 500,000 soldiers of the Western Legion of the Punitive Army had all gathered at the eastern border of the northwest Qin city. The 100 miles of land near the drawbridge had become an extremely huge military camp. Countless barracks bloomed on the 100 miles of land. With the arrival of the war, the people within 300 miles of the eastern border of the northwest Qin city had all been evacuated. These 300 miles of land had completely become a huge military camp. At this time, there were already 200,000 soldiers gathered at the edge of the abyss, divided into 100 formations. Each formation had 2,000 people. They were divided into 20 trips across the bridge. 100 people crossed each drawbridge at a time, so 10,000 people crossed the bridge at a time. Each trip took less than half an hour. In other words, it would take 10 hours for all the 200,000 soldiers to cross the bridge. In addition, there were other tedious preparations and large-scale supplies to cross the bridge. With a total of more than 500,000 soldiers, it would take more than 30 hours for all of them to cross the bridge. There were only 6 days left before the decisive battle on August 15th. For the Western Legion, time was very tight. After crossing the bridge, they had to rush for more than 100 miles every day without stopping to reach the Cloud Sky City on the day of the decisive battle. Of course, rushing for more than 100 miles every day was very difficult for the cold weapons soldiers of the Earth era. The infantry soldiers of the Earth era could only march for a few dozen miles every day. However, it was completely different in the chaotic world. The soldiers here were all professional martial artists, and their physiques were much higher. If they rushed at full speed, it was not impossible for them to travel 200 to 300 miles. If they were cavalry, the ordinary horses of the chaotic world had much higher endurance and speed. It was not impossible for them to travel 1,000 miles in a day. At this time, the defense of the 100 drawbridges was still very strong and impenetrable. There were still 3,000 large crystal crossbows and more than 10 top experts guarding the 100 drawbridges. Behind Xiao Ruhan, the 200,000 soldiers had all lined up and were ready to cross the bridge at any time. Previously, Yang Dingtian had retreated with his tail between his legs. Even though Xiao Ruhan had mocked him viciously, she still believed that Yang Dingtian wouldn't let this matter rest and wouldn't give up just like that. However, if she put herself in Yang Dingtian's position, she could not think of any way to destroy the drawbridges. At this time, the territory of the Cloud Sky City suddenly vibrated intensely. Then, a black shadow came to a stop like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Ruhan's beautiful eyes flashed with jealousy. The Devil Dragon army was really coveted. They could travel at a speed of more than 1,000 miles every 2 hours. It was a cavalry army that everyone dreamed of. Everyone, get ready to meet the enemy, Xiao Ruhan said coldly. As long as the enemy crosses the blue line, kill them immediately. Yes. Suddenly, everyone shouted in unison. Then, the 3,000 crystal crossbows were all aimed at the Devil Dragon army that was flying over. Yang Dingtian led the 500 Devil Dragon warriors and rushed over like a gust of wind. Then, as Yang Dingtian raised his hand, the 500 Devil Dragon warriors instantly stopped behind the blue line. This was really an ace cavalry army. They moved as fast as lightning and stopped as stone. Under the rapid speed, as long as Yang Dingtian gave the order, the 500 Devil Dragon warriors would immediately stop and become a perfectly straight line. There was not the slightest mistake. However, when she saw that the 500 Devil Dragon warriors were not holding weapons but zither, Qin Mingli was stunned. Then, she held her stomach and laughed. Yang Dingtian, did you come all this way just to find a few hundred zither to play for us when we cross the bridge? Xiao Ruhan said sarcastically, then why don't you let your wife and mother-in-law do it? The mother and daughter danced together. It will definitely make my hundreds of thousands of soldiers forget the fatigue of marching. Madame Qiao is an outstanding beauty. It is not bad for you to dance and entertain these soldiers. The one with the poisonous tongue was not Yang Dingtian, but Qin Huayu. Every time Qiu Ruhan spoke viciously, Yang Dingtian did not know how to retaliate. After all, she was Qin Huayu's mother in name, even though she and Qin Huayu were like enemies. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Huayu who retaliated viciously. Qiu Ruhan looked at Qin Huayu with eyes full of disdain and viciousness. She said indifferently, "What's wrong? Yang Dingtian slept with your woman and made you a cuckold. Yet, you still support him like this. With your despicable personality, you are really not worthy to be the successor of the Northwest Qin city." If it was in the past, Qin Huayu would probably have jumped up. However, now, he had found a place in his heart where he belonged. He trusted and understood Yang Dingtian. This kind of despicable attempt to drive a wedge between them was no longer of any use. "Woman, you have no sense of shame and you still dare to bite back." Qin Huayu sneered and said, "When you made my father a cuckold, when you sold your ass in front of Ming Wuming in evil ways in order to survive, when you served Ming Wuming together with your so-called daughter Qin Chichi, how did you feel in your heart?" Qin Huayu's words were extremely vicious and directly stabbed at Qiu Ruhan's most humiliating and sensitive place. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She said coldly to Qin Huayu, "You son of a bitch. Just you wait. I will make you regret saying those words. My revenge will be completely unleashed on your woman, your daughter." "Alright, Madam Qiu," Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "let's put aside the vicious curses and attacks for now. How about we make a bet?" Qiu Ruhan's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Yang Dingtian. "Alright, what are we betting on?" We will not cross this blue line in front of us. We will not use any profound flames or profound skills. We will just stand here and not launch any attacks. I will be able to destroy your 100 suspension bridges," Yang Dingtian said. "Ha ha ha, in your dreams. Even a great grandmaster like Qin Wanzhou can't do this." Qiu Ruhan sneered. "Let me finish," Yang Dingtian said. "We will not cross this blue line and not launch any attacks. If I use some unfathomable method to destroy these 100 suspension bridges, what will you do?" "In your dreams," Qiu Ruhan said. "You say it first. If you can't destroy these 100 suspension bridges, what will you do?" "You state this condition," Yang Dingtian said. "You come over, kneel in front of me, and lick the soles of my shoes. How about it?" Qiu Ruhan said coldly. It seemed that offending a woman was the most terrible thing. Previously, Yang Dingtian's abuse of Qiu Ruhan had already made her hate him to the extreme. She would not kill or beat him. She would make Yang Dingtian kneel in front of everyone and lick the soles of her shoes. This was not something that the madam of the Northwest Qin city should say. This woman was already a little hysterical. "Okay," Yang Dingtian said resolutely and decisively, "then what if I succeed?" Qiu Ruhan said, "I will kneel in front of you and lick the soles of your shoes. How about it?" "Good," Yang Dingtian shouted. "Then, in front of several 100,000 people, make an oath." Then, in front of several 100,000 people, the two of them made the highest oath in the primal chaos continent. Next, several 100,000 people stopped all their actions and stared at Yang Dingtian. They racked their brains but still could not imagine how Yang Dingtian could destroy the suspension bridges. It was simply impossible. There were 3,000 crystal crossbows and more than a dozen top-notch experts defending. Moreover, Yang Dingtian actually said that if they did not cross the blue line, they would not launch any attacks. How was this possible? Even a god couldn't do that, Qiu Ruhan loudly ordered. "All crystal crossbows, listen to my order. As long as a single soldier from Cloud Sky City crosses the line, or as long as they launch any attacks, you will shoot with all your might." "Yes." The 3,000 large crystal crossbows shouted loudly and all the giant crossbows were raised. "Yes." The dozen top-notch experts behind Qiu Ruhan replied in unison. Then, Qiu Ruhan began to order, "Cross the bridge." Immediately, 100 rows of soldiers moved out and began to cross the bridge. Each row had 100 people, so a total of 10,000 people crossed the bridge. In fact, they could have crossed the bridge an hour ago. However, Qiu Ruhan wanted to cross the bridge in front of Yang Dingtian. She wanted Yang Dingtian to watch the army enter Cloud Sky City's territory. The 10,000 soldiers, in 100 rows, stepped in orderly steps and crossed the bridge. Yang Dingtian waved his hand. Immediately, 500 warriors of martial mystic level and above neatly picked up the heavenly devil silk zither. Clang! Yang Dingtian plucked the zither strings. Immediately, the 500 people plucked the zither strings in unison. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp and ear-piercing sound was heard. The several 100,000 soldiers furrowed their brows. Xiao Ruhan sneered, "Such an unpleasant zither sound. Are you trying to disgust my army to death?" The 10,000 soldiers were not affected and continued to cross the bridge. Yang Dingtian continued to pluck the zither strings. The speed was getting faster and faster. The amount of mystic chi input was getting higher and higher. Every second, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 39 times, the sound was getting louder and louder, and in the end, it was completely inaudible. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, a frightening scene took place. 100 suspension bridges began to tremble violently, swaying wildly, shaking wildly. The amplitude of the shaking became greater and greater, and the frequency of the vibration became higher and higher. Later, it was impossible to walk at all. The 10,000 soldiers were all lying on the bridge, hugging each other tightly for fear of falling down. Clang 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 clang, Yang Dingtian led the 500 experts, plucking the zither strings faster and faster, faster and faster. In the end, the 500 hands completely turned into afterimages, and it was impossible to see clearly. And the sound of the zither had reached its peak, and it could not make any sound at all. The mystic chi input of the 500 people was getting higher and higher. Finally, it reached the limit that the heavenly devil silk could reach. Clang, Yang Dingtian's hand finally slashed. The 500 people's hands finally slashed. Pa, 500 neat bursting sounds, the zither strings of the 500 zither were all broken. At the same time, the strings of the 3,000 crystal crossbows were all broken in an instant. All the giant arrows flew out in a disorderly manner. Sweeping across the area, they shot countless of their own people to death. This was a complete surprise, because the strings of the crystal crossbows were also wrapped in the heavenly devil silk. The biggest and most terrifying scene was 100 suspension bridges shook to the extreme, swayed to the extreme, and then suddenly stopped. Bang! An incomparably loud sound. Then, 100 suspension bridges all collapsed, shattered into pieces, and flew into the air. A total of 100 suspension bridges, 100 ropes made of heavenly devil silk, priceless, invulnerable, and incomparably sturdy suspension bridges, instantly shattered into pieces. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of troops, as if they had seen a ghost, as if they had seen a god, looked at Yang Dingtian, even, including Xiao Ruhan. Note, the first 7,000 words have been sent, I will continue to write the second. Brothers, don't stop the monthly votes, continue to give me motivation. Today's monthly votes are a little, bosses. Xiao Ruhan was not the only one who was shocked. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind her were shocked as well. Even the 500 demon dragon warriors beside Yang Dingtian were completely stunned. That's right, they were participants, but they had no idea what was going on. How could the 100 suspension bridges all self-destruct and shatter into pieces when they were playing the zither here? Not only that, even the strings of the 3,000 crystal crossbows instantly snapped. Everyone knew very well how strong and tough the heavenly devil silk was. It could even be said that a rope made of 500 strands of heavenly devil silk would be difficult to cut with a sharp sword. Now, it actually snapped and exploded on its own. Yang Dingtian seemed to have a pair of hands from the heavens as he personally performed this miracle. Instantly, the 500 demon dragon warriors looked at Yang Dingtian with even more admiration and respect. Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue had already seen the miracle in Cloud Sky City's main hall, but they still could not help but be shocked. The 10,000 soldiers who crossed the bridge fell directly into the abyss and were melted by the lava. However, basically no one noticed this at this time. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind Xiao Ruhan all stared blankly at Yang Dingtian. With regards to Yang Dingtian, their feelings were extremely complicated. Yang Dingtian rose very quickly. In just a few years, he went from an unknown person to the young leader of the entire chaotic continent. When he became the Lord of Cloud Sky City, he was already on par with Qin Huayu and the others. And in just a few months, he inexplicably became the public enemy of the world. But at the same time, his status immediately leaped above Zhu Hongxue, Song Chunhua, and the others. Regardless of whether it was positive or negative, he had almost achieved the same fame as Dongfang Bingling. Of course, the current rumors in the world were that Yang Dingtian was a spy for the evil ways and that Yang Dingtian had caused the death of Dongfang Bingling. However, there were not many real fools in the world. Almost everyone in the world half believed and half doubted this news. Of course, most people didn't care about Yang Dingtian's feelings. It's useless for you to talk to ordinary soldiers about good and evil, about the rise and fall of the world. These soldiers, these sergeants, would only listen to the orders of their superiors. They were different from the disciples of the various forces. Those martial arts disciples were free and full of ideals. Therefore, even if there were vague rumors that Yang Dingtian was righteous, they didn't care about Yang Dingtian's evil ways. If the higher-ups wanted them to attack Cloud Sky City, then they would attack. But now, after witnessing such a miraculous scene, he was shocked. Their hearts were shaken and trembling. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's image became lofty, mysterious, and invincible. This filled the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers with fear and respect for Yang Dingtian. They did not want to become enemies with him at all. A person who could do such a miraculous thing seemed to have been sent by the heavens to become enemies with him and attack him. They didn't want to do it and didn't dare to do it. Qiu Ruhan, what about the thing you promised? Qin Huayu sneered and broke the dead silence. That's right. Everyone suddenly woke up from their shock. Qiu Ruhan, under extreme hatred, had made an extremely vicious bet with Yang Dingtian that was not befitting of her status. Just like when Yang Dingtian successfully destroyed 100 suspension bridges, Qiu Ruhan had knelt down to lick Yang Dingtian's shoes. Now, Yang Dingtian's miraculous performance had mysteriously destroyed 100 suspension bridges. Then, Qiu Ruhan should fulfill her promise. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Qiu Ruhan, including the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind her. Although they were full of fear for Qiu Ruhan, they still stared at her closely. If she really kept her end of the bet, then it would be the biggest show that everyone had ever seen. Not only all the soldiers, but even the White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuqing, looked at her. Qiu Ruhan, as the wife of the Northwest Qin City, had great power and was arrogant and domineering. Even the White Cloud City Lord had to look up to her. At this moment, if he could see Qiu Ruhan kneeling down to lick his shoes, he would probably never forget it. For a moment, Qiu Ruhan was the focus of countless gazes. That kind of humiliation and anger almost exploded from Qiu Ruhan's body. She couldn't wait to rush over and tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. She couldn't wait to fly into the air and kill everyone present, whether they were on her side or the enemy. There was another deathly silence in the hall. No one spoke. They were all waiting for Qiu Ruhan's choice. Would she fulfill the bet, or break her promise? Of course, no one dared to make a sound. They were afraid that Qiu Ruhan would vent her anger on them. Suddenly, Qiu Ruhan smiled. Her beautiful and cold face revealed an incomparably beautiful smile. Just like some poisonous flowers, the more beautiful they were, the more poisonous they were. Yang Dingtian, do you really want to come over and kneel down to lick your shoes? You have to think carefully. Can you bear it? Qiu Ruhan smiled. It's fine if you don't fulfill the bet. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. You have to admit in front of everyone that you represent the power of the evil ways. You work for Ningwuming of the evil ways. In order to survive, you sold yourself to Ningwuming. On your side, I represent justice. That's enough. Yang Dingtian gave Qiu Ruhan a choice. She could either kneel down and lick his shoes or admit that the punitive expedition was controlled by the evil ways. If she knelt down and licked his shoes, it would be Qiu Ruhan's dignity that would be destroyed. If she admitted that the punitive expedition was controlled by the evil ways and admitted that Yang Dingtian was just, it would be a devastating blow to the entire punitive expedition, or at least to the entire Western Allied forces. It was one thing to have doubts in her heart. However, it was another thing to be exposed by the supreme leader of the punitive expedition. Of course, She could also choose to turn hostile and start a massacre. The scene was silent again. Everyone was waiting for Qiao Ruhan's choice. Ha 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 ha. Qiao Ruhan laughed again. This time, her laughter was even more gorgeous and moving. It was even more chilling. Isn't the choice simple? Qiao Ruhan smiled and flew over gently. She came directly in front of Yang Dingtian. Perhaps it was because of the evil energy, Qiao Ruhan's beauty at this time was even more soul-stirring than the last time he saw her. This poisonous flower bloomed even more gorgeously. It was just that this kind of beauty was frightening. Then, Qiao Ruhan looked at Yang Dingtian with a smile. Yang Dingtian, I hope you won't regret it. Of course, you will regret it. Then, she looked up at Yang Dingtian and knelt down directly. Gradually, she lay down. Her delicate body looked even more like the undulating mountains and rivers. In this way, Qiao Ruhan gradually bent down in the most exaggerated posture. Her absolutely beautiful face had been looking up at Yang Dingtian all along. She was smiling all the time, but her beautiful eyes were cold and filled with countless vicious lights. When she reached Yang Dingtian's feet, she stuck out her tongue like a poisonous snake. Then, slowly, she licked Yang Dingtian's shoes. It was not satisfying. It was like licking wonderful honey. The whole process was very slow. The whole scene was incomparably tempting. Anyone who was treated like this by a peerless beauty of noble status like Qiao Ruhan would be incomparably confused, even at the cost of their lives. Everyone thought that watching this process would be incomparably satisfying. But the fact was the complete opposite. Almost everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Whether it was Yang Dingtian who was being served, or all the onlookers. During the whole process, cold sweat broke out on their backs. Qiao Ruhan's tongue was licking Yang Dingtian's feet. But everyone seemed to feel that there was a poisonous snake's tongue licking their faces. That poisonous and cold breath made people feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. After seeing Qiao Ruhan licking his shoes, the fear of this woman in the hearts of everyone present became even stronger. Even Qin Huayu's face changed dramatically and became deathly pale. After slowly standing up, Qiao Ruhan stretched out her cold and smooth jade hand and stroked Yang Dingtian's face. She said lightly, "Okay, satisfied? If not, I can still do it." The muscles on Yang Dingtian's face twitched slightly, but he did not make any sound. "I know that whatever I say is useless, but I hope you don't vent your madness on the innocent." Yang Dingtian said lightly. "You think too much." Qiao Ruhan chuckled, and then her delicate body floated gently. Suddenly, a blue light trajectory was drawn and flew towards the west. Qin Huayu said, "This woman is going completely crazy." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and glanced at the hundreds of thousands of troops on the other side of the river. These 100 suspension bridges should have exhausted the resources of the northwest Qin city in a short period of time. If he wanted to build another 100 suspension bridges, it would take more than a short period of time. Furthermore, the northwest Qin city was a few thousand miles away from here. Therefore, in a short period of time, the Western Army's eastward advance had been completely cut off. Moreover, these hundreds of thousands of troops had seen Yang Dingtian's miraculous performance and Qiao Ruhan's snake-like scene. Their hearts had turned cold, and their hostility and morale had dropped by a lot. No matter how crazy Qiao Ruhan would become in the future. What kind of consequences would there be? But now, the Western Army was blocked. Yang Dingtian's strategy of attacking 3 and letting go of 1 was completely completed. The next few days should be incomparably quiet. Just like before dawn, there was incomparable darkness. Before the madness, there was absolute silence. In the next few days, they would wait for the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Southern Army to head north and attack the city. Of course, some people might say that, with the suspension bridges destroyed, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Western Army could not cross, but the experts above the Marshal Venerable level could still fly over. These Marshal Venerables and Grandmasters could still attack Cloud Sky City, but the truth was, why did the evil ways organize 1,000,000 troops to attack Cloud Sky City? Even the Zhongzhou Expeditionary Army had sent hundreds of thousands of troops from thousands of miles away. This was a complete waste of resources. In the hands of the evil ways, destroying Cloud Sky City was easy. There was no need for 1.5 million troops. 100,000 troops were enough. Even the 20,000 troops of the Ning clan of the South Sea were enough to turn Cloud Sky City into ruins and kill everyone in Cloud Sky City. People who had this kind of thinking had overlooked the most fundamental problem. That was, the evil ways had sent out more than 1 million troops, not to destroy Cloud Sky City at all. This kind of anti-aircraft artillery was used to kill mosquitoes. The only purpose was to create an image of the world besieging Cloud Sky City and the world-fearing Yang Dingtian. This was because Yang Dingtian's team was currently the only force that could directly confront the evil ways. It was a flame. Extinguishing this flame was not important. What was important was to force the people of the world to take sides and send troops to attack Cloud Sky City. This was essentially a declaration of allegiance. A declaration of allegiance to the evil ways. A declaration of allegiance to justice and a declaration of allegiance to the Tiando League. Of course, the Western Army had another way to advance east. Didn't they still have 3,000 flying mounts? They could just directly transport the infantrymen over. They could transport 3,000 at a time. After half an hour, they could transport 60,000 to 70,000 people a day, because the flying mounts needed to rest. In the next few days, they could also transport hundreds of thousands of troops over. Of course, it would be difficult to transport the mounts and large-scale military equipment over. Now, Yang Dingtian had destroyed the suspension bridges, giving Qin Wanzhou a sufficient excuse. Whether Qin Wanzhou wanted to use this excuse to delay the army's advance east was his problem. He believed that he had enough wisdom to handle this matter. Just like Xianxia in the divine weapons matter, his son was captured, his army was ambushed, 40,000 to 50,000 people died, and the tunnel was blocked. Could it be that the army really couldn't advance? Of course they could. If the tunnel was blocked, they could send tens of thousands of people and hundreds of experts to clear the tunnel in one day. The army could still advance west. However, Xianxia had started to bide his time. The main reason was that Xianxia and Qin Wanzhou didn't want to completely sell themselves to Yang Dingtian. In their hearts, they still wanted to give Yang Dingtian a chance to prove himself. As long as there was a sufficient excuse, they would be happy not to send their troops. They were different from Song Shao from the world society. Song Shao was determined to advance south to destroy Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he had only given up completely after his power had been dealt a devastating blow. As for Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia, Yang Dingtian felt that he had a certain level of tacit understanding with them. Although Xianxia couldn't be compared to Qin Wanzhou, he was still considered a hero of his generation. Their craftiness made them sit on the fence, making them unwilling to face evil ways head-on. However, it was difficult to make them completely sell themselves to Yang Dingtian. 3rd Regiment of the Devil Dragon Army, listen to my orders. Guard the Abyss Castle. However, if the enemy's Western Legion crosses the border or steps into Cloud Sky City's territory, kill them all, Yang Dingtian ordered loudly. Yes. 1,000 soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of the Devil Dragon Army shouted in unison. Let's go back. Yang Dingtian said, it's time to make the final arrangements for the final battle in a few days. Yang Dingtian turned around, and the 500 Devil Dragon Army also quickly turned around. Qin Huaiyu said, if we leave like this, what if they cross the border again? What if we take the flying cavalry and set up the crystal crossbow formation again? Yang Dingtian said, I believe that your father has enough wisdom to handle this matter. I believe that he and I have a faint tacit understanding. At this moment, Qiao Ruhan didn't say anything. She sat on a flying mount, abandoned the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and flew towards the west. Immediately after, Yi Wuqing frowned, jumped on his flying mount, and flew towards the south. Yi Wuqing was dead set on following the evil ways, so he would definitely report the latest situation to Ning Wuming and Qin Qiqi. Immediately after, all the master level and martial honorable level experts of the Western Legion left, leaving behind the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were temporarily without a leader. Indeed, there were no fools in this world. Yang Dingtian destroyed the 100 pontoon bridges and won a political battle. Next, the entire Western Legion's decisions would depend on Qin Wanzhou. Yi Wuqing went to find Ning Wuming and Qin Qiqi, asking them to put pressure on Qin Wanzhou. Qiao Ruhan directly went to the northwest Qin city and displayed her power. These actions had only one goal, and that was to make Qin Wanchou submit. Yang Dingtian had already done everything he could. Next, it would depend on Qin Wanchou, his wisdom and his willpower. It would depend on his performance and his choice. Return to the city. Following Yang Dingtian's order, Yang Dingtian and the others, as well as the 500 Devil Dragon Legion soldiers, rushed towards Cloud Sky City like lightning. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. At the border of the abyss, 1,000 Devil Dragon Legion's 3rd Regiment faced the abyss and looked towards the other side, eyeing covetously. As expected, there wouldn't be any battles in the next few days. There would be a few short days of peace. Then, the final battle would erupt. The final battle with the evil ways, an earth-shattering final battle that would directly change the situation of the world. The chances of winning this final battle largely depended on Qin Wanchou's willpower. Hopefully, Qin Wanchou wouldn't disappoint him. He didn't need to do anything. As long as he delayed for 1 or 2 days, the situation would basically be settled. The current situation was very clear. If the Western Legion didn't advance east, the Eastern Legion wouldn't advance west. However, once Qin Wanchou gave the order for the Western Legion to enter Cloud Sky City's territory, Qiu Wanjia's Eastern Legion would have no choice but to open up a tunnel to enter Cloud Sky City. Qin Wanchou, I've already done what I could. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yang Dingtian sped up and turned his head towards the west to take one last look. He thought in his heart. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian and the others had already entered Cloud Sky City like lightning. At this moment, the sky was already completely dark. The outside of Cloud Sky City's city walls were still brightly lit, turning into an incomparably huge construction site. Countless people were carrying out the final construction and strengthening of the city walls. Even though there wouldn't be any battles until the final battle, Yang Dingtian still couldn't rest because he still needed to make the final modifications to Cloud Sky City's army. According to the summary of the past few days' battle experience, he needed to make the final improvements to the army's weaknesses. I'll give you a 4-hour break. You still need to rest. Take a bath when you need to. Go talk to people when you need to. Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, and the others. After 4 hours, all members of the committee will come to the main hall to make the final modifications to the army and make the final deployment for the final battle. Yes. Qin Huaiyu charged towards Song Lihua like a bolt of lightning. Zhu Hongxue had nowhere to go. In the end, he flew towards the final part of the city walls. He'd better use the mystic fire to blow up the city walls. Yang Dingtian rode on the demonic dragon and sped towards Cloud Sky City. Ever since returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian had been constantly fighting. Not to mention sleeping or resting, he hadn't even seen Bao Bao. Taking advantage of these precious 4 hours, he went to the valley to see Bao Bao and to spend some time with his family. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really missed Bao Bao. However, at the entrance of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian was blocked by a person. A stunning beauty, an extremely charming fox spirit, was riding on the back of a beautiful ray and floating at the entrance of the city. Her beautiful eyes were like flowing spring water as she looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, "Little boy, your performance just now moved my heart." Once a fox spirit is moved, it's very scary. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. You crazy woman, you have the nerve to say this with such a big belly, Yang Dingtian said angrily. Little man, I'm just here to tell you, not to beg you, Yao Rao said. Then, she flew over with a big belly, grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck, and flew onto the back of the beautiful ray. Damn, this woman's cultivation had improved. She was now a 6-star grandmaster. After being pregnant, she had been looking for all kinds of treasures for the baby every day. She had almost never practiced martial arts. However, she was a fox demon, and her cultivation increased just by breathing. Just like that, the dignified Cloud Sky City Lord, the leader of justice in the world, was grabbed by the neck and carried away. Yang Dingtian wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. The other party's cultivation was much higher than his. Moreover, the other party was pregnant. Yang Dingtian was afraid that if he struggled, it would hurt the baby in his belly. Then, he was snatched by Yarao in a cowardly manner. She got on the floating ray and flew away. "Hey, crazy fox demon, where are you going?" Yang Dingtian asked. The fox demon kissed Yang Dingtian's lips and said, "To the north, on the highest mountain. The scenery there is the best." "Hey, fox demon, don't mess around. Be careful of the baby in your belly," Yang Dingtian said desperately. Yao Rao said in a trembling voice, "Don't worry, we fox demons are not as delicate as you humans." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's line of defense completely collapsed. 3 hours later. Yang Dingtian only had 4 hours of free time, and he had spent 1.5 hours. At this time, the fox demon closed her beautiful eyes and stroked her belly lovingly, feeling the little life inside. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reach out and stroke her belly, feeling the little life inside. "Pa!" The fox demon slapped Yang Dingtian's hand in disgust, and then took it away. "Okay, I'm satisfied. You can go," Yao Rao said straightforwardly. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He had become the vixen's tool. "Yo! Did I accidentally hurt some little man's self-esteem?" Yao Rao chuckled. Afterward, she turned her delicate body around gracefully and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Alright. I love you. Is that alright? You can leave now, can you be any more perfunctory?" Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Even though he and this vixen were just making use of each other. However, after she became pregnant with his child, it was difficult for Yang Dingtian to be completely heartless. He was not like this vixen who had lived for almost 1,000 years. The alluring beauty rolled her eyes and stuck out her little tongue. She kissed him all the way and said, "If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave." Yang Dingtian shuddered violently. He quickly stood up and flew in the direction of Cloud Heaven City, not daring to stay for even a moment. As he flew towards Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian made up his mind. Cherish your life and stay away from the 1,000-year-old vixen, ******** in the main hall of Cloud Heaven City. If things go as expected, we will be able to see the shadow of the evil Dao army in 4 days. In 5 days, this army of several 100,000 will arrive and surround our Cloud Sky City so tightly that not even a drop of water can pass through." Yang Dingtian said, "In these 3 days, there were 3 battles. The results were brilliant, but we also discovered some problems. The most important problem is why did the Devil Dragon Army and the Demon Wolf Army suffer such a huge loss? Because the Demon Wolf Army's explosive power is stronger than the Devil Dragon Army's. The Demon Wolf Army's body is thicker and more bloodthirsty." The first commander of the Devil Dragon Army said, "However, I believe that no matter how strong the Demon Wolf Army is, the final victory will be ours." "I also believe this." Yang Dingtian said, "However, I don't want to see such casualties again. Even though our Devil Dragon Army has received reinforcements, Xianxia has led 1,500 Devil Dragon warriors to join us. Even though the sacrifice is great, I still can't accept such a huge loss. We killed 2 Demon Wolf Knights and 1 Devil Dragon warrior. I can't accept this ratio. No one on the scene could accept this ratio." In other words, the Demon Wolves and Demon Knights were all wild beasts. As for the Devil Dragon warriors, they were all knights of flesh and blood. They were noble and honorable knights. Using 1 honorable knight to exchange for 2 wild beasts was not a good deal. Yang Dingtian continued asking, "Also, let me ask you. In the upcoming battle, how many Demon Wolf Army will the Evil Ways send?" The first commander said, "Sect Master, as long as they don't exceed 10,000, we can win. If the Demon Wolf Army exceeds 10,000, you can still win, but the price is almost total annihilation." Yang Dingtian said, "I can't accept this result. Furthermore, I suspect that the number of the Demon Wolf Legion might exceed 10,000. Even in the East Parting Grassland, the elite Demon Wolf Legion wouldn't exceed 20 to 30,000. It is probably impossible to send all of them to the Cloud Heaven City battlefield. However, we still have to be mentally prepared. If the enemy's Demon Wolf Army exceeds 10,000, what should we do?" Suddenly, everyone fell into silence. If the Demon Wolf Army exceeded 10,000, then the 3,500 Devil Dragon Army would not be able to win. Cloud Heaven City's secret weapon was not very useful against the extremely fast Demon Wolf army. Moreover, the tall city walls were unable to stop the Demon Wolf army. The Devil Dragon army could climb the city walls like it was flat ground, and the Demon Wolves could do the same. Even if only 1,000 Demon Wolves charged into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Yang Dingtian had many experts, once 1,000 Demon Wolves charged in, Yang Dingtian's experts would not be enough to save them. They could only be slaughtered by the Demon Wolf army. After all, these beasts were too fast. For example, once the Devil Dragon army charged into the enemy's formation. Even if Qin Chichi had master-level experts, she would not be able to stop the slaughter of a few thousand demon dragons. In the upcoming battle, the Devil Dragon army will face the greatest pressure. You will have to fight the most. Yang Dingtian said, I don't want to see you all annihilated when we win. In the battle 2 days ago, you were always on the front line. Then let me ask you, is there any way to reduce the casualties? After the 3 commanders of the Devil Dragon army thought about it, they could not help but shake their heads. Anyway, any price. Yang Dingtian said. The 3 commanders were shocked. Then, the first commander said, Sect Master, I have an idea. However, the price is too high. It is even higher than the cost of our Devil Dragon army. Don't say such ridiculous things. Tell me what method you have. Yang Dingtian said. The first commander said, Our Devil Dragon Legion's weapons, shields, armor, and even the armor on our Devil Dragon mounts are all made of the best Black Devil steel. This is the pinnacle of the Devil Dragon Legion. However, if our weapons, shields, armors, and even the armor of our Demon Dragon mounts are all made of bloody black gold, then our killing power will increase exponentially. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first commander continued, My lords, in the battle 2 days ago, it looked extremely tragic. In fact, 60% of our Devil Dragon army's casualties were at the moment of impact with the Demon Wolf army. The explosive power of the Demon Wolf army was too strong. As long as we are equipped with bloody black gold, I guarantee that we can win even if there are 15,000 Demon Wolves, let alone 10,000. Once these words were said, everyone went silent again. They all gasped. What did the first commander's words mean? It meant that they could create 3,500 bloody black gold swords, 3,500 sets of bloody black gold armor, and 3,500 armor. This method was very direct. Anyone could think of it. Once equipped, the Devil Dragon army could directly crush the Demon Wolf army. However, was it possible? Absolutely impossible. Not to mention Cloud Sky City, even the Northwest Qin City, or even the entire world's forces, would not be able to create such an astronomical amount of bloody black gold equipment. How many bloody black gold swords were there in the world? At most, there would only be a few hundred. At this moment, it was no longer a problem of money. It was a problem of bloody black gold reserves. Even if all the bloody black gold in the world were gathered, there would only be a few thousand bloody black gold swords. Therefore, the first commander's suggestion was purely theoretical. He knew that it was impossible. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and said, Ali, how many pieces of bloody black gold do we have in total? Qin Mingli said, My husband, I have transported 70% of the bloody black gold from the West Prefecture City's auction to Cloud Sky City. There are about 29,000 pieces. Once this number was out, everyone was stunned. This number was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Even Qin Huayu had never seen so much bloody black gold in such a short period of time. Qin Mingli was really ruthless in poaching the Northwest Qin City. Even if Cloud Sky City multiplied their assets by 10 times, they would probably not be able to afford so much bloody black gold. However, one should not be fooled by this number. If they were to use it to forge treasured swords, even supreme-grade treasured swords, there would only be enough for 300 of them. Qin Mingli's auction was the biggest business empire in the Tiando League. This amount of bloody black gold had been accumulated over several decades. It was also thanks to Qin Wanchou's magnanimity that he could turn a blind eye to such a huge amount of wealth and allow Qin Mingli to transport it over. Yang Dingtian said, All of you also know that the sole sword in my hand was forged with 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Absolute bloody black gold content. A 10,000-year-old bloody black gold was equivalent to 10 times more than ordinary bloody black gold. After forging this soul sword, I still have about 2,000 kilograms of bloody black gold powder left. Most of this powder was used to forge 10 treasured swords. I have distributed it to the few of you here. There are about 5 swords left and a few hundred kilograms of bloody black gold powder left. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly slammed the table and said loudly, "We will do this. We will change all our brothers in the Devil Dragon army into bloody black gold weapons and bloody black gold armor." Once these words were spoken, everyone in the Grand Hall was shocked. The few commanders in the Devil Dragon army were almost deaf and their ears were ringing. How was this possible? How big was the price to pay? Just like what the first commander of the Devil Dragon army said, the total value of all this bloody black gold could surpass 3,500 Devil Dragon warriors. Now, in order to reduce the casualties, Yang Dingtian actually wanted to use up an astronomical amount of bloody black gold. Such a crazy and big spending, not to mention Xianxia, even Qin Wanzhou couldn't do it. Song Chunhua felt her body heat up. After a while, she said, but all of this added together is still not enough. At most, we can only forge a few hundred swords. Yang Dingtian said, "You all have a misconception. You think that treasured swords and armors must all be forged with bloody black gold. This is impossible. Not to mention that we don't have enough bloody black gold, we also don't have enough time to forge so many weapons and armors. We are changing the bloody black gold for the Devil Dragon army, not to increase their Xianqi, but to make them stronger and sharper. Therefore, we only need to add a layer of bloody black gold on the surface of their weapons, armors, and armor." Once these words were spoken, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, the black magic steel was already tough enough. As long as a layer of bloody black gold was added to the sword, and the blade of the sword was made of bloody black gold, this sword would instantly become incomparably sharp and tough. It could easily tear apart the armors of the Demon Wolf army. As for the armors, it was even simpler. They just needed to apply the layer of bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian said, "Among us, 4 have Xian flames, and 2 have heaven and earth Xian flames. Use the Xian flames to melt the bloody black gold, and then use the Xian flames to bombard it. This is the fastest and strongest forging method. It can guarantee that the bloody black gold will completely merge with the weapons and armors, forming an indestructible whole." Yes. Instantly, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue couldn't help but say excitedly, "This way, we will have enough bloody black gold." Yang Dingtian said, "Commanders, go and prepare immediately. Change the equipment 1 regiment at a time." Yes. The 4 Devil Dragon army commanders said excitedly. Almost everyone was so excited that their bodies were trembling. 3,500 Devil Dragon army equipped with bloody black gold weapons and armors. They didn't even dare to imagine how powerful they would be. "Go and do it now." Yang Dingtian said, "1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, take off all your equipment. After the meeting, we will immediately enter the transformation state." Yes. The 4 commanders excitedly left the hall. Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huayu, "I estimate that we will still have some bloody black gold left. Go to the Great Cloud Sky Mountain and find Kuei Ning. Ask them to gather all our brothers' weapons. We will transform them together." Qin Huayu's eyes instantly lit up. The Demon Eagle army was already so heaven-defying. Now, they were all equipped with bloody black gold. Then how powerful would their combat strength be? Furthermore, the Demon Eagle Legion was an alliance army and not his own army. Yang Dingtian was actually so generous and magnanimous. Yes. Qin Huayu shouted. Yang Dingtian looked at Shiman Lai and said, "Big brother, how many of our secret weapons have we prepared?" 2,000 and 300,000. Shiman Lai said. So many? Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. Yes, we have enough manpower. In addition, Madame Qin Mingli has brought us an almost endless supply of materials. In addition, we are using the mystic flames of the young masters. The progress is extremely fast. Shiman Lai said, "In fact, if not for the fact that we already have enough, we could have made more." Enough, definitely enough. Yang Dingtian said, what about the power? How is it compared to when I left? It has increased by more than 10 times. Ximen Lai said, Madame Qin Mingli brought dozens of alchemists and did a few thousand experiments. 2 months ago, the formula was confirmed. The power is at least 10 times stronger than when you left. Good. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Qin Mingli. Her contribution was really too great. She had provided an astronomical amount of materials and treasures for Cloud Sky City. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't reveal the secret weapons. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian said. Ximen Lai said, please don't worry. One of the materials doesn't exist in this world. Everything was created according to your secret method. The creation of this material was done by my brothers who were brought here by me personally. And these brothers will never leave a certain place. Then, Ximen Lai said, the dozens of alchemists brought by Madame Qin Mingli only added various crystals and energy liquids to our finished products for experiments. They don't know anything about the secret of our finished products. That's good. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian stood up and said, there are at most 5 more days before the final battle. We have already prepared everything that needs to be prepared. Then, in these 5 days, we will make the final improvements to all the war deployments. Then, we will quietly wait for the arrival of the final battle. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I will continue with the second update. Today's monthly votes are in the single digits. Brothers, don't. Note, second update, updated 11:1. Monthly votes, I'm really counting on you, brothers, please. Please. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian and the others only had one thing to do. That was, the mystic fire melted the bloody black gold, the mystic fire refined the bloody black gold, and the mystic fire bombarded the bloody black gold. 4 people. 2 heaven and earth mystic fires. 2 earth mystic fires. A total of 29,000 pieces of bloody black gold were melted. According to their mystic fire level, they could refine to 1% of the purity. But considering that this was not to make a top-notch mystic chi sword, but a standard weapon, so refining to 1/10 should be enough. 29,000 pieces of bloody black gold were refined to 1/10, and there were still more than 50,000 pounds left. Then, Yang Dingtian melted 200 pounds of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold powder and put it into the 50,000 pounds of bloody black gold molten iron. Not only that, Yang Dingtian also melted a 2,000-year-old demon spirit's claw and put it into the bloody black gold molten iron. Suddenly, a strange reaction occurred. This bloody black gold molten iron began to flow with a terrifying aura. This aura, even if just getting close, had a kind of piercing energy. Of course, putting the demon spirit's claw in it was told to Yang Dingtian by Yarao, who returned to Cloud Sky City after enjoying it. The demon spirit's claw was actually a soul-enhancing agent forged from any sword. Even if it was only a little bit, it would have an amazing effect. Now, Yang Dingtian had already felt it. That kind of oppressive, cold aura. More than 50,000 pounds of high-purity bloody black gold mixed with molten iron cooled slightly and placed in a special cold jade groove. Yang Dingtian and the others looked at each other and nodded. Then, they waved their palms. Suddenly, 100 demon dragon warrior swords floated in the air. Each sword weighed 100 kilograms and was more than a meter long. This sword was originally incomparably sharp and fierce, and it made people shudder with fear just looking at it. Whoosh, 4 mystic fires suddenly emerged. In an instant, these 100 swords were burned red, but they had not melted yet. Then, the 4 of them quickly cut a piece of bloody black gold from the big groove and burned it to the extreme with the mystic fire. In an instant, the bloody black gold turned into a red liquid. The mystic fire suddenly expanded. Instantly, the bloody black gold turned into countless powdery liquids and turned into bloody black gold mist. Then, the 4 of them used their mystic chi to bombard these swords with the blood black golden mist, which was mixed with mystic fire. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Ferocious flames suddenly spurted out. These 100 swords suddenly trembled violently. The bloody black gold that had been reduced to powder was actually blasted into the sword. That's right, inside. After hearing about Yang Dingtian's plan, she mercilessly said that he was stupid. Smearing it on the surface of a weapon was indeed powerful. However, when it seeped into the weapon, it was much more effective. It could almost reconstruct the weapon's bones and soul. As a result, the workload of Yang Dingtian and the others increased. Each weapon had to be fired hundreds of times. He wanted the bloody black gold particles to permeate every inch of the weapon. Then, the outermost layer was completely forged with bloody black gold alloy. Boom! 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 Yang Dingtian and the other three's mystic fire bombarded the weapons desperately. Fortunately, this kind of bombardment didn't require much mystic chi. Otherwise, even if the four of them were masters, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Now Yang Dingtian knew that Yao Rao also had a heaven and earth mystic fire. She got it hundreds of years ago. She could also participate in the weapon remodeling. But before Yang Dingtian could say anything, she had already rejected it. Of course, it wasn't because it would affect the baby. It was because she felt that this kind of work was silly and tiring. As a peerless beauty, Yao Rao didn't want to do this kind of rough work. Of course, this kind of rough work could only be done by Yang Dingtian and the others. Boom! 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 Countless loud sounds and countless bombardments. Finally, the 100 bombardments were completed. Yang Dingtian and the others stopped the mystic fire. The swords fell directly into the unfreezing water and cooled down instantly. Song Chunhua couldn't wait to step forward and pick up a sword. How is this possible? Song Chunhua exclaimed. Yang Dingtian and the other three went forward and couldn't help but be shocked speechless. This remodeling was too thorough. This looked completely like the bloody black gold sword. And unlike the bloody black gold sword, this sword was not only red, but also faintly permeated with a demonic black-blue color. Holding the sword in his hand, the first thing he felt was a murderous aura. That's right, it was a murderous and domineering aura. Yang Dingtian had felt this kind of aura from Mo Ling before. That kind of completely cold and murderous aura. Not to mention killing, the murderous aura of this kind of sword was enough to make the opponent tremble in fear. How sharp is it? Qin Huayu asked. Song Chunhua took a primitive black demon steel sword from the Devil Dragon army. This primitive black sword was already incomparably sharp and could cut through iron like mud. Song Chunhua raised the black demon steel sword and slashed at the remodeled sword. Clang! The sound was crisp and decisive. The primitive black sword was directly broken into two. It was used to slash at the remodeled sword, but it broke into two pieces. And the remodeled sword's sharp blade was not damaged at all. And the broken part of the black sword was as smooth as a mirror. This meant that it had been cut off while it was still alive, and not broken off. Song Chunhua sucked in a breath of cold air and said, a true bloody black gold sword is only SOSO. After adding the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold powder and Mo Ling's claw, is it really that strong? Qin Huayu said, how is the Xianxia bonus? Song Chunhua suddenly injected Xianxia. 38%. Song Chunhua said. Suddenly, everyone was in disbelief. 38%. The treasured swords that were dug out from the primordial world were only slightly more than 30%. A pure bloody black gold sword could only increase one's Xianxia by 50%. This remodeled sword actually increased the Xianxia by 38%. After a long while, Qin Huayu said, I can't imagine how powerful the Devil Dragon army will be after completely remodeled. Yang Dingtian also said excitedly, we will be able to see it soon. Next, the four of them worked day and night crazily remodeling weapons, armors, and the armor of the Devil Dragon mounts. They did not sleep or rest, day or night. When their Xianxia was exhausted, they would immediately absorb Xianxia and use the shortest amount of time to recover their Xianxia before using the Xian fire again. Time passed day by day. The third day, suddenly, Jiao Liao entered the incomparably hot refining room. City Lord, the Western Army has begun to cross the border. Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian was startled and said, what's going on? What happened in the northwest Qin city? Jiao Liao looked at Qin Huayu and said, Qin City Lord Qin Wanzhou, 2 sons, and 3 daughters died an unnatural death. 13 cities in Qin City's territory are experiencing a plague. 130,000 people have already died, and it is still spreading. Qin Huayu suddenly shook and looked at Jiao Liao in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, "Who died?" Jiao Liao said, "Fourth son, sixth son. And second daughter, fifth daughter, and sixth daughter." Qin Huayu's body trembled, and tears fell. He was not considered a good person previously. But he was definitely a good brother. His father had many children, but there were very few sons and daughters of the first wife. Most of them were born of concubines. But adding them together, there were only 11 of them. Now, he had lost half of them. Qin Jiaojiao was not sensible at all, but Qin Huayu had always doted on her. It was the same for his other brothers and sisters. No matter if they were of the direct line or the concubine line, he was very concerned about them. Even towards Qin Xiaobai, this younger brother with ulterior motives, he was more tolerant. Now, he actually lost 3 younger sisters and 2 younger brothers. It was a bone-piercing pain. Yang Dingtian was also speechless for a long time. This is the evil Tao, unscrupulous and unscrupulous. Yang Dingtian spoke unhurriedly. After Yang Dingtian destroyed the suspension bridge, Qin Wanchou naturally delayed the army from advancing east. If Qin Wanchou did not advance east, Qiu Wanjia would not advance west. In this way, the Southern Legion became a lone army. Most importantly, Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi could not create the scene of the world besieging Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Qiu Ruhan immediately returned to the northwest Qin city. Yu Wuqing immediately went south to report to Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi. Then, Qin Wanchou's 2 sons and 3 daughters died an unnatural death. A plague broke out thousands of miles away from the northwest Qin city. In a short 2 to 3 days, hundreds of thousands of people died. This was the warning of evil ways. You, Qin Wanchou, cannot not advance east. Otherwise, you will face even greater consequences. Qin Wanchou naturally could not bear such a huge price. Therefore, after delaying for 3 days, he ordered the army to advance east. Did they ride the winged cavalry to cross the border? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Jiao Liao said, 3,000 winged cavalry warriors, transporting about 5,000 people each time. We have 1,000 soldiers of the Devil Dragon army there. Should we attack the Western Legion that crossed the border? Yang Dingtian slowly shook his head and said, no need. Order the 3rd Legion of the Devil Dragon army to retreat to Cloud Sky City. Retreat? Let them cross the border? Jiao Liao said in shock. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, retreat to Cloud Sky City and let them cross the border. But, Jiao Liao said, you exhausted all your energy just to stop them from crossing the border? To stop the situation of millions of soldiers surrounding the city. I'm not stopping them from crossing the border, but delaying them. Yang Dingtian said, currently, we have already delayed for 3 days. It should be enough. Of course, in this way, we will be pressed for time on the day of the final battle. We have to completely destroy the Evil Way's army in the shortest amount of time. Everyone present understood what Yang Dingtian meant. Let the Eastern and Western Legions delay the encirclement of Cloud Sky City. By the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, only the Southern Legion would reach Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian needed to completely destroy the Southern Legion before the Eastern and Western Legions arrived. In this way, the Eastern and Western Legions would watch from the sidelines. They might even change sides and not join the attack on Cloud Sky City. Even though Qin Wanchou didn't send any information to Yang Dingtian, neither did Qiu Wanjia. It was as if he didn't know that his son was in Cloud Sky City. However, Yang Dingtian believed that he had a tacit understanding with these 2 heroes. As long as Yang Dingtian destroyed the 500,000 soldiers of the Evil Ways before the 2 legions arrived, Qin Wanchou and Qiu Wanjia would immediately change sides. The battle of the Western world would be set. Of course, for this tacit understanding, Qin Wanchou lost 2 sons, 3 daughters, and hundreds of thousands of citizens. Sect Master, what if the enemy's Southern Legion doesn't attack on the 15th day? Song Chunhua said, what if Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi wait until they meet up with the Eastern and Western Legions before attacking Cloud Sky City? What should we do then? I don't think so. Yang Dingtian said, during the Tiando League conference, it was decided that we will attack Cloud Sky City on the 15th day. It won't change. I believe in Li Ming's pride. Are you absolutely sure? Zhu Hongxue said, what if the Evil Wei's army doesn't start the final battle on the 15th and insists on meeting up with the Eastern and Western legions? I'm not absolutely sure. Yang Dingtian said, however, there's no such thing as an absolutely certain war. A 60% chance is already worth risking everything. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Jiao Liao, go and pass down the order. Get the third group of the Devil Dragon Legion to rush back and change their equipment. Also, pay attention to the Eastern Legion's Sky Thunder City. Pay special attention to the Southern Legion's Sunset Mountain Range. If there's any movement, report it immediately. Yes. Jiao Liao said and immediately left. Yang Dingtian walked in front of Qin Huayu and patted him on the shoulder. My condolences. Qin Huayu nodded. All right, time is of the essence. Let's continue, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Then, the four of them continued to bombard with the mystic fire and modify the weapons and armors. However, in everyone's hearts, there was a flame of fury, a fury that was suppressed yet soaring to the heavens. Yang Dingtian didn't expect that in this war, the first great sacrifice wasn't Cloud Sky City but Northwest Qin City. Qin Wanzhou had truly suffered a bone-piercing pain. 4 hours later, Jiao Liao came to report again. The third group of the Devil Dragon Legion has already started to retreat. The Southern Legion of the Evil Wei's army in the Sunset Mountain Range has already left the mountain and is heading north. They are still 480 li away from Cloud Sky City. In the direction of the Eastern Legion, Sky Thunder City's tunnel is undergoing the final cleanup. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be cleared by tomorrow night. At that time, the 300,000 soldiers of the Eastern Legion and the 500,000 soldiers of the Central Province Expeditionary Force will all be deployed. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, understood. Pass down the order. Tell all the troops to stop training and rest, except for the necessary patrols and defenses. Jiao Liao was stunned and then nodded. Yes. Yang Dingtian continued to order, tell all the members of Cloud Sky City and the War Committee to rest except for the necessary shifts. Yes. Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian finally order all the scouts to retreat. Except for a few aerial observers, all the troops are to retreat into Cloud Sky City. Jiao Liao was shocked. Even the scouts are to retreat? Then what about the enemy's movements? Their movements won't change. Yang Dingtian said, in 3 days, the army of the Evil Wei's will arrive at the city and the final battle will begin. In 4 days, the million soldiers of the Eastern and Western Legions will arrive. The situation won't change. We just have to wait for the battle to begin. Yes. Jiao Liao said and then retreated. Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huayu and the others, let's continue and try to finish modifying all the weapons within 2 days. There is only 1 day left. Everyone should rest well and wait for the final battle. Yes. The few of them shouted in unison. 2 hours later, the Devil Dragon Legion's 3rd Regiment rushed into Cloud Sky City like black lightning. 4 hours later, in the huge construction site outside Cloud Sky City, the hundreds of thousands of people had all disappeared. They had all retreated back into the city. 6 hours later, the tens of thousands of people who were doing the final reinforcement of the city walls all went down the city walls and entered the fortress. 8 hours later, all the patrolling cavalry, scouts, and aerial cavalry outside Cloud Sky City all retreated back into the city. Instantly, the bustling city outside Cloud Sky City, which was bustling with activity day and night, was completely silent. There was not a single soul in sight. There were only a few sentries on Cloud Sky City's city walls. Even within Cloud Sky City, it was silent. The final battle that they had been waiting for and preparing for so long was about to begin. After being afraid and worried about something for a few months, one's nerves should have become coarse and numb from fear. Countless citizens who had been tired for a few months began to bathe, change their clothes, and cook. They could finally have a good meal, sleep well, and spend a few days with their families. All the soldiers stopped their training in the fortress and the barracks. they either wrestled, polished their weapons, or played various games. Of course, if they couldn't stay idle, they could fight and kill each other. In short, the incomparably noisy Cloud Sky City suddenly quieted down. At the same time, in the southern Sunset Mountain Range. The entire Sunset Mountain Range was thousands of miles long. The mountains were high and rugged, and there were only one or two places that people could pass through. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a valley that was relatively flat. Therefore, it was almost the only place where an army could pass through. The entire valley was less than 3 miles long. Originally, the valley was filled with huge trees and a river. At this moment, the dense forest was gone, and the entire river had disappeared. The undulating terrain of the entire valley was completely flattened by countless mountains. All the wild beasts and birds had fled. Here, the sound of drums shook the heavens, the earth shook, and the birds flew away in fright. Countless troops were like a tide that stretched for dozens of miles as they passed through the narrow valley. Vast and mighty, covering the sky and the earth, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 500,000 troops passed through the valley and headed north to Cloud Sky City. One day later, at night, the destroyed tunnel in Sky Thunder City was completely reopened and forcibly widened by 3 times, reaching a width of 200 meters. The Eastern Army and the Xianxia Expeditionary Army were like a tide as they passed through the tunnel from the east and entered Cloud Sky City in the west. The Divine Weapons Villa and its affiliated forces had 300,000 troops and the Xianxia Expeditionary Army had 350,000 troops. There were still close to 200,000 troops. Some were still at sea, and some were still on the road in the south. Another night passed. In the wee hours of the morning, 3,000 flying mounts continuously transported soldiers and mounts to and fro at the border abyss day and night. A full 2 days and 2 nights. The 450,000 troops of the Western Army, Northwest Qin City and White Cloud City Allied forces, all crossed the border. After a short rest and reorganization, they entered Cloud Sky City in the east. They were 800 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The 450,000 troops marched toward Cloud Sky City in a mighty manner. The next day, August 14, Yang Dingtian and the other 3 used mystic fire to bombard the Demon Dragon army day and night. They completely modified all the swords, armor, and armor of the Demon Dragon army. They completely modified the 1,000 weapons of the Demon Vulture army. Then, Yang Dingtian returned to the valley and reunited with Bao Bao, his wife, and his family for an entire day. Qin Huaiyu went to find Song Lihua and played Go for an entire day. Song Chunhua didn't know where to go. She couldn't be a third wheel at Song Lihua's place, and she couldn't be a third wheel at Yang Dingtian's place either. Therefore, she ran to the old troops of the Demon Dragon army to practice martial arts. Zhu Hongxue really had nowhere to go. He walked back and forth on the city wall that was more than 100 miles long for no reason. He was deeply attached to this city wall. He was the one who had used his Xian flame to blast it apart inch by inch. He had blasted it hard. When it was mealtime, the soldiers on the city wall would send food up. One of the soldiers shouted, "Let's eat together." Then, he walked over and squatted in the middle of the soldiers. He took some food from their bowls and ate with them. After eating, he continued to walk back and forth on the city wall. Late at night, 3,000 troops of the Demon Dragon army were dispatched to Cloud Sky City's incomparably huge underground fortress. They transported the astronomical number of secret weapons to the city wall and installed them. Then, they returned to the army camp and continued to sleep. Of course, this might be their last sleep. 15th of August, Yang Dingtian was still sleeping on the bed. This time, there was one more person. Qin Mingli finally joined in, ignoring Qin Jiaojiao's extremely unpleasant look. Then, it became 3 people bullying Qin Jiaojiao. This girl was bullied and cried again. Yan Yan couldn't bear it and teamed up with her to bully Qin Mingli. However, even if the 2 little girls worked together, they were still not a match for Qin Mingli, this vixen. Qin Jiaojiao cried again and cried even harder. Yan Yan didn't cry, but after being bullied by Qin Mingli, she didn't dare to provoke her anymore. Later on, Qin Mingli felt that this wasn't good for the team's unity, so she turned to please her 2 younger sisters. However, she had no bottom line. Even if she wanted to please them, the way she did it wasn't something the two girls could accept. So, under her pleasing, Yan Yan and Qin Jiaojiao cried together. Then, Qin Mingli finally cried too. Yang Dingtian was sleeping soundly, of course, everyone else was awake. Although he was the highest leader, after making strategic decisions, he was basically the most useless person. All the matters were handled by the other members of the committee. He basically had nothing to do, so he could sleep in today. Boom, 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 boom. In the distance, deafening drum sounds could be heard. It was the human skin drum. The sound was different from others. It wasn't deafening. Instead, it drilled into one's heart, injecting the aura of death and fear into one's brain and heart. It's here. It's finally here. Yang Dingtian got up. That's right, this day had finally arrived. The day of the final battle had finally arrived. After waiting for so long and preparing for so long, this day had finally arrived. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the huge drums of the Evil Ways army could be heard. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Evil Ways had arrived at the city. They were releasing an aura of fear and death toward Cloud Sky City. It was as if the entire Cloud Sky City had begun to tremble. Yang Dingtian got up from the bed. Outside, Mu Liani had already prepared the hot water. However, her expression was a little unnatural. Other than facing Yang Dingtian's body, she was also a little frightened by the sound of the drums. However, when she saw Yang Dingtian walk over so casually, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She secretly cursed and blushed even more. Yang Dingtian stepped into the bath and started bathing with Mu Liani's help. It was strange. Mu Liani was originally filled with fear of the drums outside, but when she saw Yang Dingtian's leisurely manner, she gradually calmed down. Although you're the master and I'm a servant, I'm still a human. Mu Liani's hands rubbed Yang Dingtian's body. You're shameless, but I'm not. Stop acting like a pervert in front of me. Okay. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and leaned comfortably on the bathtub. Mu Liani was even angrier. She pinched him and said, "Is this how a city lord should act? The enemy is already at the city gates. Instead of joining the army, you're lazily bathing here? Are you scared?" Yang Dingtian asked. Who's scared? At most, I'll just die, Mu Liani said. Anyway, I'd rather die than live like this. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh. From your tone, it sounds like you've been bullied and living is worse than death. What are you laughing at? I'm serious, Mu Liani said. In the Mu clan docks, I'm a rich young lady. Here, I'm a servant. In the Mu clan docks, I'm with my father every day. Here, I can't even see him for half a month. In the Mu clan's docks, he lived happily every day, but here, he lived in fear every day. That's fine, but my dignity and dignity are being trampled on. Hearing Mu Liani's accusation, Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't refute. In fact, she was the one who had asked to be a maid. Yang Dingtian had originally wanted her to focus on cultivation. Her body and talent were both very good. At this moment, a woman sneakily ran out of the house. It was Qin Mingli. She ran along the wall and ran back to her room naked. Because Jiao Jiao and Yan Yan had secretly thrown her clothes into the water, leaving nothing behind. The small building she lived in was a few dozen meters away. Other than Bao Bao, there was no other man in the entire valley. However, there were quite a number of women. Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao had decided to embarrass Qin Mingli once. Qin Mingli stuck close to the wall and ran back. When she went out, she rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. Not long after she ran out, Yang Dingtian heard Bao Bao gurgling, "Mimi, Mimi." Instantly, Qin Mingli was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Usually, Bao Bao would wake up very late. Today, the sound of the huge human skin drum from the army of evil ways woke Bao Bao up. Bao Bao was so excited that he couldn't sleep anymore. He asked Du Guoxuang to get up and wandered outside. In the end, he met Aunt Qin Mingli. Father and son, neither of them is good. Qin Mingli said angrily. Then, she remembered that there was no man here at all. She didn't need to cover her vital parts. She just needed to cover her face. Therefore, she chose to cover her face and ran back to her small building. Then, a little girl's voice almost made her cry. "Mommy, Mommy, come and see. There's a naked auntie running outside." It was little Ning Ning. She stood at the window and shouted excitedly. Ning Rower came up with a red face and carried the little girl away. "Ximen, Yan Yan, Qin Jiao Jiao, the two of you wait for me." Qin Mingli rushed into her small house and shouted loudly. Originally, she thought that the sky wasn't bright yet and there wouldn't be anyone outside. Who knew that the sky wasn't bright today and everyone would be up? However, this way, the fear in the entire valley seemed to have been dispersed by something. Shameless adulterous couple. Mu Lianyi took the opportunity to pinch Yang Dingtian's back. Yang Dingtian was wearing the city lord's golden robe and a golden crown. He rode the demon eagle king but didn't fly. Instead, he ran out of the valley. At this moment, Cloud Sky Castle was in a state of panic. All the young disciples were no longer in the mood to practice martial arts. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and gathered in the square. Everyone's face was filled with fear and uneasiness. The old, young, women, and children of Cloud Sky City also instinctively gathered in the square. Everyone was woken up by the human skin giant drum of the Evil Way's army before dawn. Then, waves of fear drilled into their hearts and into their bones. They all instinctively gathered in the square, instinctively hugging each other for warmth and expelling their fear. At this moment, when they saw Yang Dingtian riding the demon eagle king over, everyone's expression suddenly changed as they swarmed over. "City Lord Yang, can we win? City Lord, will the Evil Way's army come in?" Everyone's faces were filled with fear and uneasiness. "We can win, of course we can win." Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, the battle will end around noon tomorrow." "Wait a moment, there will be a mission. Your mission is to cook under Madam's lead. There is a battle ahead, so the food supply will be tight. You have to contribute." "Yes," everyone replied loudly. Of course, although there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers to eat, they didn't need to cook. Yang Dingtian just gave them something to do. When they were free, the fear would ferment more easily. Then, Yang Dingtian smiled and rode across the square, not seeming to be in a hurry. The old and young in the square saw him calm and composed, and their fear couldn't help but lessen a lot. However, Yang Dingtian was soon stopped by a group of people. There were hundreds of youths, wearing all kinds of armor and holding weapons. "City Lord, we want to participate in the battle. We are part of Cloud Sky City. We want to participate in the battle. We don't want to stay in this castle," the leading youth said to Yang Dingtian. "Participate in the battle?" Yang Dingtian said, "Good, I'm very happy that you have such thoughts. But unfortunately, the positions on the city wall are full. We have enough troops, so there is no place for you. Do you see these people behind you?" The young disciple nodded. "They are full of fear and dread," Yang Dingtian said. "I can tell you that my wife and son are in the castle. Now, go up the castle wall and be the last line of defense for Cloud Sky City. Protect the old, young, and women of Cloud Sky City, including my wife and son. Can you do it?" "Yes," the hundreds of youths of Cloud Sky City said excitedly. Then, he excitedly rushed up the walls of the Cloud Castle. After leaving Cloud Sky City. In the past, Yang Dingtian always flew 1,000 meters in the air, as fast as lightning. This time, he floated more than 10 meters in the air and flew towards the city wall at a moderate speed. Along the way, there were many temporary wooden houses and even tents. The battle had begun. The millions of citizens of Cloud Sky City were all scattered in the houses in the city. At this time, hearing the human skin drums of the demon army in the distance, they were already in a panic. There were fearful people everywhere, and the cries of children could be heard everywhere. The citizens were full of fear and didn't know what to do, so they could only wander around aimlessly. Yang Dingtian went all the way. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused. "City Lord, City Lord." Countless people rushed up, as if being closer to Yang Dingtian would make them feel safer. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Why are you all running around like headless flies? Don't you have to work? Isn't this a great battle?" A muscular man asked. "So what if it's a war?" The enemy can't break in, Yang Dingtian said. The work outside the city is done. How much work is there to do in the city? How many citizens are still living in the simplest shacks? How many houses are still to be built? How many drains are still to be dug? Why are you all still standing here? Go and work. Yang Dingtian's scolding made them quiet down and swept away a lot of their fear. And these children, don't they have to go to school every day? Why are you still standing here? Go back and eat. After eating, go to school, Yang Dingtian said. That's right. The children of Cloud Sky City had to go to school every day. Of course, the content they learned was different from Earth. Most of it was knowledge about production, the races of the entire chaotic continent, the Tiando League, the history of evil ways, and so on. Of course, there were no special schools. They found a hall, a board, and a relatively knowledgeable old man to teach them. Although it was very crude, it directly won the hearts of countless people. City Lord, we are not afraid. We are always ready to go to the city wall and fight the enemy to the end, a strong man said loudly. Good, it's good that you have such thoughts, Yang Dingtian said. However, we have enough troops. We don't need you to go to war. But after you work, you can join the militia. You are mainly to help maintain order in the city. You have to be careful of the enemy hiding in front of us and causing trouble. Yes. The strong man said loudly. I will immediately organize people. We definitely won't let the infiltrators succeed. That's right. In addition to the regular army, there was an astronomical number of militia in Cloud Sky City. These people were not used to fight, nor were they even reserves. They were mainly used to maintain order and discover enemy spies. Many spies had entered Cloud Sky City. Some were directly sent by the evil ways. Some were from the World Society, some were from the Northwest Qin City, and some were from the Divine Weapons Villa. Logically speaking, this was like throwing dozens of grains of sand into hundreds of kilograms of rice. It was very difficult to discover. However, Yang Dingtian started an unprecedented war of the people in the chaotic continent. He let the people guarantee each other in dozens or hundreds of people and establish an incomparably huge militia. These spies were almost directly uprooted. Just like that, Yang Dingtian walked more than 200 miles unhurriedly, causing the panicked and fearful crowd to gradually calm down. The last 30 miles were almost all military camps. Instantly, the atmosphere changed and became incomparably solemn. Almost all of the military camps were empty. This was because all the troops had rushed to the city wall defense line. Yang Dingtian suddenly flew toward the city wall at full speed. He arrived at the city wall. Instantly, the 100-mile city wall was armed to the teeth. The 100,000 troops were all distributed on the 100-mile city wall. They were densely packed and couldn't be seen at a glance. In addition to weapons, each of the 100,000 troops had a strong bow on their back and dozens of arrows. Of course, most of them weren't archers. However, the enemy was like a vast ocean. They didn't need to aim at all. Behind the city wall, in the square behind every city gate, rows of cavalry were neat and tidy, ready to charge at any time. In addition to the Demon Dragon army, there were nearly 25,000 cavalry in Cloud Sky City. In addition to the Black Blood Cavalry and Cloud Sky City's cavalry, there were also cavalry from the vassals and nearly 10,000 cavalry from the World Society South. The 25,000 cavalry formed more than a dozen square formations. It was still a black mass. The 3,500 Demon Dragon cavalry were divided into two groups, separated by dozens of miles. Behind the two city gates, they were like two sharp swords. At this moment, the sound of the human skin drum was already very loud. It was deafening and made one's liver and gallbladder shatter. The horses of the 25,000 cavalry had already begun to tremble in fear. Although the cavalry also felt fear, they still quietly comforted their mounts. As for the 3,500 Demon Dragon mounts, they were calm and composed. Their bodies were filled with soaring battle intent and there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. Yang Dingtian suddenly soared into the sky, crossed the city wall, and looked into the distance. In the shocking sound of the drum, the entire earth was trembling. The army of evil ways was advancing. Countless footsteps were knocking on the ground. But how many troops and how many people were there? it was completely unclear. Because in the distance, there was dust soaring into the sky as if a sandstorm was sweeping over. He couldn't see how many troops there were. He could only see that in 100 miles, there was dust and sandstorm soaring into the sky. The army of evil ways was like an otherworldly beast, summoning wind and rain as it swept over. The army of evil ways was completely enveloped by the sandstorm and couldn't be seen clearly. Yang Dingtian landed in the center of the city wall. Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and Ximen Lai, the four most important officers of Cloud Sky City, all bowed to greet him. Yang Dingtian nodded, came to the center of them, and continued to look into the distance. At this moment, the flying mounts circling in the air flew towards the city wall and shouted, "The army of evil ways is 80 miles away." That's right. At this moment, the army was still 80 miles away from Cloud Sky City. But they could already hear the sound of huge drums and earth-shaking footsteps. "Put 100 basins of water on the city wall," Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Soon, 100 basins of water were placed on the city wall. Boom 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 boom, along with the sound of the human skin drum and the sound of countless footsteps hitting the ground. These 100 basins of water kept rippling and shaking. After a period of time, the flying mounts in the air reported again, "The army of demons is 60 miles away from Cloud Sky City." At this moment, the water in the basins was about to jump out. After a while, the flying mounts in the air reported again, "The army of demons is 50 miles away from Cloud Sky City." At noon, the flying mounts in the air reported, "The army of demons is 30 miles away from Cloud Sky City." "The army of demons is 20 miles away from Cloud Sky City." Immediately after, suddenly, a loud roar broke through the clouds. The water in the 100 basins suddenly surged up by half a foot. Bang! Then, there was another loud sound, as if countless giant hammers were hitting the ground in unison. Then, the sandstorm in the distance stopped moving forward. The army of evil ways stopped when they were 20 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Then, the sandstorm that filled the sky gradually dissipated, the army of evil ways gradually revealed its true appearance. Even though Yang Dingtian was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Cloud Sky City even instinctively felt a chill in their bodies and then leaned back. It was as if the visual impact of the army of evil ways was already like an incomparably huge aura that pushed them back. This scene had never been seen before. Whether it was in the movies on Earth or in the reality of the chaotic world, they had never seen such an earth-shattering scene. It turned out that when hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered together, it was actually so huge. Covering the sky and covering the earth, it was boundless, like a vast ocean. At a glance, there was a black mass everywhere, and there was no end to it at all. It was truly difficult for birds to cross. If it was 10,000 people in a square formation, there were actually 60 to 70 square formations in the first 20 miles of Cloud Sky City. In other words, the army of evil ways that came this time wasn't 450,000, but 600,000 to 700,000. Perhaps it was because of the ambiguous attitude of Qiu Wanjia of the Eastern Legion that a portion of the expeditionary army from Zhongzhou directly joined the Southern Legion to go up north. Therefore, the army of enemies at the gate was a total of 600,000 to 700,000. An army of 600,000 to 700,000 seemed to be densely packed with soldiers for dozens to hundreds of miles. It was as if these soldiers were enough to completely drown the entire Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the 100,000 soldiers on the Cloud Heaven City had instantly turned cold. Although they had already mentally prepared themselves, when the army of hundreds of thousands was really placed in front of them, that feeling of shock and fear was still like a ferocious giant beast pressing down on them. It was irresistible. The commander of the Southern Legion wasn't Ning Wuming or Qin Chichi, but the Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master, Ling Yanmei. This cold and ferocious woman. From 20 miles away, she saw the city walls of Cloud Sky City, which was close to 100 miles, and her heart still trembled. In just over a month, the people of Cloud Sky City had actually built such a miraculous 100 miles of city walls. It was undeniably shocking. However, all of this was useless. In the eyes of Ling Yanmei, this 100 miles of city walls was completely vulnerable. Under the attack of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind her, the entire cloud sky city instantly collapsed. She even felt that it was ridiculous. To actually send out hundreds of thousands to millions of soldiers to attack a small cloud sky city was simply too ridiculous. Although the political significance of this was the most important, she still felt that it was too ridiculous and overestimated Yang Dingtian. A mere cloud sky city only needed a few tens of thousands of people, and it was already enough to exterminate it. From 20 miles away, Ling Yanmei saw Yang Dingtian and said with disdain, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot." In the center of the army of evil ways, there was an incomparably huge beast carriage. There were more than a dozen rhinoceros beasts pulling it, and it was like a moving palace. Ling Yanmei came to the front of the palace and said, "Young madam, what should we do?" Qin Chichi's voice came from the palace. "Demon wolf army, come out in full force, kill all the ants on the city walls, and eat their meat." "Yes," Ling Yanmei said. Ling Yanmei raised the army flag and waved it fiercely. Suddenly, the human skin giant bones in front of the flag, under the beating of the huge man-eating beasts, let out a shocking sound. Boom 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 boom. It was really a shocking sound, deafening, almost making people's hearts explode, and all the blood vessels were about to burst open. The 100,000 soldiers on the city walls almost instinctively trembling, then, there was a mournful wolf howl, then, the entire earth trembled, as if countless thunderbolts were hitting the ground. Then, a black tide rushed out from the army of evil ways. It was as fast as lightning, innumerable, the sound of hitting the ground was really like thunder. Bang 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 bang, the 100 basins of water on the city walls began to jump, splashing up a foot. The silver basins filled with water began to tremble violently. Looking at the surging black tide, Yang Dingtian's eyes opened wider and wider. Then, he saw that the ground dozens of miles was densely packed with the enemy's demon wolf cavalry. This lineup was 10 times more than the demon wolf cavalry's surprise attack a few days ago. Song Chunhua was the commander of the king of cavalry. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "How many demon wolf cavalry are there?" Song Chunhua's face was pale, and he panted hurriedly, "No less than 20,000. More than 20,000 demon wolf cavalry. It was really more than 10 times more than the previous surprise attack. Yang Dingtian had once expected that there might be more than 10,000 demon wolf cavalry in the army of evil ways. However, he never thought that there would be 20,000. And the demon dragon army only estimated that they could defeat more than 10,000 demon wolf cavalry, but they didn't dare to say that there were more than 20,000. The entire Dongli Grasslands demon wolf army didn't exceed 30,000. Could it be that they were going all out this time? The 20,000 demon wolf army, under the crazy charge, instantly covered 100 miles of ground. With the power of shocking thunder, they surged over. At a speed of more than 500 miles per hour, they whistled over. Qin Huayu stepped forward and whispered, "Sect Master, we only have 3,500 demon dragon army, can we win? Can we win?" Yang Dingtian didn't know either. He sat on the Demon Eagle King and flew to the front of the Demon Dragon army. He slowly pulled out his sword and waved it forward. "Demon Dragon army, attack!" "Yes." The 3,500 Demon Dragon army shouted in unison. Rumble. The 2 huge city gates suddenly opened. The 3,500 Demon Dragon army, divided into 2 teams, rushed out like 2 sharp swords. Yang Dingtian's Demon Eagle King suddenly soared into the sky and flew out of the city, following the Demon Dragon army's back. More than 20,000 Demon Wolf army covered the sky and earth. And the 3,500 Demon Dragon army were just 2 lonely sharp swords. Looking from the sky, it formed a sharp visual contrast. The Demon Dragon army's black shadows were less than 1/10 of the opponents. They seemed incomparably weak, as if they were about to be completely devoured by the Demon Wolf army in an instant, a short distance of more than 10 miles. The 2 overlords of the land rushed at a speed of more than 500 miles per hour. Suddenly, the 2 black shadows approached at lightning speed. 10 miles, 8 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles, the 4 commanders of the Demon Dragon army were all at the front of the team. Looking at the endless Demon Wolf army in front of them, looking at the incomparably ferocious and huge Demon Wolf demon cavalry. Everyone lowered their bodies and urged their horses to gallop. Countless demon wolf army waved the huge swords in their hands. And the demon dragon army still didn't unsheath their swords, quietly hibernating, getting closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters, unsheathing, the 3,500 demon dragon warriors suddenly unsheathed their swords. In an instant, Yang Dingtian used the blood-black gold and Mo Long's claw, plus the blood demon sword that was modified by the heaven and earth mystic fire. It was like a steel forest, piercing the sky. 3,500 blood demon swords. Suddenly, it emitted a murderous aura. In front, all the demon wolf army shook violently and instinctively shrank, almost trembling with fear. Boom! 2 trump card armies. One army was 3,500. One army was 25,000. Instant collision. Like Mars hitting Earth. Like the collision of nuclear bombs. In an instant, it exploded violently. Asterisk 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 note. The first update of 6,500 words has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. Note, the second 7,600 words have been uploaded. Today's update is 14,000 words. Brothers, aren't you going to give your monthly votes? Aren't you going to cheer for pastry? Pavilion Master Leng, how long will it take to kill the Devil Dragon army? Xianxia asked. Not more than 15 minutes, Ling Yanmei said. However, in the previous surprise attack, 2,000 against 2,000, the monstrous wolf legion was completely wiped out, Xianxia said. But half of the Devil Dragon army died, Ling Yanmei said. The demon wolf army has more explosive power and is more ferocious and cruel. As for the Devil Dragon army, they have more endurance and glory. However, in the face of 10 times the difference in numbers, any kind of willpower and endurance is useless. At the moment of contact, the 3,000 Devil Dragon army will be completely torn apart and devoured. They won't have any chance. Ling Yanmei said, therefore, in less than 15 minutes. Yang Dingtian's few thousand Devil Dragon army will be completely annihilated. The Demon Wolf army will not have more than 1,000 casualties. Looking at the 2 overlords of the continent getting closer, Yang Dingtian became more and more nervous. In the end, he almost couldn't breathe. The 100,000 soldiers on the city wall were so nervous that they were twitching. The 3,500 Devil Dragon army was Cloud Sky City's absolute trump card. If they lost the first battle, Cloud Sky City wouldn't be able to stop the enemy's 20,000 Demon Wolf army. If they lost the first battle, Cloud Sky City would lose completely. However, could they win? The 100,000 soldiers on the city wall didn't have any confidence. This was because the disparity was too great. The 3,500 Devil Dragon army soldiers didn't even seem to be 1% of the enemy's Demon Wolf army. The enemy's Demon Wolf army was truly overwhelming, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Bang! An earth-shattering sound, the 2 overlords of the continent instantly clashed fiercely. The hearts of everyone in Cloud Sky City were about to burst out of their chests. The first battle between the righteous and evil armies had officially begun. Everyone was incomparably afraid to see that scene. The incomparably small Devil Dragon army would be instantly devoured. However, it seemed that this scene would definitely happen. Every warrior in the Devil Dragon army looked at the overwhelming Demon Wolf army. Their hearts were filled with the will to die and tragic feelings. Even if he were to die, he would kill a few more enemies. Even if he were to die, he would die a heroic death. Even though Yang Dingtian had changed all of their outfits. Their swords, armors, and battering rams were all coated with a layer of bloody black gold. However, the number of enemies was simply too great. With a layer of bloody black gold on their equipment, so what if their combat strength was increased by 30%, there were simply too many enemies. However, the Devil Dragon army was not afraid of death. Even if they were completely annihilated, they would fight to the end. After the 4 commanders pulled out their swords, they let out roars that soared into the sky. Kill, more than 3,000 blood demon swords emitted a murderous aura. Then, the 3,500 members of the Devil Dragon army charged towards the demonic wolf army ferociously. Bang 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 bang, the expected pain didn't come. The expected death did not come. The expected tearing did not appear. The blood demon sword in each of their hands was like the light of hell, directly tearing apart the opponent's incomparably sturdy shields, directly breaking the opponent's terrifyingly sharp giant sabers, and directly tearing apart the opponent's sturdy armor. In the end, the ferocious giant demonic wolf army was instantly torn in half by the blood demon sword. It turned into blood that splattered all over the sky. The blood demon armor in front of the devil dragon army instantly smashed the ferocious giant demonic wolf army's armor into pieces. Its skull was torn apart, and its entire body was instantly smashed into pieces, turning into minced meat. Then, under the devil dragon army's incomparably shocked and astonished gaze, the 3,500 members of the devil dragon army crushed over just like that. That's right, they crushed and plowed over just like that. There was no resistance at all. Everything that blocked the blood demon sword was torn apart, and all of them were smashed into pieces. Everything that stood in the way of the demonic dragon mount was crushed into pieces and trampled into a pile of meat paste. The devil dragon army plowed over just like that. How could this be? How could this be? The devil dragon army was completely massacring. A few days ago, the devil dragon army and the demonic wolf army were fighting 2,000 against 2,000. Although the devil dragon army obtained the final victory, the devil dragon army was at a disadvantage in the instant of close combat. This was because the demonic wolf army's explosive power was too strong. More than 60% of the devil dragon army's deaths occurred in the instant of the collision. 3,500 clashed with 25,000. The devil dragon army's warriors were already prepared for the most tragic and bloody deaths. But the result was actually one-sided. All the warriors of the devil dragon army immediately had their gazes on their swords. The treasured swords that City Lord Yang Dingtian had modified for them were actually so powerful. They were so powerful that it was completely unimaginable. The enemy's weapons and armor were completely unable to block them. Therefore, the devil dragon army, which should have been at a disadvantage, was actually completely invincible. And most importantly, after the swords were unsheathed, the incomparably ferocious and bloodthirsty demonic wolf army, who didn't fear death, actually trembled in fear and instinctively retreated. Wherever the blood demon sword passed, the wild beast's first reaction wasn't to fight but to dodge. Since when did wild beasts become afraid? Of course, it was because of the blood demon sword's evil spirit. After forging these blood demon swords, Yang Dingtian immediately discovered that they were filled with the evil spirit's evil spirit. Therefore, Yang Dingtian immediately sheathed these treasured swords. When he gave the equipment to the devil dragon army's warriors, he ordered that no one was allowed to unsheath their swords. They had to unsheath their swords at the instant before the collision. The purpose was to accumulate the evil spirit. It was to accumulate the evil spirit to the extreme and then release it instantly. The power was indeed incomparably shocking. Yang Dingtian, who was on the city wall, was completely stunned. When the enemy sent out 25,000 demonic wolf mounts, he made the most optimistic and pessimistic estimates in his heart. However, even if he multiplied his optimism by 10 times, he still didn't expect this scene. He felt that in the instant of collision, at least 1/3 of the devil dragon army would die. Next, it was a battle of wills. Under glory and willpower, the devil dragon army would become stronger as they fought. The most optimistic estimate was that in the face of 25,000 demonic wolf mounts, they might win, but the devil dragon mounts would almost be completely annihilated. Moreover, this was based on the fact that the demonic wolf army began to flee after seeing the large-scale casualties. This was the rule of wild beasts. They were bloodthirsty and didn't know what fear was. However, once a large number of their kind died, they would begin to flee. Their fearlessness would also turn into complete fear. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that the situation would be like this. It was actually a one-sided massacre. The 3,500 demon dragon warriors had actually managed to crush them. Everywhere they passed, they were crushed into pieces and turned into meat paste. Where was the cruelty and bloodthirstiness of the demonic wolf army? Where was their terrifying explosive power? Why did they all disappear? Soon, Yang Dingtian found the reason. It was evil spirit. The devil dragon army's treasured swords had killed countless people. They originally had evil spirit. Then, this evil spirit was instantly magnified by the bloody black gold's incomparably powerful energy aura. Finally, it was magnified again by the extremely terrifying demonic spirit aura. Then, it was completely sealed in the scabbard. When the battle began, more than 3,000 demonic blood swords were unsheathed. Suddenly, an evil spirit surged into the sky. Humans could still rely on glory and willpower to avoid the mental impact of this evil spirit. However, wild beasts couldn't do it. Therefore, the demonic wolf army instinctively dodged. Therefore, it became a one-sided massacre. The 100,000 people on the city wall looked at the scene in front of them and were first completely shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. More than 3,000 devil dragon army, facing the demonic wolf army that was nearly 10 times their size, was actually a one-sided massacre. Then, cheers and roars like a tide. Long live! Long live! Long live City Lord Yangding Tian! Long live the devil dragon army! At this time, Ling Yanmei's entire body was trembling. She looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. This is impossible? This is impossible, even the most absurd nightmare wouldn't happen in front of her. With an 8 times difference in numbers, they should have instantly devoured the opponent and killed the entire devil dragon army in 15 minutes. However, the reality was actually a one-sided massacre. How could this be? How could this be? Ling Yanmei's entire body was completely cold. What's going on? Xianxia said lightly. Our demonic wolf army is being slaughtered. They don't have the slightest ability to resist. Ling Yanmei hissed. Nonsense, how is this possible? Xianxia said hoarsely. Really, I also don't dare to imagine. How could this be? Our demonic wolf army has no killing intent. They are all hiding. Ling Yanmei said hoarsely. Suddenly, a black startled bird flew into the sky and looked down at the situation. This startled bird could become Xianxia's eyes. After a long time, Xianxia said lightly, Yangding Tian is crazy. He used all the bloody black gold to modify the devil dragon army's weapons and armor. I also felt that these weapons contained the killing intent of a 1,000-year-old devil spirit. No wonder, no wonder. Then can the situation be reversed? Ling Yanmei said. Yangding Tian's spending is really shocking. Doesn't he know that the value of these tens of thousands of bloody black gold has already surpassed the devil dragon army? Xianxia said in disbelief, reversal? We just have to wait for the killing intent of these blood demon swords to dissipate. As long as the killing intent dissipates, it will be time for the demonic wolf army to counterattack. Massacre, 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 the devil dragon army was running crazily. They were like killing machines, crazily crushing and crazily massacring. They didn't need to wave their swords. They only needed to rush over, trample over, and stab over. The demonic wolf army wasn't being killed by dozens. It wasn't hundreds of them being killed. It was thousands of them being killed. In less than 15 minutes. The demonic wolf army was killed by over 10,000 people. The ground within dozens of miles was covered in blood, flesh, and severed limbs. However, the 4 commanders of the devil dragon army were shocked to find that the killing intent of the blood demon swords in their hands was getting weaker and weaker. Once the killing intent dissipated, the demonic wolf army would no longer hide. They would fight head-on. At this moment, the demonic wolf army still had more than 10,000 soldiers. Orders. 5,000 demonic wolf cavalry stay where they are. They will be used as cannon fodder to deplete the killing intent of the devil dragon army. 10,000 demonic wolf army will retreat 10 li and get into formation. They will wait for the final battle with the devil dragon army. Xianxia ordered. Yes. Immediately, the dozens of flags of the demonic wolf army started waving. Then, a few hundred wolf horns started blowing their orders. A few minutes later, the 10,000 demonic wolf army quickly turned around and retreated. The remaining 5,000 stood in front of the devil dragon army, allowing them to kill and deplete the killing intent. City Lord, Xianxia has plotted. Song Chunhua said. Yangding Tian nodded. Of course, he saw it. The 5,000 demonic wolf warriors were left as cannon fodder to deplete the killing intent. The 10,000 demonic wolf army retreated and waited for the final battle. However, there was no other way now. I believe that even without the killing intent, our devil dragon army can still win against the 10,000 demonic wolf army. Yang Dingtian said. The devil dragon army was still slaughtering. However, the killing intent of their blood demon swords was getting weaker and weaker. After it decreased to a certain extent. Suddenly, the demonic wolf army was no longer afraid. They no longer hid and started to fight the devil dragon army head-on. However, there were less than 1,000 demonic wolf army left. 15 minutes later. There were less than 1,000 demon wolves left, and all of them were killed. However, the devil dragon army had already suffered some casualties. Previously, when they were filled with killing intent, they faced 25,000 and slaughtered 14,000 without any casualties. In the end, when the killing intent was depleted, there were casualties against 1,000 demonic wolf warriors. Although the casualties were very small. At this moment, the 10,000 demonic wolf cavalry had already formed a sharp knife formation. They were restless and were ready to fight. Young madam, the cavalry of the eastern and western armies have already arrived. They are less than 100 miles away from the battlefield. Leng Yanmei suddenly said. Yang Dingtian's miraculous performance destroyed 100 suspension bridges. Qin Wanzhou very tacitly stopped advancing east. As for the eastern army led by Xianxia, they were ambushed in Sky Thunder City and their son was captured. They also very tacitly stopped advancing. They delayed for 3 days. Evil ways were used. Qin Wanzhou's 2 sons and 3 daughters suddenly exploded and died. A plague appeared in the northwest Qin city's territory. In a short period of time, more than 100,000 people died. Qin Wanzhou felt a bone-piercing pain. Then, he had no choice but to deploy 3,000 flying mounts to transport the Western Army across the abyss and into Cloud Sky City's territory. Of course, he delayed for 3 days for Yang Dingtian. But he also paid a huge price. After Qin Wanzhou's Western Army advanced east, Xianxia couldn't do it alone. He also used the shortest amount of time to open up a tunnel for the Eastern Army to enter Cloud Sky City. At this moment, the cavalry of the Eastern and Western armies finally arrived at the battlefield. Their infantry troops were 300 miles away from Cloud Sky City. How many of them are there in total? Qin Chichi asked. Qin Wanzhou's Western Army cavalry, 150,000. Xianxia's Eastern Army cavalry, 130,000. Leng Yanmei said. Qin Chichi said, order them to enter the battlefield immediately and participate in the battle. Yes. Leng Yanmei said. Then, dozens of flying mounts flew in the east and west direction to convey the order to Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia. City Lord, there is a message from the sky. The cavalry of the eastern and western armies have arrived. They are less than 100 miles away from the battlefield. Jiao Liao quickly reported. Yang Dingtian said, send 2 messengers to Qin City Lord Qin Wanzhou and Divine Weapons Matter Lord Xianxia. Stop and see who wins first before making a decision. Yes. Jiao Liao said. Wait. Yang Dingtian said, bring Qiu Yiming here. Yes. A moment later, Qiu Yiming was brought up. The handsome and confident young Master Qiu was gone. He had lost a lot of weight. His eye sockets were sunken, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. His entire body was dark and swarthy, and he was wearing dirty and tattered clothes. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, Qiu Yiming, did someone mistreat you? No. Qiu Yiming turned his head away from Yang Dingtian and said, who dares to mistreat me? Your father is here, leading hundreds of thousands of cavalry. He is 100 miles away. Help me send a message. Tell him to stop and see who wins first before making a decision, Yang Dingtian said. Qiu Yiming was shocked and said, You are not afraid that after I go back, I will immediately ask my father to lead the troops and kill them to avenge the humiliation of being captured? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, that is up to you. Then, with an incomparably complicated expression, Qiu Yiming sat on his flying mount and flew towards the east. As for the other messenger, he flew towards the west. Qin Wanzhou received Qin Chichi and Yang Dingtian's messengers almost at the same time. Qin Chichi wanted him to immediately send out the troops. Yang Dingtian wanted him to observe first and make a decision after seeing who wins the next battle. At this moment, Qin Wanzhou was floating 1,000 meters in the air. The gorgeous Qiu Ruhan was beside him. Husband, choose carefully. You don't have many children left, Qiu Ruhan said faintly and threateningly. Yes. Qin Wanchou smiled as if there was no anger or hatred. Then, he fell into a dilemma. That's right, he really didn't have many children left. Evil ways killed more, and he wouldn't be able to bear it. He looked at the army of evil ways 100 miles away and the 10,000 demon wolf army that had gathered together. Then, he looked at the Cloud Heaven City 100 miles away and the 3,000 demon dragon army soldiers. The two trump card armies were 10 miles apart, quietly confronting each other and filled with explosive power. Qin Wanchou clenched his teeth and shouted, "All troops, halt! Rest and reorganize." He chose to observe first and make a decision after seeing who wins or loses. Qiu Ruhan's expression changed as she said coldly, "I hope you won't regret it." Her voice was incomparably cruel. At the same time, Qiu Yiming appeared in front of Qiu Wanjie, causing the haggard Qiu Wanjie to be instantly shocked and overjoyed. Yang Dingtian actually let him return. He actually let the most important hostage return. Qiu Yiming went forward and said, "Father, Yang Dingtian asked me to pass you a message. Stop and observe first and make a decision after seeing who wins or loses." Qiu Wanjie saw his son's miserable state. There were a few scars on his face, and he was skinny, dark, and haggard. He didn't look like a human at all. He couldn't help but be furious. "Yang Dingtian, that bastard, abused you? I will tear him into pieces right now." "Abused?" "No," Qiu Yiming said. "Yang Dingtian, that bastard, pretended to be kind and righteous. He wouldn't abuse me." "Then, how did you become like this?" Qiu Wanjie's heart ached. "I have been working every day, digging tunnels and building city walls. But Yang Dingtian, that bastard, sealed my sea of qi and made me fall a few times. I was almost disfigured," Qiu Yiming said furiously. "Humph, just you wait. Father will take revenge for you," Qiu Wanjie said. Up to you." Qiu Yiming then turned and flew towards Cloud Heaven City. "Yiming? Where are you going?" Qiu Wanjie was shocked. "Back," Qiu Yiming said. "Back where?" Qiu Wanjie asked. "Back to Cloud Heaven City," Qiu Yiming said. "Father, I don't care what decision you make. But I promised Arii that I won't be a deserter. Even if I die, I will die in front of Cloud Heaven City. I will take my leave first." Then, under Qiu Wanjie's astonishment, Qiu Yiming flew back. Qiu Wanjie was shocked. Wasn't this brat scolding Yang Dingtian? Why did he go back and say that he wanted to live and die with Cloud Heaven City? At this moment, the woman beside Qiu Wanjie said coldly, "The crafty Yang Dingtian is the best at bewitching people's hearts. Manor Lord Qiu, everything will be decided by you. But you will bear all the consequences." If Yang Dingtian was here, he would definitely recognize this woman. The incomparably beautiful and exotic Wu Maji. Qiu Wanjie clenched his teeth and shouted, "All troops, stop. Rest and reorganize." Wu Maji's face turned cold. "Manor Lord Qiu, I hope you don't regret this." "Young madam, Qin Wanchou's Western Legion Cavalry and Qiu Wanjie's Eastern Legion Cavalry have all stopped," Ling Yanmei said. "Old and crafty bastard, still trying to be a fence-sitter at this moment," Qin Chichi said coldly. "Alright, let's see who wins and who loses before deciding. Inject the demon blood into the demon wolf army. Then, advance courageously and kill the demon dragon army." "Yes," Ling Yanmei said. Then, she waved the flag and blew the wolf horn. Instantly, the warriors on the demon wolf mounts took out a tube of demon blood and injected it into the necks of the demon wolf mounts. Awoo! Instantly, 10,000 demon wolves let out a strange howl. Instantly, black and red blood filled their huge beastly eyes. Their claws were growing rapidly, and their fangs were growing rapidly. Their 4 legs suddenly became thick and strong. Their skin and flesh were torn apart inch by inch, dripping with blood. These 10,000 demon wolves instantly swelled by 30% and released an extremely ferocious and terrifying aura. After injecting the demon blood, the demon wolves were demonized, once demonized. Their speed, explosive power, and strength increased, all of them increased by 30% and above. Moreover, they would never back down. They would only charge forward courageously until they tore the enemy apart or were torn apart themselves. The demon wolves injected with the demon blood were destined to die regardless of victory or defeat, Xianxia. Even if she had to pay the price of the 10,000 demon wolves being annihilated, she had to completely destroy the demon dragon army and obtain victory. Then, Xianxia and Xianxia would immediately attack Cloud Sky City, Awu. The 10,000 demon wolves 10 miles away let out demonic howls that made people tremble. The demon dragon warriors suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. The blood demon sword's killing intent had been used up, but there were still 10,000 enemies and all of them had demonized. No one knew the outcome of the battle and their fate, however, these 10,000 demon wolves were now emitting the aura of demons. Even if they were 10 miles away, they would still make people tremble. The first commander suddenly stepped out and shouted, "What do we demon dragon warriors rely on to fight? Is it killing intent? Tell us, what do we use to fight? Willpower and glory." Over 3,000 demon dragon warriors shouted. "That's right, we use willpower and glory to fight." The first commander shouted, "When we fight, do we care who the enemy is? Do we care how strong the enemy is? No." All the demon dragon warriors shouted. "That's right, we never care who the enemy is. We only care about where the enemy is." The first commander said, "Tell me, where is our enemy?" 10 miles ahead." "That's right, 10 miles ahead." The first commander said, "We, the demon dragon army, never care about who the enemy is. We only care about where the enemy is. Our enemy is right in front. Slaughter and death are our fates. For the glory of the demon dragon army, kill." The first commander roared and took the lead to charge out. Looking at the 10,000 demon wolves with demonic aura, he rode alone without any fear and charged forward. For the glory of the demon dragon army, kill. More than 3,000 members of the devil dragon army charged forward like lightning. Xianxia's expression changed, Xianxia's expression changed, and Xianxia's expression changed. The first to charge was actually the demon dragon army. The 10,000 demon wolves were stunned at first. Then, they opened their blood-red eyes, opened their bloody mouths, and roared towards the sky. Kill. The 10,000 demon wolves charged out crazily. Their speed increased by 30% and was much faster than the demon dragon army. The two trump card armies charged once again. This time, it was a real collision. The demon blood sword of the demon dragon army no longer had any killing intent. Evil ways of the demon wolves had demonized and their strength had increased tremendously. This time, it was a real bloodthirsty battle. Two lightning bolts approached each other rapidly. In an instant. Bang! A loud sound echoed, a crazy collision, an unprecedented collision, endless blood. Endless flesh and blood. Endless howls. The collision of blood and fire. The most naked, bloody, and cruel battle, the impact of speed. The impact of strength, tearing, slashing, piercing, and colliding. The demon dragon army had always been fearless. The demon wolf army had already forgotten about fear. They weren't afraid of death at all. Even after demonizing, they had been chasing after death. Countless weapons were broken and countless armors were torn. In the sky above the battlefield, a bloody mist burst out. Countless fresh blood covered the entire battlefield. In an instant, the demon dragon army and demon wolf army were completely covered by the bloody mist. Everyone gradually couldn't see the battle situation clearly. Fresh blood covered everyone's vision. There were only roars and no screams. There were only the sounds of weapons clashing, flesh tearing, and armors exploding. In the bloody mist shrouding the battlefield, almost no one could see who was winning or losing. The only thing they could do was to wait for the battle to end. This was the most cruel battle. It was short, or maybe it was just a short moment. It was very long, or maybe it was like a year. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the bloody mist that filled the sky and listened to the heart-wrenching sounds of battle. They waited for the battle to end. The sounds gradually became softer. In the end, there was almost no sound at all. The sound of swords clashing was no more. The sound of armors exploding was no more. The terrifying roars were also no more. The entire battlefield was silent. However, the bloody mist was still dense and didn't thin at all. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the bloody mist. waiting for the final result. Now, all they had to do was wait. Whichever side walked out of the blood mist would be the final victor. Suddenly, a demon wolf slowly walked out of the bloody mist and appeared in everyone's vision. The one who walked out was a demon wolf demon rider. Suddenly, Cloud Sky City was ice-cold and filled with despair. In the Evil Way's army, there was an arrogant roar. "We won," Lang Yanmei said. "Oh." Qin Chichi said indifferently, 20,000 Golden Eagle army, prepare to attack and give Cloud Sky City a fatal blow. Kill everyone inside. Yes, Lang Yanmei said. In the distance, Xianxia's expression changed and his body trembled. There is no choice. There is no choice. Yang Dingtian, don't blame me. In the sky 100 miles to the west, Qiao Ruhan was laughing wildly. Qin Wancho's face was ashen. He closed his eyes in extreme pain and muttered, Yang Dingtian, there are no miracles. There are no miracles in this world. That demon wolf demon rider slowly walked in the direction of Cloud Sky City. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a few bolts of lightning shot out from the bloody mist. Dozens of demon riders rushed out of the bloody mist and instantly killed that demon wolf, completely dismembering its corpse. Rumble! Immediately after, countless black dots and countless demon riders rushed out from the bloody mist. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Thousands. Finally, the dense and majestic demon dragon army rushed out of the bloody mist. Their bodies were covered in blood and minced meat. Finally, the entire demon dragon army gathered and formed a battle formation. The first commander bowed in the direction of Cloud Sky City and said, reporting to my lord, the demon dragon army has completed the battle mission. We have exterminated the entire demon wolf army. Victory. Facing the army of 10,000 demonized demon wolves, the demon dragon warriors once again maintained their glory and obtained victory. In the sky above Cloud Sky City, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Long live! Long live the demon dragon army! The evil demon army's expression changed completely. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Golden Condor army, attack! Don't leave a single person, grass, or tree in Cloud Heaven City. Qin Chichi's voice was as cold as hell and was filled with killing intent. Finally, the blood mist gradually faded. Everyone saw this hellish scene. Countless twisted corpses, countless twisted pieces of flesh. No land could be seen on the ground within dozens of miles. It was all covered in blood and corpses. The 10,000 demon wolf army were all dead. No one expected such an outcome. Not only the evil ways, but even Yang Dingtian's side did not expect such an outcome. The demon dragon army lost their killing intent and the demon wolf army demonized. With this increase and decrease, everyone thought that the demon dragon army would be completely annihilated. Even Yang Dingtian thought that even if the demon dragon army could win, there would be incomparably huge casualties. But in the end, the demon dragon army did not suffer more than 1,000 casualties. Of course, the demon dragon army did not dare to believe such an outcome. The momentum from the beginning of the battle was really shocking. The demon wolf mounts that were injected with demon blood had their speed and strength increased by 30%. Facing the demon dragon army, they were completely overwhelming. At the moment of the fierce collision, hundreds of demon dragon warriors were sent flying by the impact. One had to know that a demon dragon mount, a knight, and armor weighed at least a few thousand pounds. But they were actually sent flying by the demon wolf mounts. It could be seen how powerful the demonized demon wolf mounts were. However, the result of being sent flying was completely unbelievable. This was because the demon wolf mounts that sent the demon dragon warriors flying had the armor on their heads shattered and their skulls exploded. It launched a ferocious attack on its own, but it suffered even more damage. The following battle was the same. The demon wolf army was incomparably ferocious. Their gigantic barbaric blades slashed at the blood demon sword. No matter how strong it was directly broken and sent flying. Even if his scimitar landed on the demon dragon warrior's armor, it would still shatter into pieces. Thus, the demonic dragon warrior once again felt how heaven-defying the demonic blood sword and the modified armor were. The weapons and armor that were modified by Yang Dingtian using tens of thousands of bloody black gold and demon spirit claws were really indestructible. Their own defensive power was also indestructible. So, no matter how violent the demon wolf army was, it was useless. Under the ferocious impact, even though he could send the demon dragon warrior flying, his own skull was shattered. No matter how ferocious the slash was, it was his own broadsword that broke. As for the demon dragon warrior's blood demon sword, it could easily tear apart their armor, easily pierce their hearts, and easily chop off their heads. Therefore, even if they lost their murderous aura, even if the demon wolf army was demonized, the devil dragon army was still in a one-sided slaughter. Of course, the casualties this time were not small. There were close to 1,000 casualties. Without exception, these demonic dragons were all clawed and bitten to death by the claws of the demonic wolves. After all, the demonized demon wolf was incomparably terrifying. However, other than ramming, wild beasts were still inferior to warriors when it came to killing. Furthermore, once the demon wolf started to tear its opponent apart, regardless of whether the opponent was dead or alive, it liked to bite and not let go. It would only stop after it had swallowed over 100 kilograms of flesh. If he had the time, he would have already been beheaded by the demon dragon warriors. Just like that, the most tragic massacre took place amidst the bloody mist that soared into the sky. After that, the 10,000 demon wolves were completely wiped out, while the devil dragon army had less than 1,000 casualties. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. The reason for such a result was, of course, the bravery and fearlessness of the devil dragon army. Most importantly, it was the modified treasured swords, armors, and armor. Perhaps it could be described in one sentence. That was science and technology, the number one productivity. These blood demon swords, these armors. It could be said that they were all used by the top warriors and not by the soldiers. Even the martial honorables in the world did not use such treasured swords and armors. However, Yang Dingtian's craziest investment was to equip a total of 3,500 sets. Therefore, the devil dragon army's combat strength increased tremendously. There was another piece of good news. Most of the casualties were from the demon dragon mounts and not the demon dragon warriors. This was because the demon wolves only focused on biting the demon dragon mounts and did not care about the knights on them. Therefore, after the battle ended, there was a slight delay because the demon dragon warriors wanted to pick up all the blood demon armor from the demon dragon mounts. These items were priceless. Most of the 3,000 demon dragon warriors were still around. Therefore, they only needed to wait for the World Society's demon dragon mounts to mature before they could choose. Then, the devil dragon army's combat strength would be restored. In the east, Xianxia was also completely shocked by the scene. Then, he shouted in unison, "All troops, continue to gather here and wait for orders." Yes. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen shouted in unison. As for Qin Wanzhou of the west, he gave the same order under Qiu Ruhan's cruel and cold gaze. All troops gathered here and were not allowed to move. Reporting to my lord, the devil dragon army awaits your orders. The remaining 2,000 demon dragon warriors gathered in formation again. However, there were already 2 warriors riding on some of the demon dragons. The 2,000 demon dragon army formed the shape of a sharp sword and pointed it at the hundreds of thousands of Evil Way's army. They had just experienced the most dangerous and desperate battle. Although every demon dragon was injured and bleeding, they were still filled with fighting spirit. As long as Yang Dingtian gave the order, they would charge towards the incomparably powerful army of Evil Ways. Song Chunhua and the others immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. The enemy's demon wolf army had already been annihilated. Therefore, it might be possible for the devil dragon army to harass the enemy's formation. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a ray of golden light flash past his eyes. Instantly, his heart trembled. They're here, they're finally here. The other trump card of the army of Evil Ways, the Golden Condor Army. Previously, the 800 Golden Condor Army had launched a surprise attack on Cloud Sky City. They were testing to see if Yang Dingtian had received any reinforcements from Earth-Splitting City. In the end, they received a negative answer. Now that the demon wolf army had been annihilated, the demon army's morale was low. This caused Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia to continue observing. In order to turn the situation around, Xianxia decisively used her true trump card, the Golden Condor Army, which was absolutely suppressive. Instantly, Yang Dingtian ordered, Devil Dragon Army, listen to my order. Use the fastest speed to retreat to Cloud Sky City. His voice, which was infused with celestial chi, instantly traveled tens of miles and resounded in every corner of the battlefield. Yes, the Devil Dragon Army commander replied. Then, the 2,000 Devil Dragon Army turned around and returned to the city at lightning speed. The 100,000 soldiers on the city walls cheered loudly to welcome their heroes. Long live, long live! Long live, long live! Long live the Devil Dragon Army! Long live Cloud Sky City! Suddenly, all the cheers, which were like a tidal wave, came to an abrupt stop. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the distant sky. Countless rays of golden light instantly illuminated the earth and pierced everyone's eyes. The sky, which was hundreds of miles away, had completely changed color. Countless whistling sounds that tore through the air could be heard, forming a storm-like roar that completely drowned out the shocking war drums of the army of evil ways. A golden cloud quickly flew over. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Originally, the sun was shining on the earth, shining on the boundless army of evil ways. However, the countless army of evil ways suddenly felt that the sky above them had darkened. The entire sky was completely covered, and even the sun's rays were completely covered. Tens of miles were covered in darkness. Hundreds of miles were covered in darkness. The endless number of golden eagle-winged cavalry blocked the sky for nearly 100 miles. Huge shadows streaked across the ground, and huge golden rays were reflected in the sky. This ray of golden light fiercely pierced into Cloud Sky City. In an instant, almost everyone squinted their eyes, and almost couldn't see anything. The Golden Eagle Army that covered the sky and covered the earth flew thousands of meters in the sky. No one knew how many there were. Even Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua were completely unable to estimate how many Golden Eagle Army there were. In short, they felt that the sky, which was hundreds of miles in front of Cloud Sky City, was completely covered. Only Xianxia knew the exact number. Ling Yanmei was shocked by this incomparably huge scene. Xianxia was shocked by this incomparably huge scene. Qin Wanchou was also shocked by this incomparably huge scene. Cloud Sky City, no one can save it. Even though they were 200 miles apart, Qin Wanchou and Xianxia still let out the same sigh. Xiao Ruhan sneered. Then why aren't you sending out your troops? Qin Wanchou said, it's too late to send out troops now. Xianxia has already destroyed Cloud Sky City with overwhelming power. I'm already prepared to bear the consequences of not moving forward. Hence, Qin Wanchou floated in the sky dejectedly and didn't give any orders. As for Xianxia, after much hesitation, he said to Wu Maji, can you spare my son, Xiao Yiming's life? Sure, Wu Maji said. Xianxia's face twitched violently, and he thought to himself, Yang Dingtian, don't blame me. Cloud Sky City really doesn't have any hope. Then, Xianxia roared, send troops to Cloud Sky City. Instantly, the 130,000 cavalrymen started to move their hooves and galloped towards Cloud Sky City. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Boom! 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 The 130,000 cavalrymen of the Eastern Legion swept up a sandstorm and swept towards Cloud Sky City. Young madam, Xianxia has sent out troops, Ling Yanmei said. It's too late to send out troops now, Xianxia said indifferently. We won't even be able to eat leftovers. How many Golden Condor troops did we send out? Ling Yanmei asked. 30,000. Xianxia said. Ling Yanmei gasped and said in disbelief, so many. If we had sent out 30,000 Golden Condor troops just now, Cloud Sky City wouldn't have any power to resist. The demon wolf troops wouldn't have to be sacrificed. Xianxia said indifferently, the Golden Condor troops weren't sent out by us. It was Zhu Qingzhu's power. Do you understand? Instantly, Ling Yanmei understood. The evil Dao also had conflicts with each other. Ning Wuming and Xianxia were in charge of evil ways in the entire western region. However, the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master and Temple Master Joyless didn't respect Ning Wuming and Xianxia. Therefore, there weren't any Temple of 10,000 Blood and Joyless Palace troops in the punitive expedition this time. This punitive expedition against Cloud Sky City and Yangding Tian was led by Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi. However, Zhu Qingzhu had the final say in evil ways in Central State. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Qin Chichi really didn't want to send out the Golden Condor troops. Once the Golden Condor troops were used, it was equivalent to Zhu Qingzhu's hand reaching out to the entire western region. Therefore, not only was Qin Chichi unwilling to use the Golden Condor troops, but she was also unwilling to use the Central State Expeditionary Army. However, there was no choice. Who asked the Demon Wolf troops to be too disappointing? It caused Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie to openly sit on the fence on the battlefield. Qin Chichi was helpless and could only use the Golden Condor troops. Zhu Qingzhu was arrogant, so be it. It was better than letting Yangding Tian be arrogant. At this moment, the 30,000 Golden Condor troops whizzed past the Evil Ways' army. Ling Yanmei said indifferently, Cloud Sky City is finished. However, it's a pity that the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind us won't be able to eat meat. Qin Chichi said, don't worry. Other than the 100,000 soldiers, Cloud Sky City still has more than 1 million people. Killing 200,000 to 300,000 Golden Condor troops would be enough. The remaining million would be enough for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind us to eat their fill. Instantly, a terrifying light burst out from Ling Yanmei's eyes. This strategy had been decided long ago. Attacking Cloud Sky City wasn't for victory or defeat, but to establish their might. Therefore, after Cloud Sky City fell, they would directly massacre the entire city. Cloud Sky City had more than 1 million people, and not a single person would be left alive. Miss, the people on top of Cloud Sky City are trembling, Ling Yanmei said with a smile. That's right. At this moment, the 100,000 soldiers on top of Cloud Sky City couldn't help but tremble. If they came from the ground, then they had the Devil Dragon army. If they came from the sky, even if there were only a few thousand of them, then City Lord Yang and the other experts could still kill for a while on ordinary flying mounts. Even if a few thousand Golden Condor troops charged into the city, although there would be huge losses, it wouldn't be a destructive blow. If the 30,000 Golden Condor troops entered the city, it would undoubtedly be destructive. The 100,000 soldiers on top of the city wall would undoubtedly be wiped out. Therefore, although the army on top of Cloud Sky City knew that they shouldn't be afraid and tremble, they still couldn't help but be afraid and tremble. The Golden Condor troops that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were getting closer and closer. As the sun was setting in the west, the sky above Cloud Sky City was already shrouded in shadows. Just as everyone in Cloud Sky City was in complete despair. Suddenly, an even more violent whistling sound came from behind. The whistling sound that tore through the air brought about an incomparably huge speed impact. Everyone couldn't help but turn around to look. Instantly, they saw a scene that made their blood boil. Countless huge and mighty black flying mounts were like giant spirit beasts, whistling and stopping at a low altitude. 1,000 demon condor troops quickly flew out of Big Cloud Sky Mountain, flying at a low altitude at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Even though this would cause a huge sound, a huge whirlwind would blow, and all the tents in the city would be blown down. But when everyone in the city saw the demon condor troops whistling through the sky, they were first completely stunned, then they let out a cry of ecstasy. Immediately after, countless people on the ground madly chased after these countless black spirits. The Golden Condor troops were less than 20 miles away from Cloud Sky City, at this moment, from Qin Chichi's vision. She saw Yangding Tian, riding an incomparably huge demon condor king, slowly rising into the sky. Whoosh! Then, this demon condor king, facing the 30,000 Golden Condor troops, quickly rushed into the sky. Ling Yanmei laughed out loud and said, Yangding Tian, a few days ago, 1 horse against 800. He borrowed the power of the lightning in the sky to avoid the disaster of Cloud Sky City. Today, he still wants to fight against 30,000 with 1 horse. Unfortunately, there are no dark clouds in the sky, and the sky is clear. Qin Chichi said indifferently, this person is a lunatic, a stupid lunatic. Whoosh! In Cloud Sky City, a man and a horse whistled through the sky, charging towards the 30,000 Golden Condor troops with lightning speed. Immediately, when the army of Evil Ways saw this scene, they all let out a huge ridicule. Immediately after, their ridicule was swallowed. The second black shadow. The third black shadow. fourth, fifth, sixth, dozens, hundreds, thousands. In the end, countless black shadows suddenly drilled out from behind the cloud sky city wall and rushed into the sky. Finally, 1,000 meters in the air, they arranged into a square formation and whistled towards the 30,000 golden condor troops. Each demon condor was twice as fast as the golden condor flying mount. The flying speed of each demon condor flying mount was nearly twice as fast as the golden condor army. The crazily charging demon condor army's speed reached 1,000 miles per hour. The whistling sound of tearing through the air was not something that a flying mount could have. This sound was almost exactly the same as the fighter jets of the Earth era. That kind of whistling impact was unparalleled. Ling Yanmei's face was pale, and she muttered to herself, "Impossible, this is impossible, how is this possible? Didn't they say that Cloud Sky City doesn't have a demon condor army?" In the mobile palace where Xianxia was, the air suddenly turned cold. Yang Dingtian, this madman, this cunning madman, he obviously has the demon condor army, but he hid it and risked his life to fight against my 800 golden condor army with one man and one mount. This cunning madman, just for this moment, just for this moment. Xianxia hissed. "Miss, the demon condor army, at most, will not exceed 1,000. We have 30,000, can we fight?" Ling Yanmei asked. 30,000 against 1,000, if we can't win, the eagle nest should not exist. Xianxia said coldly. Suddenly, a sharp bone whistle came from the air. Suddenly, the 30,000 golden condor army in the air all changed formation. From a flat surface, it became three-dimensional, falling from above, layer upon layer, three-dimensional. The 30,000 golden condor army turned into an incomparably huge devil's mouth in the air, swallowing towards the demon condor army of 1000. This was an incomparably spectacular scene. In the thousands of years of Earth's history, it was impossible to see such a big scene. The air battle of tens of thousands of air forces, 1,000 demon condor army condensed into a sharp arrow and shot out fiercely. The 30,000 golden condor army condensed into a huge devil's mouth, growing bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. The devil formed by the 30,000 golden condor army was tens of thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters wide, like a giant beast swallowing the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the black arrow formed by the demon condor army shot into the huge devil's mouth. The devil's mouth formed by the 30,000 golden condor army suddenly closed. Suddenly, the demon condor army completely disappeared, completely swallowed by the 30,000 golden condor army. Then, the devil's formation formed by the 30,000 golden condor army kept shrinking and condensing. This kind of shrinking, this kind of condensation, of course, was to crush the demon condor army alive and tear it apart. Looking at the ancient wonder in the sky, Qin Wanchou said lightly, "Yang Dingtian, you are too conceited. You actually crashed into the devil's formation. Once the air forces are surrounded, they will definitely die." The devil's formation formed by the 30,000 golden condor army became more and more condensed, more and more condensed. In the end, the 30,000 were almost completely squeezed together, from a diameter of tens of thousands of meters to a diameter of a few thousand meters. Although at this time, the most tragic battle was happening in the air. However, no feathers fell, no corpses fell, and no blood sputtered. The entire battle took place at the core of the devil's formation. The entire battle was surrounded by countless golden condor army layer by layer. Everyone was burning with anxiety, waiting for the result of the battle. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. A black sharp sword suddenly pierced out of the devil's formation. Then, countless golden condors, like startled birds, suddenly flew in all directions. In an instant, from a diameter of a few thousand meters, they instantly covered tens of thousands of meters. Then, it was countless feathers, countless blood, and countless corpses. Like raindrops, they fell like a storm. It was impossible to count how many corpses, how much minced meat, and all the blood. In the hundreds of thousands of troops of evil ways, it was as if there was a scarlet rain of blood. Countless fresh blood sprinkled on the bodies of everyone in the army of evil ways. Countless feathers, like golden snow, fell one after another. Countless golden condor corpses and golden condor warriors' corpses, like a meteor shower, fell one after another. More than 1,000 demon condor army were swallowed alive by the devil's formation formed by 30,000 golden condors. They were surrounded. However, in the three-dimensional encirclement inside the devil's mouth, more than 1,000 demon condor army held brand new blood demon swords in their hands. They carried out a crazy massacre, that's right. On average, each demon condor was surrounded by dozens of golden condors. However, it was useless. 1,000 golden condors were all gathered together, as if they were a whole. Around them, there were only a few thousand golden condors fighting in close quarters. From top to bottom, left to right, from all directions, they attacked in three-dimensional. However, the demon condor army was also fighting in three-dimensional. Because the demon condor army formed a sharp arrow formation. Not every demon condor was facing in one direction. Their sharp swords and claws were also in front, back, left, and right, in all directions, just like that, at the core of the devil's formation. The demon condor army and the golden condor army carried out the craziest battle. Here, the golden condor army's numerical advantage was suppressed to the minimum. At any moment, the 1,000 demon condor army's opponents were not more than 5,000 golden condor army's opponents, 1,000 versus 5,000. The demon condor army was completely a one-sided massacre. Each demon condor's strength, speed, tenacity, and agility were more than twice that of the golden condors. Yang Dingtian's demon condor king used the whirlwind wing slash that day and killed a total of 200 golden condors. Of course, not every demon condor had the cultivation of a martial venerable. However, any demon condor could easily fight 5 golden condors alone and not be defeated. Therefore, in the devil's formation, they once again faced a one-sided massacre, killing all 5,000 golden condors. Immediately, another 5,000 golden condors surrounded them. Then, they killed another 5,000 golden condors. However, because of the dense devil's formation, not to mention corpses, even feathers and blood could not sputter out. Wave after wave, they killed them all. After killing a total of 4 waves, when more than 50,000 golden condors were killed, the golden condor army finally collapsed. Moreover, the devil's formation could not be maintained. In an instant, the entire devil's formation collapsed. The remaining less than 10,000 golden condors were also scared out of their wits. They flew in all directions and fled frantically. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Previously, the 3,500 demon dragon army had fought against the 25,000 demon wolf army. Cloud Sky City had obtained an overwhelming victory and slaughtered the enemy. Their casualties were less than 30%. This had already caused Cloud Sky City to be in an uproar and shocked everyone. At this moment, the 1,000 demon condor army had obtained results that were even more glorious than the 3,500 demon dragon army. Even with a 30 times difference in numbers, it was still a one-sided massacre. Looking at the golden condor army that was fleeing in all directions, Yang Dingtian suddenly ordered, "Whirlwind wing slash, activate." Suddenly, everyone in the air saw an incomparably stunning and shocking scene. 1,000 demon condors formed a sharp blade, then, all the demon condors whistled as they flew and spun crazily. The huge wings that were dozens of meters long were as hard as iron. They were like huge sharp blades as they spun crazily. The 1,000 demon condors turned into an incomparably huge sharp blade as they chased after the fleeing golden condors. They had completely turned into a huge killing machine under the rapid rotation of the 1,000 steel blade wings. Wherever they passed, countless golden condors died without a complete corpse. They were instantly minced into meat paste. Suddenly, countless golden feathers flew down like a snowstorm. Countless fresh blood and meat paste splattered on the ground. However, there were no complete corpses that fell. The golden condors that were slaughtered by the whirlwind slash had all died without a complete corpse. It was an incomparably stunning scene. The demon condor army, as the king of the sky, could even do such a stunning and even romantic massacre. The huge wings spun like a windmill, but what they brought was a bloody light that soared into the sky. Whirlwind wing slash. In an instant, more than 60% of the 10,000 golden condor army that were fleeing were slaughtered. There was no other way. The demon condor army's flying speed was too fast. Even if they kept spinning their wings, their flying speed was not inferior to the golden condor army. At this moment, the remaining few thousand golden condor army had scattered in all directions. They were already very scattered. Spread out and kill them one by one. Yang Dingtian ordered. Yes. Immediately, the 1,000 demon condor army suddenly spread out. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Like a fighter jet, each demon condor, with itself as a unit, quickly chased after the fleeing golden condor army. The demon condor army's full speed was twice that of the golden condors. Therefore, the pitiful golden condor army was almost instantly caught up, and these demon condors seemed to have not had enough. Once they caught up, they would definitely not use their weapons. They would directly use another whirlwind slash. Then, the pitiful golden condor only had time to let out a scream. Immediately after, it was immediately twisted into a pile of mud. Just like that, the remaining golden condor flying cavalry quickly disappeared and were quickly slaughtered. Of course, some people might say why not capture them? The remaining few thousand golden condors would be captured, and Cloud Sky City would have its own flying cavalry army. Capturing them was fine, but it was impossible to take them for oneself. Even if they died, the golden condor flying cavalry would not be controlled by Cloud Sky City. They were demon beasts, not humans. Humans would betray, but demon beasts would almost never betray. Looking at the golden condor army in the sky, there were fewer and fewer. Xianxia felt a chill all over her body. Her wisdom was as deep as the sea, but she had never thought of this result. The two trump cards of the demon army were actually completely wiped out under the small Cloud Sky City. The 25,000 demon wolf army was enough to destroy Cloud Sky City dozens of times. She did not expect that in front of the 3,500 demon dragon army, they would be completely wiped out. The 30,000 golden condor army was enough to destroy Cloud Sky City hundreds of times. She did not expect that in front of the 1,000 demon condor army, they would still be completely wiped out. Xianxia only felt a towering anger that wanted to burn her to ashes. She also wanted to completely burn the entire Cloud Sky City to ashes. She took a deep breath. Xianxia said indifferently, "All right, let's not play games. 10,000 crystal crossbow cavalry army, split up on both sides and defend against the enemy's demon dragon army and demon condor army. As long as the demon condor army is 100 feet away from the ground, immediately fire. If you see any demon dragon army in your field of vision, immediately fire. Yes, 100,000 beast cavalry, 500,000 infantry, set off and flatten Cloud Sky City." Xianxia gave the order. Countless war drums sounded. Countless bugles sounded. Then, the 600,000 troops of the evil ways set off again and headed towards Cloud Sky City. 3,000 catapults ready, 3 miles away from Cloud Sky City, fire. 5,000 large-sized crystal crossbows ready, 2 miles away from Cloud Sky City, fire. In the air, Yang Dingtian saw the hundreds of thousands of troops of the evil ways set off. The decisive battle has finally arrived. Cloud Sky City's absolute secret weapon has also revealed itself. Bloodthirsty. Note, the first update is 7,600 words. I will continue to write the second update. Brothers, support me, support me. Note, 5,000 words for the second update. Today's update is 12,000 words. Brothers, it's the end of the month, please vote. After the 10,000 crystal crossbow beasts and 5,000 large crystal crossbows of the demon army were lifted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing weapons that could destroy heaven and earth. It was an absolute weapon of mass destruction, enough to destroy Cloud Sky City several times over. When the Golden Eagle army was destroyed, Xianxia's cavalry had already slowed down and was about to stop. After seeing these killing weapons, Xianxia immediately gave the order to advance at full speed and attack Cloud Sky City. After killing all the Golden Eagle army, Yang Dingtian led the Demon Eagle army and didn't return to Cloud Sky City immediately. Instead, they continued to hover in the sky. At this moment, the Demon Eagle army's air force had been completely wiped out. They didn't have any power left to threaten the Demon Eagle army. As long as they didn't get close to the ground, the Demon Eagle army's crystal crossbows wouldn't be able to threaten the Demon Eagle army. Just like this, Yang Dingtian hovered in the sky and looked down at the Evil Ways army that was advancing towards Cloud Sky City. This scene was really shocking. An army of 600,000. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of various beast cavalry that were spread out on both sides of the army and slowly advanced. In the middle, there were 500,000. Soldiers of various kinds, about 400,000 soldiers of the barbarian race. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers of various forces. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers marched towards Cloud Sky City in an orderly manner, trampling on the dust that filled the sky. Yang Dingtian flew back and forth in the sky above the army. Previously, it was already shocking enough when he saw it from Cloud Sky City's walls. Now that he was hovering in the sky, it was even more shocking. This was a scene that had never been seen before. The army that spanned dozens of miles was like a giant beast and also like a black cloud that covered the ground. It was shocking as it advanced. The first battle was a battle of cavalry. The second battle was a battle of air forces. Yang Dingtian obtained a glorious victory. Of course, it was because of the strength of the Demon Dragon Army and the Demon Eagle Army, as well as the Blood Demon Sword and Blood Demon Armor. Another reason was Xianxia and Ming Wuming's arrogance and conceit. For example, half of the 25,000 soldiers of the Demon Wolf Army were sent to attack Cloud Sky City instead of the Demon Dragon Army. In that case, the 100,000 soldiers of Cloud Sky City would not be able to resist at all. Without a doubt, it would be a fatal blow to Cloud Sky City. Even the 3,500 members of the Devil Dragon Army would find it difficult to defend against the Demon Wolf Army that was 8 times their size. However, Xianxia didn't do that. She wanted the 25,000 Demon Wolf Army to wipe out the Devil Dragon Army before attacking Cloud Heaven City. In the end, the entire Demonic Wolf Army was annihilated. The second time, the 30,000 Golden Condor Legion. He could also send 10,000 of them to destroy the Demon Condor Army, and the other 20,000 to attack Cloud Sky City. However, Xianxia still did not do that. Instead, she chose to let the Golden Condor Army surround the Demon Condor Army. An unprecedented aerial battle took place in the air. Of course, it wasn't that Xianxia and Ming Wuming weren't stupid enough to make such a fatal mistake. On the contrary, this pair was very smart, at least much smarter than Yang Dingtian. The reason for such a mistake was because of their pride and conceit, as well as their strategic direction. They felt that it would be a piece of cake to destroy a small city like Cloud Sky City. With just a light puff of air, it would be completely crushed. Their strategic direction was not to defeat Cloud Sky City at all. Instead, they would use the power of the universe to completely crush and shatter it. With an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, they would sweep across in an instant. What they pursued was not killing, but a one-sided destruction. Only in this way could they cause a huge shock to the entire world and make all the forces in the world surrender and not dare to act rashly. Therefore, when the Demon Dragon Army appeared, they only had one goal, and that was to completely destroy the Demon Dragon Army. When the Demon Condor Army appeared, they also only had one goal, and that was to completely destroy the Demon Condor Army. They completely pursued a one-sided scene and divided their forces to attack Cloud Sky City's walls. Don't joke around. Cloud Sky City's walls were the weakest. They could attack any time. However, they never dreamed that the Demon Wolf Army that was 10 times stronger than them, the Golden Condor Legion, would be completely annihilated. Therefore, Xianxia was completely enraged. They were completely forced to the edge of the cliff. Next, they could no longer play any tricks. They had to use a serious attitude to destroy Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the hundreds of thousands of troops immediately became solemn. The huge beast mounts on both sides carried medium-sized crystal crossbows to defend against the Demon Condor Army and the Demon Dragon Army. With 10,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows, as long as Yang Dingtian did not go crazy, he would definitely not dare to let the Demon Condor Army and the Demon Dragon Army collide with them. That was definitely a path to death. Yang Dingtian had already tasted the power of the crystal crossbows. In Sky Thunder City, less than 1,000 crystal crossbow warriors had already caused fatal losses to the Demon Dragon Army. At this moment, not to mention 10,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows. Whether it was the Demon Condor Army or the Demon Dragon Army that rushed forward, they would definitely be killed by the torrential rain of arrows. It was ridiculous to say that if the army of evil ways was willing to put down their grudges. If they put the medium-sized crystal crossbows on the back of the Golden Condor Army, then it would be the Demon Condor Army that would be completely annihilated. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not want to let Zhu Qingzhu off so easily. She firmly believed that Cloud Sky City did not have an air force. Thirdly, she was unwilling to sacrifice the speed advantage of the Golden Condor army. Therefore, she directly sent out 30,000 Golden Condors. In the end, they were all killed. Yang Dingtian constantly hovered above the hundreds of thousands of demons. He did not find any opportunities. Although the 10,000 crystal crossbow beasts were slow, they blocked off any sneak attacks in the air or on the ground. At the front of the army, powerful and ferocious beasts dragged 3,000 trebuchets and 5,000 large crystal crossbows forward. 3,000 trebuchets and 5,000 large crystal crossbows, these two forces were enough to completely smash Cloud Sky City into ruins. Return to the city. Yang Dingtian, who could not find any opportunities, ordered. Immediately, the 1,000-demon Condor army whistled back to Cloud Sky City. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers continued to approach. 2 hours later, 3,000 trebuchets had already reached 3 miles in front of Cloud Sky City. The army continued to advance. All the trebuchets were surrounded by the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. After another 15 minutes, the 5,000 large crystal crossbows had also reached 2 miles in front of Cloud Sky City. Once the giant crystal crossbows and trebuchets were assembled, Cloud Sky City would face a destructive attack. Xianxia said indifferently, "Everything is finally over. It's a pity that the show before was too ugly." Then, Xianxia ordered, "Originally, I did not intend to kill Yang Dingtian's woman and wanted to take her as my concubine. Now, I have changed my mind. Yang Dingtian made me look bad, so I will make him feel bad. After capturing Qin Jiaojiao, let 100 barbarians explode her. Then, execute her in front of everyone. Consider it a punishment for Qin Wanzhou." "Yes," Leng Yan said. The Eastern Army was currently 50 miles away from Cloud Sky City. After seeing the 10,000 medium crystal crossbows, 5,000 large crystal crossbows, and 3,000 trebuchets, Qin Wanzhou did not care. He urged the hundreds of thousands of soldiers to charge towards Cloud Sky City in an attempt to reverse the unfavorable situation of the divine weapons matter. When the Western Army's Qin Wanzhou saw these killing machines, he sighed softly. Xianxia schemed to exterminate Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian is powerless to reverse the situation. What Demon Wolf Army? What Golden Eagle Army? They are all inferior to the crystal crossbows and infantry. "All right, as you wish," Qin Wanzhou said indifferently to Qiu Ruhan. Then, Qin Wanzhou ordered loudly, "Advance. Charge towards Cloud Sky City. Advance courageously and do not stop." Qin Wanzhou finally gave the most resolute order. The army of 150,000 charged towards Cloud Sky City at full speed. There was no chance for them to turn back or stop. "Lady, Qin Wanzhou has also made his move. He is charging towards Cloud Sky City at full speed," Leng Yan said. "Late, it is a little late. There will still be punishment in the future, but it is better than stubbornly resisting until the end," Xianxia said. On Cloud Sky City's walls. "City Lord, Qin Wanzhou's Western Army and Qiu Wanjia's Eastern Army are advancing at full speed," Jiao Liao said indifferently. "Got it," Yang Dingtian said. "They are frightened by the 3,000 trebuchets, 5,000 large crystal crossbows, and 10,000 crystal crossbow beast riders. The key is the 10,000 crossbow beast riders. Otherwise, there is no need for the Demon Eagle Army. Just the Demon Dragon Army alone is enough to destroy the trebuchets and large crystal crossbows," Qin Huayu said. "All troops stop," Xianxia ordered. Immediately, the stop signal drum was sounded. Bang! There was a loud sound. Evil Way's 600,000 troops stopped. They were 2 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The entire Cloud Sky City was completely surrounded. "Assemble the trebuchets and the large crystal crossbows. Smash Cloud Sky City into ruins," Xianxia ordered coldly. Then, the signal drum sounded. A few hundred small winged cavalry warriors flew towards the front to convey Xianxia's order. Immediately, tens of thousands of people began to move. They began to assemble the trebuchets and the large crystal crossbows. Once they were done, Cloud Sky City would be completely destroyed. "Advance, full speed ahead," Qin Wanzhou shouted. "We must reach Cloud Sky City before it is destroyed. We must be the first to charge into Cloud Sky City." Only by rushing into Cloud Sky City before the infantrymen would the evil ways be punished in the future. It would also be lighter. Boom. 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 Countless war drums sounded. 3,000 large trebuchets were gradually assembled into giant beasts that were more than 10 meters tall. These trebuchets could throw boulders that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms a few miles away. The large crystal crossbows were gradually assembled into large killing machines that were close to 10 meters wide and tens of thousands of kilograms heavy. These large crossbows could shoot more than 10 giant arrows 1,000 meters away. Each arrow weighed more than 10 kilograms and could even pierce through Cloud Sky City's walls. 3,000 large trebuchets were lined up, spanning dozens of miles. 5,000 large crystal crossbows were lined up, spanning dozens of miles. This was definitely a force that could destroy heaven and earth. Cloud Sky City would not be able to withstand even 10 waves of attacks. When Yang Dingtian saw these killing machines, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Evil ways had really invested a lot of capital. These killing machines were more than enough to attack 10 Cloud Sky Cities. Yang Dingtian asked Ximen Lai, "Are the secret killing machines ready?" "They are all ready." 120 miles of city walls with a total of 530 fortresses. Each fortress has 4 shooting holes. Each fortress has 400 magic balls of various types. Ximen Lai said. "Good. After half a year of accumulation, I can finally release them all today." Yang Dingtian said loudly, "I want to see if my secret weapon is the killing machine or the evil ways crystal crossbows and trebuchets are the killing machines." Yang Dingtian flew into the sky. He flew along the city walls from west to east. "Everyone, remember today. Today, we will make history. Once our weapons appear, the world will be shocked. Open." Yang Dingtian abruptly gave an order. "Open." Instantly, thousands of people shouted in unison. Whoosh, on the city walls, the black curtains on the 500 fortresses shooting holes were neatly opened. Evil Wei's army, Xiao Wanjia, and Qin Wanchou all opened their eyes wide and looked at what Yang Dingtian had blown into the sky. What exactly was it? Whoosh, after the curtains were opened, a cold and dark aura suddenly emerged. 2,000 huge cannons were facing the army of hundreds of thousands of demons. What was Yang Dingtian's secret killing machine? Of course, it was the cannons. When Yang Dingtian was destroying the pirates, he had used primitive trebuchets to deliver primitive gunpowder packs. After becoming the Cloud Heaven City Lord, the first thing Yang Dingtian did was to order Ximen Lai to secretly manufacture higher-grade gunpowder and cannons. Of course, these cannons were originally meant to deal with Qin Shiqi's army of 100,000. It was also meant to defend Cloud Sky City. Therefore, he originally planned to only make about 100 cannons. Because in his impression, when technology was not advanced, it was very difficult to make cannons. During the Ming Dynasty, the entire country only managed to make about 100 cannons. Because the forging process at that time was too primitive. In the end, Yang Dingtian made a mistake based on his experience. In ancient China, it was difficult to make cannons, but in the chaotic continent, it was a simple matter. In ancient China, the most difficult thing was to make qualified steel. In the chaotic continent, basically all the metals that were forged surpassed the steel of Earth. Therefore, the materials for cannons were almost endless. Therefore, even if these cannons were a little bumpy, they would not explode. In ancient China, the most difficult thing was to form cannons. Here, as long as the molten iron was poured into the mold, it would be done. Next, a little polishing would be enough. Therefore, the creation of cannons became extremely simple in the special martial arts civilization of the chaotic world and in special minerals. But even so, Yang Dingtian only ordered the production of 200 cannons. Later, when he knew that the million-strong army was about to attack Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian ordered the production to increase again and produce 2,000 cannons. At this time, there were already tens of thousands of people in the underground forging factory of Cloud Sky City. In the special environment of the chaotic world, 2,000 cannons were not difficult at all. In ancient China, special craftsmen were needed. Here, as long as there was a leader, a person, and a rigid work, they could make cannons. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had 4 mystic fire warriors and 2 heaven and earth mystic fires. Therefore, in the end, he actually used the mystic fire to polish and bombard the cannons. This caused the quality of the cannons to increase by several levels. They were even more elite than the cannons of the Earth era. Later, Yang Dingtian even used the mystic fire to draw rifling in the cannons. In the Earth era, there was a huge problem with cannons, which was that they were too heavy and difficult to transport. Therefore, Yang Dingtian also hesitated about how big the cannons should be. Considering that the materials were sufficient and the production was simple, Yang Dingtian directly ordered the production of 5,000 catty cannons, which was already larger than the conventional cannons of the Earth era. Later, the Devil Dragon army came. This overlord of the land could carry tens of thousands of catties. Yang Dingtian simply changed the order and doubled the size of the cannons. Therefore, he knew that the cannons were more than 10,000 catties. This was already larger than most of the ancient Longsong cannons of the earth. The length of the cannons had already reached 7 or 8 meters. The cannonballs fired had also exceeded 30 catties. As for the gunpowder, Yang Dingtian no longer chose the most primitive black gunpowder, because it was too easy to imitate. Yang Dingtian chose a higher level of gunpowder, which at least needed to be made through simple chemical processes. This way, it was almost impossible to imitate in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian's knowledge of gunpowder was very limited, so even if the gunpowder was of a higher level, the power was not strong enough. Who knew, with the help of the secret masters, various crystal powders and special medicinal liquids were added. It actually increased the power of the gunpowder by several times, even 10 times. In this way, the gunpowder that Yang Dingtian had was not inferior to the high-level gunpowder of the earth, and its lethality was extremely shocking. Of course, making gunpowder was very dangerous. But in the chaotic world, there was no problem. Yang Dingtian got a large pool of unfreezing water. The final mixing of the gunpowder was completed in the unfreezing water. In an extremely cold environment, the gunpowder could not explode at all. Moreover, the unfreezing water had a heaven-defying function, which was that the gunpowder would not get wet. In the end, with tens of thousands of people working in the underground forging factory and Qin Mingli's astronomical number of materials, Yang Dingtian produced hundreds of thousands of cannonballs. Of course, the most important bottleneck was the production of gunpowder. Xianxia Lai selected 100 people to specialize in the production of gunpowder. These 100 people would always live underground, and it was absolutely confidential. However, the production of gunpowder was still not high. Fortunately, the production of gunpowder had started half a year ago and had not stopped. Otherwise, with just this 1 month, 100 people would not be able to produce the gunpowder needed for hundreds of thousands of cannonballs. The Devil Dragon army and the Devil Vulture army were already shocking enough, but that was only a preview. It was a performance that truly belonged to Yang Dingtian, a performance that truly belonged to Cloud Sky City. Now, with these 2,000 huge cannons and these hundreds of thousands of cannonballs. After the 2,000 cannons were opened, the hundreds of thousands of Evil Way's army was shocked, then they laughed loudly. With these broken iron pipes? Killing the Evil Way's army? Was this a dream? Was Yang Dingtian crazy? When Qin Chichi saw these iron pipes, she could not help but be stunned. She shook her head and said, "Is Yang Dingtian crazy? What kind of bullshit tea is this?" When Qin Wanchou and Qiu Wanjie saw these things, the first thing that came to their minds was Yang Dingtian crazy? These iron pipes were stupid and heavy. What was the use of them? Even Cloud Sky City's army felt that these stupid iron pipes were useless. After Qin Chichi laughed, she said indifferently, "After equipping them, prepare to attack and destroy Cloud Sky City." Creak, amidst the terrifying sounds, the 5,000 huge crystal crossbows were pulled by dozens of people and started to open. The huge trebuchets started to be pulled down forcefully. A destructive attack on Cloud Sky City was about to begin. Yang Dingtian looked at the large crystal crossbows and trebuchets that were dozens of miles away. "You won't have any chance to fire." Yang Dingtian flew in the air and slowly raised his hand. The chaotic world will remember today. Cloud Sky City will create history. Cloud Sky City will shock the world. Then, Yang Dingtian fiercely waved his sword. Fire! In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded, countless fire dragons rushed into the sky. 2,000 cannons roared in unison, countless fire dragons suddenly drilled out. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, completely suppressing the ear-splitting war drums of the evil demon army. The terrifying explosion was like a clap of thunder, causing the entire place to tremble violently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 2,000 huge cannonballs tore through the air and flew out of the Cloud Sky City wall with a series of sonic booms. All the Evil Way's army was completely stunned at this moment. They didn't even know what it was that shot out. In just a second, 2,000 cannonballs formed a metal storm that fiercely smashed into the large catapults, the large crystal ballistae, and the Evil Path's army. Boom! 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 Then, the cannonballs exploded with earth-shattering sounds. In an instant, the light of the sun was completely blocked. The flames of the explosion almost blinded people's eyes. This earth-shattering sound made countless demon army cover their ears in pain. Their eardrums were pierced and blood flowed out. This earth-shattering sound and explosion caused the entire ground to tremble. The beast cavalry dragging the medium-sized crystal crossbows could no longer control themselves. They were frantically frightened and ran in all directions. But this was nothing. The most terrifying thing was these cannonballs, the flames at the moment of explosion, the terrifying power at the moment of explosion. In an instant, the huge and sturdy crystal crossbows were torn into pieces. The even larger catapults were like children's toys. They were instantly shattered and thrown into the air. That's right, Yang Dingtian used exploding bombs. Coupled with the chaotic world's secret medicine and crystal powder, the power was endless. Each cannonball contained dozens of kilograms of explosives. Once it exploded, everything within dozens of meters would be smashed into pieces. Of course, Cloud Sky City didn't have professional cannoneers. And for the sake of confidentiality, the shooting training ground was located deep in the mountains. Thousands of cannoneers, each of them didn't train more than a few dozen rounds. Moreover, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to shoot cannoneers himself, so they had to rely on themselves to figure it out. Therefore, these cannoneers weren't very professional. However, the situation in front of them was too easy to shoot. They didn't even need to aim. The catapults were spread out for dozens of miles. The giant crystal ballistae were spread out dozens of kilometers wide. It could really be said that he could hit him even with his eyes closed. The most difficult part of this blossom bomb was how to make it explode after hitting the ground. It shouldn't explode midway, and it shouldn't explode as soon as it was launched. As for this, Yang Dingtian's pitiful knowledge of science and technology would not be able to do it. Even when it came to the construction of cannons, he only proposed a theory and drew a model. In the end, the final shape of the cannons was created by the craftsmen themselves. There was no way Yang Dingtian could make the cannonball explode when it hit the bottom. Therefore, in the beginning, Yang Dingtian planned to directly make solid bullets. This way, although the lethality would be much weaker, at least it would not be dangerous. In the end, this problem was solved by the mystics of the Chaos World. How did he solve it? It was very simple. It was a special crystal. When the cannonball landed on the ground or hit the target, it would cause an intense impact. Using this kind of impact, the crystal would first cause a small explosion, which would then detonate the dozens of kilograms of gunpowder in the bomb. Of course, another problem arose. The moment the cannonball was fired, there would also be an intense vibration. Would it cause the cannonball to explode prematurely? Regarding this point, the mystics solved it after a long period of experimentation. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not know how to solve the problem in the field of mystics, but it seemed to be some kind of blocking method between the crystals. The first vibration when the cannonball was fired would cause the crystals to break through this barrier. Another intense impact would cause the explosion. In short, with the contributions of Qin Mingli's team of mystics, they successfully created a safe cannonball. Therefore, there was the earth-shattering result before their eyes. Boom 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 boom. Nearly 2,000 cannonballs exploded at the same time. This was a super big scene on Earth. One must know that in the Battle of Upper Ganling during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, the United Nations Army only deployed a few hundred cannons. When nearly 2,000 cannonballs exploded at the same time, it was really earth-shattering. One could only see that the area within dozens of kilometers was instantly engulfed by flames and smoke. Then, nothing could be seen. Countless giant crystal crossbows were smashed into pieces. Countless large trebuchets were smashed into pieces. Countless barbarian troops were instantly blasted into minced meat. The beast riders of the demon army threw off the riders on their bodies and ran away crazily. Even an army of hundreds of thousands was surging like a tide. The troops closest to the cannonballs were not killed by the explosion. Instead, they were shaken to death. The flames dissipated. The smoke was slightly thinner. Then, everyone saw a hellish scene. Most of the giant crystal crossbows were already shattered. Most of the large trebuchets were already smashed into pieces. The barbarian troops around them were all turned into minced meat. Of course, nearly half of these weapons of mass destruction could still be used. However, the ground within dozens of kilometers had been completely turned into ruins. Almost all the people inside were dead, and no one would use them. All the evil Ways' army was deathly silent at first. Then, they suddenly exploded and fled crazily to the back. Xianxia did not walk out of the palace. But the entire palace was shaking. Impossible, 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 Ling Yanmei looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her entire body was trembling as she looked at this scene in disbelief. And the most shocked ones were undoubtedly the army on the city walls of Cloud Sky City. They stood at a high place and saw it the clearest. God? City Lord Yang's secret weapon was actually so heaven-defying and powerful. Not only were they trembling, but they also felt their hair stand on end. Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, and Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian with infinite shock and admiration. Sect Master, we are really going to shock the world. We are really going to make history. Suppressing all the shock, but unable to suppress the shock in her eyes, Xianxia slowly walked out of the mobile palace. Her entire body was covered in a purple cloak. She ordered indifferently, let the Ning clan's troops begin to maintain order. Blow the bewitching horn. All the troops, advance at full speed and attack Cloud Sky City regardless of life and death. All those who retreat will die. Yes. Oh woo, suddenly, the army of evil Ways suddenly sounded a strange horn that was filled with the power of demonic souls. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops that had been injected with special medicine gradually lost the fear in their eyes. What replaced it was a daze. Then, like walking corpses, they gathered together again. Boom. Then, in the midst of the earth-shattering war drums, hundreds of thousands of troops began to advance towards Cloud Sky City like a tide. Yang Dingtian looked at the army of demons that was like a tide. There were more than 600,000 of them, and they covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards Cloud Sky City. Full-speed cannon fire, Yang Dingtian suddenly ordered. Yes, full-speed cannon fire. Then, the 2,000 cannons were divided into 4 parts. Every time, 500 cannons fired without stopping. Boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom. Suddenly, a truly earth-shattering scene completely unfolded. Under the influence of medicine and evil techniques, the army of demons was like walking corpses, charging towards Cloud Sky City without fear of death. And the 2,000 cannons of Cloud Sky City were divided into 4 parts, firing without stopping. Every time, 500 cannons were like a steel tide, crazily smashing over. There was no need to aim at all. When the cannons fell into the dense army of demons, they exploded violently. In an instant, there was a rain of flesh and blood. Countless demons were instantly smashed into pieces. If it were the ancient cannons on Earth, the firing speed would be much slower. Just cleaning the barrel alone would take a long time. Moreover, there was the danger of the barrel exploding at any time. But here, the barrel only needed to be cleaned a little. As for the barrel exploding, there was no need to care at all. In fact, Cloud Sky City had done an experiment. They let a cannon fire continuously for a few hours without exploding. In the end, they really lost patience and gave up on the experiment. After all, the metal here was astonishing. The cannons that were tempered with mystic fire were also astonishing. However, the cooling of the cannons still had to be done. Therefore, the firing process became very simple. Insert the gunpowder cannon, then insert the cannons, and ignite the fuse. Boom! The cannons fired and the cannons were fired. Then, the cannons were quickly cleaned and cooled. Then, the cannons were fired again. Just like that, the 2,000 cannons fired without stopping, crazily throwing countless cannons. It was a crazy massacre. It was even crazier than the previous two battles. The dozens of miles in front of Cloud Sky City were instantly engulfed by endless flames, smoke, and blood. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cannons. They exploded crazily in the demon army. These walking corpses were completely unafraid of death. They kept moving forward, forward, and forward. Then, in the terrifying explosion, they were instantly smashed into pieces and turned into flesh and blood. Just like that, in the crazy massacre. The formation of the Evil Way's army was almost wiped out piece by piece. Just like that, under Qin Chi-Chi's cold and vicious will, the demon army was crazily massacred. The demon army had to pay an astronomical price for every 10 meters they advanced. If it was a normal army, they would have long collapsed. They would have exploded the camp and fled without a trace. However, these barbarian army that had been controlled had completely turned into walking corpses. They still walked forward numbly. Just like that, section after section of the ground had completely turned into hell on earth. Boom, 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 boom. Later, many of Cloud Sky City's cannons were already bombarding the ground. In this deafening and earth-shattering massacre, time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Half an hour. 2 hours. That's right. The demon army had walked for 2 hours and still couldn't reach this short distance of 3 miles. This was because there was a death zone. Everyone who passed by would basically die. Also, the ruins of the large crystal crossbows and the large trebuchets made it difficult for the army to move forward. However, these walking corpses still walked and crawled numbly. Then, they were even more numb as they were crazily massacred. Tens of thousands were killed. Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. And there was still an astronomical number of demon army that came a few hundred meters below Cloud Sky City. That's right. Yang Dingtian's cannons were heaven-defying. It was a completely one-sided massacre. However, there were too many Evil Way's army. There were a total of more than 600,000. Although Cloud Sky City's cannons were carpet bombing, there were still fish that escaped the net. Hundreds of thousands of cannons could only kill 300,000 to 400,000. There were still hundreds of thousands of demon army that came to Cloud Sky City and arrived in front of the moat. Of course, this was also Qin Chi-Chi's goal. She wanted to use lives and corpses to reach Cloud Sky City. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of demon army that was already very close, Yang Dingtian smiled coldly and said, "What's the use of this?" Then, Yang Dingtian ordered loudly, "Change to scatter bullets." Yes. Then, all the cannons were changed to scatter bullets. The lethality of the scatter bullets was even more astonishing than the blossom bullets. It was a massacre without any blind spots. However, because the firing distance was too close, they had to wait until the enemy was close. Boom. 2,000 cannons instantly fired. Countless people only felt that their eyes were dazzled. Then, countless sharp scatter bullets, millions of particles, were like a storm. No, they were even denser than a storm. They fiercely smashed into the demon army a few hundred meters away. Whoosh, countless blood spurted out. The scatter bullets directly pierced through the armor and shot directly into the barbarian army's body. In an instant, a person was completely smashed into pieces. Countless demon army were like wheat being harvested. The entire wheat field fell in an instant. Fire. Boom. Millions of scatter bullets, like a rainstorm, smashed fiercely. Then, like wheat, a piece of it fell. Boom. 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 The rain of scatter bullets only fell less than a dozen times. Then, in front of Cloud Sky City, it was completely empty. Just now, using the blossom bullets to kill the demon army in the distance took a full 2 hours. It consumed 200,000 cannons and only killed 300,000 to 400,000. And after the 100,000 to 200,000 demon army approached the city wall, they used scatter bullets. In just over a dozen waves, in just over a quarter of an hour. These 100 to 200,000 people were all killed without exception. There was one advantage to being killed by the scatter bullets. That was, they would not be blown to pieces and their corpses were relatively intact. Therefore, a few hundred meters in front of Cloud Sky City, countless corpses piled up into a small mountain. Just like that, after less than 4 hours of bombardment, the Evil Dao's 600,000-strong army was completely annihilated, cleanly massacred. Yang Dingtian looked at the ground that stretched for dozens of miles in front of him. It was densely covered in blood and corpses. Of course, he didn't feel guilty. He just felt a sense of absurdity. Of course, he had thought of this result. However, this was too simple. Even on Earth, it was not so easy to use 2,000 cannons to kill 600,000 pigs. At least pigs knew how to run. And these demon army formed by the barbarian mercenaries were injected with drugs and used evil techniques. They would not run. They would only numbly advance, and advance. Of course, there were some that escaped. It could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. There were also countless beast riders that fled frantically under the massacre of the cannons. But at least on the battlefield, only Qin Chichi's moving palace stood alone in a pool of blood. At this moment, the sky was already dark. However, the moon was very round. Cloud Sky City released tens of thousands of lights in the sky to illuminate the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, the bloody battlefield was filled with an unpleasant smell and a deathly silence. The cavalry of the Eastern Army walked and stopped. They were about 30 miles away from the battlefield of Cloud Sky City. Wu Maji, who was beside Xianxia, had already disappeared without a trace. "Manor Lord, what should we do?" his confidant whispered. The previous 4 hours were a complete baptism of Xianxia's soul. The 2,000 cannons slaughtered the 600,000 demon army cleanly. It made his brain explode. The scene in front of him had an unprecedented impact on his thoughts. Then, he floated in the air in shock and watched the unprecedented massacre. Watched the earth-shattering flames. Watched countless corpses and bones fly. Actually, when Yang Dingtian's cannons were firing crazily, the cavalry of the Eastern Army could not possibly charge towards Cloud Sky City. All the warhorses had lost control and were trying to escape with all their might. The riders on the horses had to use all their strength to barely control them. They had to stay on the spot and try their best to pacify them so that they could advance. It was impossible for them to die. Just like that, Xianxia floated in the air and watched in a daze for 4 hours. It was like a young man on Earth watching an American movie for the first time. He was completely shocked. Even after the bombardment ended for a long time, he still could not react. His confidant nudged him gently and said, "Manor Lord, what should we do?" Also, Wu Maji has already escaped. Only then did Xianxia wake up and said to his confidant, "Say, if there are tens of thousands of these metal pipes, how many of them will there be? Will we be able to fight the tens of millions of world extermination army?" "Of course, we will be able to fight them," his confidant said. One must know that he had just been baptized by this huge scene and his blood was boiling. "Since we will be able to fight them, then let's just surrender." "Evil ways!" Xianxia shouted angrily. Xianxia was also shocked in the air. After the bombardment ended, the hundreds of thousands demon army was wiped out. Xianxia scolded, "Yang Dingtian, you son of AB*TCH. Are you trying to embarrass me?" Just at this moment, his cousin, Qin City's chief steward, stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, there are tens of thousands of soldiers from the Middle Province Expeditionary Army and the barbarian race's beast cavalry that have escaped. They are escaping towards us. What should we do?" Xianxia immediately wanted to give the order to kill these escaping demons. But after a slight hesitation, he said, "Forget it. Let them pass." "Yes," the chief steward said. Immediately after, he exclaimed, "Sect Master, Yang Dingtian is aiming those metal pipes at us." Xianxia took a look. Indeed, on Cloud Sky City's city walls, there were at least half of the metal pipes aimed at them. Xianxia was shocked and said, "I don't believe that son of AB*TCH can shoot so far." The chief steward said, "Maybe he can. Look at the words metal pipe. The higher it is, the further it can shoot." "But, what does he mean by that? What does he mean? He is forcing me to choose a side." Qin Wancho said, I don't believe that he really dares to hit me. Just at this moment, Qin Wancho saw that the one flying in the air with the command flag was actually Qin Huayu. As long as he lowered the flag, the thousands of cannons would shoot towards Qin Wancho's cavalry. Of course, Cloud Sky City's cannons were much stronger than those of China's ancient times. But at this distance, it was still very difficult to hit them. Even if they could hit them, they wouldn't be very accurate. Therefore, to eliminate the army of evil ways, they would rather wait until they were 3 to 4 miles away. But Qin Wancho had never heard of such a weapon, nor had he seen it before. Of course, he didn't know that it couldn't shoot that far. Son of AB****, the son is beating the father. Qin Wancho said angrily, order the cavalry to kill the evil ways deserters. Yes. Qin City's chief steward said loudly, Qin City cavalry, listen to my order. Kill the deserters. Yes. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of Western Legion cavalry started to move. They crazily chased after the tens of thousands of evil ways soldiers and ownerless beast cavalry. The same thing happened to Qiu Wanjia's Eastern Legion cavalry. Similarly, the son was beating the father. The 1,000 cannons on the east side also aimed at the Eastern Legion cavalry. In the air, the one waving the command flag was Qiu Wanjia's son, Qiu Yiming. After Qiu Wanjia scolded his son for beating the father, he also started to order his cavalry to kill the tens of thousands of evil ways deserters. Just like that, Qin Wancho and Qiu Wanjia, who had been watching the battle for half a day, were forced to make a choice by their son. They used a different method to break up with Qin Chichi on the battlefield. Just like that, without any discussion, they directly turned against each other. Anyway, the skin of these big shots was extraordinarily thick, a few hundred miles in front of Cloud Heaven City. There was still a lonely moving palace. Qin Chichi's graceful and alluring body stood outside, looking up at the moon in the sky. She didn't move for a long time. Cold. This is the biggest setback in my life. Perhaps, it is also the biggest setback in the evil ways. Qin Chichi said indifferently, ever since I entered Qin City as a sentinel, I have been able to call the wind and summon the rain. After the Yin-Yang mirror incident, my power reached its peak. Even Zhu Qingzhu has to lower his head in front of me. Sanction Cloud Heaven City. The Tiando League decided to form an army of 1 million to suppress Cloud Heaven City, forcing all the powers in the world to choose a side. All of this was a strategy that I had devised. Just a day ago, I was still incomparably glorious. I stood at the peak of the world, and the fate of hundreds of millions of people in the western region of the world was in my hands. But now, I have suffered a crushing defeat. I have lost to Yang Dingtian, whom I have never even looked at. Cloud Heaven City should have been unable to withstand a single blow. I only needed to use 1/10 of my strength to easily crush it. But, the one who was completely annihilated was me. Aunt Leng, I am finished. I am completely finished. Ling Yanmei said fiercely, no, miss, we are not finished yet. We will still win. We still have a real trump card. Cloud Heaven City will still be crushed. No, Aunt Leng, you don't understand. Qin Chichi said, that is not my trump card. That is the Ning clan's trump card. That is Ning Wuming's trump card. My trump card is the 600,000 soldiers, the giant crystal crossbows, the giant trebuchets, and the 25,000 soldiers of the Demon Wolf Legion. These are all finished. Now, even if we win, it has nothing to do with me. This war is not only a war between me and Yang Dingtian. It is also a war between me and Ning Wuming. If I win, the western region of the world will belong to me. Now that I have lost, I have nothing left. Then, my only identity can only be Ning Wuming's wife. Maybe, I can't even be considered a wife. Concubine? In short, I am finished. Now, it is the war between Ning Wuming and Yang Dingtian. Everything has nothing to do with me. At this moment, a strange cry suddenly came from afar. Then, a flying mount that looked like a will-o'-the-wisp appeared from the distant horizon. It covered the bright moon in the sky and approached from afar. It was the spirit ghost bat. The handsome Ning Wuming sat on the spirit ghost bat and descended from the sky. What followed was an extremely cold and gloomy aura. The spirit ghost bat's huge wings covered the bright full moon and left a huge shadow on the ground. It was as if a demon had descended to the world. Ning Wuming gently landed on the moving palace. Xianxia gently went into his embrace and sobbed softly, "Husband, I have lost." Ning Wuming gently said, "Don't worry. Watch me vent your anger for you." Then, Ning Wuming lightly said to the air beside him, "Mobilize the blood pupil demonic army and slaughter Cloud Sky City." Suddenly, the dark air around him gradually condensed into a pale spirit ghost bird and flew into the darkness behind him. After a while, the ground dozens of miles behind the moving palace suddenly cracked open. One by one, the black blood pupil demonic army crawled out from the ground. Their bodies were still spotless. They crawled out silently. Of course, they were not ghouls. They had been lying in ambush here during the war. They were waiting for Xianxia's complete defeat. Just as Xianxia had said, this war was not only a war between the evil ways and Yang Dingtian. It was also a war between Xianxia and Ning Wuming. Now, Ning Wuming's wish was fulfilled. Xianxia had been defeated. Then, it was time for him to turn the tide. One by one, the blood pupil demonic army crawled out from the ground and gathered on the ground. Each of them was directly floating in the air. Their entire bodies were covered by black cloaks. At a glance, only blood-red pupils could be seen. In the dark night, only pairs of terrifying blood-red pupils could be seen emitting a demonic light. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A total of 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. In the southwest battlefield, only 3,000 blood pupil demonic army had been deployed and destroyed hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, there were no casualties at all. At this time, Ning Wuming had deployed 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. Of course, there was only one goal, which was to wipe out Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian had been waiting for the appearance of the blood pupil demonic army. Because he knew that the appearance of the blood pupil demonic army was the real decisive battle. The blood pupil demonic army was the real trump card of the evil demon army. It was more than the demon wolf army, the golden eagle army, and the 600,000 evil demon army combined. However, the blood pupil demonic army did not appear for an entire day of battle. Now, they finally appeared. However, the number was much more than Yang Dingtian had imagined. In the distant darkness, tens of thousands of black blood-red pupils floated over like ghost flames. That's right, they floated over directly. Suddenly, it was as if tens of thousands of ghosts had surrounded the city. On Cloud Sky City's city walls, everyone's hair stood on end, their entire body ice cold. Yang Dingtian looked at the people around him and said, "The real decisive battle is here." Qin Huayu's face turned green as he nodded his head. Zhu Hongxue sucked in a breath and said, "Are we prepared? This blood pupil demonic army looks very terrifying." Even the arrogant and conceited Zhu Hongxue had said such words. Note, the first update has been sent to 7,000, I'll continue to type the second update. Those who rely on my livelihood, give me support. This kind of high-intensity work is really somewhat unbearable. Note, 5,000 words for the second update. Still 12,000 words for today. Monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes. Yang Dingtian knew very little about the blood pupil demonic army. He only knew that this army was the trump card of the South Sea Ning tribe. In other words, it was the army of the evil ways that truly belonged to the evil ways and not the mercenaries. He completely treated this army as his final opponent, his biggest opponent. All the information about the blood pupil demonic army came from the Jiao Liao's report to Yang Dingtian. This army was like an undead army that was fearless. The weapons in their hands were invincible. Every one of them had a cultivation higher than a high-grade martial mystic. Every one of them could release mystic skills. At the southwest battlefield, the 3,000 blood pupil demonic army had wiped out the 100,000 Southwest Alliance army led by Duan Ruyan. Yang Dingtian originally thought that the South Sea Ning tribe would be amazing if they had a few thousand of them. Who knew that there were 30,000 of them in front of him? 3,000 of them could easily wipe out 100,000 soldiers. Then, how many enemies could the 30,000 demonic army eliminate? At this moment, there was a bright moon in the sky and a few thousand lamps. Hence, the ground could still be seen. But the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army devoured all the light wherever they went. The surroundings were completely dark. All that could be seen were 30,000 pairs of eyes that were like will-o'-the-wisps. Anyone would shudder at the sight of 30,000 pairs of will-o'-the-wisps floating over. Just like how no one had seen Yang Dingtian's cannon before, no one in the Cloud Heaven City understood the blood pupil devil army in front of them. It was a complete mystery. The unknown was the scariest thing. The 30,000 blood pupil demonic army flew towards Cloud Sky City. The countless corpses on the ground didn't obstruct them at all. It was as silent as a ghost. Instantly, the entire battlefield became extremely strange. The army on top of Cloud Sky City almost couldn't breathe. They were getting closer and closer. At this moment, other than the corpses on the battlefield, there were also tens of thousands of cavalrymen from the East and West armies chasing after the demonic army deserters. At this moment, they accidentally blocked in front of the blood pupil demonic army. Because they didn't receive any orders from Xianxia and Xianxia, they were at a loss. The remaining demonic army deserters and beast cavalry were running around like headless flies. Suddenly, thousands of blood-eye demonic army soldiers raised their blood-red scimitars and slashed at the sky. Whoosh! Instantly, thousands of ghostly flames streaked across the sky. The deserters were like headless flies, as well as countless beast riders. In an instant, they were all killed without a sound. Almost at the same time, Yang Dingtian, who was on the Cloud Heaven City's walls, and Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia, who were in the air, all sucked in a cold breath. These deserters and beast riders were scattered all over the place. They weren't gathered together. They were scattered all over the place, fleeing in all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by the blood pupil demonic army. The closest one was a secret, while the furthest one was 100 meters away. They were all killed in an instant. How shocking was this? He could kill without any mistakes from a few hundred meters away. In that case, they didn't even need to reach the city walls. They could just be 100 meters away from the city walls and wipe out the 100,000 soldiers on the city walls. He knew that the blood pupil demonic army was heaven-defying, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. It was no wonder that Ning Wuming didn't care about the battle situation at all. He didn't need the million-strong army, the demon wolf demonic army, or the golden eagle army. The 30,000 blood-eye demonic army could easily wipe out Cloud Sky City. Seeing this scene, the East and West army soldiers were scared out of their wits. They no longer cared about the orders from above and hurriedly tried to escape at full speed. However, as the blood pupil demonic army got closer, they realized that the surrounding air instantly turned cold. The surrounding space turned completely dark. The blood pupil demonic army not only devoured life, but they also devoured light. The warhorses of the East and West army soldiers were all trembling. No matter how the soldiers whipped them, they only stood on the ground and trembled. They didn't run at all. Instantly, the East and West army soldiers hurriedly dismounted and ran for their lives. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the thousands of blood pupil demonic army soldiers slashed their scimitars across the sky. Another few thousand ghostly flames streaked across the dark sky. In an instant, all the East and West army soldiers in front of them were wiped out. All the warhorses knelt on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices as they died. Everyone on the city wall, including Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia from the East and West army, were completely stunned. What was there to fight about? Such a heaven-defying blood pupil demonic army, what was there to fight about? At this moment, the blood pupil demonic army was still 30 to 40 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. The cannons were still out of reach. The Demon Dragon Army commander went forward and knelt down. City Lord, let the Demon Dragon Army fight. I don't believe that we can't destroy these things that are neither human nor ghost. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no. The Demon Dragon Army wouldn't be a match for this blood pupil demonic army. Following which, Yang Dingtian said to Kuei Ning, Demon Vulture Army, get ready. Put on the bombs and launch an air attack on the blood pupil demonic army. Yes. Kuei Ning said. After a while, 1,000 demon vultures soared into the sky. On each demon vulture, there were dozens of bombs. Originally, the air attack was prepared for the demon army. However, when they fought, the cannons were enough and there was no need for air attacks. Therefore, the air attack was left to the heaven-defying blood-pupil demonic army. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 1,000 demon vultures easily flew to a height of 1,000 meters and floated above the blood-pupil demonic army. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless bombs fell from the sky. Looking at the sky, Ning Wuming gently hugged Qin Chi and said, "This Yang Ding Tian is indeed a rare genius. He has completely changed the way war is fought. Who would have thought that flying mounts could be used like this? Therefore, even if he didn't have those iron pipes, he could still defeat you with the demon vulture army's air attack." Qin Chi's gaze was complicated but her expression was gentle. She replied gently, "Unfortunately, he met my husband." Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless bombs fell on the blood-pupil demonic army's heads. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the countless bombs to explode and blow the blood-pupil demonic army into pieces. However, the 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army faced the sky and released their Xian skills. 30,000 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, the cannonballs didn't have time to explode and were instantly cut into pieces by the Xian skills. Countless gunpowder drifted in the air. Kuei Ning was quick-witted, she immediately shot fire arrows at the gunpowder that filled the sky. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred 100 meters in the air. The flames that soared into the sky instantly ignited a few miles of the sky. The explosion that soared into the sky and the flames that soared into the sky seemed to have ignited the sky in an instant. For a moment, the surrounding dozens of miles were as bright as day. However, before the explosion, all the blood-pupil demonic army, like lightning, quickly jumped a few hundred meters forward. This earth-shattering explosion created a huge wave that only slightly messed up their formation. Did the blood-pupil demonic army suffer any casualties in this air attack? Perhaps, but Yang Ding Tian didn't see much. Even if there were, it was very sporadic. Mobilizing 1,000 demon vulture army and dropping thousands of bombs only slightly messed up the blood-pupil demonic army's formation. Everyone on the city wall completely sucked in cold air. Even this couldn't destroy the blood-pupil demonic army? Then what should they do? They must not let the blood-pupil demonic army get close. Once they were 100 meters away, then no one could save Cloud Sky City. Even if Yang Ding Tian had Grandmaster-level experts, he could at most kill a few hundred or a thousand of them. However, the opponent had a total of 30,000. Yang Ding Tian couldn't help but be shocked. How did the Southern Seas Ning clan, or Evil Ways, create such an astronomical number of blood-pupil demonic army? These things that were neither human nor ghost, each of them had the cultivation of a high-level martial mystic and above. Each of them could use Xian skills. The most elite part of the Demon Dragon army also had a few hundred people who had reached the martial mystic realm. Of course, they were middle-level martial mystic. However, this kind of collective military martial mystic was different from martial mystic. At least, they couldn't use Xian skills. And these 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army, each of them was a high-level martial mystic. Perhaps all the martial mystic in the entire Western world added together didn't have 30,000. The Southern Seas Ning clan had mobilized 30,000 and all of them were high-level martial mystic. At this moment, the 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army was already 20 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The cannons were barely enough. Fire! Yang Ding Tian ordered. Boom 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 boom, 2,000 cannons fired in unison, 20 miles away. Because they didn't have very professional cannoneers, their accuracy was very poor. Although the formation of the 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army was not small, spanning a few miles. However, less than 20% of the 2,000 cannons hit. In other words, only a few hundred cannons hit the blood-pupil demonic army's formation. Whoosh 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 whoosh, thousands of blood-pupil demonic army released their Xian skills in unison. In an instant, all the cannons that hit were directly cut through in the air. They were destroyed before they could explode. Only 3 or 4 cannons escaped the net and smashed into the blood-pupil demonic army. Boom 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 boom, 3 or 4 cannons exploded. Everyone gritted their teeth and waited for the results of the battle. Even if only 3 or 4 cannons exploded, the power was incomparably shocking. Flames burst out, and the surrounding dozens of meters suddenly became empty. At least a few hundred of the 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army's formation disappeared in an instant. Yang Dingtian and the others were very excited. This kind of result was also good. They could kill a few hundred people from 20 miles away. The closer they were, the more they could only hit. In this way, the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army would most likely be dead by the time they got close to the city wall. However, the following scene caused Yang Dingtian to feel a chill all over his body. Because the few hundred blood pupil demonic army that had been blown away or blown down stood up straight and then continued to float in the air. After being hit by the cannons, they were actually safe and sound. 3 or 4 cannons, perhaps only 20 or 30 people were killed, or even less. Most of them were blown away, but they only suffered light injuries and did not even affect the battle. Yang Dingtian and everyone on the city wall were tongue-tied. What kind of army was this? Even cannons could not kill them, Song Chunhua said. City Lord, the greatest lethality of our cannons is the shock wave of the explosion and the shrapnel. However, martial Xian experts can use Xianxia to protect their bodies, so they tightly lock their muscles. Therefore, unless it explodes directly next to them, after a certain distance, they will not be killed or even seriously injured. Ximen Lai said, that's right, we have done experiments. A martial ancestor realm expert will not be killed even if he is only 2 feet away from the bomb. Next, the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army's heaven-defying performance continued. Yang Dingtian's cannons continued to roar and bombard. The 30,000 blood pupil demonic army continued to release their Xian skills and shattered most of the cannons from tens of meters away. A small number of cannons smashed into the blood pupil demonic army's formation. However, most of them still stood up straight, patted the flames on their bodies, and continued to float forward. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian also discovered a heaven-defying aspect of this army. That was, their profound qi seemed to be limitless. A normal martial Xian expert could release Xian skills 4 or 5 times at most before their Xian qi was exhausted. However, this army that was neither human nor ghost continued to release Xian qi. Then, there was only one explanation. This blood pupil demonic army did not rely on the sea of qi to provide Xian qi. Instead, they relied on other strange things. As expected of the army of evil ways, their entire body was filled with evil. Even the bombardment of 2,000 cannons was completely useless. At this moment, Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie, who were floating in the east and west, had completely fallen into despair. Qiu Wanjie muttered to himself, how can this be? Is there really no hope in this world? This is not fair, this is not fair. How can the evil ways possess such power? The cannons continued to fire. However, the bodies of the cannoneers were getting colder and colder. The bodies of the 100,000 soldiers in Cloud Sky City were also getting colder and colder. As the blood pupil demonic army rapidly approached, the aura of despair continued to spread. Sovereign, we have to think of a solution immediately. Once this demonic army gets close, the consequences will be unimaginable. Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and sank into the struggle and torture. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was prepared for the blood pupil demonic army. Even before the war started, Yang Dingtian had already treated the blood pupil demonic army as his biggest opponent. However, he thought that the 2,000 cannons and countless cannons would be able to defeat them. Who knew that it would not be possible? Of course, he was still prepared. It could be said that this was Yang Dingtian's final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to use this trump card at all. Because once this trump card was used, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could be said that the land in front of Cloud Sky City was basically completely destroyed and turned into a land of death. As for whether it would affect the ordinary citizens of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian did not know. He did not dare to guarantee it. If it would affect them, the consequences for the citizens of Cloud Sky City would be devastating. At this moment, the blood pupil demonic army was constantly approaching. The countless cannons had caused the blood pupil demonic army to lose less than 1,000 men. Once they got close to the city walls, the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army would only need 2 minutes to kill the hundreds of thousands of soldiers above. It could be said that once the blood pupil demonic army got close to the city walls, Cloud Sky City would be completely finished. Yang Dingtian would be completely defeated. Of course, he, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhu Hongxue could still survive. However, if they could not protect the millions of soldiers and civilians of Cloud Sky City, then what was the point of their existence? Ning Wuming squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian, who was on the city walls. He could clearly see Yang Dingtian's painful expression. Yang Dingtian is finished. Cloud Sky City is finished, Ning Wuming said calmly. Ning Wuming said indifferently, history will remember today. Tonight is the beginning of the evil Dao's world domination. After saying that, Ning Wuming waved his hand. In an instant, more than 10 black figures flew over from the sky. They did not ride on flying mounts and relied on their own cultivation to fly. 15 purple-robed men silently floated behind Ning Wuming. Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, 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 15 Grandmasters. 15 purple-robed Grandmasters from the Ning tribe of the South Sea, Ning Wuming said gently to Xianxia, baby, it's your turn. Xianxia smiled gently and clapped her hands. Grandpa, come out. Bang, one person stood up in the moving palace. A huge boom rang out as the enormous moving palace, as well as all the gold and metal in it, was instantly blasted into smithereens. A giant covered in black armor slowly walked over step by step and stood behind Xianxia. Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura that shook heaven and earth shot into the sky. Wherever his feet passed, the ground cracked inch by inch. Even Cloud Sky City, which was dozens of miles away, could feel this aura clearly. Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Only a Grandmaster could have such a powerful aura. Behind the giant, 2 black-robed men floated in the air. These 2 men were Xianxia's personal bodyguards and were Grandmaster-level powerhouses. And this giant, his eyes were bloodthirsty and lifeless, like a walking corpse. This person was Qin City's Grandmaster-level puppet. And Xianxia actually called him Grandpa. Then who was he? Because even Qin Huayu did not know about this Grandmaster-level puppet. Who was he? He was Qin Wanchou's father. Qin Wanchou killed his own father and then refined him into a war demon puppet. Under the protection of 18 Grandmaster-level powerhouses, Ning Wuming pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the air. Blood Pupil Demonic Army, full speed ahead. Slaughter millions of Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, close to 30,000 Blood Pupil Demonic Army sped up and flew towards Cloud Sky City like lightning. Like 30,000 will-o'-the-wisps, they flew ferociously. At the same time, under the leadership of the Grandmaster-level War Demon Puppet, 15 purple-robed Grandmasters, 2 black-robed Grandmasters, and the cold-looking Grandmaster rushed towards Cloud Sky City like a black shadow with a destructive aura. Ning Wuming said indifferently, the final battle, the final massacre, has begun. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, the final battle, the final massacre, has begun. Yang Dingtian came to a door behind the city wall and pulled it open. Suddenly, a coffin was revealed. He pulled open the coffin lid. Instantly, an incomparably powerful energy pierced through the sky. Inside, an old man was lying quietly. He suddenly opened his eyes. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse was also a Grandmaster who could destroy heaven and earth. 100,000 troops change into biochemical arrows. Suddenly, the 100,000 troops took out a box from their backs and carefully took out special sharp swords from it. All cannons, and also biochemical shells. In an instant, all the cannoneers stuffed the strange green shells into the barrels of the cannons. Demon Eagle Army, bring the biochemical shells and air raid the Blood Pupil Demonic Army. Yes. 1,000 Demon Eagle Army soldiers held huge green jade balls and flew into the sky. Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his sword and roared, the final battle has begun. The final massacre has begun. Evil ways, exterminate all. What was a biochemical weapon? This was probably the only thing Yang Dingtian had done that made his conscience uneasy after coming to the chaotic world. It was also something that went against the nature of justice. In fact, it was completely unintentional for Yang Dingtian to create such a terrifying thing. Yang Dingtian was a good student and a good science student, so he got into the best university in China. However, his university major had nothing to do with biology or chemistry. Therefore, there was not much knowledge left in high school chemistry. With his knowledge, it was impossible for him to create any biochemical weapon. When he was sure that Xianxia's army would attack Cloud Sky City, he had been thinking about using Earth civilization to create all kinds of weapons. First, of course, were cannons and gunpowder. Secondly, there were many, many ideas. For example, when he was faced with sulfur, he naturally thought of sulfuric acid. The warriors in this world might be able to withstand the impact of gunpowder explosion, but highly concentrated sulfuric acid should not be able to withstand it. Later, Yang Dingtian used the pitiful remaining knowledge of chemistry in his brain and failed countless times before he finally created sulfuric acid. And it was sulfuric acid that was full of impurities. After distillation and extraction, it was indeed powerful. Of course, he knew that there were stronger acids, but he really could not think of how to make them. This sulfuric acid was made after many failures. Later, when he took the sulfuric acid to an alchemist and prepared to make a large number of copies, the alchemist did not say anything. The alchemist didn't say anything. He directly took out a bottle. Inside it was a transparent, slightly blue liquid. He poured a drop on a thick steel plate. Then, a huge hole was burned through the 2-inch steel plate. Its power was much stronger than the sulfuric acid that Yang Dingtian had made. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's knowledge of chemistry was mocked in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian asked, "What is this? Can it be made in large quantities?" The alchemist said that this was the gastric juice of the gold-corroding demonic dragon. In fact, most gold-eating beasts had terrifying gastric acid that could quickly melt metals. It could be said that even low-level gold-eating beasts' gastric acid was stronger than the sulfuric acid that Yang Dingtian had made. The only drawback was that these beasts' acid could not be made in large quantities, so there was only a small amount. It was absolutely impossible for them to be used in a large-scale war. Thus, Yang Dingtian's biochemical path failed for the first time. However, he still gave the order to hunt the gold-eating beasts in the eastern training ground. There were countless gold-eating beasts there. After killing the gold-eating beast, he took out all of its gastric juices. After this order was given, Yang Dingtian left Cloud Sky City to handle some matters. By the time he returned, it had already been nearly a month. In Cloud Heaven City, they had hunted and killed tens of thousands of gold-eating beasts. In the end, the stomach acid he obtained only added up to about 500 kilograms. Of course, an average gold-eating beast's stomach acid wasn't that much, but it wasn't concentrated enough and needed to be purified. Therefore, from 10,000 caddies of gastric acid, he could only extract 1,000 caddies. As one of Cloud Sky City's secret substances, Yang Dingtian was the first to receive a report on the 500 kilograms of strong acid. At that time, Yang Dingtian's focus was on the cannons and explosives, so he did not pay much attention to it. Furthermore, he was facing the yin-yang mirror incident at that time, and his mind was in a complete mess. After that, he brought Qin Huayu to the Sky Demon City to prepare for the marriage with the World Society. Then, he went to the Demon Territory. The changes in the situation were made known when he returned from the Demon Territory. From Jiao Liao, he received information about the Blood Pupil demonic army. Every one of them was a high-level profound martial artist. 3,000 Blood Pupil demonic army slaughtered 100,000 soldiers of the Southwest Alliance army led by Duan Ruyan without suffering any losses. At that time, Qin Chichi's crusade had already risen to a strategic level, to the level of a million-strong army. Therefore, Yang Dingtian paid unprecedented attention to the Blood Pupil demonic army. He also firmly believed that the Blood Pupil demonic army of the South Sea Ning clan was the trump card of this crusade against evil ways. They were the most deadly opponent. To Cloud Sky City. Perhaps, the cannons were not enough to kill this crazy army. Therefore, the biological weapon from before once again entered Yang Dingtian's mind and plan. However, the sulfuric acid he made was too weak. The amount of strong acid extracted from the gold-eating beasts was too little. 500 kilograms might not be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had an idea. What would the result be if he combined the strong acid of the gold-eating beasts with sulfuric acid? Therefore, the alchemist began the experiment. The result was not bad. The combination of 500 kilograms of gold-eating beasts' acid and 500 kilograms of sulfuric acid could reach 70% of the gold-eating beasts' acid, which was several times stronger than concentrated sulfuric acid. Therefore, Yang Dingtian ordered a large-scale production of concentrated sulfuric acid. Then, he mixed 500 kilograms of gold-eating beast's acid with 10,000 kilograms of sulfuric acid. The result was that the new product had 85% of the gold-eating beast's acid's power. This made Yang Dingtian very surprised and puzzled. A ratio of 1:1 only had 70% of the gold-eating beast's acid's power. A ratio of 1:10 meant that the gold-eating beast's acid was diluted greatly, but it became 85% of its power. This made the alchemist exclaim in disbelief. Moreover, he named this new product Demon Water. Later, Yang Dingtian and the alchemist discussed the effect of using the demon water on martial mystic realm warriors. The result was that it was ineffective. This was because martial mystic realm warriors already had Xianxia shield all over their bodies, which could prevent any liquid from splashing onto their bodies. Yang Dingtian even used the enemy's martial mystic realm spies as an experiment. He directly smeared the demon water, which was many times more corrosive than sulfuric acid, on the martial mystic realm captives. The result was also disappointing. At first, there was a corrosive effect. But very quickly, the warriors' Xianxia directly forced the demon water out of their bodies. The higher the cultivation, the faster it was forced out. Therefore, even if the demon water splashed onto a high-level martial mystic, it could only cause superficial damage. The warrior would use Xianxia to quickly force it out. Therefore, the alchemist suggested that they must add an ingredient that could corrode Xianxia. This way, not only could the demon water easily splash onto a martial mystic realm warrior's body, but it could also directly corrode Xianxia, allowing the demon water to use the fastest speed to instantly burn through the martial mystic realm warrior's body, which was fatal in a short time. However, dozens of alchemists experimented for several days and nights, adding countless poisons, but all failed. Later, Yang Dingtian thought of something. The world's #1 poison, deep-sea Xian poison. This poison was irresistible and could even corrode Xianxia. However, Yang Dingtian no longer had any deep-sea Xian poison at this time, not even a little bit. But he knew of a place that had it. It was the place where Poison Hand's devil was buried. It was the swamp where he was buried. At that time, Yang Dingtian had a request for Poison Hand's devil, so he gave him 2 types of poisons. One was the blood of the deep-sea Xian poison that he obtained from Shiman Ningning. The other was the blood of Shiman Wuya that was contaminated by soul-devouring Xianxia. Not long after Poison Hand's devil obtained these 2 types of strange poisons, he was indiscriminately killed by Dugufengwu. However, the deep-sea Xian poison should still be in that swamp of his. Therefore, Yang Dingtian made the best use of his time and flew to the center of the swamp where Poison Hand's devil died. In that incomparably disgusting, hell-like place, Yang Dingtian found countless things, including a tube of deep-sea Xian poison and a tube of soul-devouring blood. Then, he used his fastest speed to return to Cloud Heaven City and handed the deep-sea Xian poison to the alchemists. At that time, all the alchemists were completely shocked. They held their breaths as if they were on a pilgrimage, looking at the #1 poison in the world, the deep-sea Xian poison obtained from the Naga race. As long as the deep-sea Xian poison was placed in demonic water, it could corrode mystic qi. Martial mystic experts would not be able to resist it. The only problem was that the amount of deep-sea Xian poison was too little, not even half a tael. There were more than 5,000 kilograms of demonic water, so half a tael was useless. Later on, an alchemist suggested a hair-raising method, which was to cultivate the deep-sea Xian poison. This was because the deep-sea Xian poison was actually a living life force that could be cultivated. How was it cultivated? Using living people to cultivate. If the deep-sea Xian poison was injected into a person's bloodline, the deep-sea Xian poison would crazily devour and spread. Finally, it would turn all the blood in the person's body into the deep-sea Xian poison. This was something that had happened before. At that time, Shiman Ningning had only injected her mental energy and mystic qi into the deep-sea Xian poison. As a result, her body was contaminated with a little bit of the deep-sea Xian poison. Not long after, the deep-sea Xian poison spread throughout her body and her entire body turned green. Later on, when Yang Dingtian was seriously injured by Shiman Ju, she suddenly erupted and released the deep-sea Xian poison, instantly killing thousands of people. Then, she disappeared without a trace. From this, it could be seen that the deep-sea Xian poison had indeed grown in his body. The deep-sea Xian poison that was originally less than 1/10,000th of its original size grew incomparably strong and instantly killed thousands of people. However, using living people to cultivate the deep-sea Xian poison was undoubtedly extremely cruel and extremely evil. It could be said that it was no different from evil ways. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a very long time. But in the end, he made up his mind to use living people to cultivate the deep-sea Xian poison. As a result, dozens of evil ways spies became the cultivation base of the deep-sea Xian poison. This deep-sea Xian poison was incomparably tyrannical. After less than half a tael of deep-sea Xian poison was injected into the blood vessels of dozens of people. In just a few days, these dozens of people had all turned into poison people. They had become neither human nor ghost. They could not die at all, nor could they live. Moreover, even the air they breathed was filled with poison. In the end, Yang Dingtian personally drained their blood to extract the poison. 35 people took a total of 50 kilograms of mutated deep-sea Xian poison. In the end, Yang Dingtian injected the 50 kilograms of deep-sea Xian poison into more than 10,000 kilograms of demonic water. In an instant, the transparent demonic water turned into a terrifying green color. In this way, Yang Dingtian's biochemical weapon was born. Using 10,000 kilograms of high-concentration sulfuric acid, 1,000 kilograms of metal-eating beast acid, and 50 kilograms of mutated deep-sea Xian poison cultivated from living people. It was mixed into an extremely terrifying and evil biochemical weapon. Yang Dingtian named it Evil Demon's Blood. Then, Yang Dingtian did an experiment. He dipped an arrow in the evil demon's blood and had 10 ordinary warriors shoot it at the martial mystic level captive. As a result, the martial mystic level warrior used his weapon to cut down 5 poison arrows and used his mystic skill to blast away 3. He tried to use mystic chi to attack the remaining 2 arrows. As a result, the poison arrow directly corroded the mystic chi and shot into the flesh without any hindrance. Then, a hellish scene happened. Yang Dingtian still felt his hair stand on end when he recalled this scene. The martial mystic level warrior's body turned green in an instant. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, his entire body melted and was instantly corroded. In just a few seconds, his entire body turned into a pile of disgusting meat paste. The might of this evil devil's blood was much greater than what Yang Dingtian had imagined, and it was also much more evil. Therefore, this biochemical weapon, although it had nothing to do with biology or chemistry, most of it came from this world's deep-sea Xian poison and metal-eating beast acid. However, under Yang Dingtian's lead and conception, it appeared. Although Yang Dingtian had created countless evil demons' blood weapons, he had ordered them to be sealed up immediately. Once this thing spread, the consequences would be fatal. Even Yang Dingtian wasn't sure if using this weapon to kill enemies on a large scale would have fatal consequences for Cloud Sky City. Unless it was a last resort, Yang Dingtian definitely did not want to use this thing. This thing was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than cannons and gunpowder. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice now. Without using the evil demon's blood, Cloud Sky City would face destruction. There was no way, and no one, that could resist the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. As long as they were within 100 meters of Cloud Sky City, the 100,000 people on the city wall would be killed instantly. Yang Dingtian had no other choice. 100,000 archers, get ready! Yang Dingtian roared crazily. Immediately, all the troops on the city wall changed to the terrifying evil demon's blood arrows. They drew their bows and aimed at the blood pupil demonic army that was flying over quickly. Demon Eagle Army, get ready! Immediately, 1,000 Demon Eagle Army soldiers flew above the blood pupil demonic army with evil demons' blood bombs. All cannons, get ready! Immediately, all the cannons were changed to evil demons' blood bombs. The final battle has begun. Evil ways are exterminated. Fire! 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 Yang Dingtian roared as if he had fallen into hell. Swoosh 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 swoosh, 100,000 evil demon blood arrows shot out like raindrops. They were like a black cloud as they smashed towards the 35,000 blood pupil devil army. 2,000 cannons roared and 2,000 evil demons' blood bombs flew towards the blood pupil demonic army. The demon eagle army threw down the huge evil demon's blood bombs, immediately, in the dark night, under the moonlight. Countless green bombs rained down like a rainstorm. 2,000 bombs flew past the green bombs and flew towards the blood-pupil demonic army. 1,000 huge green cannonballs suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately, Ning Wuming, who was far away, sneered. The 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army's blood-red eyes were filled with disdain and sarcasm. Swoosh 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 swoosh, 30,000 Xianxia flames suddenly shot out. Some went to destroy the bombs from the cannons. Some went to destroy the huge bombs that fell from the sky. As for the 100,000 arrows? Are you kidding? They were not even crystal arrows. There was no need to defend at all. They could just let them shoot at them. The clothes of the Blood-Eye demonic army were all made of heavenly silkworm demonic silk and other dark materials. Mere arrows could not damage them at all. They still succeeded. 2,000 bombs were shattered by the Xianxia when they were still tens of meters away. The bombs that fell from the sky were also shattered. But the strange thing was that these bombs did not explode into flames. Instead, they exploded into countless green liquids. Then, something even stranger happened. 100,000 arrows, because they did not care, did not stop them. It shot straight into their formation. 100,000 arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, hitting almost everyone. They did not care at all and let the arrows hit their bodies. Because these arrows could not penetrate their cloaks, not even a strand of hair. But, these arrows easily tore open the indestructible Xian demon cloaks and pierced into their flesh. The blood-pupil demonic army paused for a moment and then released their Xian qi to force the arrows out. But, a terrifying power, a demonic power, instantly tore their Xian meridians and corroded their Xian qi. Then, a terrifying cloud of smoke suddenly emitted from their bodies, their Xian qi, their souls. In an instant, they melted and disappeared. Then, they did not know anything. Even if they were not hit by the poisonous arrows, they quickly melted and disappeared after being splashed by the terrifying green liquid. Everyone on the city wall, as well as the dozen or so Grand Masters behind them, also saw this horrifying and hair-raising scene. 100,000 arrows smashed into the 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army. The 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army suddenly stopped advancing. Immediately after, a cloud of white smoke suddenly emerged. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the bodies of the countless Blood-Eye demonic army soldiers. Their internal organs could be seen clearly. The internal organs of the blood-pupil demonic army were not bright red, but a demonic blue. But this was not important. All the blood-pupil demonic army melted and dissolved. Bang bang bang, without a sound, the blood-pupil demonic army that was floating in the air suddenly fell and knelt on the ground. Countless pairs of eyes that were like ghost flames were extinguished. Then, their entire bodies disappeared without a trace and turned into a pile of mud. Only 30,000 broken cloaks were left on the ground. After a while, even the broken cloaks disappeared without a trace. Just like that, under everyone's fearful and trembling gazes, the heaven-defying, invincible 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army disappeared from the face of the earth. Ning Wuming's body started to tremble and tremble. He was always gentle, refined, and carefree. But at this moment, his eyes were trembling. How was this possible? Was this a deep nightmare? The 30,000 invincible blood-pupil demonic army disappeared in an instant. They died more mysteriously and completely than the Demon Wolf army and the Golden Eagle army. Xianxia and Qin Wanzhou, who were far away, were completely stunned. They looked at Yang Dingtian with a strange and even fearful gaze. Who is the evil ways? Yang Dingtian was on the city wall and knelt down slowly towards the sky. Today's killings, the evil killings, are all my sins alone. I hope that if the heavens want to vent their anger, they will vent their anger on Yang Dingtian alone. Today's evil killings are very painful for me, but I will definitely not regret it. Maybe in the future, I will repent for today's sins, but that will be a time of peace. At this moment, I only have endless killings. After speaking, Yang Dingtian stood up and slowly pulled out his emperor-grade soul sword. He walked in front of the revived Dongfang Minmi and said softly, "Master, let us fight together today." "Alright, let us fight together today. Today, let us create history here." Yang Dingtian looked at Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and even Yao Rao. He didn't know when she had arrived. Everyone, my brothers, my sisters, my lovers. Kill. Yang Dingtian ordered. 1 martial grandmaster and 5 martial grandmasters or close to martial grandmasters rushed out of the city wall and towards the battlefield outside. The martial grandmaster puppet led more than 10 martial grandmasters of evil ways. Their eyes were blazing with fire as they charged forward crazily. The final battle had finally arrived. Martial grandmasters against martial grandmasters, martial grandmasters against martial grandmasters, 1 martial grandmaster against another martial grandmaster, 5 martial grandmasters, close to martial grandmasters, against more than 10 martial grandmasters. The final battle, the final massacre. Note, the first update is 5,500 words long. I will continue to write the second update. Brothers, please don't stop your monthly votes. Please don't stop your support. Please. Note, second update. Today's update is 11,000. Brothers, I want monthly votes. Bao and Beg, Yang Dingtian's side had 6 people. Ning Wuming's side had 20 people. In terms of strength, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. The two sides flew 1,000 meters in the air, getting closer, closer, and closer. Finally, when they were 100 meters apart, they stopped. Ning Wuming said indifferently, Yang Dingtian, you have really made me feel a piercing pain. The 30,000 blood pupil demonic army has really made me give it my all. You have already made history. Even if you fail completely in the future, you have already shocked the world. Because, with your own strength, you have destroyed nearly 1 million of our army. Well said, Yang Dingtian said. However, your fate of failure and destruction is still unavoidable. Ning Wuming said indifferently, you are too noble. You should have used the 2,000 demon dragon army and 1,000 demon vulture army, as well as all the experts of martial ancestor realm and above to exhaust us. This way, you would still have the strength to fight. That's right. As mentioned before, every master's Xianxia was limited, and so was their cultivation. As long as they continued to exhaust them, even if there were more than 10 masters, they would be completely exhausted. If Yang Dingtian had hardened his heart and sent out all the martial ancestor realm experts of the demon dragon army, demon vulture army, and cloud sky city, there would be a few thousand of them. It would be enough to exhaust all the masters in front of him, or even kill half of them. Of course, in that case, Cloud Sky City would also suffer heavy casualties. However, Yang Dingtian had decisively brought only a few masters and close to masters to participate in the battle. Even the martial ancestor realm experts were not allowed to participate. Therefore, they were facing a one-sided disadvantage. Yang Dingtian's side had 1 martial ancestor against another martial ancestor. 5 masters and close to martial ancestor realm, yes, 19 masters. Therefore, Yang Dingtian, your destruction is still unavoidable. Ning Wuming said, here, I want to make it clear to you. After you are destroyed, you will definitely not die. He should be crippled of his cultivation and imprisoned for the rest of his life. As for Qin Huayu, because Qin Wanchou didn't perform well today, he will have the same ending as you. Zhu Hongxue was captured and imprisoned in the Black Heaven sect because of his ignorance. As for Song Chunhua, she would directly become Master's lover. Of course, because you've angered my wife, one of your wives must be executed by 1,000 cuts. Qin Jiaojiao is probably the least loved by you, so I'll choose her. The rest of your women were all taken as concubines or concubines. You don't have any objections to this, do you? The idea is not bad. Yang Dingtian said, why don't you listen to my opinion on how to deal with you? It's much simpler. You will be executed by 1,000 cuts. Qin Chichi, execute her with 1,000 cuts. Ning Wuming glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, yes, I really can't understand your naivety. He really couldn't understand Yang Dingtian. After eliminating the Evil Ways army and the Blood Pupil demonic army, Yang Dingtian could create one trump card after another. However, these trump cards were useless against a master stage expert. 5 masters, close to master rank, against 19 masters, and Yang Dingtian actually wanted to win. There was nothing more ridiculous than this in the world. Yang Dingtian turned and looked in Qin Wanzhou's direction and shouted, Sect Master Qin, are you coming over? Come over. Qin Huayu also couldn't help but look at Qin Wanzhou. Qin Wanzhou was a true great grandmaster. Once he joined, it could be said that Yang Dingtian's side immediately gained an overwhelming advantage. Ning Wuming also looked at Qin Wanzhou and smiled, Sect Master Qin, you should continue to sit on the fence. Since you've already been observing for a day, why don't you just watch until the end? Ning Wuming's ridicule undoubtedly made Qin Wanzhou furious. However, Ning Wuming's next sentence made him feel cold all over. That's right, Sect Master Qin, around this time, the lives of your remaining children will be in danger. If you're hot-blooded and make an impulsive decision, you'll probably see their corpses neatly placed in front of your door when you return, Ning Wuming said indifferently. Qin Wanzhou's heart was filled with boundless anger and a trace of suspicion. This time, he had already hidden his remaining children in a place that even Qiu Ruhan didn't know about. He didn't believe that Ning Wuming would know. They were hidden 200 feet below the brothel. They were indeed hidden deep enough, Ning Wuming said indifferently. Instantly, Qin Wanzhou felt a chill run down his spine. Only he knew about this place. How did Ning Wuming know about it? Then, Qin Wanzhou laughed loudly, alright, then I'll watch the battle from here. Come and tell me when the winner has been decided. Ning Wuming spread his hands towards Yang Dingtian and said, there, your hopes are dashed. Then, Ning Wuming seemed to have remembered someone and said to Qiu Wanjia, oh right, Manor Lord Qiu, you can do whatever you want. If you want to come, then come. At that moment, Qiu Wanjia only felt endless humiliation. Ning Wuming's meaning was very clear. Qin Wanzhou couldn't join Yang Dingtian's side. However, Qiu Wanjia, you're only a grandmaster. You can do whatever you want. This was blatant disdain, looking down on Qiu Wanjia from the back, looking down on him. However, since Qin Wanzhou didn't make a move, Qiu Wanjia naturally didn't dare to make a move. He only laughed loudly, you guys fight, you guys fight. Ning Wuming said to Yang Dingtian, look, you guys don't even have your last hope. Yang Dingtian said, then, let's start. Ning Wuming smiled and said, aren't you going to be emotional? This is probably the first time in 200 years that so many grandmasters and great-grandmasters are fighting. Yang Dingtian waved at Song Chunhua and said, Chunhua, come behind me. We'll form a team of 2. Yes. Song Chunhua came behind Yang Dingtian and leaned her back against Yang Dingtian as they floated in the air. In this battle, almost everyone had the undying gold medallion. Qin Huayu wouldn't die because he was Qin Wanzhou's son. Zhu Hongxue wouldn't die because he was Zhu Qingzhu's son. As for Yao Rao, no one would want to kill her because she would transform right before she died. Yang Dingtian wouldn't die either. The other party wouldn't kill him. At most, they would cripple his martial arts, imprison him for life, and humiliate him for life. Of course, once they lost, Cloud Heaven City would be destroyed. Yang Dingtian's wife and relatives would become slaves. This was definitely much more painful than death. However, the only one who would die right now was Song Chunhua. Ning Wuming had also said that he would capture Song Chunhua and use her as a slave. However, when the battle reached a certain point, things wouldn't be clear anymore. Yang Dingtian, I know that you used Lin Qingchen's corpse and the demon spirit heart to make a battle puppet demon. A great grandmaster battle puppet demon. Coincidentally, I also have a battle puppet demon in my hands. It's Qin Qiqi's grandfather. If I remember correctly, Lin Qingchen had just broken through to the great grandmaster realm not long ago. When Qin Wanzhou killed Qin Qiqi's grandfather, he was already a 2-star great grandmaster. Therefore, he was still slightly stronger. Ning Wuming said, moreover, we also did some things to him. That's why he's become like this, neither human nor ghost. He's also much stronger when fighting. He should be stronger than an intermediate great grandmaster. Wow, then he's indeed much stronger, Yang Dingtian said. When great grandmasters fight, it's too scary. Why don't we let these 2 great grandmaster puppets fight further away? They fight theirs, and we fight ours. We don't want to be accidentally scratched by them and lose our lives. That would be too much of a loss. You have to know that battle puppet demons don't have brains. When they fight, they don't care so much, Ning Wuming said with a smile. Alright, let's fight 1 li to the east, Yang Dingtian said. Alright, Ning Wuming said. Then, Qin Chichi gave the order from afar. The great grandmaster battle puppet demon, Qin Zhong, walked 1 li to the east. Its incomparably huge body was covered in armor. Every step it took was a full 2 meters. With every step he took, a deep crack would appear on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet would be completely burned red. After the great grandmaster battle puppet demon Qin Zhong was in position, Dongfang Minmi, who was covered in a black robe, flew over lightly. Wow, your battle puppet demon is quite unique, Ning Wuming said with a smile. This person seemed to always be smiling. Even if he wanted to kill your entire family, he would still be smiling. It was as if there was no hostility at all. Shall we begin? Yang Dingtian said. Alright, let's begin. Ning Wuming said to Ling Yanmei, Pavilion Master Lung, I won't participate in this boring battle. I'll leave it to you. Remember, you can trample on them, but don't kill them. Yang Dingtian said to the people behind him, follow the original plan. The original plan? What was the original plan? Before Dongfang Minmi won, they couldn't be killed, destroyed, or captured. They would risk everything and wait for Dongfang Minmi to defeat the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong. The dozen or so grandmasters in front of them would all be left to Dongfang Minmi. In short, as long as they could hold on until Dongfang Minmi won, it would be a victory. Otherwise, it would be a failure. Of course, this was also very difficult. Yang Dingtian's side only had 5 grandmasters, while the other side had a total of 18. Ning Wuming didn't participate in the battle. Although Dongfang Minmi had been resurrected, it was his soul and consciousness that had been resurrected. His body was still Lung Qingchen's. Only his Sea of Qi and Xianxia cultivation were still Lung Qingchen's. Lung Qingchen had just broken through to the great grandmaster realm. As for the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong, after the evil transformation, its combat power had surpassed that of an intermediate great grandmaster. Therefore, this battle wouldn't be easy. Ling Yanmei looked at Yang Dingtian, her eyes filled with hatred. She said coldly, Yang Dingtian, I'm not as gentle as young Lord Ning. I'll let you have a taste of hell. Of course, she hated Yang Dingtian to the core. It was because of Yang Dingtian that her little master, Qin Chichi, lost everything in an instant. From then on, she could only become Ning Wuming's vassal. It was because of him that Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army was wiped out in a short time. Of course, Yang Dingtian really didn't notice when Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army of 20,000 was wiped out. When the cannons were wildly firing, Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army and Ning Clan's army, who were supervising the battle, were completely overwhelmed by the barbarian army. Fight! Ning Wuming floated in the air and waved his hand fiercely. Boom! The 2 great grandmasters were the first to fight. Dongfang Minmi and the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong instantly collided with each other. They didn't use any Xian skills, but the most direct collision. An earth-shattering sound was heard, as if it was going to tear apart the eardrums. The swords of the 2 great grandmasters instantly slashed together. When the 2 swords collided, a bright brilliance shot up to the sky. Boom! The ground under their feet instantly collapsed and burned fiercely. Dongfang Minmi's body suddenly flew hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Sure enough, the battle puppet demon Qin Zhong's Xianxia cultivation was superior. At the same time, the 15 great grandmasters led by Ling Yanmei launched a fierce attack on Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua had a total of 5 great grandmasters. Boom! 5 flaming sword rays instantly blasted out. Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue formed a pair. Similarly, 5 great grandmasters surrounded them. As a high-level great grandmaster, Yao Rao was surrounded by 8 great grandmasters. The enemy's 18 great grandmasters attacked in unison. They didn't use any fancy moves or Xian skills, but the most direct Xianxia attack. In an instant, 3 flaming rays shot up to the sky and engulfed Yang Dingtian and the others. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds, even with Song Chunhua's help. However, when the terrifying Xianxia sword flames rushed toward Yang Dingtian, they didn't instantly tear apart his Xian meridians and Sea of Qi. Instead, they were blocked by him. All of the flames were fiercely resisted by him. The reason was because Yang Dingtian wore the interspatial ring, which could withstand 3 great grandmasters' attacks. He couldn't resist for long, at most 3 or 4 seconds. However, it was enough. Whoosh, 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 Yang Dingtian used the Xian fire to burn the devil's blood that contained the mutated deep-sea Xian poison and blasted the 5 opponents. The 5 great grandmasters were shocked. They didn't expect that Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians couldn't be instantly destroyed by their Xianqi flames, but he could still fight back. However, they immediately thought of Yang Dingtian's interspatial ring, which was no big deal. As for Yang Dingtian's Xian fire, they didn't care about it at all. They didn't even place Yang Dingtian in their eyes. Yang Dingtian's combat cultivation had yet to surpass the master realm. Suddenly, the 5 of them quickly set up their Xianqi energy shields to resist the Xian fire. Boom! Yang Dingtian's Xian fire blasted the 5 great grandmasters' Xianqi shields. Suddenly, something that made their hair stand on end happened. An absolutely dark, absolutely evil energy instantly tore apart their energy shields. Then, it crazily drilled into their bodies. Immediately after, they felt that their profound energy and their bodies were rapidly corroding and disappearing. How could this be? How could this be? The 5 great grandmasters were extremely shocked. They immediately thought of the devil's blood that Yang Dingtian used to destroy the blood pupil demonic army. However, whoever touched that thing would be done for. Yang Dingtian couldn't possibly use it as an energy attack because he would be poisoned first. Deep-sea Xian poison, even Xianqi would be poisoned. Why wasn't Yang Dingtian afraid? Because he had the dark Xian fire. Even if he was poisoned instantly, the dark Xian fire could instantly devour the deep-sea Xian poison's energy. Suddenly, the 5 great grandmasters used their fastest speed. Swoosh! Sharp blades slashed across their chests and cut off all the parts that were corroded by the devil's blood. Immediately, blood dripped. Yang Dingtian was also stunned. As expected of great grandmasters, they were ruthless enough. Ning Wuming looked at everything in the air and was also extremely shocked. Then, he coldly shouted, "Idiot, don't defend. Attack with all your strength. If you use Xianqi outside your body to attack, you won't be poisoned." Xianqi outside the body attack. That was, directly let the Xianqi energy burst out in an instant. After the attack, immediately cut off the connection with one's body. This way, one wouldn't be infected by the deep-sea Xian poison. Boom 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 boom, Yang Dingtian's Xian fire that contained the deep-sea Xian poison crazily blasted out. On the other side, because the 5 great grandmasters didn't dare to kill Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue used the Great Thunderous Fire shield to protect himself and Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu used the earth-level Xian fire to desperately add energy to the Great Thunderous Shield. The 5 purple-robed great grandmasters were afraid of hurting Zhu Hongxue, so they only dared to increase their attacks bit by bit, trying to tear the Great Thunderous Shield in the most gentle way. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu's Great Thunderous Shield was on the verge of collapse and hadn't been completely destroyed. Once it was destroyed, the 2 of them would basically be captured without putting up a fight. At this moment, Yang Dingtian took this opportunity to crazily bombard the 5 great grandmasters with his poisonous Xian fire. Immediately, the 5 great grandmasters hurriedly released their Xianqi flames to disperse Yang Dingtian's poisonous Xian fire. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu immediately took the opportunity to strengthen the Great Thunderous Shield. Originally, the most dangerous Yao Rao had to face the 8 great grandmasters. Although she was currently at a disadvantage, her speed was too shocking. She escaped like lightning, causing the 8 great grandmasters to chase her all over the place. Change direction. 3 against Yang Dingtian, 2 against Song Chunhua. Ning Wuming ordered. Immediately, the 5 purple-robed great grandmasters scattered. Boom boom. The 3 Xian fire swords slashed ferociously. For the second time, Yang Dingtian blocked them with his interspatial ring. As for Song Chunhua, she released the heavenly phoenix fire and fiercely clashed with the swords of the 2 great grandmasters. Boom! There was a loud sound, Song Chunhua's delicate body shook, and she violently vomited blood. Boom boom boom. The 3 great grandmasters released the 3rd wave of attacks on Yang Dingtian. The interspatial ring could withstand the last attack. Immediately after, Song Chunhua faced the second wave of attacks from the two great grandmasters. Puff! Her body flew out dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. The two great grandmasters' faces were pale, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. Song Chunhua was a 3-star great grandmaster, and she had the heavenly phoenix fire, but she was still not a match for the two 3-star great grandmasters. Boom boom boom, at the same time, Zhu Hongshua's great thunderous shield was easily torn apart. The 5 great grandmasters suddenly flew into the air, and the huge palms in their hands suddenly pressed down. Boom! There was a loud sound. The ground where Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue were standing collapsed in an instant. The two people were pressed to the ground by the 5 huge palm imprints, and they could not move at all. Yao Rao, on the other hand, was still running around like lightning. The 8 great grandmasters who were chasing her looked cold. Radiant sword array. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, 8 sharp swords flew into the sky like meteors. Then, they turned into countless rays of light and crazily fell. Instantly, they were inserted in every place around Yao Rao, blocking every path of her. Then, the 8 great grandmasters stopped in an instant, completely trapping Yao Rao in the middle. The 8 sharp swords formed a sharp blade prison, making her unable to move at all. More than a dozen great grandmasters, after all, had an overwhelming advantage. The battle between the two great grandmasters was still the most direct and the most explicit. It was completely a collision of strength and energy. Dongfang Minmi had been hit and sent flying thousands of meters away. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The puppet war demon Qin Zhong's last fatal trick had sent Dongfang Minmi hundreds of meters into the ground. The ground that the two occupied for more than 10 miles was fiercely torn apart, and countless areas of the ground were burned red. At this time, the only one standing on the entire battlefield was Yang Dingtian. I said that you are destined to be destroyed. Now, you are the only one standing, and this is with the help of the so-called interspatial ring. Ning Wuming said indifferently, now, the 3 energy defenses of the interspatial ring have been used up, and it will take a long time to recover. The 4th wave of attack is about to come, what are you going to do? Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, do what you have to do. Ning Wuming said to the 3 purple-robed great grandmasters, don't show any mercy, completely destroy his Xian veins. Yes. The 3 great grandmasters gathered and released the 4th wave of Xianxia flame attack, which was also the last wave. Yang Dingtian no longer had the interspatial ring. Yang Dingtian suddenly activated the dark mystic flame and muttered to himself, now is the time to counterattack. Dark mystic flame, this is the first time you have seen the light of day. Looking at the Xianxia flame that was shooting towards him, Yang Dingtian opened his palm abruptly, and the black raging flames instantly engulfed the enemy's raging flames. At the same time, Dongfang Minmi, who had been sent into the ground, suddenly flew up into the sky. It's about time. I have finally completely suppressed this body and this damned heart. Qin Zhong, thank you so much for this violent beating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself. However, it's time to end this battle. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword. Roar! A ray of light that was hundreds of meters tall lit up the entire dark sky, piercing through the heavens, and then suddenly slashed towards the puppet war demon Qin Zhong. Sword soul? It was actually a sword soul. Dongfang Minmi's suppression of the brutal power of the demon spirit heart was smoother than expected, but it also took longer than expected. About the first 10 hours, he successfully suppressed 95% of it. But for the next 10 days, he was unable to suppress the last 5%. What were the consequences of not completely suppressing the demon spirit heart? There would be 2 forces fighting for control of this body. This way, Dongfang Minmi would not be able to completely control this body. Of course, there was another way that went very smoothly. That was to cleanse the extremely weak and fragmented remnant consciousness left behind by Leng Qingchen in his mind. First of all, Leng Qingchen was already dead, and his soul had already been extracted by Yang Dingtian. Only a very small amount of fragmented data was left in the depths of his brain. Because of the soul aggregation, Dongfang Minmi did not take too long to completely occupy Leng Qingchen's brain. However, it was a very, very long process to completely suppress the brutal power of the demon spirit heart. Of course, without completely suppressing the demon spirit heart, it basically did not have much effect on the battle. The only thing that had a fatal effect was the sword soul. After Dongfang Minmi occupied Lin Qingchen's body, he also completely inherited his Xian meridians and Qi Si. Lin Qingchen's talent was not as good as Dongfang Minmi's, so he had just broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm. This also meant that Dongfang Minmi's current cultivation had only broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm. Of course, there was also a very fortunate point that Lin Qingchen and Dongfang Minmi were from the same sect, and the cultivation techniques they learned were almost the same. Therefore, when he inherited Lin Qingchen's body, he also inherited almost 100% of his cultivation. However, this cultivation was still not enough. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi thought of the sword soul. More than 10 years ago, the reason why Dongfang Minmi was recognized as the world's #1 expert was because he cultivated the sword soul. He cultivated the sword soul 10 years earlier than Shimin Wuya, although the sword soul he cultivated was not as powerful as Shimin Wuya's sect origin sword. However, Dongfang Minmi's cultivation at his peak was close to that of an 8-star martial grandmaster. Although his sword soul could not compare to his cultivation, it had also reached the level of a 5-star martial grandmaster. Therefore, as long as Dongfang Minmi successfully summoned his sword soul, this battle would be a piece of cake. Therefore, 5 days ago, Dongfang Minmi stopped suppressing the remnants of the devil spirit heart, stopped completely controlling Lin Qingchen's body and profound veins, and traveled thousands of miles to retrieve his soul sword. Then, he rushed back to Cloud Sky City one day before the great battle. That night, he and Yang Dingtian went to a secluded place deep in the mountains to see if they could summon the sword soul. The two of them were incomparably confused. This was because Dongfang Minmi had already changed his body. Even his energy C and profound veins had changed. And the sword soul's choice of master was very, very strict. Therefore, after Shimin Wuya was destroyed, no one could use his soul sword, and no one dared to use it. This was because once one used Shimin Wuya's soul sword, the only outcome was to be devoured by the incomparably powerful sword soul inside and be instantly annihilated. Shimin Wuya was a 6-star martial grandmaster. His sword soul was also at the level of a 4-star martial grandmaster. The sword soul was different from ordinary martial souls. Ordinary martial souls resided in the human body and were not independent energy bodies. Therefore, during a battle, although it could increase the combat power of a martial artist, it would also consume the martial artist's profound chi cultivation. Therefore, in a battle between experts, even if they had a martial soul, they would not necessarily use it. Unless absolutely necessary, they would basically not use their martial souls. However, the sword soul was completely different. It was completely a heaven-defying independent life form. In other words, it was an independent life form. It had a complete energy C and profound veins. The soul sword was its body. The profound veins essence was its profound veins, and the C spirit crystal was its energy C. When its master was cultivating, it was also cultivating. And it was more powerful than its master in one aspect. That was the energy C formed by the C spirit crystal. The profound veins formed by the profound veins essence had much greater endurance than a human's profound veins and energy C. Therefore, once the sword soul was alive, once it started cultivating, its cultivation progress would be very, very fast. Therefore, after obtaining Lin Qingchen's body, Dongfang Minmi was only a beginner martial grandmaster. However, his sword soul was also a true 5-star martial grandmaster. Therefore, after taking back this soul sword, the only suspense was: would Dongfang Minmi still be able to summon his sword spirit, or would he suffer a backlash? Once there was a backlash, even Lin Qingchen's body would not be able to bear it. That night, Dongfang Minmi made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and poured in his spirit and energy to summon the sword soul in the soul sword. However, the result was not good, but also not bad. The good news was that the sword soul did not suffer a backlash. Instead, it was slightly touched. The bad news was that the sword soul could not be summoned. It could not successfully establish a connection with its master's soul. In other words, its master could not control it to fight. After Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi's analysis, they came to a conclusion. The only connection between the sword soul and its master was the spirit and soul. It had little to do with profound chi. Then, what blocked Dongfang Minmi from connecting with the sword's soul was the remnant energy of the demon spirit heart. As long as the brutal spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart was completely destroyed, Dongfang Minmi might be able to get his sword soul again. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi hid in the coffin again and tried his best to chase after the brutal spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart. However, this was a very, very long process. The brutal spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart was very fragmented and hid in every corner of the body. It was a very long process to completely disintegrate it. However, just one day later, the army of evil ways arrived as scheduled and the war began. Therefore, even during the war, Dongfang Minmi was still in the coffin. It was just that the coffin was placed on top of the city wall. At night, the enemy's final attack came and the final battle began. The martial Grandmaster Puppet War Demon and more than a dozen Grandmaster powerhouses attacked Cloud Sky City. Dongfang Minmi had to stop the final strangulation of the demon spirit heart's spiritual energy and come out of the coffin to fight. After fighting with Qin Zhong's martial Grandmaster Puppet, the result was one sad and one happy. The sad thing was that Qin Zhong's body had been greatly modified, so his cultivation was close to that of a 5-star martial Grandmaster. Lung Qingchen's body had just broken through to the martial Grandmaster realm not long ago. Therefore, even if the opponent was a puppet, it was not a match for Qin Zhong's puppet. The happy thing was that it was a huge surprise. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Zhong were directly sent flying a few hundred meters after crazily slashing at each other. Suddenly, the brutal spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart that had long escaped and hibernated in his body was instantly enraged. It was actually restless and wanted to condense again. It was as if Zhang San and Li Si were fighting. Li Si was defeated and was about to be beaten to death. In the end, he ran for his life and hid in the grass. Zhang San couldn't find him. Therefore, Zhang San had no choice but to curse at the edge of the grass and humiliate him. Therefore, Li Si couldn't take it and directly rushed out. Then, he was beaten to death by Zhang San. Just like that, Dongfang Minmi deliberately risked his life to take the beating and couldn't fight back. He was violently beaten until he was sent flying more than 10 miles. There wasn't a single inch of the ground that was intact. It was all smashed and ruined by the violent puppet Qin Zhong. In the end, Dongfang Minmi was beaten a few hundred meters into the ground. How could the brutal spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart take such a beating? It couldn't take it anymore. It went berserk and crazily fought for control of the body. It wanted to counterattack and beat the opponent to death. Therefore, this spiritual energy recklessly rushed into the brain and fought for the highest control. Then, he was instantly killed by Dongfang Minmi's incomparably powerful spiritual energy. Not a single trace of him was left. It was a pity that the spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart couldn't speak. If it could, it would definitely complain that humans were too cunning. They were originally living in the same body, so why were they so anxious to kill each other? You actually seduced the enemy, lured me out, and then beat me to death. Your trick of injuring yourself to gain the enemy's confidence is very strong. This was exactly like Baldi Jiangwei saying that to resist foreign aggression, one must first settle the internal affairs. Although he was violently beaten, after completely strangling the remnant spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart, Dongfang Minmi instantly felt refreshed. Then, he immediately felt an incomparably powerful force. Of course, this was his sword spirit. After the spiritual energy of the demon spirit heart was destroyed, his soul and sword spirit instantly established a complete connection. Looking at the puppet Qin Zhong that was like a ferocious giant beast, Dongfang Minmi sneered, "It's time to end this battle." Then, he grabbed the treasure sword and slashed down. Suddenly, the snow-white sword light skyrocketed, reaching hundreds of feet, piercing the sky. Then, it fiercely slashed at the puppet Qin Zhong. The puppet war demon was indeed a puppet war demon. After seeing this incomparably powerful sword spirit, it was only slightly stunned and then continued to rush over. Boom, there was a loud noise, the huge sword shadow slashed down fiercely. Suddenly, the entire ground instantly cracked for hundreds of feet. Although the puppet Qin Zhong blocked with the treasure sword, it was directly slashed to within hundreds of meters of the ground. Dirty blood spurted wildly, and the armor all over its body burst open. Then, Qin Zhong's body was exposed. It was really a disgusting body. It was no longer a human, but a monster. The skin all over its body was as rough as a rock, suffused with a terrible fiery red and dead blue color. There were disgusting knots all over its body, as if it was injected with magma and venom. His entire face was completely devoid of facial features, completely twisted together. His entire body was full of cracks, and there were undulating knots everywhere. It was really unknown what evil ways had done to this body, making it completely lose its human appearance. Dongfang Minmi did not say anything and continued to release the sword spirit to kill. But at this moment, the puppet war demon's eyes suddenly changed. Its originally incomparably bloodthirsty eyes suddenly became cold and dangerous. It, who was originally a walking corpse, suddenly seemed to have recovered its life and consciousness. Then, it dodged at lightning speed. The puppet war demon, Qin Zhong, seemed to have recovered its consciousness in an instant and became extremely cunning. Of course, it was not because it had recovered its consciousness, but because Qin Chichi's consciousness directly controlled this body. After Qin Chichi controlled Qin Zhong, she immediately fought with Dongfang Minmi cunningly instead of fighting head-on. On Yang Dingtian's side, the three great grandmasters launched the final attack on Yang Dingtian. Three incomparably powerful balls of mystic flames crazily devoured Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's left hand rotated, and suddenly, a ball of complete darkness emerged from his hand. Whoosh, in an instant, this complete darkness energy crazily devoured the enemy's mystic flames. Boom! Yang Dingtian's body shook violently, and blood spurted out wildly. He was violently sent flying dozens of meters away. Because of his cultivation, the darkness mystic flame could only devour a limited amount of energy per unit of time. At this moment, the darkness mystic flame had devoured nearly half of the three great grandmasters' fatal attacks. And half of it crazily hit Yang Dingtian. Although it was an all-out attack from 1.5 great grandmasters. But to Yang Dingtian, it wasn't enough to cause any fatal damage. Because he had the 9 Yang mystic meridians, and the mystic chi from the Naga royalty had been transformed by the Naga mystic meridians. Flying in the air, Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "Now, it's my turn." The darkness mystic flame burned fiercely in his left hand. Of course, even if the darkness mystic flame bloomed, there was no flame, only complete darkness. The million-spirit demonic flame burned fiercely in his right hand. Then, the two hands suddenly crossed. In an instant, the two heaven-defying mystic flames merged fiercely. They became extremely strange and dazzling mystic flames. Kill! In the air, Yang Dingtian roared fiercely and smashed the two mystic flames toward the three great grandmasters. The three purple-robed great grandmasters were disdainful. They released mystic chi flames from their bodies and blasted toward Yang Dingtian's mystic flame. The combined cultivation of the three great grandmasters was much higher than Yang Dingtian's. Therefore, they could easily disperse Yang Dingtian's mystic flame attack. In an instant, the two flames crossed fiercely in the air. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. But the scene that everyone expected did not happen. Originally, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian's mystic flame would be dispersed in an instant. But it did not. Not only did Yang Dingtian's mystic flame not disperse, it exploded fiercely and became extremely huge. Its energy doubled in an instant. Why did this happen? Because the darkness mystic flame had devoured half of the great grandmaster's mystic chi flames. Then, the incomparably huge fireball blasted toward the three great grandmasters fiercely. Resist! The three great grandmasters released their mystic chi to block the attack. Boom! There was another loud bang and another explosion. However, Yang Dingtian's mystic flame's energy doubled again and became extremely huge. This time, the three great grandmasters could not dodge and were hit. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The three great grandmasters flew out like straws and vomited blood in the air. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, swoosh, 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 Yang Dingtian moved up and down and quickly appeared behind the three great grandmasters who were blasted away. 3 fierce slashes. In an instant, 3 huge heads flew into the air. The 3 great grandmasters all died without a complete corpse. There was a dead silence in the field. Yang Dingtian fought 3 great grandmasters alone. He actually killed all three of them. What kind of sensational news was this? How shocking was this? Whether it was Ning Wuming who was floating in the air or Qin Chichi who was far away, they were all stunned. What was Yang Dingtian's cultivation level? He did not seem to have broken through to the Great Grandmaster level. He had not broken through to the Great Grandmaster level, and he had already killed 3 Great Grandmasters. How shocking was this? Even Qin Wanchou, who was far away, felt his blood boil and was ready to fight. After killing the 3 Great Grandmasters, Yang Dingtian used all the shock and used his invisibility mystic skill to completely disappear from everyone's sight again. At this time, Ning Wuming was even more shocked. Of course, he knew some invisibility skills and even had some invisibility clothes. However, that was not true invisibility. Using mystic qi and mental strength to search, one could easily find the person who was invisible by listening to their breathing, pulse, and energy. However, Yang Dingtian's invisibility was actually complete invisibility. More than 10 Great Grandmasters used all their methods, but they could not find him at all. In an instant, Ning Wuming changed his mind and flew towards Qin Chichi at his fastest speed. Qin Chichi did not know any martial arts. If Yang Dingtian went to kill Qin Chichi, no one would be able to stop him. Or if he used Qin Chichi as a hostage, the situation would be even worse. However, he was worrying too much. Qin Chichi was dozens of miles away and there was an old Great Grandmaster protecting her. Yang Dingtian's invisibility mystic skill could be used to stand still. Once he moved, it would consume a lot of mystic qi. That day, Yang Dingtian tried his best in the secret realm of Despair City, but he could only move about 100 meters. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation level had increased greatly, but the distance he could move only increased by 7 to 8 times. Just as all the Great Grandmasters were desperately searching for Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, swoosh swoosh swoosh, Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared at the edge of the enchanting encirclement. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed out 3 times in a row. 2 of the swords directly pierced the hearts of 2 Great Grandmasters. As for the third sword, the enemy's reaction was incomparably fast and directly missed. The 2 Great Grandmasters violently vomited blood. Filled with unwillingness, they fell to the ground and died. In a short period of time, Yang Dingtian had killed 5 Great Grandmasters in a row. Kill him! Lin Yanmei roared. In an instant, the remaining dozen Great Grandmasters, led by Lin Yanmei, madly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. A total of 8 Great Grandmasters madly surrounded him. Kill with your sword. Suddenly, the 8 Great Grandmasters fiercely pulled out their sharp swords and madly slashed at the air. It was as if they wanted to tear apart every inch of the air. The mystic qi of the 8 Great Grandmasters crazily crisscrossed, as if strangling every inch of space. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian desperately dodged. That's right, the invisibility mystic skill could isolate oneself in a space and not be discovered. However, his sword could pierce out. Other people's swords could also pierce in. Therefore, this isolated space was completely visual and spiritual isolation. It was not invulnerable. Following Lin Yanmei's order, everything within a few hundred meters of Yang Dingtian had become a complete killing space. Yang Dingtian tried his best to dodge, otherwise, he could be ground into minced meat at any time. What was more fatal was that even if he was scratched a little, he would be immediately exposed. Once exposed, there was only one way out. At this time, Song Chunhua was seriously injured and lying on the ground. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu were restrained by 3 Great Grandmasters. Yao Rao was locked in a blade prison formed by 4 Great Grandmasters. Seeing the 8 Great Grandmasters madly strangling the space of a few hundred meters, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue suddenly burned with anxiety. Suddenly, the 2 of them looked at each other. The 2 of them suddenly roared and directly rushed towards the sharp swords of the 3 Great Grandmasters. They were betting that these people would not dare to kill them. Sure enough, seeing the 2 of them rushing over without regard for their lives, the 3 Great Grandmasters were stunned and instinctively moved their swords away. In an instant, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue madly released mystic fire towards the 8 Great Grandmasters without regard for their lives, interfering with the 8 Great Grandmasters' strangling of Yang Dingtian. At the same time, Yao Rao, who was trapped in the blade prison, Suddenly, she cried out in pain and covered her big belly. The 5 grandmasters surrounding her were shocked and turned to look at her. Suddenly, Yarao's beautiful eyes lit up, revealing an incomparably charming and enchanting light. Her eyes were as beautiful as the deep sea, like a blurred illusion, instantly attracting their spirit and sinking into it. The fox spirit's enchanting technique. For great grandmasters, it only took a moment. But it was enough. After instantly enchanting the 3 great grandmasters, Yarao's sharp sword struck out like lightning and instantly shattered the energy blade prison. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, Yarao's incomparably vicious sharp sword wildly scattered. Of the 3 great grandmasters who were enchanted, 2 of them. In an instant, they were strangled into minced meat. The 3rd one woke up at the fastest speed. Then, Yarao turned into lightning and rushed towards the 8 great grandmasters surrounding Yang Dingtian to save Yang Dingtian. When Ming Wuming saw the changes on this side, his expression changed drastically. He said coldly, "Let Qin Zhong lead the enemy sword spirit grandmaster and come over to encircle Yarao and attack the child in her belly. Then she will go berserk." "No one here is a match for her," Qin Chichi said. "Let her go berserk and kill Yang Dingtian's sword spirit grandmaster and Yang Dingtian." Ming Wuming said coldly, "Anyway, as long as Yang Dingtian doesn't die in our hands, master can't blame us." "Yes," Qin Chichi said. Then, she controlled the great grandmaster puppet, Qin Zhong, to leave Dongfang Minmi and rushed towards Yarao like lightning. Once a mid-level great grandmaster moved at full speed, its speed was incomparably shocking. Qin Zhong, the puppet war demon, suddenly approached Yarao like lightning. It would take less than 2 minutes to cover the distance of dozens of miles. Of course, Dongfang Minmi, who was behind it, couldn't catch up with it with his own cultivation. Running away in front of the sword spirit and leaving your back to the sword spirit is undoubtedly the most stupid thing to do. Then, Dongfang Minmi's Xianxia energy suddenly burst out. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a shooting star and flew out of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a ray of light that was hundreds of feet long. Then, this huge ray of light scattered in the air and turned into tens of thousands of sword rays. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Tens of thousands of swords, like tens of thousands of stars, chased after the puppet war demon. In an instant, they had already caught up. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, it was a frenzied killing. The puppet war demon was indeed a puppet war demon. It still ran madly, leaving its back completely open to the sword spirit. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless swords madly strangled and pierced through the puppet war demon's body. Disgusting green blood spurted out. In an instant, the puppet war demon, Qin Zhong, was smashed into pieces and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He, who was already dead, was completely dead once again. Note, the first update of 6,000 words has been delivered. I will continue to write the second update. It will be very late. Brothers, read it tomorrow. However, the monthly votes today were so few. Pastry was about to faint in front of the computer from crying. Please, all of you big shots. Note, second update, it's already 3 in the morning. Today's update is still at 11,000. Brothers, cheer me on, please, Sword Soul? In an instant, all the enemies present were completely stunned by Dongfang Minmi's Sword Soul. Even though Dongfang Minmi had already used his Sword Soul once and unleashed a sword light that was hundreds of feet long, it still wasn't enough. However, it looked too much like a sword ray made of Xianxia, even though Xianxia sword rays weren't that long. However, the characteristics of the sword ray weren't obvious at that time. Qin Chichi was only surprised that Yang Dingtian, the battle puppet demon, had suddenly become so powerful. Therefore, she had no choice but to use her divine sense to control Qin Zhong to fight. Next, when Qin Zhong turned his back to Dongfang Minmi, it was the best time for him to release his sword soul. As a result, Dongfang Minmi finally released the most dazzling and stunning sword soul attack. Sect Convergence Swords. This was definitely the most representative trump card of all sword souls. Although all sword souls weren't exactly the same, there were still some similarities. However, there were still some similarities. For example, the 10,000 swords return to origin was the most representative move of the sword soul. Shiman Wuya had once released the sect convergent swords during the battle on the sea and defeated the Grandmaster. Level Expert, Grand Elder Ningbusi. Although Shiman Wuya's sword soul wasn't as mature as Dongfang Minmi's, the sect convergent swords of Shiman Wuya's sword soul was already slightly stronger than Dongfang Minmi's. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi asserted that if Shiman Wuya hadn't been framed by Zhu Qingzhu, he would have been invincible within 10 years. Within 10 years, he would even be able to fight with those two over 200 years old monsters. Let's not talk about Shiman Wuya. Almost everyone present had never seen a sword soul with their own eyes. Even Qin Wanzhou and Zhu Qingzhu hadn't cultivated a sword soul yet. Before their eyes, the sect convergent swords had actually appeared and a sword soul had actually appeared. Instantly, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Ning Wuming and Qin Qiqi weren't the only ones who were shocked. Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjia, who were far away, were also shocked. They stared at the ground in disbelief at the peerless expert who had unleashed the sword soul. In this world, those who could use sword soul were all dead. Who exactly was this person who was able to use the sword soul? Ning Wuming had been smiling all this time. His gentle and refined face had finally changed. His body finally began to tremble. Qin Zhong, the great Grandmaster puppet war devil, was smashed to pieces. Instantly, Ning Wuming's side fell into an absolute disadvantage. If it were the previous 19 Grandmasters, they might have been able to fight against a great Grandmaster. But now, of the 19 Master-level Masters, 5 were killed by Yang Dingtian's terrifying means, and 2 were killed by Yao Rao. There were only 12 left. Including Qin Qiqi's personal guards, there were 13 left. Could 13 Masters fight against a great Grandmaster? Just barely. But what if it was a great Grandmaster who had a sword soul? What if there were 4 complete Grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side, or close to the great Grandmaster level? They were destined to lose this battle. After killing Qin Zhong, Dongfang Minmi immediately approached Yang Dingtian at full speed. Ning Wuming bowed slowly and asked gently, "May I know your name, senior?" Dongfang Minmi was still shrouded in the cloak. He said slowly, "Young Master Ning, who am I? Perhaps only another master has the right to know." As he spoke, he quickly approached Yang Dingtian. Actually, Dongfang Minmi wasn't the only one approaching. Qin Wanzhou, the great Grandmaster, was also approaching. Because everyone knew that they had entered the most dangerous situation. Previously, Qin Huayu's life wasn't in danger, but that was because Ning Wuming was confident of victory. Now, Ning Wuming, who was facing a trapped beast, couldn't care less. Not only could Qin Huayu die, but Zhu Hongxue could also die. "Senior, please stop. If you walk too fast, I will feel uneasy. Once I feel uneasy, I will counterattack crazily." Ning Wuming smiled and continued, "The situation in front of us is already very clear. I think Senior also doesn't want to fight like a trapped beast." In this way, with more than 10 Grandmasters, Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, and Zhu Hongxue could all be killed. "Then, let's have a negotiation, how about it?" Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, "I will completely follow the will of City Lord Yang Dingtian. If you want to negotiate, you can talk to him." Then, Dongfang Minmi continued to approach at full speed. "Senior, please stop." Ning Wuming said, "This is the last time I am warning you. If you come any closer, I will immediately order more than 10 Grandmasters to attack Yang Dingtian and the others. Don't doubt my words, and don't provoke me." Immediately, Dongfang Minmi slowed down, but he still approached Yang Dingtian. Ning Wuming suddenly said to the air, "Sir Yang Dingtian, how about we talk for a while?" Yang Dingtian directly appeared in the air and slowly walked to the side of Yao Rao, Qin Huayu, and Zhu Hongxue. Then, he walked to the heavily injured Song Chunhua, helped her up, and carried her to Yao Rao. "How are you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Not bad, I won't die." Song Chunhua said, "I just didn't live up to your expectations." Then, Song Chunhua weakly closed her eyes. In this battle, Yang Dingtian had the Universe Ring, the Darkness Mystic Flame, and the mystic skill of invisibility. And Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue had their identities to protect them. Therefore, the only one who was heavily injured was Song Chunhua, who was jointly injured by 2 4-star Grandmasters. "Talk? How?" Yang Dingtian was also willing to negotiate. He only had one goal, and that was to stall for time and wait for Dongfang Minmi's arrival. Once his master arrived, this battle would be completely over, and they would win. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi was about 20 miles away from Yang Dingtian. This period of time might be the most dangerous moment, and also the closest moment to victory. Ning Wuming said, "Let's pretend that nothing happened. We'll all retreat, how about that?" "Are you kidding?" Yang Dingtian said. Ning Wuming said, "Then let's take a step back. I'll completely withdraw from the Western world. The Northwest continent, the Southwest continent, and the North will all belong to you. I'll go and manage the Central continent, how about that? You come and go as you wish. Do you think my Cloud Sky City is your backyard?" Yang Dingtian said coldly. Ning Wuming spread out his hands and said, "City Lord Yang, you should know. First of all, my infiltration in the Western world is very strong. Even Xianxia's children are in my hands. I can make millions or even thousands of people die from the plague. These are all my bargaining chips. And the bargaining chips in your hands are the lives of the remaining 10 grandmasters under me. You should know that you can't kill me." Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "Young Master Ning, I'm not as smart as you. But I also know that you've completely lost this battle. In the entire Western world, you have no chance to make a comeback. In order to build up the world to besiege Cloud Sky City, you've already used up everything you have. So, from now on, you can only hide underground and carry out terrorist acts in the Western world. It's absolutely impossible to occupy it head-on. And the so-called terrorist acts are also actions that harm others without benefiting yourself. So, your bargaining chips may not be bargaining chips anymore." Ning Wuming smiled helplessly and said, okay, then I'll take another step back. You've now become a lurker of evil ways, the public enemy of the world. How about this, you let us withdraw from here calmly, and I'll restore your reputation in the Tiando League. How about that? Oh right, Senior who knows Sword Soul, your speed is too fast. I'm a little uneasy. Dongfang Minmi's eyes narrowed, and he slowed down slightly. Then, Ning Wuming shrugged and continued to speak to Yang Dingtian, "Look, I'm already very, very generous. I'll give you the entire Western world, and the Tiando League will restore your reputation. I'll go to Zhongzhou and fight for power with Zhu Qingzhu. This should be very beneficial to you." "No." Yang Dingtian shook his head. Although the two of them were talking, the dozen or so grandmasters in front of them were circulating their celestial qi, ready to attack at any time. On the other side, Dongfang Minmi was still 20 miles away from Yang Dingtian. Because they couldn't provoke Ning Wuming's forces to counterattack before death, they didn't dare to speed up. At this moment, the final moment was getting closer and closer. The destruction of Ning Wuming's forces was also getting closer and closer. As long as Dongfang Minmi arrived, everything would be over. Ning Wuming's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, are you forcing me to turn against you? Don't you know the consequences of me turning against you? Don't tell me you want millions of people to die because of you? Once I turn against you, Cloud Sky City won't be able to escape either." Then, Ning Wuming said coldly, "The child in this vixen's stomach is yours, right? You're really something, to be able to get a 1,000-year demon fox pregnant. If I turn against you immediately and let the dozen or so grandmasters attack the child in her stomach, what will happen? You won't be able to stop it, right? What will the result be? Your child will be destroyed before it's even born. That vixen will go berserk in an instant. Then, I'll kill all of you here. The grandmaster behind you with the sword soul won't be able to escape either." Then, Ning Wuming said sternly, "Everyone, get ready to attack that vixen's stomach." Suddenly, a terrifying flame surged in Yao Rao's beautiful eyes. Her entire body began to stir. Not to mention destroying the child in her stomach, just Ning Wuming's threat was enough to make Yao Rao go berserk. If that really happened, Yao Rao would definitely go berserk. Once she went berserk, with the cultivation of a 9-star grandmaster, everyone present would die without a complete corpse. "Yang Dingtian, you don't have a choice," Ning Wuming said lightly. Yang Dingtian walked to Yao Rao's side and gently held her hand. Half of her hand was cold and the other half was hot. She was trembling, not because of fear, but because of anger. That senior is getting closer and closer. Once he arrives, we'll be dead. Time is of the essence, you have to make a choice, Ning Wuming said. Let's go immediately, or I'll kill your unborn child. I'll count to 3. 1. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi, who was more than 10 miles away, was rushing back as fast as he could. 2. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu quickly came to Yao Rao's side, wanting to use their bodies to block the attacks. As for Dongfang Minmi, he suddenly released his sword soul. In an instant, thousands of light swords flew over like meteors. Kill. Ning Wuming said lightly. Boom. 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 More than a dozen grandmasters used all of their chi flames to attack Li Mu. The cunning Ning Wuming didn't even count to 3 before launching his attack. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, and Qin Huayu used all their strength to block in front of Yao Rao. But, more than 10 grandmasters didn't only want to attack Yao Rao, but also Yang Dingtian. The extremely cunning Ning Wuming had once again set up a trap without anyone noticing. He made everyone focus their attention on Yao Rao, and used his mind to order more than 10 grandmasters to attack Yang Dingtian together. More than 10 grandmasters were less than 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian. More than 10 grandmasters' Xianxia attacks instantly condensed into 2. A small half of them attacked Yao Rao, and the other half attacked Yang Dingtian. The whole process didn't even take 0.1 second. Ning Wuming didn't want to negotiate or compromise. He wanted to use this last chance to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. Attacking the child in Yao Rao's stomach was just a feint. The real move was indeed Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian wanted to stall for time and wait for Dongfang Minmi to arrive. Ning Wuming was lulling Yang Dingtian and creating hope for Yang Dingtian. Once the timing was right, Ning Wuming instantly attacked without hesitation. No. Dongfang Minmi, who was far away, instantly roared and burst into a stream of light, crazily rushing over. The attacks of the 7 grandmasters stopped in an instant. There was no way to dodge. An incomparably bright energy light suddenly shot toward Yang Dingtian's chest. It was enough to destroy all of Yang Dingtian's xian veins and qi si. At this moment, almost no one could save Yang Dingtian, including Yang Dingtian himself. At this moment, suddenly, a red light flew up from the ground. The seriously injured Song Chunhua suddenly pounced toward Yang Dingtian. Boom. There was an earth-shattering noise. Even though Song Chunhua had already done her best, even though she was less than 2 feet away from Yang Dingtian. The Xianqi flames of the 8 grandmasters arrived at the same time as Song Chunhua. Boom, an incomparably terrifying energy instantly bombarded the bodies of Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua. The 2 people's bodies were directly blasted dozens of meters away. Although Yang Dingtian only withstood half of the energy, he still vomited blood wildly. An incomparably powerful energy instantly tore through his entire xian veins and qi si. His entire body suddenly split open inch by inch. And Song Chunhua, like a broken flower petal, blood spurted out from her nostrils, ears, and mouth. Her entire body directly flew out infinitely far away. At the same time, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu were also sent flying. And Yao Rao, who was bombarded by 2 grandmasters, actually withstood it and stood motionless in the same place. Immediately after, the enemy's more than 10 grandmasters used the last time to launch a second wave of attacks. This time, all of them hit the child in Yao Rao's stomach. However, they had no chance. Swoosh 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 swoosh, tens of thousands of light swords that were filled with anger flew towards them like countless meteors. Swoosh 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 swoosh, in an instant, more than 10 grandmasters, before they could launch a second wave of attacks, were instantly smashed into pieces by the sword spirit. At the same time, Dongfang Minmi, who had almost turned into a stream of light, suddenly arrived and flew into the air. He quickly caught Song Chunhua and Yang Dingtian, one in each hand. Then, he frantically injected Xianqi to suppress the crazy tearing of the 2 people's bodies by the powerful energy. As for Ning Wuming, after giving the order for the first attack, he immediately grabbed Qin Chi and fled frantically. He was completely like lightning, fleeing like a stream of light. In almost an instant, he had disappeared without a trace. At this time, he was already nowhere to be seen. The furious Dongfang Minmi, holding Yang Dingtian in one hand and Song Chunhua in the other, frantically chased after him. This was because even at the critical moment, he had firmly locked onto Ning Wuming's energy aura. The enraged Yao Rao also chased after him at full speed. A few minutes later, Dongfang Minmi chased for nearly 100 miles and finally saw Ning Wuming's back again. At this time, Dongfang Minmi finally saw Ning Wuming's true cultivation level. He was an 8-star grandmaster. He was not even 30 years old yet, but he was already a 7-star grandmaster. How crazy was he? Only when he was frantically running for his life, this extremely cunning person would use all his energy. He was frantically running, desperately running, his speed was very fast, but he was still not faster than Dongfang Minmi, who was at the grandmaster level. In an instant, Dongfang Minmi was getting closer and closer. The speed of the two people had reached the extreme. They were like lightning, shuttling back and forth in the air. They were getting closer and closer. After a while, the two people flew for another 100 miles. Dongfang Minmi was only a few hundred meters away from Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming's destruction was already in front of him. At this time, Ning Wuming suddenly said to Qin Chichi, who was in his arms, "Chichi, I'm sorry. Help your husband for the last time." After saying that, Ning Wuming did not turn back. He suddenly threw Qin Chichi towards Dongfang Minmi. Instantly, Qin Chichi, who had no strength to truss a chicken, flew towards Dongfang Minmi like a kite. At this time, Qin Chichi's beautiful eyes were full of sarcasm and sorrow. This person was really ruthless. At the most critical moment, he threw his wife away in exchange for his own escape. Dongfang Minmi hugged Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua together with one hand. Then, he used his other hand to grab Qin Chichi, who was in the air, in his palm. Although this woman was not as heavy as Ning Wuming, she was still heavy enough. With this slight delay, Ning Wuming flew for another 1,000 meters. The distance between him and Dongfang Minmi was pulled apart again. Dongfang Minmi continued to chase. After a while, the two people flew for another 100 miles. Dongfang Minmi, although there were 3 people on him, he was still getting closer and closer to Ning Wuming. After another 100 miles, the distance between the two people was once again reduced to a few hundred meters. It seemed that Ning Wuming had no way to escape. At this time, the two people were already 400 to 500 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Although Ning Wuming was escaping crazily, although he was as cunning as a fox, although he counterattacked before his death, he even sacrificed more than 10 master experts and his wife in exchange for his own escape. However, he still could not escape. Dongfang Minmi, even if he had Yang Dingtian in his arms, chased after him crazily until the end. However, at this time, suddenly, Ning Wuming suddenly stopped and turned around. He faced Dongfang Minmi with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. It was a calm and gentle smile that was incomparably amiable. "Looks like I won't die again." Ning Wuming let out a long sigh of relief. After he stopped, Dongfang Minmi did not go forward to capture or kill him. Instead, he stopped. This was because he had suddenly rushed into an incomparably huge energy formation. Only a great grandmaster could release such a powerful aura, and an advanced great grandmaster at that. His cultivation was even higher than Dongfang Minmi's. "Sir, are you really going to interfere in this matter?" Dongfang Minmi said slowly. The other party's silence meant that he had tacitly agreed. "Thank you very much, sir, for keeping your promise." Ning Wuming first bowed in the air, then looked at Yang Dingtian. "Brother Yang, are you awake?" At this time, Yang Dingtian was being injected with an astronomical amount of profound energy by Dongfang Minmi. The tearing of his profound veins and energy sea was suppressed, and he woke up. Of course, even if he did not wake up at this time, he would have been awakened by Ning Wuming's words. Previously, he had fought Yang Dingtian to the death, then fled with all his might. Now, he was calling him brother. This person's shamelessness could not be any worse. Yang Dingtian got down from Dongfang Minmi's body and looked at Song Chunhua with concern. Then, he forced himself to float in the air and said to Ning Wuming, "Say it." "I want to talk about my wife, Qin Chichi," Ning Wuming said. Ning Wuming said, "Everyone knows that after we get married, we will definitely be very loving. Yang Dingtian said, if you want us to let her go, you don't have to say it. Then what do you plan to do with her? Ning Wuming asked worriedly. Dismember her in front of everyone. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, that's good, as long as you don't touch her body. Ning Wuming said, I really can't accept being cuckolded. Pfft. Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and directly sprayed out of her veil. Was this a human? It's a beast. At this time, he was actually concerned about whether Yang Dingtian would cheat on him. Then, Ning Wuming said, that's right, younger brother should know. Because of some kind of special energy in her body, she can't be killed. As long as we kill her body, her soul will immediately escape without a trace. Yang Dingtian nodded in astonishment. What was this beast trying to do? Ning Wuming continued, actually, this isn't anything special. It's just a type of soul detachment technique. When the body died, the soul detachment technique would automatically activate, and the soul would instantly leave the body and escape. However, the only troublesome thing was that when the soul left the host body, it would become very, very weak, so it would instantly dissipate in the air. However, because of the evil spirit's protection, our souls can survive for a long time after leaving our bodies, long enough to find a new host. Of course, the most important thing is that we have soul condensing shadow. Does brother know about it? Yang Dingtian could no longer be bothered with how Ning Wuming kept on calling him brother. He was stunned by Ning Wuming's words. So, this was the secret of these evil ways' immortality. After learning the soul detachment technique, once the body died, the soul would immediately leave the body. Because of the evil spirit's protection, the soul would not dissipate after leaving the body for a period of time. Then, it would travel thousands of miles and enter the soul condensing shadow. In an instant, it would recover its powerful soul energy and take over the body of a living person, occupying a new host body. Then, it would reappear in this world with a different identity and face. However, what shocked Yang Dingtian was that the evil ways actually had many soul-condensing shadows. Of course, because of the evil spirit's energy, evil ways could easily kill demon spirits. However, once the demon spirit died, the soul-condensing shadow would immediately dissipate. They had obviously solved the difficult problem and had collected at least 2 digits of soul-condensing shadows. You also know that the soul-condensing shadow is equivalent to another life for us. Ning Wuming said, therefore, it can be considered as our highest reward. Currently, I have a certain amount of soul-condensing shadows in my hands. So, you also know that Qiu Ruhan ran over to offer herself to me. I couldn't control it, so she received a soul-condensing shadow. To be honest, I'm slightly regretting it now. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, what are you trying to say? Ning Wuming said, what I'm trying to say is that if you want to kill Xianxia, it's best to kill her soul as well. Otherwise, she will still be resurrected. She has a total of 3 soul-condensing shadows in her hands, and only she knows where they are hidden. Immediately, Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted completely. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Previously, he had said that Ning Wuming was a beast, but now it seemed that he was even worse than a beast. He chattered so much to Yang Dingtian because he was afraid that Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia. You should know how to kill Xianxia completely, right? Ning Wuming spread out his hands and said, it's that, the evil soul art or something. Yes, I know. Yang Dingtian nodded. Ning Wuming laughed at himself and said, it seems that I'm still not shameless enough to do such a vicious thing with a clear conscience. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. In the entire world, there was probably no one more shameless than Ning Wuming. Then, Yang Dingtian said, but I have something that I can't help but ask. Why do you have to kill Xianxia? Ning Wuming said bitterly, actually, someone told me before the battle. In case I failed, he told me to escape in the southwest direction. He said he would wait for me at Redstone Lake and let me live. At first, I didn't think much of it and thought that I couldn't possibly fail. But, in the end, I really failed. So, I ran in this direction with all my might. But when I reached Redstone Lake, he wasn't there. I almost broke down completely. In order to survive, I threw Xianxia over. In that instant, she became the woman who hated me the most in the world. Once a woman takes revenge, it's very scary, especially a woman like Xianxia. So, since I've already become so shameless, I might as well let her die. Okay, then I'll do as you wish, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, then we'll make a deal, Ning Wuming said, you help me kill Xianxia, and I'll spare the lives of Qin Wanzhou's children. Yang Dingtian said, there's something I want to ask you. Speak, Ning Wuming said. Is the earth-shattering city Lord Kuei-si in your hands? Yang Dingtian asked. Ning Wuming frowned and said, it's hard to say. Okay, then I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll take my leave, Ning Wuming said, but before I leave, there's something I want to tell you. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Actually, it's not necessarily a good thing that you've beaten me so miserably this time, Ning Wuming said. Of course, I've been completely expelled from the entire Western world, and you've obtained complete victory and control of the entire Western world. But the opponent you're going to face next will be even more sinister and terrifying, and definitely won't be as direct as me. Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank. What did this mean? Ning Wuming said, before the battle between you and me broke out, no one in this world thought that you would win. But someone told me that I might lose. And if I lose, he'll send someone here to wait for me and save my life. Then, Ning Wuming pointed at a certain spot in the air and said, there, this person was sent by that guy. He's definitely much more difficult to deal with than me. Yang Dingtian, you're on your own now. Goodbye. After saying that, Ning Wuming quickly fled, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At this time, that high-level master's energy field was still enveloping an area of a few thousand meters. Dongfang Minmi's pupils shrank, and he said, Your Excellency, you're not fighting, and you're not retreating. What do you mean? The other party did not respond. A real man, why do you have to hide? Come out and meet me, how about it? Dongfang Minmi said. The other party still did not respond. Then, the two sides faced each other coldly. After a full hour, the other party's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. He left. From the beginning to the end, he did not show up, did not make a move, and did not even make a sound. Just like that, he saved Ning Wuming. However, the relationship between him and Ning Wuming was neither friend nor foe, and was extremely complicated. Although he saved Ning Wuming's life, he also tricked him. After his aura left, Dongfang Minmi's body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. Then, cold sweat burst out all over his body. Just now, a full hour of confrontation made him almost exhausted. Then, Dongfang Minmi brought Yang Dingtian and quickly returned to Cloud Sky City. At this time, Cloud Sky City was already busy. The 200,000 troops of the East and West Legions had already rushed to the battlefield. Of course, they were not here to fight, but to clean up the battlefield. Of course, the so-called cleaning up the battlefield was to continuously gather the corpses together and then completely burn them. And Qin Wanzhou was treating Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongshua's injuries. Of course, these two people were not seriously injured. Even Yang Dingtian, because Song Chunhua shared half of the damage, pulled his Shan meridians back from the brink of destruction. Therefore, although Yang Dingtian's injuries were serious, he would be able to completely recover after a period of time. The only one who was seriously injured was Song Chunhua. Although Dongfang Minmi injected a large amount of Xian Qi and gave her a large amount of holy water pills, she was still unconscious. Although the rupture of her Xian meridians and the rupture of her energy C had already stopped. But there was almost no sign of recovery. Even the holy water pills could not heal her Xian meridians. Furthermore, the holy water pills in her body were like a stone sinking into the sea. When Yang Dingtian saw Qin Wanzhou and Xiao Wanjia again, he did not give them a good face because of his complicated feelings. And Qin Wanzhou, this ambitious and ruthless person, also revealed an extremely rare, awkward and complicated expression. Yang Dingtian really hated these two people, especially Qin Wanzhou. If he had taken action earlier, Song Chunhua would not have been so seriously injured. Let's go, let's talk inside, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, Yang Dingtian rode the demonic dragon and carried Song Chunhua into Cloud Sky City. Qin Wanzhou and Xiao Wanjia followed closely behind. At this time, the battlefield was bustling. But there was only one area that no one dared to approach. That was the place where the 30,000 blood-pupil demonic army were buried. That place was already more disgusting and terrifying than hell. Complete corpses, even the flesh was gone. Everywhere was a disgusting green color. 2 to 3 miles of the ground had already been corroded into a huge pit. Moreover, the corrosion was still continuing, but it eventually slowed down. But even so, this terrifying green pit was already 4 to 5 meters deep. Originally, someone had suggested a genius idea to throw all the corpses of the demon army into this pit. Then, he was almost beaten to death. If all the corpses were thrown in, they would be completely melted. But the originally astronomical amount of poison would be multiplied by dozens of times. At that time, a few hundred miles of land would be completely destroyed. Therefore, how to deal with this hellish pit was already a matter of urgency. Otherwise, the consequences for Yang Dingtian would definitely be disastrous. After Yang Dingtian entered the city, there were still a large number of soldiers on duty on the city walls. But at this time, Cloud Sky City had already become a sea of joy. There was madness everywhere, and there was celebration everywhere. The citizens took out everything they had and held the biggest banquet in history. And when Yang Dingtian led the troops back to Cloud Sky City, they were met with a tsunami of cheers. Countless people were calling out Yang Dingtian's name. There was even a huge team that began to parade with Yang Dingtian's portrait. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Was the deification and worship of people in the chaotic world about to begin? Therefore, Yang Dingtian's journey was extremely difficult. Because the war was not completely over, the central road was still not accessible to the public. It could only be used for military purposes. However, countless people crowded on both sides of the road, holding countless flowers of all kinds of wine, and crazily roaring at Yang Dingtian with fanatical worship. Almost everywhere he went, countless people knelt down like rice paddies in the wind. They really couldn't suppress the ecstasy and worship in their hearts. Even though they couldn't see the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the city. However, the trembling of the earth and the attack of the Golden Condor Legion made them feel that the end of the world was coming. Even though City Lord Yang Dingtian had promised that he would win. The war would end tomorrow. However, looking at the enemy's destructive momentum, many people of Cloud Sky City no longer dared to have any hope. They were waiting for the countless enemies to rush in, and then everyone would bleed to the last drop of blood. In fact, halfway through the war, countless people of Cloud Sky City had already picked up hatchets, hoes, and wooden sticks. They gathered on the road and gathered at the door, waiting for the moment when the demon army rushed into the city wall. But who knew that City Lord Yang's army would achieve a near-miraculous victory? Facing an astronomical number of enemies, facing an enemy that could destroy heaven and earth. City Lord Yang Dingtian did not go back on his word. The war was over before noon tomorrow. Cloud Sky City had won a complete victory. The enemy was completely wiped out. Suddenly, the worship and support of the millions of people of Cloud Sky City for Yang Dingtian rose to the peak. Under the fanatical worship, individual deification also spread crazily. Under such circumstances, how could Yang Dingtian leave like lightning? He could only greet them along the way and move forward. Occasionally, there would be a 1 or 2-year-old baby who was not watched by the adults. They could not understand the military ban and directly rushed into the middle of the road. Yang Dingtian even wanted to come down, hug them, and kiss them before returning them to their parents. This time, it was terrible. Countless 1 or 2-year-old babies were deliberately placed in the middle of the road by their parents. Yang Dingtian was helpless. He could only carry one in each hand and walk forward. Then, there were also babies who were interested in the incomparably huge demonic dragon mount behind Yang Dingtian and desperately went up. The adults admired and feared the demonic dragon warriors. They did not dare to approach them at all. This included many children. When they saw the demonic dragon, they cried loudly. However, there were some children who were not afraid of anything and desperately went up. Therefore, Yang Dingtian simply ordered 100 demonic dragon warriors to come. Then, he placed the children who were not afraid and were fanatical about the demonic dragon on the demonic dragon. Thus, 400 to 500 naughty children rode on 100 demonic dragons. Under the helpless watch of 100 demonic dragon warriors, they swaggered through the city. Just like that, after a full 2 hours, they only walked less than 10 miles forward. Looking at the situation, they would not be able to return to Cloud Sky Castle by dawn. Therefore, Yang Dingtian simply called the Jiao Liao over and said, "Bring Song Chunhua back to Cloud Sky City. You don't have to do anything. Put her on the unfreezing water bed." "Yes," the Jiao Liao said. Then, she carried Song Chunhua onto the flying mount and flew towards Cloud Sky Castle. "Kuei Ning," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." The young master of Splitting Earth City, Kuei Ning, stepped forward. "Order the ordinary brothers of the Demon Vulture Army to patrol within a radius of 500 miles around Cloud Sky City," Yang Dingtian said. "Especially the East and West armies outside the city. Don't let them move." "Yes." Kuei Ning received the order and went forward. "First and second commanders of the Demon Dragon Army," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," the first and second commanders said. "Both of you will have to work harder. Continue to guard the city walls and be wary of the East and West armies outside. Remember, do not let them come within 10 miles of Cloud Sky City. Otherwise, kill them without mercy," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Yes." The first and second commanders of the Demon Dragon Army received the order and left. They did not care about Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjia's ugly expressions. "Commander Shiman Lai." "Yes." Shiman Lai stepped forward. "Do 2 things," Yang Dingtian said. "First, keep all the people in a state of combat readiness. Once there is any commotion outside Cloud Sky City, immediately fire the cannons if anyone comes within 10 miles of Cloud Sky City. Second, organize a team of 30,000 people. Do not bring any weapons and maintain order in the city. The main thing is to prevent fires and trampling during the celebrations." "Yes." Shiman Lai received the order and left. "Mu Lianqing," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Mu Lianqing stepped forward. "Distribute a batch of rations, meat, and fruits urgently. Let today's celebrations be a little more sumptuous. Let everyone enjoy the joy of our victory," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Mu Lianqing received the order and left. After the arrangements were completed, Yang Dingtian simply enjoyed the celebrations with the people and immersed himself in the joy of the millions of people. Just like that, the entire Cloud Sky City was in a state of celebration. Due to the emergency distribution, the sky above Cloud Sky City was filled with the fragrance of food, cheers, and fanatical worship. The entire Cloud Sky City was sleepless. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, which was the darkest time of the night, dozens of fireworks instantly brought Cloud Sky City's celebration to its peak. Fireworks. The primal chaos realm did not have fireworks. These fireworks were a byproduct of Yang Dingtian's cannons. Even though it could not be compared to the resplendent fireworks on Earth, it was enough to amaze everyone. Just like that, they continued to celebrate and move forward. It wasn't until dawn that Yang Dingtian finally reached the center of Cloud Heaven City, which was within 100 miles of Cloud Heaven City. Countless people involuntarily moved along with Yang Dingtian. Like countless sunflowers facing the sun, Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjia squeezed their way forward in this awkward atmosphere. At the center of Cloud Sky City, there was a plan to build a plaza here, so it was currently an empty space. Yang Dingtian stood on the Demon Vulture King and looked at the densely packed people below. It was really densely packed and dark. Almost all of Cloud Sky City's citizens were here. This formation was comparable to the formation of hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and spoke loudly, "From tomorrow onwards, a giant stone tablet will be erected in this place below me to commemorate our great victory." Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, countless people started to cheer like a tidal wave. "Long live. We have won. Everyone, let's celebrate and be happy. Then, let's bring this happiness and celebration to the rest of our lives." At this moment, Yang Dingtian's 2 hands were still carrying the 2 one-year-old dolls. Although the noise was very loud, the 2 dolls had been tossing and turning for the entire night and had already fallen asleep in Yang Dingtian's arms. No matter how loud the noise was, they wouldn't wake up. "The 2 children in my arms are very ordinary. In Cloud Sky City, there are many such children. They are very cute. They are the future of Cloud Sky City. However, they are also a little thin and weak. The house they live in is not good. As for the food, it's not good either. Yang Dingtian looked at the two children in his arms and smiled. What does this prove? This proves that we have not done enough. Therefore, this great victory is not our end. Instead, it is our starting point. The starting point of our construction frenzy. Next, we have to unite our wills and build our home. We have to build our Cloud Sky City into the happiest and richest paradise in the chaotic mainland. Long live! Long live! Yang Dingtian's words were very ordinary. However, they pierced into the hearts of everyone present. Everyone present could only feel their bodies trembling as waves of fiery energy surged out from their bodies. However, they couldn't express their emotions in any other way. They could only keep shouting long live. Then, Yang Dingtian returned the two sleeping children to their parents. Then, he sat on the Demon Eagle King and flew towards Cloud Sky Castle. City Lord, the Lord of Qin City and the Lord of the Divine Weapons Villa request to meet with you, Tang Buezhao reported. There's no hurry. Let them dry. Yang Dingtian said, get ready. I'll treat them to dinner tonight. Yes. Tang Buezhao said. After Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky Castle, he didn't recover his mystic meridians immediately. Instead, he lay on the bed and slept soundly. As for Qin Jiaojiao and Yan Yan, they had been worried the whole day. At this moment, they couldn't take it anymore. They fell on the bed and slept soundly with Yang Dingtian. Between husband and wife, there was no congratulation for the victory, or the husband was amazing. The three of them just lay on the bed and slept. They slept until the afternoon. Yang Dingtian first rejected Qin Wanzhou and Xiao Wanjia's request for a meeting. Then, he walked towards the depths of the dungeon. This dungeon originally locked up Yaorao. Now, Qin Chichi was locked up. Yaorao was personally watching over her. Seeing Yang Dingtian come down, Yaorao stood up and said to Yang Dingtian, don't worry, I'll keep a lookout for you. Yang Dingtian glared at her fiercely. Yang Dingtian came to the front of the dungeon. At this moment, Qin Chichi was naked and lying in the iron dungeon. Your husband emphasized that I shouldn't cuckold him. Do you think I should comply? Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. Note, 6,000 words for the first update. I'll continue with the second update. It might be later. Brothers, you can watch it tomorrow. But the monthly votes stay. It's already 73rd place. Pastry's face was full of tears. Defile me? Qin Chichi laid in the cell and gently raised her head. She shook her head and said, you won't. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. Qin Chichi crawled up and sat cross-legged. Speaking of which, she was considered an extremely unique beauty that Yang Dingtian had seen. Her beauty wasn't inferior to Shimin Yanyan's, but she was one of the few beauties that Yang Dingtian had seen that was slender. However, this kind of slender body didn't reveal her bones. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She appeared to be very graceful, and moving. She opened her legs and sat cross-legged in front of Yang Dingtian without any hesitation. I'm not Qin Wanzhou's daughter. You should know that. Qin Chichi said, people like us are called spies. There are spies in every faction. We are a group. Evil ways people secretly nurtured us and then sent us to various factions. Most of us were adopted as daughters, while some became wives or concubines of the faction's patriarchs. Of course, these factions are clear about our identities. The reason why they accepted us is to maintain a little relationship with evil ways. They aren't willing to completely block the path. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Ling Yanmei was a spy sent to Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Qin Chichi said, however, Duan Ruyan had a bigger heart than men. She didn't care about Ling Yanmei's evil ways identity. She had been promoting her and nurturing her. However, I didn't expect that Ling Yanmei still rebelled. Yang Dingtian continued to listen to her and didn't reply. Right, wasn't there a very famous spy 200 years ago, Wooden Sword Castle's Li Tianxiao? He betrayed the Tiando League and joined evil ways. He killed millions of the Southwest Alliance army and destroyed the entire Wooden Sword Castle. Wooden Sword Castle, the leader of the 9 sects, was reduced to a village castle. Xianxia said, actually, Li Tianxiao was wronged. The real spy was Cloud Sky City's princess. She was the woman that Li Tianxiao and Qin City's third young master were desperately chasing after. Later on, it was rumored that she was tortured to death. She wasn't the Cloud Heaven City Lord's biological daughter. She was the one who seduced Li Tianxiao into depravity and betrayed the Tiando League to join the evil ways. Yang Dingtian shuddered. This case had been passed down for hundreds of years. Li Tianxiao was the biggest traitor in the Tiando League, and he was already a disgrace in history. Who would have thought that there was actually such a secret? The real spy was actually the pure and kind princess of Cloud Sky City who had attracted the sympathy of countless people. Of course, there has been a spy in Cloud Sky City all these years. The spy's identity is much higher than mine, and the spy's identity is absolutely confidential, Xianxia said. Originally, I didn't know at all, and I didn't have the right to know. Later, because he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have, he exposed himself. I believe you know who that person is. Of course, I don't know her true identity. I'm just guessing. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows twitched. Of course, he knew who the spy was. It was Ningning, Shima Ningning. Ningning was the spy with the highest identity. However, who was the one who made her spy by Shiman Wuya's side? Perhaps they had already seen Shiman Wuya become the #1 in the world a long time ago? Yang Dingtian, guess. As a spy, do I hope that the successor of the Temple of Annihilation will appear or not? Xianxia asked. Not appear? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Yes, I don't hope that the young master of the Temple of Annihilation will appear, Xianxia said. If he doesn't appear, it means that we will never be activated. Martial Antling Yanmei can always be Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan's best right-hand woman. She doesn't need to betray her. As for me, I can continue to give advice to my father and continue to be the think tank of Qin City. Of course, I can forget about fighting with Qin Huayu for the position of the city lord. Spies can't be the leader of a sect. They can control from behind the scenes, but they can't make their own decisions. Xianxia sighed softly and lay down gently again. She bowed slightly to Yang Dingtian and said, how good would it be if the young master of the Temple of Annihilation didn't appear? It has been more than 100 years. Every spy has lived a peaceful life. But when it was our turn, he suddenly appeared, and then we were activated. In an instant, we turned from a person to a chess piece that can't resist fate. Yang Dingtian, I tried to struggle. Xianxia looked at Yang Dingtian. Do you still remember when I attacked the southwest continent? At that time, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation had already appeared, and I was officially activated. In fact, I was activated a little earlier. It was probably when you went to the Dongli grassland. At that time, I led 100,000 troops from Qin City and occupied Nanzhou City. You led the army through. I struggled and threw myself into your arms at that time. You might think that I was just fooling you, but it was true. Shima Ningning, for love, resisted her fate. I was very envious, so I also tried to struggle and resist. I wanted to rely on a powerhouse with an absolute will of justice. Xianxia smiled bitterly. In the end, although you had an absolute will of justice, you weren't a powerhouse. At least, you weren't at that time. Maybe, but as a woman, no matter how smart and cunning I was, it was difficult for me to have a long-term vision, so I couldn't see it. More importantly, my will to resist was not firm at that time, and you were full of doubts, so in the end, it was left unsettled. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, if you had clenched your teeth and really wanted me, the ending might have been different. Because at that time, Ning Wuming had already proposed to me. Once I gave myself to you, it meant that I had completely broken with that side. Although I didn't succeed in resisting, although I led 100,000 troops to sweep the southwest continent, and my momentum was incomparably fierce. But in fact, I was passive at that time. So much so that when you released Duan Ruyan, under her leadership, my 100,000 troops were defeated bit by bit. This was admittedly due to Duan Ruyan's bravery, but it also had nothing to do with my passivity. Xianxia said, my passivity continued until his arrival. Who was he? Of course, it was Ning Wuming. He attracted me at once. To be honest, I compared you to him in my heart at that time. He was completely radiant, while you were dim and dull, like a country bumpkin. In terms of appearance, bearing, cultivation, and wisdom, he far surpassed you. Xianxia's beautiful eyes fell into confusion. Moreover, he was much more determined than you. I sent him to you, but you didn't dare to touch him. The moment he came, he directly pressed me to the ground like a wild beast. He made me suffer so much that I wanted to die, until I completely sank into oblivion. At this time, Xianxia smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You might think that even though Ning Wuming and I were engaged, we were still pure. No, the first time he saw me, he didn't even say a word before he dominated me. Yang Dingtian smiled speechlessly. Then, I fell in love with him. I fell in love with him without any resistance. Xianxia said, you can't imagine the kind of person he is. It was as if there was a ball of fire in his eyes, burning you all the time. He completely ignited my heart and also my ambition. At that time, I made up my mind to use my wisdom to sweep the entire western region. I will completely control Qin City, World Society, Cloud Sky City, and the southwest mainland in my hands. Then, I will give them to Ning Wuming as my dowry. I want to become the most noble and unparalleled bride in this world. When she said this, Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with boundless flames. Then, she sighed softly, making her beautiful body curl up even more. She said, however, the more beautiful the dream, the more painful it is to wake up. He doesn't love me. He loves another woman. That woman is more beautiful than me. You've seen her before. She is his sister-in-law, Wu Maji. Thus, my relationship with him changed from absolute intimacy to a kind of enemy. Yang Dingtian, I am a very stubborn person. Xianxia said, if I gave myself to you back then, I wouldn't care how many women you have. Because I don't love you that much. But since I fell in love with him, I completely wanted to dominate him. Thus, this kind of love instantly turned into hatred. My love is gone, so what's left is only ambition, Xianxia said. Then, I used the power of evil ways and the power of the Temple of Annihilation to control the crusade against Cloud Sky City and force the world to side with me. In front of my ambition, Ning Wuming could only smile helplessly. Then, he took half a step back and stood behind me, watching my performance. What I wanted was to take down the entire western region by myself. I wanted to become the queen of the western region. I wanted to be on equal footing with Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu. I wanted to have a place in front of the master of the Temple of Annihilation. I wanted to prove that I wasn't inferior to him. I wanted to make him regret. For this goal, I went to the Dongli grasslands and visited the highest spy of the Temple of Annihilation in the Dongli grasslands. I requested a large amount of wolf demon army. Because of this, Ling Yanmei was ravaged by the leader of the wolf demon army for 3 days and 3 nights. That leader had a strange taste. He didn't like me, but liked Ling Yanmei. And I was also enjoyed by the highest spy of the Dongli grasslands for 3 days and 3 nights. Xianxia smiled and said, then, I went to Zhongzhou to ask for the Golden Eagle army. The number I originally wanted was 10,000. Then, I sent myself to Zhu Qingzhu's bed. At this point, Yang Dingtian's nerves jumped. This woman was really crazy. In order to achieve her goal, she didn't hesitate to sell her body. At this time, my husband appeared in front of me. I didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, I looked at him provocatively. He went forward, wrapped me in his large clothes, and carried me away. Then, he and Zhu Qingzhu worked together to solve everything for me. The Zhongzhou Expeditionary Army, the Tiando League, millions of soldiers, 30,000 Golden Eagle Army, and countless killing machines. He was willing to stand behind me and let me lead the show to destroy Cloud Sky City. Xianxia's eyes reddened. Also, he said something. He said that he loved that woman, but it didn't mean that he didn't love me. Then, he wanted me again. Xianxia said, women are like this. Every time they are wanted, they become weak. After being wanted more than 10 times, although I was still strong, my heart had already melted. At that time, I had already decided that after destroying Cloud Sky City and completing young Master Li Ming's strategy, I would completely compromise with him. If I couldn't monopolize him, then so be it. In the end, we were completely defeated. Then, at the last moment, he threw me to you. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, then, everything I had was destroyed. My ambitions, my dreams, my everything, were destroyed. However, who cared? I was just a chess piece. I really couldn't imagine that a person could hide so deeply. Yang Dingtian, do you think I'm smart? Rarely seen, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, a woman like me falling in love with a man like him is really shameful. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If I had known, I would have loved you. Although you don't have much charm, at least you are real and forever. Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly again. Okay, I'm done. Xianxia said, how are you going to deal with me? Tell me. Death by 1,000 cuts, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Xianxia said indifferently. But don't use the evil soul art to extract my soul. I'll give you the location of the 3 souls. If you take it away, I won't be able to resurrect. Of course, if you're still worried, you can enter my mind and destroy my memories of the soul detachment technique. That way, when I die, the soul detachment technique won't be activated. Then, you can kill me completely. Right, what else do you need me to do? For example, the evil ways hidden forces in the Western world, the terrorists who caused the plague, and so on. I don't know everything because my forces in the Western world are independent of his. However, a large part of the evil ways arrangements in the Western world are under my control. This list is very big, there should be over 10,000 people. I can give it to you. Xianxia said, right, there's also Duan Ruyan. She's not dead, but imprisoned. We plan to forcibly raise her to the martial grandmaster level and then refine her into a war demon puppet. I can give you her general location. Then, Xianxia fell into deep thought again. After thinking for a while, she said, right, although the Temple of Annihilation believes that my Western strategy will definitely not fail, just in case, they still made plans to fail. Even though my rank isn't high enough and I have no right to know. However, I vaguely know that the Central Province's strategy is just an additional deployment. The Temple of Annihilation's real deployment is within the Tiando League. Once I fail, that deployment will immediately be activated. The following battle will be even more covert, but also more intense. Sorry, that's all I know. My rank isn't high enough, so I can't know more. Immediately, Yang Dingtian looked at Xianxia in complete shock. He didn't ask Xianxia to surrender, nor did he ask her to tell him the secret. However, Xianxia acted as if she wasn't proactive enough and revealed everything. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, do they know that you're betraying the Temple of Annihilation like this? Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, then said, first, they don't think that I would betray the Temple of Annihilation. You don't know this, but people with evil energy don't care about other forces at all, so there's no betrayal at all. Secondly, even if I did betray them, they wouldn't care. That's because I don't have the right to know their next strategy. I'm only guessing a little bit. As for the hidden forces in the West, they basically abandoned them after the failure of my Western strategy. Then why did you betray the Temple of Annihilation? Don't say that it's because of love. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, I've thought it through. At the last moment, Ning Wuming wanted me to kill you by 1,000 cuts and extract your soul. It wasn't to kill you, but to save you. Xianxia's delicate body trembled, then she lowered her head, tears falling. Yang Dingtian continued, he knows that I hate you to the bone. If he told me not to kill you, I would definitely kill you. So, he simply put on the most heartless and shameless act, forcing me to kill you by 1,000 cuts. He wanted you to hate him to the extreme, to make me believe that you would completely surrender, that you would completely break away from the evil ways. This way, perhaps you would have some value, and I wouldn't kill you. Then, Yang Dingtian continued, of course, he's still shameless and vicious. Nothing can hide the fact that he threw you out as a shield in order to save his life. However, he definitely wouldn't be so shameless as to tell me not to rape you, to let me kill you by 1,000 cuts so that you wouldn't harm him in the future. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then she wiped her tears and said, I know. You're really not very smart, you only thought of it a day later than me. Yang Dingtian said, since it's not because of love, why did you betray the Temple of Annihilation? Don't tell me that you're afraid of death. You have nothing now, and you're living a life worse than death. You betrayed the Temple of Annihilation without any reason. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, she stood up and walked towards Yang Dingtian. Then, she walked in front of Yang Dingtian and waved at her. You, come here. Yang Dingtian gently floated in front of the prison. Xianxia grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and pressed it against her abdomen. Can you feel it? Xianxia asked. Yang Dingtian closed her eyes and felt it. Then, she felt a little throbbing. I'm pregnant. It's been 3 months. It's his child. Xianxia's tears fell. I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want my child to not be born. Therefore, I'm willing to do anything. I know that you once found a prostitute for Yangxing and left him a descendant. Then, you destroyed him. Yang Dingtian, I'll use everything in exchange for my child's life. Xianxia slowly knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and said, as long as my child is born, I'll die in front of you. I won't go back on my words. Before that, I'll do anything you want me to do, I'll agree. Evil ways aside, even if I have to go to hell, even if I have to sacrifice myself to the devil, I'll agree. Yang Dingtian was stunned. After a long time, she slowly said, he knows? I don't want him to know. I want to let him know only after I win, Xianxia said. Then, she directly knelt down and pressed her forehead against Yang Dingtian's feet. She begged, City Lord Yang, please spare my child's life. When my child is born, I'll die. Note, second update. Today's update is 11,000. Brothers, I'm ranked 73 in the monthly votes. Help me out. Yang Dingtian looked at Xianxia for a long time before saying, your child has evil spirit energy in his body. Yes. Xianxia continued, however, we only have 4th grade and 5th grade evil spirit energy derivatives. This kind of energy can make us stronger and prevent our souls from dispersing after leaving our bodies. It can also affect our personalities, but it can't decide our will. Not only us, even Ning Wuming's evil spirit energy can't do it. Therefore, even if my child has evil spirit energy, as long as he is nurtured by you, he can still become a righteous person. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, good. Then, give me the list of all the spies you know and their powers. Also, give me your best substitute. I need to execute you in front of the public. Also, give me all your soul condensed shadows. In short, you have to provide everything you can. Then, the moment the child is born, I will kill you. There is no room for discussion. Yes. Xianxia said with a trembling voice. Then, she knelt down again and gently kissed Yang Dingtian's toes. Then, she returned to the special prison that had once imprisoned Yao Rao. That day, after Yangxing had successfully left behind a descendant, Yang Dingtian had immediately destroyed him. Then, Xianxia wouldn't be an exception. No matter how beautiful she was, no matter how valuable she was. At night, Yang Dingtian was in the VIP room, entertaining the 2 big shots, Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie. At the start, Yang Dingtian only ate and drank. He didn't have much interaction with the 2 big shots. With the craftiness of these 2 old foxes, the awkwardness from yesterday had long disappeared. Here, let me first congratulate you on your great victory. Qin Wanzhou smiled and raised his cup. Yang Dingtian also raised his cup and drank. That's right, nephew. We are about to lead the army back to the territory, Qin Wanzhou said. Regarding your reputation, I also feel that it is time to resolve it. Owner Qiu and I will speak up for you at the Taiyando League. We will strive to help you clear your name and restore your reputation. If it's possible, let Cloud Heaven City return to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. According to Qin Wanzhou, even if Yang Dingtian won, it would still be difficult for Cloud Sky City to return to the Taiyando League. As for the wooden sword castle that was removed from the list, it had long been thrown beyond the 9 heavens. Many thanks to Sect Lord Qin. Yang Dingtian said. You're welcome. We've always had a tacit understanding between us. Qin Wanzhou laughed heartily. However, I think that cannon of yours is a little interesting. Can you give me 1,000 cannons and tell us how to make them, especially the cannonballs? If that's the case, I guarantee that I'll bring it up during the Tiando League meeting to let Cloud Sky City return to the Tiando League and restore Cloud Sky City's righteous status. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, what if Cloud Sky City is righteous? What about the side that attacked Cloud Sky City? What about the Ning clan of the South Sea? Qin Wanchou said, this is a complete misunderstanding. All of this is because of Ling Yanmei and Qin Shiqi. These two people manipulated the entire scheme. Fortunately, our Western world was united and wise and didn't let their scheme succeed. Yang Dingtian said, that means that if I win this battle, it'll only restore my reputation. At most, it'll restore Cloud Sky City's reputation. Only Qin Shiqi and Ling Yanmei, these two people who are bound to die, will be responsible. The Ning clan of the South Sea, Ning Wuming, the Temple of Annihilation, and Zhu Qingzhu don't need to be responsible, right? Qin Wanchou smiled and said, of course, that's the case. Yang Dingtian said, then what about our Western world? What will the situation be like in the future? We all know that even if the evil ways completely fail in the Western world, they won't be able to stop their invasion of the world. Their next step, the Zhongzhou strategy, will begin. Are we just going to watch the entire Zhongzhou, almost half of the world's population, fall into the hands of the evil ways? Qin Wanchou's smile gradually disappeared and he said, nephew, I admit that I misjudged you previously. Your talent, your ambition, and your willpower far exceed my imagination. You've obtained an incomparably great victory. However, you can only do as much as you have the strength. As a leader, the biggest taboo is to be carried away by victory and overestimate your own strength. Then, Qin Wanchou said solemnly, therefore, I suggest that the Western world return to its previous state after the war, including the current state of the World Assembly. Now that the war is over, I feel that the Devil Dragon Army needs to be returned to the World Assembly. The Devil Eagle Army is a force of the Zhongzhou after all. It's very disadvantageous for them to be entrenched in the Western world for a long time. Therefore, return to Splitting Earth City as soon as possible and don't stay in Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian smiled at Qiu Wanjie and said, Owner Qiu, you also have the same opinion? Qiu Wanjie smiled faintly and nodded his head. I have already discussed this matter with City Lord Qin. Now, Yang Dingtian was able to see through their intentions. After this war, the rise of Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian could no longer be stopped. Evil ways also couldn't be stopped from withdrawing from the Western world. The victory of this war directly made Yang Dingtian one of the three big shots of the Western world. He had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Qin Wanchou and Qiu Wanjie. In other words, Qin Wanchou and Qiu Wanjie agreed that Yang Dingtian would inherit Shimen Wuya's prestige and become one of the three big shots of the Western world. However, they would still compromise with evil ways. They would remain neutral and observe the situation in the Zhongzhou continent. They didn't even wish for Cloud Sky City to become too powerful. Therefore, they hoped that Yang Dingtian would return the Devil Dragon Army to the World Assembly. This way, they would be able to achieve the balance of the Western world. At this moment, Yang Dingtian didn't even have the strength to be angry. Of course, they had always had this attitude. They weren't willing to be controlled by evil ways and weren't willing to attack Cloud Sky City. However, they definitely weren't willing to fight against evil ways with Yang Dingtian. After this victory, Yang Dingtian thought that they would change their attitude. However, he didn't expect it to be the same. It seemed like he was thinking too simply, he only looked at the two of them coldly. After a long while, he asked, Green Master Zhu, did they send someone to look for you? Instantly, Qin Wanchou and Qiu Wanjie's expressions became unnatural. Then, they nodded. What did they say? Yang Dingtian asked. They will at least remain neutral about what's going to happen in the Zhongzhou continent. Or they will agree on the surface to suppress Earth-splitting cities Cloud Sky Pavilion and allow us to maintain the balance of the Western world. In return, they are willing to withdraw all the hidden forces of evil ways in the Western world and hand over a complete Western world to us, Qin Wanchou said. Yang Dingtian said, then, the more direct meaning is that we will close our doors and live our own lives. Furthermore, the Northwest Qin City, Divine Weapons Manor, and World Society will join forces to suppress the rise of Cloud Sky City. Then, we will sit back and watch the fall of the Xianxia continent and the destruction of Earth-splitting city and Cloud Sky Pavilion? Xianxua's face was completely cold. That's right. Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly filled with rage. His hand that was holding the wine cup started to tremble. He really didn't expect that such a huge victory and the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers wouldn't be able to awaken Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia. It wasn't able to remove their fear of evil ways and establish their will to fight. The boundless rage instantly turned into a sneer. Yang Dingtian said coldly, "The two of you are so afraid of evil ways? Even after experiencing such a huge victory, the two of you are still so afraid that you can't even raise your heads? You don't even dare to think of resisting? I really feel ashamed for the two of you." Yang Dingtian's words directly stabbed Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia. Qin Wanzhou's face suddenly twitched. Then, he said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, be careful with your words. Don't be so arrogant and think that you're invincible just because you obtained a victory. You have to think clearly. Who did you defeat? It's just Qin Chichi." "Who is Qin Chichi?" "She's just a spy that evil ways placed by my side. She's in the outer perimeter of the Temple of Annihilation. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers that you annihilated were merely mercenaries from the barbarian tribe in the Sunset Mountain Range? You haven't even encountered the power of evil ways. Your victory may seem glorious, but it's actually not worth mentioning." Yang Dingtian smiled. "Then, may I ask sect leader Qin, what other power does evil ways have?" "The Ning clan of the South Sea is the only armed force that evil ways have. This time, in Cloud Sky City, more than half of them have been annihilated. Evil ways, what other power do they have? Is Black Heaven sect and its subsidiary forces enough?" Qin Wanzhou said coldly. "Green Master Zhu, can you deal with him? Can you deal with the other Grandmaster Grand Elder of Black Heaven sect? Can you deal with the spies of Black Heaven sect? Li Ming, can you deal with them? Mu Dan, can you deal with them? Queen Devil Queen, can you deal with them? Temple of Blood, Joyless Palace, can you deal with them? And the spies that evil ways have placed for more than 100 years, can you deal with them? I've already told you. Your victory may seem glorious, but it's actually not worth mentioning. You want an army? Is the 10 million soldiers in the Dongli grassland enough? Can you destroy hundreds of thousands of soldiers with just 2,000 cannons? Can you destroy 10 million soldiers?" Yang Dingtian was so angry that he laughed. "Then, are you going to watch the evil ways take over the entire central state? Or even the eastern state? In the end, our entire western region will be wiped out by the 10 million Legion of Doom? You may be able to hide today, but can you hide tomorrow?" Qin Wanzhou shook his head and said, "Yang Dingtian, there won't be a Legion of Doom." "There won't be a Legion of Doom?" Yang Dingtian laughed coldly. "Then where are the 10 million Maori barbarians in the world of ice and snow?" "They're all dead." Qin Wanzhou said, "I've already sent people to the world of ice and snow to investigate many times. A few hundred feet under the snow, countless Maori barbarians' corpses were found. This is a strategic blackmail by evil ways. They can no longer build a Legion of Doom. Therefore, they killed all the Maori barbarians and buried them underground, disappearing from the world. This is the biggest strategic blackmail by evil ways. They made us think that there will be a Legion of Doom, but there won't be a Legion of Doom." Yang Dingtian laughed coldly. "And then?" Qin Wanzhou said, and then things became simple. The Demon King Wentian wants to rule the world, so he has to change his method. He doesn't want to use the Legion of Doom to sweep the world, but to fight in the dark. That's why there are so many spies, and why there's a spy with such a high status like Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, they want to attack the Tiando League from within the Tiando League. Through the Tiando League, they want to rule the world. In other words, this Doomsday War won't be a large-scale war involving tens of millions of people, but a transfer of power within the Tiando League. Evil ways will completely control the upper echelons of the Tiando League, then control all the forces, and finally complete the rule of the world." Yang Dingtian laughed. "And then?" Qin Wanzhou said, "Then, as long as my Qin city obeys the Demon King Wentian's rule on the surface, it will continue to exist. To put it bluntly, as long as you don't destroy Qin city, as long as you let me continue to rule my territory, I don't care if the Tiando League completely changes. I also don't care if the Lord of the Temple of Annihilation becomes the leader of the Tiando League. I don't even care if the Tiando League still exists. Yang Dingtian, in other words, you're willing to completely kneel before the evil ways in exchange for a chance to live? Qin Wanzhou licked his lips. That's right. Or to be more direct, the evil ways won't let go of only you, Yang Dingtian. You don't have the authority to drag us down with you. Moreover, your complete victory this time will buy you more time. I can only guarantee that no matter what the evil ways do to you, I won't participate. But if you want to rely on a single victory to make us fight against the evil ways with you, that's impossible. Qin Wanzhou laughed. We don't mind helping you trample Qin Chichi and Ling Yanmei to death 10,000 times, but we definitely won't help you fight against the evil ways, or even Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian nodded. I understand. Then, can the two of you give me some time to consider? I'll give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest. All right, nephew, Qin Wanzhou said. After leaving the VIP pavilion, Yang Dingtian immediately called for a meeting. All the members of the committee, including the commanders of the Demon Dragon Army and Kuei Si of the Demon Vulture Army, were present. I've already discussed with Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjia, Yang Dingtian said. They've decided to withdraw their troops back to their base. Then, during the Tiando League meeting, my reputation will be restored. However, whether Cloud Heaven City will return to the Tiando League is still uncertain. Once this was said, everyone present was shocked. After this battle, not only was there no way to punish the Ning clan of the South Sea and the Black Heaven sect, but there was also no way to publicize the evil ways. Instead, only restoring Yang Dingtian's reputation, and even Cloud Heaven City and the Wooden Sword Castle couldn't return to Cloud Heaven City. This was too ridiculous, too shameless. Zhu Hongxue couldn't believe it. He laughed coldly. Then who exactly did we fight this battle with? Who did we defeat? You should at least make it clear. Yang Dingtian laughed. The traitors of the Northwest Tiando League led by Qin Chichi and Ling Yanmei. These two people deceived the Tiando League and slandered me, Yang Dingtian. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhu Hongxue laughed. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? As for the others, they were trembling in anger. Qin Huayu clenched his fist and said with a trembling voice, Are they idiots? Do they think that by compromising and surrendering, the evil ways will let them go? Yang Dingtian said, they're not stupid, they're just too smart. They think that by surrendering and compromising, they can live. Your father dug out hundreds of thousands of Maori barbarian corpses a few hundred meters under the ice and snow. He thinks that there aren't tens of millions of Legion of Doom. He thinks that this is an apocalyptic battle, just a change of shell. He thinks that there's nothing wrong with being loyal to the Demon King Wendian. Or more specifically, as long as he can protect Qin City, what does the death of Yang Dingtian, the destruction of Cloud Heaven City, the destruction of Earth-Splitting City, and the destruction of the Cloud Heaven Pavilion have to do with him? Yang Dingtian continued, next, the evil ways of Zhongzhou, led by Zhu Qingzhu and the Ning clan of the South Sea, will start the Zhongzhou strategy. Their goal is to conquer the entire Zhongzhou, and their most direct targets are Earth-Splitting City and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion. Qin City and the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa are prepared to remain neutral and watch from the sidelines. They might even secretly support the Black Heaven sect and the Ning clan in exchange for the evil ways' complete retreat from the Western world. Suddenly, Earth-Splitting City's young Lord Kuei Ning trembled violently and made a sound of gnashing teeth. Yang Dingtian said, Here, I repeat. I will not sit by and watch the evil ways attack Earth-Splitting City and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion. Protecting Earth-Splitting City and the Cloud Heaven Pavilion is protecting ourselves. I will do my best. I want everyone here to do their best to protect Earth-Splitting City, even if they have to give up their lives. I don't care what the evil ways give me or what they promise me. In short, there is no room for compromise between me and the evil ways. The evil ways and I will fight to the death until the evil ways completely disappear from this world. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Kuei Ning and said, Commander Kuei, don't worry. The day Earth-Splitting City starts the war is also the day I, Yang Dingtian, Cloud Heaven City, and the entire Western world will do our best to protect Earth-Splitting City. Kuei Ning stood up, his eyes burning. He bowed and said, I will always follow in your footsteps and fight the evil ways to the end. Good, Yang Dingtian said, after this is set, we will immediately carry out the next step of our strategy. I said before that the victory of Cloud Heaven City is not the end. It is only the beginning. Since we were able to win the first battle against the evil ways, then we can also win the second and third battles. Next, I will announce that our wartime committee will not be disbanded. Instead, it will be expanded to become the Midwest Wartime Committee. I suggest that Earth-Splitting City's young Lord Kuei Ning and Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's young Lord Cho Yiming become members of the committee, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Cho Yiming wasn't present, but when he was included in the committee, everyone was stunned. But after a moment of shock, everyone raised their hands to vote and agreed that Kuei Ning and Cho Yiming would join the committee. Yang Dingtian said, the Battle of Cloud Heaven City has just ended. Evil ways will still need some time before they can start the war in Middle State. I don't know how long this period of time will be. Maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months, but it shouldn't be more than 3 months. Evil ways will definitely do their best to destroy the entire Middle State. During this period of time, we need to do the following things. First, take advantage of the momentum of our victory. Take advantage of the fact that no one can see the differences between us and Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie. If Song Xiao is willing to compromise, then pull him into the battle. If he isn't willing to compromise, then completely abandon him and imprison him. Let Chunhua or Lihua completely control the World Guild. We must ensure that the entire World Guild is in our hands. We need an endless supply of demon dragon mounts. Song Chunhua hadn't woken up yet. Song Lihua was present, so she calmly replied, yes. Yang Dingtian's first order shocked everyone present. Second, we will soon receive a list of names. This list contains the hidden forces of evil ways in the entire Western world. There will be more than 10,000 of them. We will form a secret team to kill all of these people and completely cleanse the entire Western world. Yes. Third, I will issue the Second World Extermination Order in Yang Dingtian's declaration. White Cloud City has completely colluded with evil ways and betrayed the Tiando League. We will completely exterminate the entire White Cloud City and uproot it. Everyone present trembled and shouted, yes. Fourth. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, this is also my most difficult task. I don't know if I should do it tonight or after completing the first 3 tasks. Instantly, everyone present was puzzled. Yang Dingtian said, in view of Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie's stubbornness and ignorance, in order to prepare for the upcoming Middle State battle, we need to have sufficient strategic strength and a complete and pure rear. I suggest that we make a move on Qin Wanzhou and Qiu Wanjie, or force them to completely stand on the side of justice and oppose evil ways. Or, we can cripple their martial arts and imprison them for life. Once these words were spoken, everyone was extremely shocked. Then, everyone looked at Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu's body trembled, then he said, I will completely obey the orders of the committee and carry out Sect Leader Yang Dingtian's will. Instantly, everyone understood why Cho Yiming was pulled into the committee. If they really made a move on Qiu Wanjie and Qiu Wanjie refused to compromise, they would immediately imprison Qiu Wanjie and let Cho Yiming become the Divine Weapon Manners Master. In short, they had to unify the entire Western world in the shortest time possible. Then, they would free up their hands and have a decisive battle with the evil ways in Middle State. Everyone present was completely shocked by Yang Dingtian's strategy. After experiencing the ecstasy of this great victory, all of them started to think about the following situation. However, they were basically thinking about how to restore Cloud Sky Cities and Yang Dingtian's position in the Tiando League. Then, they would determine the nature of the evil ways. In the long term, there was nothing else. However, Yang Dingtian's strategy was to unify the entire Western world and then rely on the Western world to have a decisive battle with the evil ways in Middle State. This strategy was something that no one present had even thought about. Yang Dingtian continued, completely control the world society, eliminate the hidden forces of the evil ways, destroy Cloud Sky City, and make a move on Qin Wanzhou, Qiu Wanjie, and the other stubborn fools. These 4 matters should be completed within 2 months. The sooner, the better. I estimate that in about half a year to a year, the middle state strategy will completely come to an end. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will come to an end. The war in middle state is the war that will decide the fate of this world. As long as we win the war in middle state, we will change from being passive to being proactive. We will basically be able to completely eliminate all the forces of the evil ways in the chaotic world. This will lay the foundation for victory in the future Great War. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian continued, then next, let's vote on whether we should immediately make a move on Xianxia and Qin Wanzhou. Note, the first update of 6,000 words has been delivered. I will continue writing the second update. There are only 4 monthly votes today. Can it be any worse? Note, 5,600 words for the second update. Today's update is 12,000 words. Monthly votes, I really need monthly votes. Brothers, I'm really begging you. Yang Dingtian said, next, let's decide if we should attack Xianxia and Qin Wanzhou immediately. Instantly, everyone fell into a short silence. If we attack immediately, can we do it? Qin Huayu asked. It's very difficult. Yang Dingtian said, at least, we have to wait until my master fully recovers. Then, we might have to wait until tomorrow. If we threaten to destroy the million-strong army in front of Cloud Sky City, can we force Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia to compromise? Zhu Hongxue asked. No, Qin Huayu said. Even though Qin City has 400,000 soldiers outside Cloud Sky City, if we destroy them all, my father might feel heartache, but he definitely won't compromise. Because the territory that Qin City controls now is more than 10,000 miles. As long as they are willing, they can build a million-strong army. Ximen Lai said, also, we have less than 100,000 rounds left. It's not enough to destroy a million-strong army. Madame Ximen usually didn't speak, but she still said, I feel that the million-strong army in front of Cloud Sky City, let's not talk about whether we can destroy them. I feel that, they aren't completely enemies. It's not good to destroy them. Yang Dingtian said, yes, they aren't completely enemies now. In fact, from what we saw in Sky Thunder City, the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's army is a proud and righteous army that can fight alongside us. If they are destroyed by us here, it will be a pity. Song Lihua said, if we attack City Lord Qin and Manor Lord Qiu here, there will be 2 problems. First, will the million-strong army outside the city become chaotic? Second, the 2 seniors are our guests. If we attack our guests, won't it go against justice? Qin Huayu said, but now is the best time to attack. If we wait until they return to Qin City and Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, they will have experts protecting them. It won't be so easy to take them down. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and fell into a dilemma. Actually, the best outcome would be to force Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia to stand on his side and fight against evil ways to the end. After all, one of them was a mid-level Great Grandmaster, while the other was a high-level Great Grandmaster. Once they joined Yang Dingtian, Zhongzhou State's strategy would be much easier. Even if they faced Zhu Qingzhu's Great Grandmaster strength, they might still have a chance of winning. Crippling their martial arts and imprisoning them for life was a last resort. Furthermore, even if Yang Dingtian supported Qin Huayu and Chou Yiming, it would still be very difficult for them to control Qin City and the Divine Weapons Manor. Qin Huayu was still alright. He was already outstanding enough. However, it was difficult for Chou Yiming to control the Divine Weapons Manor. And in the Central State's strategy, the Divine Weapons Manor's role might be even more important than Qin City. After all, the small crystal crossbows of the Divine Weapons Villa were too powerful. Let's vote. Those who are in favor of making a move against Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia, raise your hand. Yang Dingtian said. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, but no one dared to make a move. Alright, then it's decided. Let's complete the first 3 steps of the strategy and place Qin Wanzhou and Xianxia in the last step of the 4-step strategy. Yang Dingtian said, Song Lihua, especially Tang Buozhao, immediately come up with a comprehensive strategy to deal with the 2 sect masters. The best strategy is to force the 2 of them to compromise. Crippling their martial arts and imprisoning them for life is the worst strategy. Yes. Tang Buozhao said. Tang Buozhao was Yang Dingtian's best strategist. Handing the entire matter over to him was the best choice. Then the meeting is adjourned. Yang Dingtian ordered, for the next few days, the first task is to clean up the battlefield, especially the blood pupil demonic army's battlefield of death. The second task is to make the East and West Corps retreat. It's best to complete these tasks within a few days. Then, we will immediately lead our troops north and force World Society's Xianxia. Yes. The blood pupil demonic army's battlefield of death has already turned into a pool of blood. The cleanup of this place is extremely important. It even concerns the fate of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian said loudly, it must be completed within a short period of time. Yes. Next, Yang Dingtian only had one meeting with Xianxia and Xianxia. The content was simple. Yang Dingtian was very regretful about their choice. Of course, this was also the most reasonable reaction. Xianxia also expressed his regret. Then, both sides parted on bad terms. However, the two of them had expressed that they wanted to bring Qin Huayu and Xiao Yiming back. Yang Dingtian didn't reject them, but said that he would listen to their own wishes. In the end, Qin Huayu naturally rejected them. However, even Xiao Yiming said that he would return to the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa after a period of time. This made Yang Dingtian somewhat surprised. Then, Xianxia and Xiao Yiming said that they would immediately lead their armies back to their respective camps. Yang Dingtian tried to persuade them to stay, saying that he hoped that the three parties would sign a non-aggression agreement. Things like signing agreements were very rare in the Primal Chaos continent and were very fashionable. However, Xianxia and Xiao Yiming didn't reject it. After all, both parties had already decided to take a stand and let Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City perish on their own. Since this was a war with Cloud Sky City, they would try their best to delay it and avoid fighting with Cloud Sky City. Next, they wouldn't send their troops to invade Cloud Sky City. Then, Yang Dingtian arranged for a solemn signing ceremony. In the main hall of Cloud Sky City, in front of many people, the three parties signed the non-aggression agreement very solemnly. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Yang Dingtian used their own special Xianxia to sign their names. Then, they used the reflection stone to record this scene. This agreement was made in 3 copies. After signing, it was locked in a jade box for safekeeping. Of course, what Xianxia and Xiao Yiming didn't know was the agreement in Yang Dingtian's hands was written with special materials. After 4 hours, the words on it would automatically disappear, leaving only the signatures of the 3 people. Then, it would become a blank agreement, and Yang Dingtian could fill in the contents. He could totally write that Qin City, Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, and Cloud Sky City had formed a military alliance and would live and die together, never betraying each other. A few days later, after repeated warnings to no avail, Xianxia and Xiao Yiming finally led the East and West armies and left Cloud Sky City, returning to their respective territories. And the 100-mile battlefield in front of Cloud Sky City was basically cleaned up. Of course, the so-called cleaned up meant that all the corpses were burned. Therefore, in these few days, Cloud Sky City was filled with thick smoke, and it could be seen clearly from a few hundred miles away. Burning hundreds of thousands of incomplete corpses was a huge job. Luckily, the East and West armies worked together. Otherwise, Cloud Sky City alone would have to burn for a few days. In the end, Yang Dingtian encountered a huge problem, one that was even more terrifying than he had imagined. That was the place where the Blood-Eye demonic army died, the blood pool that stored countless deep-sea mystic poison. Because of the evil demon's blood and the highly toxic blood of the 30,000 Blood-Eye demonic army soldiers, that area had become a land of death. In the end, no one could even get within a few hundred meters of that area. Once they got close, they would die from the poison. In fact, at least a few thousand people had died from the poison. These people were all poisoned to death a few hundred meters away from the blood pool. The blood pool in these few miles was constantly corroding the ground, and it was already 400 to 500 meters deep. If this blood pool was not completely dealt with, it would continue to corrode and expand. If this continued, Yang Dingtian was sure that one day, the blood pool would corrode into Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian used all his methods, but he was completely helpless. In order to completely destroy this blood pool, Yang Dingtian even asked his master, Dongfang Menmi, to help him. All the experts with mystic flames condensed their mystic flames to the extreme and then used them to bombard the blood pool in the air. Because this highly toxic poison, other than the concentrated acid, was a few generations of mutated deep-sea mystic poison. Yang Dingtian tried to use the terrifying temperature of the mystic flame to burn the deep-sea mystic poison alive. However, this was Yang Dingtian's last resort, and it had failed completely. This terrifying deep-sea mystic poison was not even afraid of the extremely high temperature of the mystic flame. Even the mystic flame could not burn the deep-sea mystic poison to death. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely out of ideas. Hence, he could only mobilize tens of thousands of people to build a huge wall 500 meters away from the blood pool to shield the entire blood pool. Then, the entire blood pool would become a restricted area in Cloud Sky City. No one was allowed to get within 100 meters of the wall. However, even so, this was not the solution. Because the blood pool was constantly expanding and devouring the surrounding land. One day, it would definitely spread into Cloud Sky City. When that time came, would the entire Cloud Sky City move? What was worse was that the other forces had already set their sights on this blood pool. They had already sent people to infiltrate and steal samples. The blood pool itself was a deadly weapon. If the evil ways or other forces were to steal something from the blood pool and use it in a war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian felt great using this biochemical weapon to destroy the blood pupil demonic army. However, if this thing fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be Yang Dingtian's nightmare. Yang Dingtian knew how terrifying this thing was and knew how to restrain it. However, the enemy might not know the same. Once they obtained this thing, they would desperately manufacture it. In the end, they would obtain an astronomical amount of evil demon blood. At that time, the consequences would be completely devastating. If this thing spread to the extreme, it could kill everyone in Zhongzhou. It could create an extremely terrifying biochemical disaster in thousands of miles of land. Who would have thought that the deep-sea mystic poison was actually alive and could be cultivated through life? One night, Dongfang Minmi found Yang Dingtian. "Child, you have to make a decision immediately." The speed at which the blood pool was spreading was extremely fast. Most importantly, the other forces are paying more attention to it and infiltrating it more and more. I have already killed more than 100 people who tried to enter the blood pool. Some were from the evil Dao, some were from the northwest Qin city, and some were from the Black Heaven sect. The experts who came were all of higher cultivation. Today, there were even martial venerables wearing invisibility cloaks, Dongfang Minmi said. Tomorrow, there might be people wearing demon spirit mist cloaks. Even great grandmaster level experts would appear. The thing in the blood pool is too terrifying. It has already attracted the greatest attention of our enemies. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. Once the martial grandmasters came to steal the blood pool, even his master might not be able to stop them. The consequences would be unimaginable. We have to destroy the blood pool immediately. It would be best if it was tonight, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian remained silent. How to destroy the blood pool? Even the extremely high-temperature mystic flame could not kill the deep-sea mystic poison. Was there no way at all? No, there was still a way. That was the darkness mystic flame. Yang Dingtian had tried before. The darkness mystic flame could easily devour the energy of the deep-sea mystic poison. It would directly devour and disappear without a trace. Then, it would turn into the energy of the darkness mystic flame. However, that was only a little bit of the deep-sea mystic poison. If the darkness mystic poison completely devoured the blood pool, what would be the consequences? Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine. It was almost equivalent to Yang Dingtian devouring all the deep-sea mystic poison by himself. What would be the consequences if the darkness mystic flame devoured the astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison? Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine at all. The darkness mystic flame was already evil enough. If it devoured the astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian's energy attribute was not inferior to the evil ways. It was even more evil ways than the evil ways. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. Okay, master. We will do it right away, Yang Dingtian said. You have already decided? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, I will protect you. Then, a sentence sounded in the hearts of both of them at the same time. As long as there is justice in your heart, you can look up to the light even if you are in the depths of hell. In the dark night, one could not even see his fingers. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi entered the blood pool forbidden area. Yang Dingtian used the darkness mystic flame to wrap his body and entered the blood pool. This place had really turned into hell. The blood pool had already expanded once again. The land within a radius of 5 miles had already been corroded. The blood pool had already become incomparably huge. Around the blood pool, there was a terrifying green smoke everywhere. This smoke was definitely a forbidden area for life. Any life that entered would die without a doubt. How much deep-sea mystic poison was there? In the beginning, it was 50 kilograms, mixed with more than 10,000 kilograms of strong acid. Later, after melting 30,000 blood pupil demonic army, the deep-sea mystic poison crazily devoured blood and continued to grow. At this time, it was already hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of mutated deep-sea mystic poison was incomparably hungry. In order to survive, it crazily devoured all energy, even energy that it could not absorb. Therefore, it crazily corroded the land, turning all the soil, stones, and everything into a green poisonous liquid. It became the place where the deep-sea mystic poison lived. 50 kilograms of deep-sea mystic poison could kill more than 30,000 people. How many people could it kill with hundreds of thousands of kilograms of deep-sea mystic poison? Yang Dingtian was completely unable to estimate. Based on pure data, it should be hundreds of millions. Moreover, the deep-sea mystic poison could continue to spread, devour blood, and continue to grow. It could be said that if it was allowed to develop, the deep-sea mystic poison could destroy the entire world and kill all the creatures in the chaotic world. Looking at the green blood pool that was a few miles in radius and looking at the endless green poisonous fog, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. When he gave the order to use the biological weapons, he had expected the consequences to be very serious. But he did not expect it to be so serious. If it continued to spread at this speed, within a few months, Cloud Sky City would be uninhabitable. At that time, the green poisonous fog would spread over the entire Cloud Sky City. Of course, because of the recent crazy victory, the blood pool had not caused a huge panic. However, this panic had gradually begun to spread. If it was left unchecked, in less than 10 days, the entire Cloud Sky City would fall into a huge panic. Master, you guard me outside. I will start to use the dark mystic flame to devour, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and then released all the mystic flames in an instant. Whoosh. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was completely shrouded in darkness. His entire person had completely turned into an incomparably huge black hole. Then, all the energy was involuntarily devoured and crazily sucked in. Of course, this included the deep-sea mystic poison in the blood pool. Even the deep-sea mystic poison was devoured the most ferociously. Yang Dingtian clearly saw that the blood pool within a few miles was trembling violently. Then, an extremely terrifying and stunning green energy suddenly floated out from the blood pool. It condensed in the air and then drilled into the black hole formed by the dark mystic flame. In an instant, the green color of the blood pool in that area disappeared completely. The poisonous liquid there became transparent and clear. Devour, 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 devour crazily. Countless deep-sea mystic poison disappeared without a trace after entering the dark mystic flame. It turned into a wisp of mysterious energy and gradually seeped into every trace of the dark mystic flame. Then, little by little, it changed the terrifying dark mystic flame. The dark mystic flame itself was already extremely terrifying. The deep-sea mystic poison was also extremely terrifying. Then, what would happen when the two merged? Yang Dingtian really did not dare to imagine. How much energy could Yang Dingtian's dark mystic flame devour? No idea. That day, after the dark mystic flame devoured part of the demon spirit demonic flame's energy, it instantly matured and became extremely powerful. Of course, it was limited by Yang Dingtian's cultivation. Therefore, the amount of energy that the dark mystic flame could devour within a certain period of time was limited. However, Yang Dingtian did not know the total amount of energy that it could devour. However, it seemed to be limitless. However, Yang Dingtian could feel that the dark mystic flame was extremely excited and was in an unprecedented state of ecstasy. The deep-sea mystic poison was the #1 poison in the world, even though it had been diluted and mutated for a few generations. However, it was still an extremely delicious food for the dark mystic flame. The dark mystic flame was enjoying an unparalleled feast. As for what the dark mystic flame would become after devouring such an astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison? Only the heavens would know the answer to that. Devour, 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 the darkness gradually faded away. Dawn arrived and the devouring continued. The sun rose and the devouring continued. The sun was high in the sky and the devouring continued. The sun was setting and the devouring continued. Night fell and the dark mystic flame continued to devour crazily. One night passed. Dawn arrived again. Another day passed. These days, Yang Dingtian did not appear in Cloud Sky City. His whereabouts became an absolute secret. Of course, all the work in Cloud Sky City was carried out in an orderly manner. Many people realized that the green smoke above the forbidden blood pool had shrunk and faded a lot. Suddenly, the panic of the people in Cloud Sky City began to dissipate. Every night these days, Dongfang Minmi fought countless battles. He had killed no less than 4 or 5 master-level experts. The demonic spirit mist cloak had appeared. The enemy was determined to get the deep-sea mystic poison. In the beginning, the evil demon blood had destroyed 30,000 blood pupil demonic army, shocking countless people. However, the enemy thought that this was a one-time thing and that Yang Dingtian had some kind of secret weapon. Whether it was Dongfang Minmi or evil ways, they attached great importance to Yang Dingtian's secret weapon. However, they only wanted to collect specimens for research on the blood pool. Later, everyone gradually realized that the blood pool was spreading and the green smoke that was emitted could kill people. Suddenly, everyone understood that the blood pool itself was a huge weapon, a weapon that could change the world. Therefore, all the forces went crazy, determined to obtain the blood pool. Fortunately, Dongfang Minmi had been guarding it personally. Otherwise, the deep-sea mystic poison in the blood pool would have been lost. However, the current situation was not optimistic. Perhaps the thief at the Great Grandmaster level would appear soon. By then, even Dongfang Minmi might not be able to stop him. 5 days and 5 nights passed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, who was in the blood pool, opened his eyes. The dark mystic flames devouring of the deep-sea mystic poison in the blood pool had officially ended. The moment Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, his gaze was extremely demonic and terrifying. The dark mystic flame had also undergone a huge and terrifying change. After 5 days and 5 nights, the darkness profound flame stopped devouring. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the black hole formed by the darkness profound flame was getting lighter and smaller. In the end, it completely disappeared. Then, the darkness profound flame that had devoured countless deep-sea Xian poison seemed to have reached its limit and returned to Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. Then, it actually lay dormant, as if it was in a deep sleep. This deep-sea Xian poison was indeed powerful. After the darkness profound flame devoured it, it actually needed to sleep to digest it. After that, no matter how Yang Dingtian tried to summon it, the darkness profound flame remained dormant in his energy reserve and did not come out. After the astronomical amount of deep-sea Xian poison was completely digested, what would the darkness profound flame look like? Only God knew. However, at least Yang Dingtian could feel an extremely obvious change. The counterattack of Ning Wuming's dozen or so grandmasters before their deaths had caused huge damage to Yang Dingtian. Although most of the energy had landed on Song Chuanhua's body. However, Yang Dingtian's profound veins and energy reserve had still suffered huge damage. After that, even though Yang Dingtian had taken the holy water elixir to heal his injuries, negotiated with Qin Wanqiu and the rest, presided over many things, and finally came to deal with the deep-sea Xian poison's blood pool. But in fact, Yang Dingtian had never fully recovered, according to his master. According to his master, this degree of damage could no longer be compensated with medicine or cultivation. It completely depended on Yang Dingtian's heaven-defying profound veins self-recovery energy and the Naga royalty's energy to nourish his profound veins. This process might take a few months or even longer. Of course, Yang Dingtian was not very concerned about this. Of course, his personal strength was very important. However, as long as he could defeat the demonized Dongfang Bingling 2.5 years later, it would be enough. The level of his cultivation in these 6 months was not very important. What he cared about was whether Song Chunhua could recover. Song Chunhua's condition was not good. Although her profound veins and energy reserve had stopped bursting, the original cracks had not healed. She had not woken up either. On that day, he had already been injured. In the end, in order to save Yang Dingtian, he had rushed forward and suffered more than half of the injuries from the 8 grandmasters. Moreover, she doesn't have the 9 yang profound veins like Yang Dingtian, nor does she have the power of the Naga royalty, nor has she undergone the baptism of a large number of Naga profound veins. Therefore, she was unable to withstand such a huge injury. Fortunately, Dongfang Minmi had rushed over at the first moment. He had comforted her with a huge amount of profound energy, suppressing the tearing of her profound veins and energy C. Otherwise, Song Chunhua would not have lived past that night. But a few days later, she was still lying on the unfreezing bed and did not wake up. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt a change, his entire body was filled with surging energy. The cracks in his profound veins and energy C had disappeared without a trace. It should have taken him a few months to fully recover, but now he was perfectly fine. His originally weak cultivation base was now incomparably vigorous. In fact, he was even stronger than Yang Dingtian at his peak. That day, Yang Dingtian had swallowed the demon spirit demonic fire, and his cultivation base had skyrocketed. His energy C cultivation base had reached the level of a 2 or 3-star grandmaster. But because he had not cultivated the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his profound veins cultivation base was still limited to the level of a 9-star 9th grade revered martial artist. At this moment, Yang Dingtian faintly felt that his cultivation base seemed to have broken through. Of course, it was still the cultivation base of the energy C. If he did not cultivate the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his profound veins cultivation base and actual combat power might never break through. As for how much his energy C cultivation base had broken through this time, Yang Dingtian did not know. Because when the dark mystic fire was swallowing the deep sea Xian poison, it had also swallowed an almost endless amount of profound energy. Of course, most of the profound energy had been swallowed by the dark mystic fire, but there was still a portion of profound energy that entered Yang Dingtian's profound veins and entered Yang Dingtian's energy C. Then, Yang Dingtian felt a slight tremor. Therefore, he knew that his energy C cultivation base had broken through again, but he did not know how much it had broken through. Could the deep sea Xian poison provide profound energy and increase cultivation base? Of course, this was impossible. Then, where did the almost endless profound energy in the blood pool come from? Of course, it was brought by the 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. He did not know what kind of sorcery these 30,000 blood pupil demonic army used to cultivate. Every one of them had the cultivation base of a high-level martial mystic. And when the deep sea Xian poison had completely swallowed their lives, it did not even let go of their energy C and profound energy. It had directly swallowed them and turned them into its own energy. Therefore, the 30,000 high-level martial mystics' energy C had all merged into the blood pool. How much profound energy was there? According to the conversion of energy, it was about the energy of hundreds of masters' energy C. And when the dark mystic fire had swallowed the deep sea Xian poison, it had also brought part of the profound energy into Yang Dingtian's energy C. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's cultivation base had broken through again. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian was really helpless. His profound veins had forcefully blocked his cultivation. As a result, he did not know what level his energy C had reached. For a moment, he could not help but be more eager to reach the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, although it was fortunate that his cultivation base had increased, what surprised Yang Dingtian even more was that his injuries had completely healed. His profound veins and energy C, which should have taken a few months or even 100 years to heal, had completely recovered and even became stronger. This was really incomprehensible to Yang Dingtian. In the end, Yang Dingtian came to a bold and dangerous conclusion. Perhaps it was the deep sea Xian poison that had healed his profound veins. This conclusion was indeed too bold. The deep sea Xian poison was the world's #1 poison. Although this deep-sea Xian poison had been derived and mutated for several generations, it could still poison you to death. How could it heal the scars on the profound veins? However, Yang Dingtian's profound veins had been transformed by Naga's profound veins. The deep-sea Xian poison was Naga's last life-saving item. It was Naga's purest energy. Therefore, the deep-sea Xian poison might be a deadly poison to others, but to Naga's profound veins, perhaps, it had a healing effect. Otherwise, how could Yang Dingtian's profound veins be healed? Immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered another thing that supported this point of view. That was, Yang Dingtian was not afraid of the deep-sea Xian poison. Previously, Yang Dingtian was only slightly afraid. But he was still afraid. Therefore, when he used the deep-sea Xian poison to attack, he had to use the dark Xian flame to devour all the deep-sea Xian poison. When he entered the blood pool, he had to use the dark Xian flame to cover his entire body. However, now that the dark Xian flame had entered his energy sea to sleep, he realized that the deep-sea Xian poison did not have any poisonous effect on him. Yang Dingtian was even a little excited after smelling this aura. Could it be that the process of the dark Xian flame devouring the deep-sea Xian poison was also the process of the deep-sea Xian poison healing and cleansing the profound veins? Making Yang Dingtian immune to all kinds of poison. In order to prove this point, Yang Dingtian floated towards the depths of the blood pool. Sigh. Yang Dingtian discovered another problem. His dark Xian flame had only devoured half of the deep-sea Xian poison in the blood pool. Half of the blood pool that spanned a few miles was transparent, and the other half was still green. Yang Dingtian carefully flew above the other half of the green blood pool. First, he approached it bit by bit. He already felt more excited, but it did not affect his body at all. Then, Yang Dingtian gradually approached it, and finally, his entire body was completely immersed in the green smoke. In an instant, his entire body surged violently. That kind of excitement almost made him shout wildly. He instantly felt that he was incomparably powerful, that he was invincible. He could not wait to immediately draw his sword, charge to the central state alone, and kill all the evil ways by himself. That kind of excitement, that kind of comfort, it was completely indescribable with words. What did it say? It was like checking the results of the college entrance examination. Out of a full score of 750, 699. It was like writing a love letter to the campus belle for the first time in high school, and she gave you a big heart in return. These pleasures added up, magnified by 10 times, or even 100 times, was what Yang Dingtian felt at this time. Or to put it in a more extreme way, it should be the feeling of injecting the highest purity drug. Drugs ruin one's life. The author firmly opposes any kind of drugs, including marijuana. Under this kind of extreme excitement, Yang Dingtian's mind immediately recovered some sobriety. Then, he left as fast as he could. Although the deep-sea Xian poison had no toxic effect on him. But this kind of extreme pleasure, to the spirit, to the willpower, was a kind of huge damage. After quickly leaving, the green smoke seemed to be full of incomparable temptation for Yang Dingtian. It was like a person who was starving to the extreme, and there was a delicious roast duck in front of him, but he could not eat it. Furthermore, after escaping from the green smoke, Yang Dingtian's mood instantly turned gloomy and dejected. This thing, as expected, could not be touched. This was something that belonged to the Naga, and it was too powerful for human beings. After using his strong willpower to suppress the restless state of mind, Yang Dingtian began to look at the half of the blood pool and worry. The dark Xian flame could only swallow half of it. It was now in a deep sleep, and he did not know when it would wake up. What should he do with the rest of the blood pool? Although there was only half of it left, it would still spread to Cloud Sky City in less than a month. This thing was a stimulant to Yang Dingtian, who had the Naga Xian meridians, but to anyone else, it was highly toxic. If one sniffed it from 100 meters away, they would definitely die. Moreover, the enemy was sending more and more experts for this blood pool. Once it fell into the enemy's hands, the consequences would be destruction. Master. Yang Dingtian left the blood pool and came to the periphery of the forbidden area. At this time, Dongfang Minmi was sitting on the ground. Even with the cultivation of a great grandmaster, he looked tired. 4 hours ago, I killed 2 6-star great grandmasters, Dongfang Minmi said. The people sent by the enemy are getting stronger. This blood pool seems to have alarmed the Tiando League. The Tiando League is already preparing to send an observation team to Cloud Sky City to take away the thing in the blood pool. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. The situation was getting worse. Master, my dark Xian flame has only swallowed half of the deep-sea Xian poison. There is still half left, Yang Dingtian said. But my dark Xian flame is already in a deep sleep. Dongfang Minmi frowned and said, Then what should we do? There is nothing we can do. Gosh, when Yang Dingtian ordered the biological weapon attack, he really did not think of this outcome. He thought that the greatest lethality would come from the mixed strong acid. But who knew that this thing was a mutation of the deep-sea Xian poison? The so-called strong acid was just a byproduct. Moreover, after killing 30,000 blood pupil demonic army soldiers, a few dozen kilograms of deep-sea Xian poison directly became a few 100,000 kilograms. Child, is there really no other way? Dongfang Minmi frowned and said, If there is really no other way, then Cloud Sky City will face a huge crisis. It is even more dangerous than when the army attacked the city. Master, let me think about it, Yang Dingtian said. Be quick. Dongfang Minmi said, because the Tiando League's observation team is about to arrive, the evil ways will be even crazier. Perhaps tonight, even stronger enemies will appear. I may not be able to withstand them. So, it is best to solve this problem before tonight. City Lord, the Tiando League sent the 5th official letter, questioning about the blood pool, Song Lihua said. Yang Dingtian said, This is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. The Tiando League did not even restore Cloud Sky City's name. They have no right to interfere. Song Lihua said, They ordered us to immediately destroy the blood pool. Otherwise, it will cause a huge disaster. If we cannot destroy the blood pool within 3 days, the Tiando League will forcibly take over the blood pool for the sake of the world's safety. 3 days? When was the last official letter sent? Yang Dingtian asked. Yesterday, Song Lihua said. In other words, the Tiando League's observation team would arrive the day after tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Yang Dingtian said, What about your sister? How is she? Song Lihua shook her head and said, Not very good. She still hasn't woken up. Moreover, the most serious thing is that the energy in her sea of energy is starting to dissipate. Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly narrowed. Her sea of energy was starting to dissipate? If he did not stop it, even if she woke up in the future, her cultivation would have completely dissipated. To Song Chunhua, this was no different from killing her. Immediately, Yang Dingtian walked towards the cave where Song Chunhua was recuperating. Little Tian. The person taking care of Song Chunhua was Madame Shiman. When she saw Yang Dingtian come in, she immediately stood up. Mother-in-law, Yang Dingtian said. In order to prevent Miss Chunhua's sea of energy from dissipating, we put her in a special big jade box. Madame Shiman said, Go and take a look. Then, Madame Shiman left the cave. At this moment, on the unfreezing water bed, there was a snow-white big jade box. Of course, this was just a nice way to put it. More directly, this was a jade coffin. It was similar to the one on Little Princess Vulture's back. It was used to prevent the energy from dissipating. Yang Dingtian gently opened the lid. Inside, Song Chunhua was lying inside, unconscious. Her sparkling and translucent body rose and fell like a mountain. The curves of Song Chunhua's delicate body were not inferior to any peerless beauty. In fact, they were even more exaggerated. It was just that she had wrapped herself in armor for many years, causing people to forget her characteristics as a woman. No one in the world would dare to believe that under this tomboy's armor, there was such a devilish and even exaggerated figure. Her beauty was actually even more soul-stirring than Song Lihua's. It was just that she always appeared in front of everyone as a man. However, at this moment, there were fine cracks on this almost exaggerated body. The profound veins in every part of her body, especially her sea of energy, were densely packed with mottled cracks. The moment Yang Dingtian opened the lid, countless amounts of energy rushed towards him. This was her sea of energy dissipating. Chunhua, don't worry. I will definitely save you. Yang Dingtian gently caressed her face. His finger brushed past the tip of her nose. Then, he closed the lid to prevent the profound energy from leaking out. In the main hall of Cloud Sky City, only the core members were present. Even the elders of Cloud Sky City were not present. There are three things, Yang Dingtian said. First, Chunhua is still unconscious, and her sea of energy has started to dissipate. Second, the blood pool in front of Cloud Sky City contains the mutated deep sea Xian poison. In less than a month, it will spread to Cloud Sky City. Wherever it spreads, it will become a land of death. I used the dark Xian flame to devour it for 5 days and 5 nights, but only half of it was devoured. There is still half left. Third, the evil ways have already sent out countless experts to steal the deep sea Xian poison from the blood pool. The Tiando League has already sent out an observation team to forcibly take our blood pool. Hearing the words deep sea Xian poison, everyone's expression changed. Of course, they had heard of the world's #1 poison and the final power of the Naga race. Everyone knew about the horror of the blood pool, but no one knew that it contained the deep sea Xian poison. Now, the enemy only knows that the thing in the blood pool is very powerful, but they don't know that it is the deep sea Xian poison, Yang Dingtian said. The deep sea Xian poison has the ability to rapidly spread, devour, and grow. Once it enters a person's body, it will devour all the blood in the person's body in the shortest amount of time and turn all the blood in the person's body into the deep sea Xian poison. It can be said that once our blood pool expands, the consequences will be unimaginable. It can even turn thousands or tens of thousands of miles into a forbidden zone for life, Yang Dingtian said. Everyone's expression changed. Before, when they used this so-called biological weapon, they really did not expect the consequences to be so terrible. Song Lihua said, "We must not let the deep sea Xian poison fall into the hands of the evil ways or the Tiando League." Now, the evil ways and the Tiando League are already unclear. Once it falls into their hands, it will be a devastating disaster for the entire world. That's right, Qin Huayu said, "We must clean up this blood pool before the Tiando League's observers arrive." "No, we have to do it before tonight." Yang Dingtian said, "Tonight, the evil ways might send extremely powerful experts to enter the blood pool." Suddenly, everyone present fell into silence. "Little Tian, is there really nothing we can do?" Madame Shiman asked. There is a way," Yang Dingtian said. "I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. But even if this method succeeds, the consequences may be very, very serious. For example, we used the deep sea Xian poison to instantly eliminate the 30,000 blood-eye demonic army, but it brought about the consequences of this blood pool. And if we destroy this blood pool, it will bring about another consequence, a consequence that is 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than this blood pool. Of course, this consequence may not appear, but once it does, it will be 100 times more dangerous than this blood pool." Suddenly, the scene was swept by like a storm. What consequence? It was actually 1,000 times more dangerous than this blood pool? Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. The consequence was that he might create a real Naga, the half-god race of Naga. A race that destroyed the entire underwater civilization in the ancient times. It might even be a race that directly caused the destruction of the ancient times. Everyone was fascinated by Naga, but if the Naga race really appeared in this world, it would be a devastating destruction to the entire ecosystem. The consequences of this would be immeasurable. Yang Dingtian continued, "There's one more thing. When I used the dark Xian flame to devour the deep sea Xian poison, my Xian meridians and energy sea were completely healed. And I don't fear the deep sea Xian poison at all. This might prove one thing, that the deep sea Xian poison is a lethal poison to everyone, but to people with Naga Xian meridians, it might be a supreme treasure. Of course, I'm just suspecting." Song Lihua's beautiful eyes lit up. "You're talking about curing my sister?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "I used the Naga Xian meridians to cleanse Chunhua's marrow and meridians, so she also has the energy of the Naga Xian meridians in her body. So, using the deep sea Xian poison to cure her might be the only way. But I can't guarantee success. Once it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, this is the deep sea Xian poison." Song Lihua fell silent. Because Song Chunhua was her sister, she had the greatest right to speak. At this moment, Cloud Sky City had already tried everything to save Song Chunhua. But there was nothing they could do. Now, her qi had begun to dissipate. Even though it was sealed by the jade box, the dissipation was still continuing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Song Chunhua's cultivation would completely dissipate, and she would become powerless. To Song Chunhua, this was undoubtedly taking her life. Song Lihua gritted her teeth and raised her head. Sect Master, my sister belongs to you, so you can decide for her. Personally, I'm willing to take the risk. Yang Dingtian nodded. Okay, I understand. Qin Huayu said, as for the matter of destroying the blood pool, I'm also willing to trust you completely and let you decide for her. Then, Qin Huayu raised his hand, and everyone else also raised their hands, letting Yang Dingtian decide for her. Okay, I understand. Yang Dingtian said, I've decided to take the risk and clean up the blood pool. And use the deep sea shan poison to cure Song Chunhua. Yes. Everyone present shouted in unison. An hour later, Yang Dingtian walked towards the remote valley. For the first time, he entered Du Guoxuang's room. Suddenly, Du Guoxuang let out a low cry. She was breastfeeding her baby. Note, first update, 6,000 words, brothers, don't stop the monthly votes, please, please. I'm starving for the second update. End of chapter 486. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.